Chapter 971. Airdrop storm. A crimson haze swiftly enveloped the entire sky, with countless scarlet tempests approaching gradually. Within these sanguine storms, a plethora of monstrous entities emitted ferocious howls, swirling in the air like clusters of red cotton candy, rapidly drawing near the airborne metropolis. Are they truly employing an airdrop tactic against us? Chengfeng gritted his teeth and murmured with a tone of frustration. With a clang, I unsheathed the Ziying Sword and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, hold your ground and prepare to face the initial onslaught of the death storm." As the name suggests, this creatively orchestrated ambush indeed bore a deadly essence, as it directly unleashed a multitude of monsters into our city, overwhelming even the most numerous of players in the Sky City and threatening to collapse our defensive line. This method of assault was dreadfully formidable for our positional defense. The first wave of the storm surged towards us from the eastern gate, drawing ever closer. Almost everyone held their breath in anticipation. Du Shisan, sword in hand, licked his lips and declared, "It has been ages since I feasted on a banquet of experience. Brothers of the blood mercenaries, prepare for battle." I quickly cautioned, "Do not underestimate these creatures. Being slain in an instant would be quite humiliating." Du Shisan nodded. "I understand. I have grown considerably stronger now." At that moment, the storm had already enveloped the floating stone region of Sky City. Countless ghouls and wraiths crashed against the floating stones with a thunderous roar, sending the once hovering boulders flying in chaos. Before they could even reach the city's edge, they had already obliterated our escape routes. Sophie's strategy was indeed ruthless. "Brother, look!" Bai Mingshui suddenly pointed towards the distant sky. A female warrior clad in black armor soared through the air, her feet ignited by flames, wielding a sharp sword, with a cold smile gracing her lips. It was none other than Sophie, the bard of the snowy domain. Damn it! I gritted my teeth, glancing at the ancient divine dragon that dozed upon my arm. If only the little dragon were of age now, it could soar into battle, allowing me to confront Sophie in the air. Though the odds of victory seemed slim, it was certainly preferable to our current passive state. To dismantle Sophie's massacre-like assault, we must first eliminate her. "They're coming." Chengfeng raised his dark blade and shouted, "Prepare for defensive combat." The death storm drew ever nearer, and we could even discern the ghoulish teeth of the undead. Fear gripped us, and one could only imagine the terror felt by those ghouls ensnared in the storm's fury. Boom! The storm descended, crashing into the ground at a 45-degree angle, its momentum weakening. A torrent of blood-red ghouls, wraiths, and skeletal warriors descended upon us like a rainstorm, battering against the shields of the dragon Yao Iron Riders. To our astonishment, these were all level 200 Ghost Dance-class monsters. The sheer caliber of adversaries unleashed in this version of the Death Goddess's wrath was utterly daunting. Even if the Sky City could hold its ground, the other cities might not fare as well. It was certain that one of the human strongholds would fall. Heaven grant that it be the city of purple grapes. Clang, clang, clang. The ghoul crashed violently against my dragon god shield, and these filthy, grotesque creatures let out a howl as they descended, launching their attack. Their claws raked against the shield 3 times with a cacophony, yet my defense was formidable. My level was sufficiently high that even a level 200 ghostly creature could inflict only minimal damage. Each strike dealt a mere 2,000 damage, which was inconsequential compared to my boosted health of 300,000. With a flourish, the Ziying Sword was raised, unleashing a devastating flame blade slash that reverberated through the throng of monsters ahead. Ghouls, vengeful spirits, and skeletal warriors shrieked in agony as the technique, empowered by the war goddess skills, struck mercilessly. A flurry of damage numbers erupted: 79,002, 102, 993, 142, 828. Moreover, the Ziying Sword possessed a 50 splash effect, and alarmingly, it triggered quintuple damage, amplifying the power of the flame blade slash by an astonishing 59 times. With a single strike, I obliterated at least 20 high-level monsters, their cries echoing as radiant light surged towards my teammates. After regrouping, Du Shisan, the Linen Sack, and Yu Tong joined my party, while He, Bai Mingshui, Lian Xan, Li Chengfeng, and Luan Yu activated their respective general skills, leading hundreds into battle. Lian Xan, a genuinely good-natured individual, directly replicated Luan Yu's plundering general skill, forming his own team to maximize monster drop rates. In such moments, No skill proved more effective than one US. The onslaught of monsters was relentless, raining down upon the crowd in a barrage of indiscriminate attacks. The ghoul, with its gaping maw, roared menacingly, its razor-sharp claws able to pierce steel, piercing the bodies of priests, mages, and archers. Almost immediately, players from the ancient Sword Dream faction fell victim to the storm of death. Unable to remain in the main city to participate in the current version activities, destined to retreat to secondary cities or grind for levels. Steady your positions. Focus on counterattacking the monsters within our formation, I commanded loudly. Li Chengfeng and Luan Yu led a battalion of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry to clear the monsters infiltrating our ranks, significantly reducing our casualties. Simultaneously, Bei Mingxue commanded a large group of cavalry archers, unleashing skyward arrows. The colossal beams of skill illuminated the sky, as a dense barrage of arrows fell like a torrential downpour upon the monsters, splattering foul blood everywhere. The sight of ghouls' heads rolling was gruesomely vivid, particularly with Bei Mingxue's attack, where the ice feathers enhanced the skyward arrow's damage to 100, compounded by Bei Mingxue's own formidable power, rendering the arrows terrifyingly potent. Boom! The onslaught of skyward arrows descended, decimating hundreds of monsters in the front lines. Even more alarmingly, many were frozen by the icy effects, leaving the ghouls and skeletal warriors immobilized, unable to evade the retribution of ranged mages and archers as they fell one after another. The dimensional storm conjured by Lien Xian has rarely ceased, sweeping across the monstrous horde with an attacking prowess that rivals the frigid onslaught of Bai Mingxue. With these two formidable allies, coupled with the assaults of high-ranking mages like Yutong, the ancient sword has successfully maintained its ground. One must commend the 1,000 mages borrowed from the fiery red lips. Their utility is indeed remarkable, particularly in such dire circumstances, enhancing our frontline DPS by over 25. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, heralding the arrival of a second, more lethal death storm, an army of demon giants brandishing colossal stone spikes. These demonic behemoths had long become puppets of the undead, their foul mouths agape as they rained down like meteors upon the populace, causing the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry to stagger back. In a contest of strength, few players could hope to rival these demon giants. Giguzi's gaze turned icy. Demon giants. Level 205 Heavenly Tier Quasi-Boss. Their attack power is excessively high. We must take them down individually. I shall lure one into a trap. Li Chengfeng, wielding the dark blade, declared, the one on the left is mine. Luan Yu spoke not a word, directly charging at the third demon giant. With unbridled fervor and laughter, I swung my battle axe at the fourth giant's massive foot. The ancient sword soul dream possessed the mightiest warrior legion, and thus, our most valiant generals were able to shoulder the burden of each demon giant, effectively neutralizing this catastrophic strike. Brandishing the Ziying Sword, I raised an arm, the dragon spirit swirling around it, howling forth. The spiraling dragon pierced through the breast of a demon giant, eliciting a substantial damage number. Before the Ziying Sword could return, I charged forth, grasping the sword mid-flight, and with a sudden thrust, plunged the blade into the ankle of the demon giant. A vigorous twist unleashed a flurry of 3 swift slashes, decimating the surrounding ghouls as well. The demon giant howled in agony, while Yutong unleashed a barrage of spells and the kiss of the dragon, further depleting the giant's health. With a thunderous roar, massive stone spikes descended from the heavens. The demon giant retaliated fiercely. The stone spikes stood as tall as 2 of me. I quickly raised my arm, invoking the dragon god shield for defense. Bang! The ethereal energy of the dragon god shield absorbed the boss's assault, and I took the opportunity to strike the demon giant's arm with the Ziying Sword. Pressing down the blade with a commanding shout, "Lie down!" In a clash of strength, the demon giant let out a wretched scream, and astonishingly, I felled it with a single sword strike. Immediately, Du Shisan led a throng of Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry to surround the giant, unleashing a flurry of strikes. A hero cannot withstand sheer numbers, and the demon giant, far from being a champion, succumbed to our collective onslaught, its health plummeting until it lay defeated. To my astonishment, a plethora of equipment spilled forth from the fallen giant. As I delivered the final blow, Du Shisan stepped forward to collect several items, grinning. Hee, what a boon. 3 heavenly artifacts and 2 earthly artifacts, all exceptional gear. I nodded in agreement. To the guild warehouse. The celestial armlet remains in my possession, quite commendable. In our rearward direction, anguished cries resound as the defenses of the Crazy Dragon Guild falter. A horde of demonic giants surges into the throng, trampling and sweeping through with their massive forms, sending the Crazy Dragon players flying. Some are even lifted effortlessly, crushed mercilessly. It is rather commonplace for the Crazy Dragon players, lacking the formidable dragon radiant warhorses and superior equipment, to be overpowered by these quasi-boss level foes. Although Dragon Walking the World is affluent, it has not managed to provide each guild member with top-tier equipment, which is an inevitable shortcoming. Ghouls, wraiths, and skeletal warriors wreak havoc upon the ground, their tormented wails echoing throughout. The Crazy Dragon Guild seems to be exhausting their very flesh and blood against the creatures, a sight that evokes a sense of pity. Chapter 972. The Ant's Defiance. Alas, it appears the Crazy Dragon Guild may not withstand even the initial wave. Du Shursan remarked with a tinge of regret as he observed their plight. Luan Yu cleaved through several ghouls, her stone shatter technique pulverizing the ghastly fangs, and laughed. It's a wonder they could hold off even this. The ordinary players of Crazy Dragon possess neither the equipment nor the levels to compete. In the leveling maps of Sky City, the Dragonbone Mountains are predominantly occupied by our guilds, Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, and Sovereign. To the west of Sky Forest, the Battle Sky Alliance is stationed, while the Godslayer of the Domineering Blade resides on the opposite mountain. Wang Dongliang of the Overlord Palace harbors little affection for Dragon Walking the World. Crazy Dragon has been relegated to scavenging the remnants of others in the leveling maps. It's no surprise they struggle. I sighed, reminiscing about the once formidable players of Crazy Dragon, who had relentlessly pursued me in the Ice Flow Forest when I hunted green mantises, and even hunted me when I targeted poisonous bees. Even Lin Yisan had once been hunted by them. It is astonishing how the once glorious Crazy Dragon has fallen to such a state. He smirked. Do not feel sympathy. They were ruthless during PKs. Their current plight is simply due to the overwhelming strength of the monsters. I have learned that even the Overlord Palace and Godslayer are showing signs of faltering, with players falling at an alarming rate, as death storms rain down vast numbers of undead. With a swift motion, I executed a blade of fury, obliterating a group of half-health vampires, and exclaiming, "Let us first secure our defensive line. We bear the brunt of the assault. For every death storm on their side, we may well face two here." Luan Yu galloped past, scooping up a ring that glimmered with golden light. Fortunately, the drop rates of the monsters are quite generous. Even if we perish in the end, it will undoubtedly be worth it, and the experience gained is substantial, is it not? Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement, maintaining their composure as they continued to slay the monsters. Ahead, more players from Crazy Dragon were retreating, unable to withstand the onslaught. With a flourish of my sword, I commanded, "Retreat. Fall back to the city and regroup behind the fortifications to continue the fight. All corrupt armored dragon knights, follow me." A vast throng of low-tier dragon knights surged backward, with many being mercilessly slaughtered by the advancing ghouls. The attributes of the earth dragons were akin to those of the azure battle tiger, far too feeble, confronted by this relentless horde of malevolent, ghostly monsters. The corrupted armored dragon knights appeared as fragile as tofu. With a thunderous roar, a dozen demon giants charged forth, swinging their stone spikes with ferocity, sending entire battalions of dragon knights soaring into the air. The heavy spikes obliterated the players' bodies, turning both man and steed into mere pulp, which ascended as white light towards the subordinate floating ice city of the Sky City, barred from re-entering its domain during the wrath of the goddess of death. The frenzied dragons had been vanquished. It was now our turn to bear the brunt of the onslaught. I gazed into the distance, where a dark mass of monsters approached, my blood surging with adrenaline. Drawing forth my purple sword, I bellowed, "Clear a path to the right. Provide cover for the retreating players of the frenzied dragon. All dragon riders mount up, raise your shields, and brace for impact. DPS, prepare. All archers, unleash your celestial arrows and spiral arrow blades at once. Let us diminish the force of the oncoming horde." In an instant, Li Chengfeng galloped forth, leading nearly 1,000 dragon riders alongside Giguzi, cleaving through the ghouls' pursuit to shield approximately 3,000 corrupted armor dragon knights in their retreat. With a powerful strike of his reverse scale slash, Li Chengfeng surged into the throng of monsters and barked at Dan Shu Tixi, "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to meet your doom?" The ghoul's vicious teeth relentlessly gnawed at Li Chengfeng's arm, causing even the dragon warriors to bleed profusely. Danshu Tixi gritted his teeth and led the frontline players of the frenzied dragon in retreat. Meanwhile, near the city gates, Longxing Tiantian and Han Yumegue stood resolutely. Longxing Tiantian, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, "What manner of monsters are these? So overwhelmingly powerful that our corrupted armored dragon knights cannot withstand them. How could the cavalry of ancient sword possibly hold their ground?" Han Yumegue, brandishing her longbow, gazed in shock at the brutal battle unfolding in the distance. "I heard that the cavalry of ancient sword has entirely changed mounts. Their current dragon riders now ride dragon-scale beasts of the Earth-tier boss level. Thus, they can engage directly, while we cannot." Longxing Tiantian inhaled deeply, rose. "How can we obtain those dragon riders? Without these high-tier cavalry, we cannot hope to maintain our footing on the pinnacle battlefield." Han Yumegue sighed softly. "It is difficult. That is an MVP reward for Lu Chun, which we lack." Danshu Tixi retreated and asked, "What shall we do now?" Longxing Tiantian raised his sword aloft. "No one is to enter the city. We must hold the eastern gate. If ancient sword cannot withstand the onslaught, we shall replace them. After all, it is merely a death that costs one level. The frenzied dragon cannot be cowardly." A multitude of players from the frantic dragon guild raised their weapons, seemingly pledging their resolve, though they appeared to have been utterly overwhelmed by the monstrous horde. On the front lines, Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, and others rushed back, brandishing their weapons and turning to stand firm. As the leaders of the ancient sword soul dream alliance, both he and I knew that in such dire moments, we must lead by example. As long as we remained steadfast, all players of ancient sword would continue to see a glimmer of hope. Amidst the chaos, the once serene battlefield erupted as the formidable presence of 29 celestial-grade boss-level demon giants surged towards us. A sense of trepidation filled the air as I questioned our ability to withstand such a formidable onslaught. Yet, with a light-hearted chuckle, he reassured me, "Fear not, for we possess the mightiest cavalry archers." No sooner had the words left her lips than a symphony of arrows pierced the air, their sharp whistling resounding like a clarion call. Under the astute command of Bei Ming Shui, 2,000 Dragon Dawn archers unleashed a barrage of projectiles that soared above our heads, their range and power unmatched. The darkened sky rained down arrows like a tempest, each bolt striking the frenzied horde of monsters with devastating precision. The sound of impact was deafening as the arrows found their marks, eliciting anguished cries from the ghouls. Their forms riddled with dark, crimson blood, they fell in droves, resembling hedgehogs as they succumbed to the relentless assault. The skeletal warriors, clad in flimsy armor, were no less fortunate. The arrows pierced through their defenses, sending them crashing to the ground, their desperate roars echoing amidst the carnage. Yet, despite our overwhelming firepower, the demon giants, encased in thick, stone-like skin, proved to be formidable adversaries. Only archers of Bei Ming Shui's caliber stood a chance to breach their defenses. With stone spikes in hand, they charged through the fallen bodies of ghouls and skeletal warriors, their powerful limbs propelling them forward like beasts. Just as they approached the front line, they leapt high into the air, their monstrous jaws agape, threatening to breach our defensive line. "Trouble approaches," I shouted urgently, commanding my allies to brace for impact. Rising swiftly, I drove my feet into the back of my ice-scaled steed, raising the Ziying Sword high as swirling cyclones enveloped me. With a fierce strike, I unleashed a devastating blade attack upon a leaping demon giant, 3 arcs of sword light crashing down upon its forehead. The sheer force of my blow diminished its momentum, sweeping it to the ground with a thunderous crash. As the demon giant crashed heavily to the earth, I regained my position atop my steed. On the front line, Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, Guguzi, and others rallied, employing their ranged skills to fell the boss. However, several demon giants had already breached our first line of defense, wreaking havoc among the ranged players, their stone spikes sweeping through the ranks with deadly efficiency. In the midst of the turmoil, a crimson glow erupted as the agile figure of the beautiful Xiaoman emerged, her dagger slicing through the air to successfully stun the boss. Coordinating with the attacks of her comrades, she skillfully restrained the monster's fury. Lu Bu wielded his silver fan, casting a series of dragon pulse techniques that effectively immobilized another demon giant. With steady footwork, he retreated in a zigzag pattern, allowing the warrior players to absorb the boss's onslaught while enhancing his allies' attributes with the purple dragon strategy. effectively holding back 3 fearsome demon giants. At the rear of the crowd, Bai Mingshui simultaneously restrained 2 colossal demon giants, while Lian Xin also held on to 2, facing a dramatic turn of events. Yet, everyone maintained a considerable level of composure. Despite the loss of many, the remaining players were not contemplating escape, but rather strategizing how to conquer the formidable horde of monsters before them. This encounter could be described as a display of diverse abilities, with dozens of near-bosses successfully contained within the realm of ancient sword soul dream. I positioned myself at the front line, continuously unleashing attacks, while commanding Lin Yu maneuver the 2,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry behind the front line to eliminate the airborne monsters. Lin Yu nodded, a remarkably astute woman who certainly understood my intentions. This monster siege was unlike the previous reckless charges. It was an airdrop assault, and the complexity of defending against such a three-dimensional attack was evident. It was imperative to have the high offense and defense of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry to clear the field, otherwise, the players in the rear would soon be overwhelmed. The demon giants possessed immense attacking power. A single sweep of their stone spikes could reduce numerous demon knights, along with their steeds, to mere pulp. However, this posed both a challenge and an opportunity, as the drop rate from the demon giants was exceedingly high, and the experience gained was astonishingly rewarding. Should we falter, it would turn into our nightmare. Yet if we triumphed, these giants would become our source of experience. Fortunately, Ancient Sword Soul Dream boasted a plethora of elite players, with renowned generals aplenty. With these extraordinary champions bolstering our ranks, we were essentially capable of withstanding the onslaught, especially with Gui Guzi, who wielded the lance of the cavalry god, enhancing his effectiveness by 100. Leading hundreds of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, they charged back and forth, rendering even the demon giants unable to breach their formidable defenses. As the battle raged on, I consumed the bountiful experience, sharing a portion with the ancient divine dragon. A glance at the little creature, coiled around my arm, revealed it asleep in bliss, evidently relishing the experience, as it leveled up 10 times in under an hour. Soon, the tempest of death began to wane. Below the city, countless monster corpses and equipment lay scattered, alongside stones and other remnants. Of course, to vanquish these formidable ghostly dance-level monsters, our sacrifices were not insignificant. In the forefront, a group of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry panted heavily, their gazes fixed on the dwindling monsters, each revealing a smile of satisfaction. Notably, these cavalrymen bore a dark, blood-glossed umbrella atop their shoulders, none other than the uniformly equipped Ghost Car BB, which played a pivotal role during the combat, mercilessly slaughtering countless ghouls with its strikes. I raised my head to behold the goddess of death, Sophie, amidst the blood clouds above. A flicker of flame ignited in my eyes. Sophie appeared to be observing me from the city below, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Humph, the resistance of the ants." Chapter 973. The Undead Siege. Look, another death storm approaches. I wonder what it is this time, Li Chengfeng said, gazing into the distance, his lips moistening with a blend of tension and excitement. I brandished my Ziying Sword and replied with a smile, "No matter what it is, it ultimately brings us experience." Luan Yu, somewhat skeptical, looked at me and remarked, "Gentlemen, please do not underestimate the situation. We have just received news from the Northern Realm that the City of Eternal Love is under siege by a death dragon commanding an army of the undead. Numerous high-ranking skeletal dragons are circling above the city, and Eternal Love can no longer withstand the assault. They are calling for aid from Hero City. Vienna has dispatched a contingent of 100,000 mages from the Arcane League to Eternal Love. Here, we are merely experiencing a temporary lull in pressure. The main city of France is on the brink of falling?" Indeed, at that moment, 2 vast death storms, one large and one small, swept through, shaking a corner of the Sky City and shattering countless bricks. The blood-red tempest gradually tore apart, unleashing a horde of carrion beasts that leaped from within the storm, crashing onto the corpse-laden ground outside the city. The carrion beasts resembled enormous black panthers, yet their bodies were magnified significantly, rotting and revealing patches of exposed bone. Their bared teeth glistening menacingly as they eyed the players of the Ancient Sword Soul Dream on the defensive line. Carrion Beast, Ghost Dance Level Monster, Level, 210 Attack, 1. 050, 012, 500 Defense, 12, 000 Health, 1, 000, 000 Traits. Undead Control, Ignores 15 of the target's defense traits. Bloodthirsty attack. Executes a series of 3 consecutive strikes on the target skills. Gnaw, tear, claw of death. Description: the carrion beast, a malevolent creature that prowls the land of the dead. Feasts upon the corpses of various animals. Filled with a violent aura of death, they have been cursed and reduced to the minions of the undead. Possessing sharp claws and teeth capable of rending iron shields, the carrion beasts have long been a nightmare in humanity's battles against the undead. A level 210 ghost dance monster. With attack power rivaling that of a ghostly chariot. We are in for a fight. Be cautious. The carrion beasts possess armor-breaking and triple strike capabilities. Do not fall victim to instant death. Cleric players, prepare for rapid healing. I commanded loudly. Ahead, a dark mass of carrion beasts roared as they charged. Their speed akin to lightning, even surpassing the full-force charge of the Dragon Dawn cavalry. Their thunderous roars seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Clang, clang, clang. The front lines of numerous Dragon Dawn cavalry players planted their shields firmly into the ground. Giguzi, wielding the spear of the riding god, gazed resolutely, bellowing, "Hold your ground. Protect our brothers behind us. It is our duty and mission as knights." I too readied my sword, waiting for the moment the monsters would come into contact. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the first wave of carrion beasts surged forward, crashing into the knights' shields with their deafening roars. Many Dragon Dawn cavalry members were forced back several steps by the impact, while only a few, such as He, and Giguzi, managed to remain steadfast, bolstered by their formidable weapon attributes. The claws of the carrion beasts danced menacingly as they launched their ferocious assault, their bloodthirsty strikes crashing against the shield. In an instant, 3 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders nearby fell to the ground with agonized cries, obliterated in a heartbeat, as horrifying damage numbers soared above them. 78,232, 72,626, 80,109. Such terror. What kind of attack could annihilate the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders so effortlessly? Before me, a dozen carrion beasts charged forth. Without hesitation, I unleashed a fierce strike with my sword, the blade of flames, sending forth the ice-shattering slash, and summoned an ancient seal upon the ground. A thunderous resonance erupted, causing the carrion beasts to howl in pain as their health plummeted significantly. Yet, they continued their advance with less than half of their vitality remaining. Swinging my sword, I delivered successive cleaving blows while the carrion beasts roared, their claws repeatedly striking against the dragon's shield. Fortunately, my defense was sufficiently high. The beasts could only chip away approximately 10,000 health points with each strike. Behind me, Moon Dew, a healer, diligently restored my health, while unrelated Wind and Moon cast supportive buffs. Even when 3 carrion beasts attacked me simultaneously, my life remained unthreatened. Covering fire, I bellowed. In the air, arrows rained down as Bei Mingxue and other Dragon Dawn archers launched a barrage of ranged attacks, spiraling arrows slicing through the horde of carrion beasts, producing an onslaught of alarming damage figures. However, our frontline defense was no longer invulnerable. Several Dragon Dawn Iron Riders fell victim to the combined onslaught of 23 carrion beasts. There was little we could do. The level 210 ghostly dance monsters were overwhelmingly powerful. Beside me, Daring Spirit let out a pained groan and staggered back, his health plummeting to around a third, his complexion turning ashen. He had not anticipated the monsters would be so formidable. I quickly galloped over, my Phantom Wolf King striking down a carrion beast with its claws, and I executed a Warbreaker to dispatch 2 more, barely stabilizing the situation. Daring Spirit, recover quickly. Yes. Daring Spirit replied, brandishing his battle axe while receiving healing from several priests. Lu Bu called from the rear, Lu Chun. Allow me to lead a team of Dragon Dawn Iron Riders. Certainly. I readily consented, facilitating an exchange of leadership between Daring Spirit and Lu Bu. At such a critical moment, the skill for breaching was less effective. The task of slaying monsters shifted from the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders to the mages and archers. Our sole responsibility was to maintain the defensive line, making the 100 attribute bonus of the Purple Dragon increasingly vital. Lu Bu stood at the back of the crowd, his feet planted within the Purple Dragon strategy aura, his silver paper fan swirling elegantly as he unleashed dragon vein techniques upon the advancing carrion beasts, expertly managing their movements. Indeed, with the presence of the server's most elite strategist, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, we were fortunate. Gradually, through our collective efforts, the formation stabilized, and the numbers of carrion beasts began to dwindle, alleviating much of the pressure. Suyong brandished his blade, executing a devastating skill, exclaiming, "Damn it! This wave of carrion beasts has cost us nearly 1,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders. How ruthless!" With a swift motion of my sword, I unleashed the fiery blade, intertwining 3 flaming edges amidst the throng of monsters, instantaneously slaying nearly 20 carrion beasts. A surge of vitality coursed through my body as countless experience points ascended around me. A golden light erupted from my arm, signaling that the ancient dragon had leveled up once more, yet it remained in a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the ferocity of the battle outside. Truly, it was the epitome of an ancient divine beast, possessing a tranquility that ordinary mortals could scarcely fathom. At that moment, He's visage paled as he exclaimed, "It's over. The forces at the North Gate, including the guilds of annihilation and the Heavenly Strategy Pavilion, have completely crumbled. They can no longer defend the city and have retreated within its walls, relying on the NPC legions of the Sky City for protection." I nodded in acknowledgement. This was anticipated. Even our Dragonlight Iron Cavalry has suffered significant losses. It would be a miracle for those guilds to withstand the onslaught. This war was never solely in the domain of the players. We can only do what we are capable of. The next course of action will depend on how Princess Calisson within the city addresses these dire circumstances. Li Chengfeng, brandishing his dark blade, remarked, "Our duty is to deplete the forces of the Undead Legion as much as possible, to gather as much equipment and experience as we can. The drop rate from these carrion beasts is impressively high. They can yield superior-grade earthly artifacts. A windfall indeed." I chuckled heartily, commanding the Phantom Wolf King to eliminate the remaining carrion beasts. Dismounting, I beheld a thick layer of equipment, stones, skill books, and other treasures scattered before me, items dropped by players with a luck value of 70, hinting at their considerable worth. I picked up a wrist guard, a 4-star superior earthly armor, with an attack power of 22, truly a fine piece. In this era, defensive gear that augments attack power by more than 15 is revered as a divine artifact among players, many of whom lean toward a violent playstyle, forsaking high defense in favor of overwhelming offense. A player outfitted with gear that boosts attack power by over 10 for each piece could easily accumulate an attack bonus exceeding 200, making such players immensely popular in the wild, instantly recognized as kin by numerous party leaders upon revealing their attributes. I continued to collect, amassing nearly 100 pieces of armor, both heavy and light, each boasting an attack power of 15 or more, items of considerable value that I plan to sell at the shop later. As for the task of replenishing the guild warehouse, I would leave that to others. I had my own small ambitions. The shop was also a vital part of the ancient sword's economic strength. Just like last time, the shop's efforts had produced nearly 100 Dragonlight Iron Cavalry, proving invaluable in critical moments. Glancing at my inventory, I noted that the 9 Heavens Fire Handchains still had a substantial number of empty slots available. I thought to myself, let us strive onward. The goddess of death, Sophie, is furious, and my inventory and wallet must swell with her wrath. "Watch out. It seems something has parachuted in over there," shouted a voice, pointing toward the distance where not only numerous carrion beasts were advancing, but also sizable black war machines resembling tractors were descending. "What are those?" Li Chengfeng asked, bewildered. Furrowing my brow, I muttered, "This is dire. Those are long-range siege engines. Sophie has truly outdone herself by airlifting siege machinery." "Siege engines?" Li Chengfeng chuckled. "What could the undead siege engines possibly be? Are they going to hurl shattered bones at us to bring about our demise?" I nodded. "Indeed. Even mere fragments of bone could bring about your demise." "Brother, you cannot be serious, right?" Li Chengfeng exclaimed in astonishment. I raised the Ziying Sword and bellowed, "Maintain the integrity of our formation, prepare to withstand the assault of the undead siege weaponry. No matter what, we shall not retreat." Everyone unsheathed their blades, re-entering a state of combat. In the distance, amid the sharp sounds of projectiles being launched, the undead siege engines hurled clusters of dark objects towards us, thudding against the players' shields. As the round objects rolled to the ground, a closer inspection revealed they were putrid human skulls. Wu Yi suddenly covered her mouth. Ruan Yue similarly stifled her gasp. How repulsive. Thud, thud. 2 gruesome objects rebounded off my dragon god shield, a human thigh and a severed torso, the head gruesomely severed and crawling with maggots. Everyone's faces turned pale. nearly retching from the sight. Chapter 974. Commemorating the souls of the departed. How revolting, utterly revolting. What purpose does throwing these objects serve, if they hardly drain any health? Truly, the undead have a morbid taste. Wanyue cursed vehemently. I grimaced, suddenly noticing that the dismembered limbs falling into our ranks began to emit a blood-red glow and swell ominously. I shouted in alarm, "Everyone, be cautious. These limbs pose a threat." A collective gasp arose from the group as they turned their gaze to the ground, witnessing the heads and severed limbs swelling like balloons filled with decaying blood. At the moment they reached a critical point, a resounding explosion erupted, as if they were bombs, inflicting indiscriminate damage upon the surrounding players. Boom, boom, boom. I endured the impact of 3 consecutive limb explosions, a blast radius forming within approximately 55 yards, an excruciating, lethal burn coursing through me. 89,932, 78,822, 81,278. By the gods, I nearly met my end. I widened my eyes, realizing that only the spirited warrior beside me remained. The rest of the dozen or so Dragon Dawn Knights had been obliterated by the explosive aftermath. Not far away, He, Wanyue, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, and others exchanged glances, all with health dwindling below 10, their faces pale with dread. What on earth is this? I hastily consumed a level 10 elixir and commanded loudly, "Rearline Dragon Dawn Knights. Step forward and fortify our defenses. Damn it, let us fight these despicable undead." At my roar, the others snapped back to reality, and the rearline Dragon Dawn Knights surged forward, shields raised to brace against the onslaught of the carrion beasts. The damage from the undead's siege weaponry was devastating. Having already inflicted significant losses after that last strike, our entire team suffered grievously. Thud, thud, thud. The carrion beasts collided against our shields, the battle intensifying with ferocity. In the distance, dismembered limbs continued to rain down upon the crowd, but these limbs required 23 seconds before they would explode, granting us a fleeting opportunity. Observing a limb soaring towards me, I chose not to block it. Instead, I swung my sword, deflecting the limb back, utilizing it to detonate and diminish the health of the carrion beasts, a strategy that proved fortuitously advantageous. Nevertheless, the cacophony of explosions persisted, and our casualties surged dramatically. The Earth's cyclone howled as I transformed, 3 azure guardian blades swirling around me. The purple sword unleashed the fury of a silver dragon storm, engulfing a horde of carrion beasts. Witnessing my comrades fall one by one ignited a fire of rage within us. Guzi pointed his divine spear towards the heavens, bellowing at Sophie, "You vile and cruel woman, come down if you dare. What skill lies in attacking with that foul catapult?" I turned to him and cautioned, "Fool. She can hear you." "What?" Guzi gasped. I was merely shouting casually. In the blood-red clouds above, Sophie brandished her blade, her gaze icy. Suddenly, she propelled herself downward with a force akin to a meteor, halting abruptly 20 meters above the ground. With her sword poised, she thundered, "You pitiful ants. Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" Ascending her blade, a wave of crimson sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the crowd. Boom. A barrage of terrifying damage figures erupted. 297,277, 271,882, 312,982. A blinding light engulfed the battlefield as the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, along with nearly 100 Dragon Dawn archers, were obliterated in an instant. The battlefield, spanning approximately 20 meters, transformed into a void. The wrath of the goddess of death was beyond our wildest imagination. This strike could only be withstood by players with health exceeding 300,000 and defense surpassing 10,000. Otherwise, death was inevitable. With a crack, Sophie soared higher, her eyes ruthless as she declared, "Let these decayed and hypocritical monarchies shatter before me. Karen-san, emerge. I shall avenge the grievances of Cold Night Town." She demanded the surrender of Duke Karen's, threatening, "Otherwise, I will raze this sky city to the ground." Silence enveloped the city. On the walls, NPC archers knocked their arrows, poised to deliver a fatal blow as Sophie approached. Gradually ascending, she remained defiant amidst the clouds, raising her sword and proclaiming, "The time has come for you filthy insects to mobilize." Movement stirred within the city, atop the walls. A striking figure clad in deep blue armor emerged, the commander of the Ice Legion, Ziying. With her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, she raised her left arm and commanded, "Griffin riders, take flight. Destroy those accursed siege machines and crush those demons who disregard human life." A shrill cry echoed as a swarm of gray-black griffin riders ascended from the city, nearly 1,000 strong. The knights, wielding thunder hammers, swung their weapons fiercely, delivering devastating blows to the siege engines, shattering them to pieces. I raised my sword high, exclaiming, "Chengfeng, gather 1,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and follow me to demolish the catapults. We must continue to hurl the bodies of the fallen, or we shall all perish." With a resounding affirmation, the elite warriors of the ancient sword surged forward, disregarding the attacks of the carrion beasts, their focus unwavering as they charged towards the catapults. As we approached, I raised my blade, intertwining skills such as Fiery Blade, Reverse Scale Slash, and Ice Rock Purgatory Slash, obliterating a siege engine in an instant. The mobility of the squad was extraordinarily high, swiftly pivoting to the other side, fully empowered by the effects of the King's Way and the Rider of the Gods, balancing both offense and defense. A battalion of Dragon Dawn Iron Riders enclosed a catapult, their chaotic blades slashing down the small demons that had hurled remnants of flesh. Together, they launched a barrier-breaking assault, obliterating a catapult in a single strike. As the catapults shattered, the onslaught of the undead appeared to have been restrained. However, just as hope flickered on the horizon, a wretched roar of dragons shattered our optimism once more. From the depths of the blood clouds, monstrous dark figures broke through, revealing themselves to be skeletal dragons, their numbers exceeding 100. So, the vile insects Sophie spoke of were indeed these bone dragons? It was over. The dragons had emerged. The crowd stirred in agitation. Guei Guzi, wielding the Rider of the Gods' spear, bewilderedly exclaimed, "What do we do now?" I hastily turned my steed and commanded, "Everyone, return to formation. Cooperate with the Dragon Dawn Bow Riders for defensive positions. We must hold these bone dragons at bay and prevent them from rampaging into the city." Understood. The group hurried back with fervor. On the city wall, Ziying's eyes blazed with fury as she brandished her sword and commanded, "Griffin Knights, go. Annihilate those bone dragons. Do not let them prevail." The Griffin Knights swiftly maneuvered, charging towards the horde of bone dragons. Leveraging their numerical superiority, around 10 to 15 Griffin Knights surrounded a single bone dragon, raining down blows from their hammers. Despite the formidable defenses of the bone dragons, their bones shattered under the relentless assault. Suddenly, a bone dragon let out a horrific wail, opened its maw wide, and seized a griffin, tearing it to shreds. Blood and entrails raining from the sky. As the battle raged, a flash of crimson light surged forth. It was Sophie, her sword slicing through the air with lightning speed. The head of a Griffin Knight soared away, blood splattering. The knight silenced before he even realized his fate. Sophie's movements were unceasing, with a single hand outstretched. Wind blades and ice shards erupted in rapid succession, eliciting pained cries from several Griffin Knights as ice spikes pierced their bodies. Sophie's attacks resembled those of a deity, far beyond their capacity to withstand. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 1,000 Griffin Knights had fallen to Sophie's wrath. On the wall, Ziying gritted her silver teeth, utterly helpless. In a fit of rage, she seized the longbow from a nearby archer, drawing back the string as waves of fiery energy surged into the arrow. With a snap, the arrow was released, soaring into the sky like a fiery comet. "What?" Sophie gasped in surprise, abruptly spinning around. Her alabaster hand swatted the arrow away, and a fierce murderous intent filled her expression. "Little girl, are you seeking death?" A palpable wave of oppressive energy surged forth as Sophie lunged toward the city, her blade cleaving downward with fury. Ziying hastily drew her sword to parry the blow. But with a clang, her blade shattered, and she coughed blood, staggering back. She was unable to withstand even a single strike from Sophie. Seeking death. Sophie's murderous intent was palpable as she delivered a powerful kick, slamming Ziying's body onto the stone bricks of the city. Her sword poised between Ziying's pristine bosom. "Allow me to send you to hell with a single stroke." Tears of humiliation streamed down Ziying's face. A valiant commander who had once traversed the continent, yet now found herself unable to withstand even a single strike from Sophie. Just as Sophie was about to deliver a lethal blow, a sudden cyclone enveloped the blade, and a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It was Karen San. the ruler of the Sky City. With a resounding clash, Karensen forcefully repelled Sophie's sword, her eyes ablaze with fury. Sophie, how dare you launch a surprise attack when you should be languishing in hell? What do you truly desire? Do not forget, you were once human, revered as one of the 10 heroes. Sophie smiled mockingly. Karensen, how does it feel to be a sovereign, with absolute power in your grasp? You must be utterly incapable of understanding the helplessness of the weak. Karensen's eyes turned blood red. I have dedicated my life to fighting for the weak. Is that so? Sophie retorted, hatred surging in her eyes as she exclaimed, where were you when 1,000 innocent civilians were slaughtered in Cold Night Town? Where were you when Duke Karen's incinerated those deemed heretics? Have you cast aside the glory of the empire? Karensen, surrender Duke Karen's, and I shall offer his head as a tribute to my mother. At that moment, I shall withdraw my forces. Karensen trembled. Sophie, what do you truly know? Sophie replied coldly, the cold blade has revealed all truths to me, Karensen. Surrender Duke Karen's. This is your sole option. Nearby, Ziying stood, gritting her teeth. Karen's is the emblem of the Empire's glory. He is our last remaining starry sword saint, and must not be handed over to this demon. Sophie suddenly laughed. Then I shall scorch every blade of grass and wood in Sky City to honor my mother's soul. In the air, a dragon's breath descended, drenching Chengfeng and Guguzi. I hastily raised my sword and hurled it, the Ziying Sword piercing through the neck of the bone dragon, drawing its hatred toward me. I then swiftly maneuvered, guiding the bone dragon down to a height accessible to the archers. Ziying Sword chuckled. This is a semi-divine boss. Commence the attack. For divine artifacts are at stake. Upon hearing that divine artifacts could drop, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. With nearly 100 bone dragons in the sky, if we could bring them all down, each dragon could yield 35 pieces of equipment. Perhaps every member of the Dragon Yao cavalry could be outfitted with 12 pieces of divine gear. It is known that the primary equipment of the Dragon Yao cavalry consists of earthly and heavenly artifacts, and only a few possess divine artifacts, which remain quite expensive, each costing at least 10,000 RMB. Without exceptional skill or luck, acquiring such high-end equipment is nearly impossible. Hold on, heal the tanks. We cannot afford any losses. He commanded loudly, wielding the 7-star glass spear alongside Chengfeng, Guguzi, and myself as we formed a defensive front. With our firepower drawing the bone dragon's attention, they were unable to harm us significantly. The dragon's breath could at most deplete 100,000 health points. Not enough to slay any of us instantly, and with a cooldown of 23 seconds, it provided ample time for the priest players to heal. With a resounding thud, the skeletal dragon descended to the ground, its 4 claws digging in as it unleashed a flurry of attacks. Its sharp talons clashed against our shields, echoing with a metallic clang. In response, we retaliated without hesitation, employing skills such as barrier break to pierce through the dragon's bony defenses. Coupled with Ziying Sword's bone-corroding arrow, even a celestial tier quasi-boss could hardly withstand such relentless assault. In less than 3 minutes, the first skeletal dragon collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering an impressive array of loot, totaling not just 5, but an astonishing 11 pieces of equipment. The spirited Luan Yu eagerly collected and displayed the spoils for distribution. My companions, He and Ziying Sword among them, opted out, having already secured substantial rewards from both the domestic and international WL tournaments. Any additional benefits from these skeletal dragons were better bestowed upon the stalwart members of our guild, such as Guguzi, Chengfeng, Luan Yu, Dou Zhiyang, Su Yang, and Du Shisan. Their strength was the backbone of our guild, and their prowess ensured our collective might. Onward to the next 3. Ziying Sword unleashed a rapid volley of iron arrows, summoning 3 skeletal dragons with a cacophony of sound. We quickly positioned ourselves to engage. This time, Su Yang and I restrained one, leaping from our mounts to deliver a decisive strike upon the dragon's neck. To our astonishment, the Shatter Mountain effect was triggered, the sound of cracking bones filling the air as 3 vertebrae shattered beneath the force of the Ziying Sword. The skeletal dragon let out a harrowing wail, and a staggering damage number of 1,477, 272 erupted forth. Good heavens, can you be any more overpowered, Lu Chen? Su Yang bellowed in disbelief. I too was taken aback. This was the power of Shatter Mountain, revealing its astonishing efficacy against such bony foes. The skeletal dragon, racked with pain, swiftly twisted its head, jaws agape, and with a snap, nearly devoured my arm along with the dragon shield and the ancient divine dragon. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The previously dormant ancient divine dragon suddenly opened its sapphire eyes, wrapping itself around my arm and emitting a low, rumbling growl, a melody that resonated deep within the soul. In an instant, the skeletal dragon seemed to recoil in terror, releasing its grip on my arm, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. The ancient divine dragon truly exhibited its might. Merely through its imposing dragon presence, it had instilled fear in the skeletal dragon, a creature already classified among the undead. It trembled like a quail, its combat effectiveness utterly shattered by the sheer intimidation. We surged forward in unison, overwhelming the skeletal dragon with a flurry of attacks. I glanced at my arm. The little dragon, after teaching the obstinate skeletal dragon a lesson, had resumed its slumber, proving that even in its infancy, this dragon was an extraordinary sleeper. In the skies above, the roars of dragons echoed as the skeletal dragons tore through griffin nights like paper, raining down destruction upon the ground. Streams of dragon flames erupted, each capable of inflicting a minimum of 100,000 damage. One breath was manageable, but when several skeletal dragons unleashed their fiery breath in unison, it became overwhelming. Amidst the chaos of intertwining dragon fire, players from our guild, Gujian Soul Dream, continued to fall in battle. Yet, a multitude of individuals continued to resist valiantly. At the eastern gate of the Sky City, our guild stood as the sole bastion. As players dwindled in numbers, the blood mercenaries and allied players surged forth. While dozens of skeletal dragons soared through the air, launching lethal assaults upon the players, their anguished cries echoing incessantly amidst the inferno engulfing the entire Sky City. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in flames plummeted from the city walls, crashing into the throng below and colliding directly against the leg of a skeletal dragon. It was none other than the stunning warrior clad in crimson armor, Karen-san. Blood trickled from her lips, and a grievous wound marred her arm. Enraged by the impact, the skeletal dragon reared back and ferociously attempted to devour her whole. Karen-san, filled with fury, brandished her sword, unleashing a glimmering arc of cold light. In a single, swift motion, the massive head of the skeletal dragon fell from its neck, a testament to the effortless prowess of NPCs in slaying foes. The dragon's health plummeted to a mere 25, an astonishing display of ferocity. Here they come, a voice called from the ramparts. Karen-san swiftly turned, her sword poised defensively before her. A resounding clash followed, sending her staggering backward. Her assailant was none other than Sophie, whose prowess far surpassed Karen-san's. Resistance was futile. With a swift stroke, Sophie's blade left yet another crimson gash across Karen-san's chest. A cruel smile danced upon Sophie's lips as she taunted, Karen-san, after a millennium of training. Is this all you can muster? Or shall you sacrifice your life, so that I may summon the formidable, yet cowardly Starry Sword Saint, Karen's? Karen-san lowered her sword, blood cascading down its blade and splattering onto the pristine marble below, resembling vibrant crimson peach blossoms. Dream on. Master Karen's has been in seclusion at the temple for centuries. He would never heed your call, Sophie. You shall ultimately regret the actions you take today. No one has betrayed you. You have betrayed yourself. Begone with your hypocritical words. Sophie exclaimed, extending her hand. Dark energies surged forth, striking Karen-san squarely in the chest. Once more, the princess of Sky City was grievously injured. Propelled outward to crash against the intricately carved sword statue outside the city, which represented the Silver Moon Alliance. With a thunderous crack, the statue began to fracture. Moments away from collapse. What shall we do? Guguzi exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm. The goddess of death is merciless. At this rate, we shall all perish. I brandished my sword without hesitation, declaring, what are we waiting for? Join me in assaulting Sophie. I refuse to believe that a divine-level boss cannot be vanquished. With that, I thrust my palm skyward, summoning a golden seal that soared into the air, precisely marking the space between Sophie and Karen-san, thwarting Sophie's deadly strike. The ancient seal forced her to recoil. Simultaneously, I unleashed the earthly cyclone, hurling my blade, which spiraled forth with a fierce roar. The blade collided with Sophie's protective barrier, rebounding with tremendous force, and at long last, I had successfully provoked the goddess of death. Sophie suddenly turned to me, her voice laced with fury. Ah, the brother of the wind singer. How amusing that he is but a mere specter. Today, with Shinran absent, let me, her devoted sister, take care of her brother, so that she may willingly accompany me back to the underworld and reclaim her divinity. No sooner had she spoken than Sophie appeared before me in a flash, her sword slicing through the air as she bellowed, "Die, brat!" The Ziying Sword trembled, sensing the overwhelming might of its adversary. As I raised my sword to defend, Sophie's weapon descended upon me like a colossal boulder, crashing down with a thunderous thud upon my shoulder, inflicting a staggering 973 points of damage and sending me hurtling backward. I skidded across the ground for quite a distance, my vitality diminished by more than half, but fortunately, Murong Mingyue and Yulu were not far behind, swiftly employing instant healing spells to restore my health. At the same time, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, and Su Yang joined the fray. The dragon bone spears relentlessly struck against Sophie, yet failed to deliver significant harm. Su Yang, undaunted, charged forward, his sword raised high as he brutally slashed at Sophie's back with a mighty blow. Boom. 929. Alas, his attack power was insufficient to inflict a critical wound. Geguzi launched a frontal assault, the divine lance of the cavalry god erupting forth, piercing through Sophie's protective aura and leaving a crimson gash upon her abdomen, dealing 7,882 damage. Enraged, Sophie lunged forward, her battle boots crashing heavily upon Geguzi's shoulder, her sword gliding ominously across his throat. 378, 284, 189, 142. A wave of terror washed over us all. One strike nearly obliterated Geguzi, the Blood Knight. Just how formidable was this Sophie? Clang. He was violently repelled by Sophie, who ignored all attacks, raising her sword as she intoned, "Death Storm." "Fall back," I shouted urgently. The group hastily retreated, with Li Chengfeng and Geguzi dragging their wounded bodies to safety. Those few Dragon Dawn Iron Riders who could not escape swiftly fell into a pool of blood, victims of Sophie's devastating area attack, which left no room for survival. Rising to my feet, I lifted my arm and declared, once more, the Dragon Slayer blade with the ancient sigil. Boom, boom. My assaults rained down upon Sophie, inciting her furious wrath. She charged at me, her blade shattering the defenses of the burning sky armor, piercing through my chest, reducing my health to 0. Yet, the effect of the resurrection technique activated, granting me a second chance at life. Humph, a trifling trick of the undead. Sophie thrust her blade forward, and I was struck once more, pinned against the city wall. Deeply ensnared. It was over. My mind blanked. Sophie was far too powerful for us mere brothers to withstand. Just then, a barely audible voice whispered in my ear, "Brother, I shall be there shortly. Hold on for just a little while longer." "Shinran, where are you?" I was bewildered, yet I saw no sign of her. Just as my confusion deepened, a deep, aged voice resonated from behind. "Sophie, the one you seek is me. Release that young warrior." The Starry Sky Sword Saint, Karens, had finally arrived. Chapter 976. The Battle with the Sword Saint Karens, you wretched old man. Sophie's gaze suddenly transformed into a mask of fury as she bellowed. "Do you recall the massacre at Cold Night Town? Those innocent souls fell beneath the blade of a duke like you. I shall never forget how my homeland was reduced to ruins by your flames. I can still vividly picture my return home, witnessing my mother's bones turn to ash. I swear I will kill you." Karens raised his hand to draw forth the silver sword from his back, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Sophie, you notorious leader of the undead. How many innocents have you slain over the years? Our positions have never changed. We are bitter enemies. However, I, Karens, have never engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Your mother's death is certainly not my doing." With a piercing shriek, Sophie summoned a multitude of crimson whirlwinds around her blade, a faint smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Executioners always find justifications for their actions. Karens, as a duke of the empire wielding great power, you will never comprehend the fury of the humble commoners. Though I, Sophie, have passed into death and become one of the undead, I am willing to seek justice for those still living." Karens gritted his teeth. "Come forth, you demon. I shall not allow your wicked hands to desecrate the Sky City. This is our last bastion of defense." With a soft sound, Sophie unleashed a devastating strike, her sword cleaving through the air, crashing against the blade of the Starry Sky Sword Saint. The Sword Saint staggered back, the force of the impact creating a tumultuous gust around them. Despite his formidable strength, The sword saint struggled to withstand Sophie's onslaught. Yet it was evident that he still held his ground. Debris from the crumbling wall cascaded down as I exerted myself to free my entangled body within the fortress. I called out to Baiming Shui. Baiming, utilize the long-range anti-magic arrows and various skills to control Sophie's position. Everyone spread out. Sophie is the root cause of this version of the goddess of death's wrath. Eliminating her will unravel everything. Understood. Baiming Shui and the group of Dragon Dawn archers quickly dispersed, encircling the area. They drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows and spiral blades. Unfortunately, Sophie's movements were too swift, darting like lightning to assault the sword saint, leaving the players struggling to lock onto her. Even when they managed to predict her strikes, the damage dealt was far from lethal. Clang. Sparks flew as Sophie's blade once again shattered the sword saint's defenses, though both were formidable practitioners. It was clear that the Starry Sky Sword Saint was significantly outmatched by Sophie. I approached Lian Xing, raising the Dragon God shield, and saying, Xing, use your elemental ability field to control Sophie's movements. I will cover you. All right. Lian Xing lifted the Thunder God staff and unleashed multiple elemental fields, interconnected to ensnare Sophie. Yet, she seemed undeterred, charging through with her sword, crashing through the elemental fields with relentless force, leaving no hindrance in her wake. Lian Xing looked at me helplessly. Lu Chun, it's no use. Sophie's domain power far exceeds mine. I can't even transform into a divine being. I gripped the Ziying Sword, my teeth clenched in frustration, powerless as I watched the Starry Sky Sword Saint valiantly resist. Shiran, hurry, I silently urged within my heart. Heartfelt emotions resonated within her as she softly uttered, Brother, I am on my way, just hold on for a moment. At this juncture, the question was not whether I could endure, but whether the Starry Sky Sword Saint, Karen's, could withstand the impending onslaught. Sword formation. Karen's abruptly retreated to the edge of the city, raising one hand with a flourish, causing blades to soar skyward. In the next instant, they transformed into a multitude of sword shards, hurtling down with fierce intent towards Sophie. However, she merely raised her sword, a sly smile dancing on her lips as she declared, Do you think such trifling techniques can harm me? With a swift motion, Sophie splayed her left hand, and crimson halos began to coalesce between her fingers. She cried out, Soul Umbrella, provide me with defense. A massive blood-red umbrella, approximately 5 meters in radius, materialized above her. Its ribs began to rotate slowly, and amidst the cacophony of thuds, Karen's sword formation struck the Soul Umbrella repeatedly, yet failed to breach its protective canopy completely. Damn it! Karen's grasped the hilt of his sword and soared into the air, landing on the silver bricks of the city with a resounding crack as he lunged towards his adversary. A long arc of sword light trailed behind him as he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes upon the umbrella, each resounding clang echoing through the air. Finally, Sophie's defense shattered, the umbrella disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, instead of triumph, Karen's face contorted in fear. As the blood-red glow dissipated, he beheld Sophie kneeling on one knee, her right hand enveloped in swirling dragon soul shadows. With a fierce cry, she raised her sword, exclaiming, Taste my ultimate move, Dragon Strike. Starry Sky Sword Saint. You hypocritical coward, experience the might of the dragon speaker. A torrent of draconic energy surged forth, crashing into Karen's chest and tearing a gaping wound. Even the sword he wielded began to slip from his grasp. With a powerful stomp, Sophie propelled herself into the air, her sword crashing down upon Karen's arm. With a resounding crack, the Sword Saint's agonized scream filled the air as one of his arms was severed cleanly from his body, blood spraying forth. The famed sword he once wielded clattered to the ground, symbolizing the end of an era for this unparalleled warrior, his fate sealed by Sophie. Ranked second among the 9 rulers of hell. With a soft thud, Karen's severed arm fell to the ground, and Sophie seized it, bringing it to her nose for a whiff. A cruel smile crept across her face as she bit into the flesh, tearing away a piece and spitting it out with disdain. Wrinkling her brow, she remarked, What a repulsive taste, Karen's. Your flesh is as revolting as your character. Prepare yourself, for with this sword, I shall surely sever your head. Callanth gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he bent down to retrieve the long sword from the ground, propping it up with his left hand. Sophie, he snarled, even if you were to kill me, you cannot extinguish the fate of all humanity. After my demise, There will be many more practitioners who will rise to challenge you. Just wait. Not far away, Karen-san, grasping the sword's blade tightly between her teeth, staggered forward step by step, declaring, Master Calanth, you cannot simply abandon your life. You are the embodiment of the martial god of our Sky City, and you should never submit to the forces of evil, even if it costs us our lives. We must not yield to Sophie. Calanth raised his head to gaze at Sophie, who hovered in the air, suddenly trembling with laughter. Sophie, I can sense your fury. But you must understand, back then, we merely isolated Cold Night Town. We never slaughtered its inhabitants. The ones burned at the stake were not innocent civilians, but rather the marauders who came to plunder. Sophie slowly descended above the city, her blood-red eyes reflecting profound sorrow as she turned her gaze towards Cold Night Town. Your Highness, she said to Karen-san, I was born and raised in Cold Night Town. My greatest aspiration in life was to become an honorable knight of the Empire. Ultimately, I trained under the master of the Hidden City, mastering martial arts and becoming one of the 10 heroes. Yet, when I awoke to reality, what did I see? I witnessed the conspiracies among human nobles. I beheld armies slaughtering their own people, and in a single night, Cold Night Town was reduced to ruins. Is this the outcome we deserve for our loyalty to you? Karen-san looked up at Sophie, her gaze resolute. I do not know what transpired in Cold Night Town, but I am certain that Master Calanth would never massacre defenseless civilians. That year, the plague swept across half the continent, and many innocents in Cold Night Town fell ill, on the brink of becoming soulless puppets. Yet, even then, Master Calanth would never have slaughtered those once kind people. Sophie smiled, her once pure visage appearing weary beneath the moonlight, tears cascading down her cheeks. All these years, I have never forgotten my mother's voice, as if she still soothes me to sleep. I long for the taste of her green onion pancakes, the aroma of oatmeal bread, and the sight of her back as she sent me off to the War God Academy. My mother's sighs pierce my heart, and her smiles awaken me from my dreams time and again. With gritted teeth, Sophie's eyes blazed with fury. It was you, Calanth. Your guards bound my mother to the pyre and reduced her to ashes, her last whispers calling my name, little Sophie. My mother's soul has never found peace, and today, I shall shatter this hypocritical reign, turning all falsehoods into nothingness. Calanth stood there, stunned, gritting his teeth. I truly never ordered the slaughter of civilians. Die! With a sudden, powerful shout, Sophie unleashed a blade of light that pierced through the sword saint's body, sending him crashing against the stone bearing the royal insignia. As he convulsed, blood splattering, the clarity in his eyes gradually faded, life slipping away from him. Sophie abruptly lunged forward, delivering a heavy punch to the sword saint's right chest. With a resounding crack, numerous ribs shattered, yet the sword saint gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a cry of pain. He merely furrowed his brow, lifting his head to gaze at Sophie, and declared, the fate of life and death for a person is already decreed by heaven. If I am to perish today, I have no regrets. At the very least, my life has been devoted to protecting the living of this continent. Sophie clenched her teeth in response, exclaiming, protecting? Nonsense. With another thunderous punch, she nearly pierced the sword saint's heart. Even with his profound cultivation, had it been anyone else, they would have surely perished by now. Above, skeletal dragons rampaged over the city, while in the distance, a storm of death approached with alarming speed. Karen-san, bloodied sword in hand, collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Master Karens. At that moment, a sudden crimson light tore through the clouds, revealing a dark silver dragon that protruded its head, letting out a fierce roar. Oh, my beautiful and innocent master, I see your brother. He is nearly being beaten to a pulp by Sophie. Chapter 977. The infernal ghost lantern, hearing the voice from the sky, filled me with uncontainable joy. It was the voice of the flying silver dragon's pup. Shinran had finally arrived. I looked up as a blood-red light pierced the clouds, revealing Shinran in a crimson cloak, brandishing a dragon-bone spear as she descended gracefully, landing firmly before me. The breeze tousled her long hair, and a gentle smile adorned her fair face. Brother, you look quite miserable. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I hastily pointed toward the Sword Saint, saying, Shinran, Sophie intends to kill Sword Saint Karens. Hurry and stop her. Shinran pouted, replying, Karens has always been arrogant due to his achievements. Why should I assist him? Karen-san, limping forward with her sword, pleaded, My Lord Windcaller. I understand that the nobility of the Sky Empire has left you with a poor impression, But please, I implore you to save Master Karen's. He is the last symbol of our empire's martial prowess. We cannot allow him to perish like this. Xingran turned to me, asking, Brother, do we truly need to save Karen's? I nodded emphatically, stating, whether we save Karen's is secondary. The most crucial task is to defeat Sophie and prevent her from summoning the storm of death to assault the city. Otherwise, Sky City will soon be lost to ruin. Xingran, Sky City is our shared homeland. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the undead. Very well, Xingran replied, gripping her dragonbone spear. She suddenly pivoted to face Sophie, declaring, My dear sister, is this enough? You have gathered such formidable power from the depths of hell. Is it solely for the annihilation of every inch of land on this continent? A sinister smile crept across Sophie's lips as she landed another punch on the Sword Saint's arm, blood spraying from the severed limb, bones splintering. Even the mighty Sword Saint let out a pained howl. Sophie glanced at Xingran and smiled slightly, saying, Nothing can extinguish my vengeful wrath, Xingran. Do you truly believe you can stop me today? Xingran raised her dragonbone spear, her crimson cloak billowing, proclaiming, You have summoned all the undead from the inferno, those with a power exceeding 25. If that is the case, today I shall take it upon myself to slay each of the souls you have summoned, leaving them in this realm. Let us see how you will explain this to Lena. Huh. Sophie erupted in a sudden fury, her body twisting as she delivered a powerful kick to the heart of the Sword Saint, Karen's. Instantly, his heart was shattered, his head tilting at an unnatural angle as he let out a pained groan, succumbing to death and ultimately unable to escape his fate. Utilizing the momentum from her decisive blow, Sophie transformed into a shadowy figure, lunging fiercely toward Chiron. With a resounding clang, Sophie struck with her sword, but Chiron, wielding the dragonbone spear, managed to parry the attack. However, Sophie's overwhelming strength forced Chiron to slide backward, her battle boots carving deep grooves into the cobblestones, until she collided with the base of the city wall. In a graceful maneuver, she kicked off the wall with her long, snow-white leg, stabilizing herself, and with a powerful thrust of her arms, deflected Sophie's sword. The dragonbone spear shot forward in a fierce counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive spear bursts clashed against the protective energy surrounding Sophie, surprisingly failing to breach her defenses at first. With an impassive expression, Sophie retaliated, kicking the dragonbone spear away and raising her sword, delivering a resounding blow to Chiron's shoulder. Fortunately, Chiron, through relentless training, was rapidly regaining her former strength, and Sophie's strike, while painful, did not inflict any significant harm, leaving her combat abilities intact. Snorting, Sophie suddenly slid back, raising her arm as countless whirlwinds coalesced at her feet, adorned with blood-red runes. She declared, I, Sophie, summon the contracts that nurture the slumbering malevolence of hell. Let the hellhounds devour all in their path. Roar. With that proclamation, a rift to the inferno opened, unleashing over a dozen blood-red hellhounds, their spirits charged with energy, each resembling a colossal beast. Their claws scorched the earth beneath them, leaving enormous footprints as they moved with astonishing speed, roaring as they darted toward Chiron. The onlookers, witnessing the seemingly frail bard, felt a surge of apprehension. With a sharp clap, Chiron retreated 2 steps before firmly planting herself against the city wall. Raising her dragonbone spear, she declared in a melodic voice, I, the bard Chiron, summon the endless souls sleeping in the depths of the inferno. Arise, wield your weapons, awaken your ancient loyalty, and defend against all as the nightly spirits protect. A tempest swirled around her, as countless blood-red, ghostly energies coalesced into nightly figures, mounted on spectral steeds, charging forth with swords and shields against the hellhounds. Boom, boom, boom. The series of energy collisions erupted, and in an instant, the eastern gate of the Sky City was reduced to rubble, the gate obliterated into dust, while tens of thousands of bricks from the city wall crumbled. The clash of 2 god-level entities invoking forbidden powers was a spectacle beyond the comprehension of any current player. The city walls have crumbled over a substantial length, and a multitude of players transformed into white light, soaring towards subordinate cities to resurrect. Longxing Tianxia, wielding a sharp blade, stood at the edge of the ruins, utterly astonished. Heavens, what is this? Thousands of lives extinguished in an instant. Who on earth are those 2 women? Han Yumegae, rendered speechless, replied, That is the goddess of death, Sophie. Quickly, Lead everyone to retreat to the Grand Hall. The East Gate has already fallen. The sound of hooves echoed as a group of members from the Crazy Dragon Guild could no longer withstand the onslaught and retreated, all bravely perishing in this place, a burden that Longxing Tianxia was unwilling to bear. In the sky, the silver dragon danced, its claws relentlessly tearing at the necks of the skeletal dragons, which were their weak points. With each strike, a skeletal dragon plummeted from the skies, losing its ability to fly. Meanwhile, on the ground, approximately 100 players encircled a single skeletal dragon. The interface displayed a surge in activity points. Once the Goddess of Death's Wrath event concluded, the scores of the ancient Sword Soul Dream team would undoubtedly be extraordinarily high, as players from the other 4 directions had retreated within the city defenses. Only the ancient sword cavalry remained outside the city, continuing to fend off the monstrous siege. A resounding crack echoed as Shinran soared into the sky. Sophie, brandishing her sword, shouted, "Shinran, why not settle our grievances today?" The 2 beautiful figures darted into the clouds, accompanied by the clanging of steel as lightning illuminated their eyes. Sophie, with her superior strength, held the upper hand, while Shinran had the advantage of the silver dragon's assistance. Boom! Another skeletal dragon crashed to the ground. Few remained aloft. Essentially, Sophie's aerial assault had not posed a fatal threat to us, though we suffered significant player losses in our quest to vanquish these skeletal dragons. It was all worthwhile. For the sake of this royal city, any sacrifice is justified, as it represents the unyielding steel line of defense in the east for the Chinese region. The Sky City remains unbreached. Without it, players from Qingta City, Giant Elephant City, and Purple Grape City cannot lay claim to the central continent. Silver Dragon, assist Shinran. I shouted towards the silver dragon in the sky. The silver dragon lifted its head and responded, "Yes, dear Master-S brother." He pursed her lips. "This dragon is quite anthropomorphic." I chuckled. "Indeed." Bai Mingxue pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, numerous purgatory ghost lights are floating up from below." Damn. I galloped to the forefront, gazing down at the city of sky. Indeed. Beneath it, a swarm of verdant lantern-like creatures floated above the floating stones. These were the high-tier magical monsters from the depths of the inferno, possessing formidable attack power. Activating my dark vision, I swiftly examined the attributes of the Hellish Lantern. Hellish Lantern, Demon Dance Class Monster. Level, 215 magical attack, 9,500 to 11,500 defense, 8,000 health points, 800. 000 traits. Magical acumen, enhancing magical damage by 50 skills. Fireball, Infernal Firewall, Dance of Death description. The Hellish Lanterns, wraiths that linger in the realm of death, are originally mere condensations of spiritual energy, brimming with the violent aura of demise. Cursed, they have become the minions of the undead, wielding deathly magical powers through their movements, making them a formidable force within the Infernal Legion. Beware, the Hellish Lanterns are magical creatures. I brandished my sword, standing at the city's edge, and shouted, "All surviving Dragon Dawn Iron Riders, reform the battle formation immediately. The Hellish Lanterns cannot fly. Let us keep them at bay outside the city." Dragon Dawn archers and the mage team prepare to attack, while the priests move slightly forward to heal. The Hellish Lanterns, endowed with magical acumen, will inflict excruciating pain when set ablaze. A solemn silence enveloped the crowd as the battle between the divine NPC Sophie and the enemies unfolded above, while below, our own war raged on. The fate of the City of Sky depended on our efforts. Clang, clang, clang. Players at the forefront unsheathed their weapons. In the next moment, countless green hellish lanterns floated towards the floating stone ground, rushing in with a cacophony. They halted at a distance of 25 yards from the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders' defense, howling fiercely as they spun, their octagonal forms expanding and unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the frontline players. Boom, boom, boom. Though the fireballs were modest in size, their damage was alarmingly high, each inflicting around 50,000 points of damage, and even I took a hit of 20,000. Goodness, these magical creatures are insidious. They attack from such a distance, and we cannot reach them. What shall we do? Giguzi lamented. I promptly commanded, "Archers, launch your arrows and draw the lanterns to the blades of our warriors." Instantly, the archers at the rear raised their longbows in unison, and the next moment, a multitude of arrows soared into the air, raining down upon the horde of monsters, attracting their ire. The lanterns surged forward, but were met with the stalwart defense of our warriors. Chengfeng raised his dark blade and declared with a grin, "Feel free to fire at will." Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant beams of group attack skills erupted beneath the city. Flame slash, reverse scale slash, stone break slash, aurora thrust, mountain shatter slash, and the roar of the Xieji, all unleashed in succession, swiftly depleting the health of the hellish lanterns. The might of the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders remained unparalleled in both offense and defense. Chapter 978 The Headless Horseman. The Purgatory Lantern roared ominously, continuing to swirl and expand. Under the surge of its radiant glow, walls of purgatory fire manifested amidst the throng of the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders. In an instant, the frontline players found themselves engulfed in flames, their health plummeting dramatically as the ferocity of the purgatory fire walls inflicted a staggering loss of at least 10,000 health points. What exacerbated the situation was that once the health of the purgatory lantern dipped below 25, it emitted a piercing shriek and spun rapidly, summoning the Dance of Death skill. Immediately, streams of blood-red energy, reminiscent of ancient palace maidens, descended from above, indiscriminately assaulting all players within a 1010 range. The onslaught was utterly devastating. Even the most spirited among us, such as Chaos Moon and others, found it nearly unbearable. 72,898, 81,282, 90,001. Good heavens! Ziying exclaimed, gripping his sword. The Dance of Death is ferocious. The damage from these well-endowed dancers is unbearable. I promptly issued a command. All priests, employ group healing indiscriminately. We must stabilize the health of our comrades in the front lines, or we are doomed. The priests swiftly altered their healing strategies, but it was slightly too late. Under the relentless assault of the Dance of Death, nearly 100 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders fell, their cries echoing as they were effectively slain in an instant, without even a chance to heal. Seeing this unfold filled me with urgency, and I shouted, "Control the monster's health. Cease all attacks once it reaches 30 health. And conserve our strength for a decisive blow. We must coordinate our efforts to secure a single fatal strike. These purgatory lanterns must be reduced below 25 health to unleash the Dance of Death, so maintaining that threshold will eliminate any threat to life." With that, I unleashed a devastating slash of the fiery blade, and under the effect of the fatal strike, a slew of half-health lanterns transformed into a bountiful stream of experience points. The sheer power of my attack rendered health management unnecessary, drawing envious gazes from the other players. In the realm of ancient swords, no warrior class could rival such explosive damage. Controlling a monster's health is a formidable skill, one not easily mastered by all. Consequently, the front lines continued to suffer losses as Dragon Dawn Iron Riders succumbed to the Dance of Death. This was the price of endurance. Every expert undergoes trials and tribulations, falling repeatedly to learn a skill, essentially paying the price of defeat to master their craft. In other words, every true master is forged through adversity. With a resounding crash, a purgatory lantern fell, leaving behind a card. I picked it up and examined it. A quintessential card for mage players. Purgatory Lantern card enhances the user's magic attack by 45 and magic attack speed by 50, while restoring 10 mana points per second. Required level, 180. Duration, 120 minutes. I immediately tossed the card to Lian Xian behind me, who promptly utilized it. Her potent output was precisely what we needed at this moment. There was no point in hoarding the card. Moreover, with the relentless tide of purgatory lanterns advancing, I was certain more cards would soon emerge, rendering any reluctance to share utterly unnecessary. As Geguzi and Li Chengfeng simultaneously leveled up, they exchanged glances, exclaiming in astonishment at the abundant experience points granted by the infernal ghost lantern. The battle raged on, and after nearly 65 of the dragon howling cavalry had fallen, those who remained were the elite of the elite. Their coordination began to blossom into a seamless synergy, transforming their confrontation into a massacre of the infernal ghost lanterns. Aside from a few unforeseen accidents that resulted in casualties beneath the Dance of Death, everything else proceeded rather normally. Behind them, beneath the shattered city walls, a new contingent emerged, prominently featuring Lin Yisin riding the moon-chasing tiger, accompanied by the purple-robed Marquis, Nangong Lexi, and the enigmatic Chanel. "Why is Shui Yinsen here?" I asked in surprise. Lin Yisin waved her 7-star glazed sword and replied, "There are very few monsters at the south gate. barely 1,000 ghost lanterns, along with some ghouls. The pressure is manageable, as Ling Xueshang and her team are holding the line there. I heard that Sophia was in this area, so I brought my team over. He remarked, there are at least 100,000 ghost lanterns at the east gate. Some have been slain. Lin Yisan chuckled. Sister Eve, allow us to share a defensive line with Shui-Yin-san. Let us fight side by side. Indeed. He pointed towards the south, stating, with spirits high, bring your team down. Let the wind color beauties take the front lines and alleviate our burden. Understood, guild leader. With fervor, the spirited warrior unleashed a resounding roar before galloping down, merging with the ranks of Chaos Moon's team to continue the slaughter of the infernal ghost lanterns. Indeed, no one knew whether the infernal ghost lanterns were the final wave of foes or if more awaited. The overall casualty rate of the ancient sword had exceeded 70. With nearly 100,000 reinforcements from Shui-Yin-san, it was like a timely gift from the heavens. After nearly an hour of intense combat, experience points surged by 75. Even I, at level 195, gained a substantial amount, while many players at level 180 had ascended directly by 23 levels. In just a few hours. Such a rapid leveling pace was sure to drive many to madness, provided they could survive. Will there be even stronger monsters? Lin Yisan smiled at me from a distance. I glanced towards the city below, my expression paling. Damn it, your ominous words have come true. There are so many more. What shall we do? A thunderous roar shook the earth, as the once lush forest was trampled into a wasteland. On the ground, a veritable tsunami of black monsters surged forth. Towering giants of approximately 3 meters in height, with skin as dark as night. Their lower bodies resembled spiders with multiple claws, while their upper bodies sported 6 arms and 3 heads. One pair of hands wielded enormous swords, another pair brandished shields, and the final pair brandished battle axes, presenting a terrifying sight. Good grief. I inhaled deeply, exclaiming, trouble has arrived. It's the third Prince Neza. Lin Yisan shot me an annoyed glance, saying, you still have the energy to jest? Quickly, organize our defenses. All mounted knights, brace your shields and hold your lines. I shouted, this battle will determine our fates. If we triumph, each of us shall be a hero. If we fall, then damn it, we shall still be heroes. The group from Shui-Yin-san fell silent, taken aback. A fervent group gathered, including Gue Guzi, Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and Du Shisan, all raising their blades with unwavering resolve, exclaiming, victory or defeat. We are all legendary heroes. Ha! The corners of Ziyi's mouth twitched as he mused. Goodness, are these incredibly formidable individuals from Gujian truly a bunch of foolish youths? As he spoke, a legion of Neza's third prince surged forth to assail the heights of the castle, launching a relentless assault upon our ranks. Swords, shields, and axes clashed violently. As the titanic figures spun and struck, their attacks ringing out against our defenses, forcing the dragon Yao cavalry to retreat in disarray. The monstrous strength of these high-level creatures was overwhelming. Hold the line. Priests, heal. Mages and archers, employ slowing spells. The third prince's speed is astonishing. I commanded, my voice resolute. The team fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught, with Ziyi and Zichuan Yu charging into the fray. Yet, the sheer force of the three-headed giants was formidable, breaking through our defenses almost instantaneously. The frontline knights faltered, and one after another. The giants broke into the rear ranks of players, wreaking havoc among us. I brandished my Ziying Sword, forcefully repelling one of the three-headed giants, and ordered, where's the 8th division? Xiaoman, lead a surprise attack to stun these monstrous foes. Coordinate with everyone. We must strike them down one by one. Maintain our formation. Though we may be battered, we must protect our comrades behind us. As our defenses crumbled, we fought desperately, but the giants' relentless assault was too much to bear. Their immense power overwhelmed even Gue Guzi, and the situation became dire. The battlefield at the East Gate was turning into a slaughterhouse dominated by the three-headed giants. With a thunderous crash, their axes shattered player armor, and the giants rampaged through the crowd, as Dragon Yao cavalry fell in droves. These creatures far exceeded the players' levels, and the gap was insurmountable, a true testament to the terror of the Death Goddess's Wrath version, where the disparity in strength was staggering. In an instant, the ground was strewn with equipment and potions dropped by fallen players, as more three-headed giants breached the city, clashing with Commander Stark's cavalry in a brutal melee. Meanwhile, The guilds responsible for defense, such as Quanglong and Huajian, were left dumbfounded, as nearly 100 three-headed giants stormed into the city, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. The Quanglong guild found themselves powerless to resist. Bashiando, wielding a colossal blade, shouted, "Charge in formation. Lock onto these three-headed giants." I refuse to believe that so many living warriors cannot overcome a few ghostly-level monsters. What does their high-level matter? Alongside Duba Chishan and Duba War God, they surged forward, radiant beams of light flashing, but regrettably, many strikes resulted in missed notifications, failing to stun the foes. Although the three-headed giants were ghostly-level monsters, they had been summoned directly by Su Fei, their individual combat prowess rivaling that of a bone dragon. The city lay in ruins, players fighting tooth and nail, exchanging their lives for the chance to bring down the giants, who continued to fall amidst the chaos of war. The battle was nothing short of harrowing. A searing blaze descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the crowd, instantly claiming the lives of nearly 100 warriors clad in silver and snow. A deep crater formed upon impact, and the flames erupted forth, striking the city walls once more, scattering fire everywhere. There, trembling together, were Shinran and Sophie. With Shinran grasping the blade of Sophie's sword, blood dripping incessantly to the ground, while the dragonbone spear pierced deeply into Sophie's shoulder. With a swift motion, Shinran pressed down, causing the spear to penetrate further, resulting in a pained expression on Sophie's face. In a sudden twist of her wrist, she maneuvered the blade, and with a sharp snap, severed 4 of Shinran's fingers cleanly. With a powerful kick, Sophie forcefully pushed Shinran away, declaring, "Shinran, you are no match for me. Why fight for these hypocritical humans?" Through gritted teeth, Shinran retorted, "If you wish to harm my brother, you must be dreaming. Headless Knight, what are you waiting for? Show yourself." No sooner had the words left her lips than she grasped the spear's handle again, and a crimson arc streaked across the sky, plummeting down to leave a bloody imprint on Sophie, ensnaring her in a web-like grip that rendered her immobile. The assailant was a warrior adorned in a fiery red battle garb, yet devoid of a head. The helmet was hollow, flickering with a flame of soulfire. Above, words floated in the air: Headless Knight Bloodfinger, God-level boss, level 240. What? Sophie gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Bloodfinger has been resurrected by you. Indeed. While Bloodfinger had erred, his soul had been purified. Shinran, brandishing the dragonbone spear, gazed resolutely at Sophie and proclaimed, "Bloodfinger's life has reached its end. Yet it marks a new beginning. I have redeemed his soul, resurrecting his body with the blood of a war god, transforming him into a headless knight. Now, burdened with sins, he shall fight for all living beings. Sophie, my dear sister, I wish for your redemption as well. Do not remain ensnared in hatred for Karens and other humans." Sophie, with her blood-red eyes fixed upon Shinran, suddenly burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking. Slowly, she grasped the blade of the dragonbone spear and said, "Shinran, you remain so naive. Do you remember? Lena placed a mark upon me, one that belongs to the undead. In this life, I, Sophie, am a dead woman, a wretched soul of the departed, unable to return. I have personally slain countless beings. My soul has long merged with the inferno, forever inseparable. Is that so?" Shinran replied with a smile, a hint of triumph on her lips. "I have traversed the world and finally discovered a way to redeem you. Sophie, everyone harbors within them a person they cannot let go. For me, it is my brother whom I encountered in Icebound City. For you, it is your beloved mother. For those we cherish, what soul is beyond redemption?" As she spoke, Shinran paused for a moment, gazing at the three-headed giants surging in the distance, and declared, "These fiends are the murderous beasts forged in the depths of hell for millennia. Since you have brought them to the realm of humanity, I cannot allow them to return. Today, we shall eradicate these demons, and I shall ensure you remain in this world as well." Sophie chuckled, her bosom undulating, and replied, "Oh, naive Shinran, do you intend to leave me here to continue the slaughter of humanity? As one of the 10 lords of the abyss, have you forgotten your loyalty to Lord Lena?" Shinran's gaze turned icy as she retorted, "I have never been loyal to demons. My heart belongs solely to my brother." With that, Shinran suddenly spread her arms and commanded, "Bloodfinger, go forth. Lead the warriors of the divine domain ruins in a counterattack. The fallen of the Violet Empire have also arrived." Let us annihilate every demon that has emerged from the abyss. Yes, my lady. Bloodfinger Ovia knelt suddenly, humbly bowing to Shinran, his voice resonating deeply from within. He turned, mounted his steed, brandished a sharp blade, and let out a thunderous roar as his warhorse reared, producing a mighty neigh. Instantly, the distant valley shimmered with golden light as countless warriors clad in golden armor charged forth, numbering in the tens of thousands, all hailing from the divine domain ruins. Boom! The valiant warriors surged against the formation of the three-headed giants, while Bloodfinger transformed into a spiraling tempest, descending from the sky city with unparalleled ferocity. Wherever his blade struck, nothing could withstand its might. The three-headed giants were utterly outmatched, their strength overwhelming to behold. Goodness, gasped the onlookers, their mouths agape like parched fish. Are those heavenly soldiers? Truly impressive. They are launching an assault against the three-headed giants, and our Dragon Dawn cavalry pales in comparison. The purple-robed Marquis grinned. Are those truly divine generals? My eyes glimmered with a darkened effect as I shook my head. No, they are not celestial soldiers. They are merely the remains of the fallen. Shinran has indeed succeeded. She has resurrected the ancient gods' corpses from the divine domain ruins, transforming them into an unstoppable army. Lin Yisan brandished her 7-star glazed sword and exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us also launch a counteroffensive, in tandem with Shinran's divine army. We shall seize the opportunity to reap the experience from the three-headed giants. We cannot let this chance go to waste. Look. The card effect of the three-headed giants is even stronger than that of the ghostly chariot. Standing beside me, Lin Yisan, charming and unmounted, with the moon pursuing tiger seal on her arm, wore a delightful smile. The card in her hand was indeed that of the three-headed giant, boasting a power point of 45 with a superlative effect, additionally enhancing her charge with 35 impact points, a card perfectly suited for knightly players, embodying an invincible mode. Clang! I drew my purpling sword and proclaimed, "Dragon Dawn cavalry, prepare to charge down from the city. The storm of death has subsided, and the three-headed giants are beginning to retreat. Let us descend and harvest their experience and spoils. The feast is upon us. Those who lag behind shall only drink the broth." The Iceland horse let out a resonant neigh as thousands of the Dragon Yao Iron cavalry, under my command, thundered down into the floating stone region, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the undead forces. Following Sophie's subjugation by Shinran, the combat effectiveness of these undead troops had significantly diminished, even instilling within them a sense of fear that led to their retreat without a fight. This presented us with a splendid opportunity to harvest experience. In the Sky City, the remaining guilds surged forth. After several hours of the siege, the casualties were substantial. Many players who had valiantly defended the Sky City perished, their avatars fading away on the grand map. The defenders suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of the ancient Sword Spirit Dream's cavalry and archers falling in battle. The ferocity of this war, dubbed the Wrath of the Goddess of Death, was nothing short of catastrophic. Crack! Crack! The sound of blades piercing the flesh of the three-headed giants was particularly melodious. These colossal demons, once filled with undying zeal, had become mere fodder for the player's blades. This could indeed be considered a boon for the ancient Sword Spirit Dream, as the slaughter of these high-experienced ghostly dancers would undoubtedly elevate the player's levels significantly. With spirits soaring high, the Yuhuan 18 riders, along with Li Chengfeng and others, laughed heartily, eagerly vying to collect the three-headed giant cards. These cards were exceptionally precious. The naive yet steadfast Giguzi activated his knightly prowess, leading several hundred Dragon Yao Iron cavalry with a 225 attack and defense boost into the fray. The cavalry commanders, Tian Tongyu and Qingkong Shui, similarly led their mounted warriors to assault the ranks of monsters, showcasing the indomitable might of the ancient sword cavalry. After nearly 3 hours of relentless slaughter, the monsters on the grand map were nearly annihilated. Even Bloodfinger withdrew. The golden-armored divine domain warriors vanished into the depths of the forest, with Bloodfinger returning to Shinran's side, sword in hand. After instructing Li Chengfeng and the others to continue the pursuit, I took my longsword and returned to the city gates with Lin Yisan, He Yi, and Baiming Shui. Sophie, battered and bruised, sat in a corner of the city wall, exhaustion etched on her face. She opened her blood-red eyes and gazed at Shinran, saying, "Is this enough? The army I summoned from the abyss has been nearly annihilated by you. Shinran, is this the outcome you desired?" You know that Lord Lina will be furious upon learning this news. He will come with an even stronger army to exact vengeance. Do you truly believe that those undead from the divine realm can withstand Lina's wrath? Shinran suddenly withdrew the dragon bone spear from Sophie's chest, the sound echoing as the spear struck the ground. She looked at Sophie with an aloof expression and said, Sophie, I can sense your anger, believing that Kalens was responsible for your mother's death. Now, I have scoured every corner of the Sky Empire and finally discovered your mother's whereabouts. Would you like to accompany me to see her? What? Sophie trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She stood, placing her hands on Shinran's shoulders. Have you truly found my mother, Shinran? Is it really true? Shinran nodded. Come with me, but I hope you do not regret killing the Sword Saint Kalens. Shinran did not take flight, but turned to me and said, Brother, you should join us as well. Sophie has caused significant damage to the city. Perhaps you should know the full truth. I nodded in agreement. A multitude of individuals trailed behind Shinran and Shueji as they descended from the city. Sophie remained notably silent, wielding a sharp sword, closely following Shinran. Even Princess Karen-san, the sovereign of the Sky City, accompanied us. Behind, tens of thousands of NPC iron cavalry from Sky City followed at a distance, led by NPCs like Stark and Ziying. The throng traversed dense forests and passed through Sophie's homeland, the town of Hanyue. Gazing upon the ruins of the once vibrant town, sorrow filled Sophie's eyes. Shinran continued onward, recounting, in that year, the undead plague ravaged the continent. Many in Hanyue could not escape the cruel jest of fate, gradually transforming into the undead. Their bodies withered and their souls extinguished. However, Kalens did not command the slaughter of these innocents. Instead, he established a monastery to the south of Hanyue, allowing the deceased to reside there, awaiting their soul's redemption at some future moment. Sophie trembled, recognizing her surroundings, murmuring, Mother, let us go, we are nearly there. Shortly thereafter, the group entered a dilapidated and decaying monastery, where countless souls lingered in despair. These were once benevolent humans who, in death, posed no threat to the living. They merely awaited the conclusion of their prolonged existence. Navigating around low walls and graves, a dimly lit small room came into view. Shinran gestured, saying, Sophie, your mother resides here. I entered the room first, momentarily taken aback. Beneath the window, a decayed small bed was situated, upon which lay a ragged elderly woman. Her arms, wrapped only in tattered fabric, clung to her skeletal frame, her sunken eye sockets revealing nothing. Trembling, her bony fingers repeatedly traced a parchment scroll resting at the head of the bed. Princess Karen-san shuddered and remarked, That scroll is the priest's prayer scroll. Shinran nodded. In her final moments, she remained devoted to thoughts of Sophie. She expressed that if she could see Sophie again and hear her voice, she would leave this world without regret. Thus, the kind priest left her a scroll of pursuit, enabling her to glimpse Sophie's form and hear her voice whenever she touched it. Sophie, hand resting on the sword's hilt, slowly approached the small room, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow. On the bed, Sophie's mother, with fingers dried and frail, continued to caress the scroll, which emitted a faint glow, revealing scenes of a hellish rift. Grotesque ghouls let out piercing cries, depicting the torment Sophie had endured in the abyss, year after year, day after day. With a hoarse voice, the elder sighed softly, gently stroking the scroll while murmuring, Sophie, my little Sophie, how has your voice changed to this? Mother cannot see your form, but oh, how I long for you. Sophie trembled uncontrollably, suddenly falling to her knees as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 980, S7 for over a millennium. A mother's love has remained unforgotten, repeating endlessly. Sophie's tears cascaded down as she collapsed onto the ground, crawling to the bedside. Suddenly grasping her mother's hand, she cried out, Mother, Mother, Sophie has returned, Sophie has returned. The frail old woman trembled even more, her voice hoarse as she murmured, Sophie, my little Sophie. Is it truly you? It is I, Mother, it is I. Sophie wept profusely, clutching her mother's hand and declaring, I have returned. Mother, little Sophie is back. The elderly woman's arms quivered as she slowly raised her hand, her bony fingers gently brushing against Sophie's pale cheek, only to retract as if struck by an electric shock. My little Sophie has returned, but alas, Mother has become this terrifying visage. Sophie, please keep your distance. I would not wish to soil you. Sophie's sobs grew more intense as she pressed her mother's hand against her own face, wailing, "Mother, I would never shun you. You shall forever be my greatest pride, mother." Feeling the warmth of Sophie's cheek, the corners of the old woman's parched lips quivered slightly, and 2 streams of tears unexpectedly flowed from her sunken eyes as she murmured, "I have long since lost track of how long I have waited, but finally, mother has seen little Sophie again. Lord, that you did not deceive me." With that, the old woman suddenly appeared weary, sighing, "Sophie, mother is tired, mother is tired." Startled, Sophie looked up at her mother and asked, "Mother, what is wrong?" From behind, Shinran softly remarked, "Sophie, her soul's strength has been depleted." "What?" Sophie exclaimed, panic rising within her. In a swift motion, she drew her sword, slicing her palm to let the blood of the high-ranking undead spill onto her mother's withered bones. As blood flowed forth, Sophie cried while saying, "Mother, mother." Watching Sophie's urgent demeanor, Shinran bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. The rattle of the old woman's leg bones and ribcage crumbling into dust signified the extinguishing of her soul's flame. To die once more meant a true obliteration of existence. Sophie clung to her mother's hand, yet she could not halt the old woman's fading. "Mother, mother." Sophie cried out in anguish. The elderly woman, however, managed a faint smile, her hand caressing her daughter's cheek as she said, "Sophie, mother is departing, but truly, I am so happy. My little Sophie, you are my pride, for you are an exceptional warrior of the Empire, hailed as one of the 10 heroes. You wield your sword to protect our homeland. Little Sophie, mother is leaving, but you shall forever be my pride." With a soft crackling sound, the joints of the old woman's fingers turned to ash and fell to the ground. Sophie wept inconsolably, desperately trying to grasp her mother's form, yet finding nothing to hold. "Mother, mother," Sophie cried, kneeling at the bedside, howling in despair. He and Lin Yisan watched in silence, tears streaming down their faces. Bai Mingshui and Lian Xine sobbed openly, and even the purple-robed Marquis turned away, wiping the corners of his eyes. Humanity is not made of stone. Confronted with such selfless love, who would remain unmoved? Shinran stepped forward, raising her hand suddenly as a magical circle of holy light formed beside the bed. With a brilliant flash, Sophie's mother's remains transformed into golden rays, ascending to the heavens, a sight of soul redemption and ascension. Sophie widened her beautiful eyes, watching her mother's remains ascend, wiping away her tears. Her gaze was filled with determination as she murmured, "Mother, am I your pride? Then I shall never disappoint you. From this moment forth, my sword shall serve solely to protect our homeland and safeguard those gentle souls like you. Even in death, I shall never waver. Oh, mother, as you gaze upon me from heaven, know that one day, I shall reunite with you." Rising to her feet, Sophie turned to Chiron and said, "Thank you, my beloved sister, the bard Chiron." Chiron softly replied, "Sophie, please, cease the slaughter. Too many kind-hearted people have lost their most treasured possessions. This world should not be one of endless carnage." Sophie nodded, "I understand, Chiron. I shall not return to hell. What must I do to atone for my past transgressions? I know that only in death can I seek redemption, but before that, let me contribute to the Empire in whatever way I can." Chiron responded affirmatively. Behind Chiron, Princess Karensen stepped forward, sword in hand, and said, "To witness the tears of the goddess of death, I believe that Duke Karens has departed without regrets. Sophie, the Lord of Purgatory, Lina, is ambitious and possesses a heart of destruction. We must not allow his schemes to succeed, for otherwise, the entire continent will descend into a bloody hell. We need your strength. You are the daughter of the kind-hearted people of the Sky Empire, and you can aid us." Sophie replied, "I have resolved to sever my ties with Purgatory, thus the death legions I can command are limited. I have the forces of 2 dark castles and 12 ghostly towers at my disposal, and I am willing to fight. Yet I shall not partake in the conflicts between human empires. I am weary of the greedy civil wars among humankind." Karensen nodded. "Indeed, I was unaware of that." Chiron stated, "Since Sophie is unwilling to engage in the wars between human empires, let us focus on fixed defenses as a deterrent." Karensen added, "The Nightlings primarily roam the edges of the continent, and the Sky Empire is ever exposed to the claws of those ghouls. Currently, we need to defend 2 strongholds. One is the Iron Spear Fortress in the Dawn Valley, which is under constant scrutiny from the wolf tribes in the north and the Nightlings of the Dragonbone Mountains. The other is the White Rose Fortress, which has stood for a millennium, enduring relentless repairs and reconstructions. It has suffered the most from the assaults of the undead. Moreover, to the east of the White Rose Fortress, the human capital and the Nightling's great cemetery are locked in a fierce struggle for power. Chiron then turned to me and asked, "Brother, if it were you, which stronghold would you prefer Sophie to help us defend?" After contemplating, I replied, "The White Rose Fortress. The Nightlings are frequently active there, constantly ambushing civilians. Furthermore, the surrounding cities, Green Earth City, Giant Elephant City, Purple Grape City, and Cold Sword City, covet the fertility and prosperity of the Sky City and necessitate our vigilance." Chiron smiled. "Then Sophie, will you defend the White Rose Fortress?" Sophie regarded me with some wariness and said, "This fellow may possess some skill, yet he remains no match for my little finger. I ought not to heed his counsel. But since you have spoken, Chiron, I shall comply. However, I will not be stationed at the White Rose Fortress, for I refuse to engage in the battles between human capitals." I nodded and said, "That's manageable. You shall be stationed near the White Rose Fortress. Should the Night Elves launch an attack, you can provide support." Sophie gazed into the distance, her eyes lingering on the small bed where her mother once slept. "Mother, I am about to leave, but I will become your pride, now and forever." Turning to Karensan, she inquired, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with this monastery?" Karensan blinked and replied, "Let nature take its course, allowing these unfortunate souls to be redeemed one by one. It is their destiny, which we cannot alter." "May I retain the room where my mother stayed?" Sophie asked. "When the day of my weariness arrives, I wish to come here and let my spirit perish in the place where my mother once dwelled." Karensan took a deep breath and said, "Sophie, there is much for you to accomplish." Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to all players. The version of the Goddess of Death's Wrath, Prologue, has been perfectly launched. Sophie, the Goddess of Death, has joined the Silver Moon Alliance. All players receive a luck value of 1, and all level 1 main cities will continuously refresh their maps. Unveiling D and S tier dungeons. Players can enter these dungeons to gain experience and equipment. All equipment within the dungeons will be bound and cannot be traded or sold. Stepping outside the cottage, I exhaled deeply, gazing at the sky as I murmured, "At last, this task is complete." When the three-headed giant launched its attack, I thought we would surely falter. Lin Eason, wielding her sword, remarked, "The dungeon system is finally about to open. We must quickly sell off the equipment we have. Once the high-level dungeons are accessible, our gear will lose its value." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must swiftly dispose of any unnecessary equipment. I wonder what kind of rewards the dungeon system will offer this time. I hope it doesn't include any celestial artifacts. "It's hard to say," he responded. I heard some unofficial news from the officials indicating that each level of the dungeon has its own unique set of 7 equipment. "What does that mean?" Ziho asked. Bewildered. Lin Eason chuckled. "Eve's sister means that from D-level dungeons to S-level, each tier will have 7 sets of equipment of different grades." I said, "We can check the database to find out. It must have been activated." Opening the official documentation, the dungeon system was updated in real time, and indeed, it was clear as day. D-level dungeon. Drops level 70 Xian Iron equipment set. White Poplar Forest, D1 set. Deadwood Pine Forest, D2 set. C-level dungeon. Drops level 120 Silver equipment set. Beast War Valley, C1 set. Death Fortress, C2 set. B-level dungeon. Drops level 120 to 150 gold, purple gold, and spirit equipment sets. Ancient Goddess Tomb, B1 set. Ashen Sea, B2 set. A-level dungeon. Drops level 150 to 180 Earth equipment set. Fate Canyon, A1 set. Death Goddess Forest, A2 set. S-level dungeon. Drops level 180 to 210 Heaven and Celestial equipment sets. The information provided is only partial, and what intrigues me the most, the S suit, is utterly devoid of any data. However, it can be surmised that the S1 suit must be a celestial artifact, while the S7 suit is likely the fabled divine artifact set. Predictably, the aspiration of all players will soon converge on S1 and S7, giving rise to the saying, "He who possesses S7 shall conquer the world." Chapter 981. The Goddess's Transaction with the Sound of Soft Footsteps. The formidable NPCs, Sophie, Shinran, and Karensan, emerged from the cottage, followed closely by Stark, Ziying, and other Imperial commanders. Additionally, Shinran's new subordinate, the Headless Knight Bloodfinger, also accompanied them. Bloodfinger wielded a different sword, having previously acquired the Ziying Sword from me, and it appeared quite impressive. Though he had been resurrected, Bloodfinger retained certain abilities from his former life, with crimson runes swirling along his left arm, exuding a formidable and overpowering force. He remained the same Bloodfinger, now entirely loyal to Shinran. A swell of pride surged within me. My NPC sister Shinran was remarkably powerful, even commanding Bloodfinger, one of the 9 rulers of the Abyss. One day, she might even bring the abyssal sovereign Lina under her banner. Just imagine, with Lina and Bloodfinger at my side, we could roam and vanquish bosses, loot equipment, and seize territory. It would be utterly splendid. Hey, what are you thinking about? He patted my shoulder, jolting me from my reverie. Oh, nothing. I quickly wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth and remarked, it seems the dungeon maps require maintenance before they can be accessed. It appears we do not have much to do next. Indeed, he nodded, smiling. I heard that tomorrow at 7 a.m. all dungeons within the Sky City will open on schedule. Many players are logging off now to stock up on supplies, preparing to raid dungeons from 7 a.m. for the next 3 days to conquer S1 and S7. I shivered in astonishment. Who is audacious enough to attempt to clear all S-level dungeons? Giguzi, he replied. This fool left me speechless. Let us rest early today. We shouldn't linger online for too long. We can gather some materials and replicate mounts instead. Yes, Shinran softly called my name, approaching with a beaming smile. Thanks to my brother's timely intervention with Sophie, Princess Karensan may have been spared from peril. If anything had happened to her, the royal authority of Sky City could have crumbled, as she is the sole legitimate heir to the throne. I glanced at Karensan and remarked, the throne seems to have been seized. Is it truly legitimate now? Shinran responded. Karensan wore a disgruntled expression and replied, we may be familiar, but if provoked, I would not hesitate to act. Regardless, I still thank you, young warrior. I nodded, no need for gratitude. It is the duty of every adventurer in the main city. As I spoke, I glanced at Bloodfinger, who was gazing at me with the ethereal flame of the headless helmet. A pang of regret washed over me as I remarked, it is truly unfortunate that I did not absorb his soul flame back then. Otherwise, I might have ascended to the status of a Shura god long ago. Bloodfinger trembled slightly. I turned to Xinyan and inquired, by the way, Xinyan, Bloodfinger has indeed been resurrected by you, which is a commendable feat, but what of his head? Xinyan, with a bemused expression, replied, brother, didn't you take Bloodfinger's head to complete a quest? I then shifted my gaze to Karensan, who shrugged and said with a smile, the priest used it to honor the souls of the unjustly deceased. Bloodfinger quivered once more. Sophie, wielding her sword, stepped forward and gazed at the horizon. With a sudden, resounding howl, she proclaimed to the heavens, all the fallen souls in the snowy domain, heed my command. Move towards the White Rose Fortress area, sparing any living beings from harm. Should you encounter human forces, you must not resist but flee, taking refuge in the wooded canyons outside the White Rose Fortress. This will be our new domain. From this day forth, the fallen souls of the snowy domain shall fight for dignity and honor. As long as we can uphold the order of the continent, I, Sophie, shall bestow upon you the honor you deserve. Excellent. The second-ranked super boss among the 9 lords of purgatory is finally ours. I looked at Sophie and said, Sophie, as one of the foremost figures among the 9 lords of purgatory, could we discuss a matter? Sophie's lips twitched as she retorted, who do you think you are? Calling me Sister Sophie? You are Xinyan's brother. I'll let it slide for her sake. Just speak your mind. I nodded and explained. I possess a city of the undead as my territory, and I am its master. However, the resources required to recruit troops within the city are exceedingly vast, resulting in a severe shortage of offensive units. We only have a sparse few thousand ghostly knights and shadow archers. As a renowned commander of the undead, with legions of souls at your command, could you possibly provide some high-tier undead troops for my Darkmoon City? I would be immensely grateful. What? Sophie's eyes widened, and she pointed an accusatory finger at me, exclaiming, you shameless scoundrel. How could the valiant and unwavering undead warriors be commanded by a mere adventurer like you? Absolutely not. I will not permit those loyal souls to become the slaves of humanity. I quickly tugged at Xinyan's hand, urging her to speak. Given our close bond, she smiled and addressed Sophie. Sophie, since we have formed an alliance, there is no need for selfishness, right? Your troops will still fight under my brother's command against the Death Legion. It is essentially the same. This, Xinyan you. Sophie glared at me with gritted teeth, stating, "You shameless wretch. I truly wish to send you to purgatory with a single strike." Humph, Xinyan is far too indulgent with this disgraceful adventurer at this rate. He will surely ride over Princess Karensan and Princess Sophia. Xinyan chuckled, linking her arm with mine. That is because my brother dotes on me as well. My heart swelled with delight. The Duke in purple sighed beside me. Lu Chun, you are truly remarkable. You charm both the stunning beauties of reality and the captivating NPCs in the game. Please, teach me your ways. Ignoring him, I continued my conversation with Sophie. So, Sophie, what kind of troops do you intend to provide me, and in what quantity? Sophie gritted her teeth and replied, 10 filthy ghouls, no more. I leaped up in exasperation. What are you thinking? Are you sending me beggars? 10 ghouls would fall to my blades in an instant. When Lena launches her assault, can I possibly rely on these 10 ghouls to withstand the iron hooves of her army? What do you desire then, you insatiable one? She retorted, ghouls are simply inadequate. They are far too low tier. I require higher-level troops that possess a sense of intimidation. Very well, how about three-headed giants? I pondered for a moment, shaking my head. While the three-headed giants' offensive capabilities are indeed formidable, they are ground units and susceptible to cavalry charges. Besides, I command over 10,000 Dragon Dawn cavalry. I have no need for the three-headed giants. I require aerial units, such as those flying pests you mentioned. Both He and Linison stifled a laugh, having already grasped my intent. Indeed, what I sought were the formidable undead bone dragons. Their ability to soar above and unleash devastating breath attacks would wreak havoc on the knights and infantry below. A single breath could obliterate dozens of foes. If I could station some of these bone dragons to defend Darkmoon City, alongside my ground forces of Dragon Dawn cavalry, the city would be an impregnable fortress. Filthy flying pests, is it? Sophie chuckled. I laughed in agreement. Sophie, you truly are like family to me. With a slightly sinister smile, Sophie raised a hand and declared, come forth, flying crawlers. In an instant, a crimson glow flickered as a magical array danced upon the ground. Moments later, 3 rotund creatures with wings appeared, unmistakably 3 large, bloated maggots, now endowed with wings, wriggling their corpulent bodies in the breeze, as if they were winking at us. Damn it! I stumbled back a few steps, colliding with Sophie, feeling the firm and proud contours of the death goddess. However, it was far from a pleasant experience. It was quite shameful, as I found myself half a head shorter than her. What on earth is this? I pointed at the grotesque maggots. I refuse to accept such repulsive creatures, even if they are free. Sophie laughed. But aren't these exactly what you wanted? No. My gaze was resolute as I decided to be forthright. Sophie, let us be direct. I desire the undead bone dragons, the ones capable of ice and fire breath. Only then can I execute a multifaceted attack with my current troops and ensure my city's invincibility. Sophie pouted, not a chance. Do you know how vast a necropolis is needed to birth a bone dragon? How many ghouls are required to provide the necromantic essence? I am aware, I replied thus. I anticipate a price. State your terms, and I shall strive to meet them. I have resolutely decided that I must acquire the skeletal dragon of the undead. Without those massive flying insects to guard the city, I feel discontented. Furthermore, the Red Pavilion grows stronger each day with the long-range support of the Candle Dragon, while the Battle Alliance casts a watchful eye over the western borders of Sky City. The sword-wielding Jianghu is no less formidable, and everyone is coveting the bounty of Darkmoon City. Without sufficient weaponry in our possession, we stand no chance of safeguarding this grand prize. Ah, the cost. Sophie smiled, pondered for a moment, and then said, very well. I shall command my legion of souls to establish a dark fortress as a nest of death in the canyon near the White Rose Fortress. If you are sincere, provide me with enough gold coins, for I require them to procure the stone materials for building the city, the iron for the ghoulish armor, and the expenses to cleanse the filthy bodies of the three-headed giants, as I can no longer resort to murder and plunder. I nodded. No problem. How much do you need? 100,000 gold coins for a single skeletal dragon, Sophie replied nonchalantly. I was taken aback. 100,000 for just one skeletal dragon? Are you robbing me? One skeletal dragon in exchange for a high-spec swift, that is utterly ruthless. Sophie, do you not harbor a shred of affection for me? Sophie glanced at me, saying, the one who loves you is Chiron, not I. 100,000 gold coins for a skeletal dragon. Take it or leave it. I wouldn't give it to anyone else. I clenched my fists, gritting my teeth. wishing to pounce and mar Sophie's beautiful face. Such avarice. Just then, a sweet voice interjected. Then it settled at 100,000 each. Dark Moon City requires 1,000 high-tier skeletal dragons, and I shall cover the cost. Goodness. It was he, the president of Yuli Square, whose boldness surpassed mine. Chapter 982. The little dragon guards its food. I turned to he, exclaiming, Eve, are you certain? 1,000 skeletal dragons amounts to 100 million RMB. Is it truly worth it? He chuckled lightly and nodded. Absolutely worth it. Dark Moon City possesses unparalleled mount replication and archery training, granting us unmatched dragon riders. Who else can boast such formidable military prowess in the game? Thus, Dark Moon City is the foundation of our dreams within the realm of ancient sword spirit. We must ensure its security. While 100 million RMB is substantial, it pales in comparison to our aspirations in the game. Rest assured, Yuli Square is now on the right track. Our collaboration with Yueheng has already exceeded 400 million. This 100 million shall serve as my investment in ancient sword, and it will undoubtedly yield returns. The charming guild leader, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, persuaded me so eloquently that I found myself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zichuan Yu and the others gazed at he in a daze, filled with deep resentment. Duoming's sword clenched his fists, stating, the leader of ancient sword is both beautiful and gentle, so understanding, while our leader, though also lovely, seems only to know how to squeeze us dry. Clang. The 7 stars glass sword struck the ground heavily, sending stone fragments flying. Lin Yisan calmly remarked, what are you saying? Duoming's sword's face turned crimson. Our leader is magnificent. We said nothing. Ziho smirked. Bah, you truly lack integrity. My lord, we shall forever remain loyal followers of the snow silver fur, unwavering in our support for your every endeavor. Shall we not? Le Shi? Nangong Le Shi, with a frown, retorted, Pa. Such a lack of integrity. He took it upon himself to engage in trade with Sophie, transferring a staggering 1 billion gold coins, sweeping through the trading platform to amass the required amount before presenting it to Sophie. Holding the bounty in her hands, Sophie beamed with rare delight, exclaiming, oh, the feeling of possessing gold is truly blissful. My lips twitched in sympathy. I felt a pang of concern. Sophie, the funds have been transferred. When can we expect the 1,000 undead bone dragons? Sophie frowned slightly and replied, I sense that your undead city has yet to construct a dragon's nest. Without it, the bone dragons have no place to roost. I countered, a dragon's nest? But there is already a dragon's tomb in Dark Moon City. Must it be a dragon's nest? Indeed, the dragon's nest provides necessary habitation. Very well, I shall arrange for its construction. With that, I opened my friend's list and messaged Su Yang, Brother Su. Are you there? Yes, I'm in Dark Moon City. What is the matter? Please construct a dragon's nest. It is located on the last page of the building list under additional constructions. It wasn't mandatory before, but now it is. The construction time should only take 10 minutes. Level 1 will suffice. All right, I'll take care of it immediately. A few minutes later, I received word that the dragon's nest construction had commenced, requiring 30 minutes to complete. Fearing that Sophie might abscond with the money, he and I lingered. Although I longed to recruit warriors for the divine domain, I held her hand, and she cheerfully accompanied me, engaging in trivial conversation. Brother, there are some adorable little golden dragons in the divine domain. Would you like me to catch one for you? Are they strong? They are of purple gold tier, quite charming. Forget it then. Brother, there are convection winds above the divine domain. How delightful it would be if you could fly. Sophie leaned in, observing, and remarked, Shinran, you seem to be growing increasingly juvenile. Has your intelligence regressed along with your seal? Shinran shot her a cold glance. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you behave. Sophie pouted, Humph, if you want to fight, just say so. I've been itching for a brawl. I rolled my eyes at the 2 god-level war enthusiasts. They were utterly unreliable. After a while, we successfully completed the dragon's nest. Sophie abruptly rose, thrusting her sword into the ground, biting her fingertip to draw blood, which she pressed onto the earth. Her blood transformed into golden light, coalescing into a grand magical array. In a soft voice, she chanted, as the lord of the snow domain, I summon the sacred dragon clan that slumbers in the depths of hell. Awaken. A mighty gust of wind surged as a colossal, pallid dragon head emerged from the magical array, soaring into the sky with a resounding roar. Heading north towards Dark Moon City. Following closely, a multitude of undead bone dragons rushed forth, darkening the sky as 1,000 bone dragons were summoned, forming a formidable aerial battalion en route to Darkmoon City. Simultaneously, the emblem of a dragon appeared on my city operation interface. Excellent. These skeletal dragons have come under my command, and the feeling of wielding such power is exhilarating. You there, come forth. I raised the purpling sword, resembling a sacred warrior standing at the center of a monastery, and bellowed. Immediately, the last skeletal dragon let out a roar and swiftly turned to fly towards me, landing right before me with its massive head bowed respectfully, its enormous skull resting on the ground, the eerie glow in its eye sockets flickering as if it were submissively blinking. Incredible, the purple-clad Marquis exclaimed, approaching with my sword raised. I reached out to touch the dragon's skull, chuckling. Oh, my precious, from this moment forth, the defense of Darkmoon City shall rest upon your shoulders. Do not disappoint me, dear. I am utterly enamored with you. Hiishio furrowed her brows and pouted slightly, turning to Lin Yisin beside her. Yisin, has he ever spoken such mushy words to you? Lin Yisin clenched her delicate fists. Never, sister he. Hiishio scoffed. Humph. Lin Yisin retorted, such a scoundrel. Suddenly, an ancient divine dragon, approximately a meter in length, resembling a slender serpent, writhed on my arm, slowly opening its eyes. Its deep gaze fixed warily upon the colossal skeletal dragon before it, emitting a series of ominous warning sounds. In the next moment, it lunged forward. Snap! The ancient dragon opened its mouth wide and bit down on the skeletal dragon's skull, nearly shattering its own young teeth. However, the skeletal dragon, intimidated by the ancient dragon's presence, whimpered and curled its body, akin to a bullied wife, utterly refraining from any resistance. The ancient dragon swished its tail, forcefully slapping the skeletal dragon's spine, and fearing that this young dragon might ruin the 10W RMB skeletal dragon, I promptly tugged at its tail, trying to pull it back. Yet, the little dragon stubbornly tore off a fist-sized piece of bone from the skeletal dragon, still struggling fiercely. With my command, the skeletal dragon took to the skies, fleeing as if for its life, merely following the main army. Baiming Shui, holding the ice soul bow, remarked, TSK, this little dragon is fiercely protective of its territory, unwilling to let its brother possess any other pets. How ruthless. Murong Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Eve and Lin Xiaoyo had such a strong protective instinct, would Lu Chen dare to provoke the likes of Ruan Yu, Wen Yu, and San Shengmo? My facial muscles twitched. When did I ever provoke them? Hiishio and Lin Yisin turned crimson and turned away in silence. Brother, I'm off. The bones of the celestial domain require my attention, Shinran said with a playful blink. I was at a loss for words. Are you merely going to tend to those bones? Yes, they are divine bones. Very well, off you go, Shinran. Brother, you're incorrigible. Shinran summoned the flying silver dragon, brandished the dragon bone spear, leaped onto its back, and soared into the sky, galloping like a blood-red steed, and before long, she vanished into the horizon. Princess Kalen-san looked up and remarked, Warriors of the Sky City, you have earned unparalleled glory. Now let us return to the city. I addressed everyone. All right, let us get on with our respective tasks. He remarked, I'm preparing to have dinner. At that moment, a notification chimed. And Giguzi sent a message. Zheji, are you free? I replied, what is up? Today is the birthday of Yama, and our group has organized a modest birthday party. Li is flying to Beijing for work and cannot join, so EVE invited you to dinner. After the meal, we'll revel until 5 a.m. What do you think? I chuckled. That sounds exceedingly delightful, but don't rush me. I'll be there shortly. Remember, it's just us men, no female companions, Brother B insisted. There are plenty of women at the bar. I nodded in understanding. Nearby, Lin Yisin and He regarded me warily, asking, what do you intend to do? I pursed my lips. It's Yama's birthday. A few gentlemen are heading to the bar, so I want to be dining with you. Humph. It's been ages since I last visited a bar. My spirit is nearly soaring. Glancing at the time, dusk was fast approaching. A few girls decided to dine out on their own, but requested my car due to the number of people. Thus, I indulged myself a little, dressed elegantly, and extended my hand to He. Eve, may I borrow the car? I wish to experience the thrill of the roaring engine. He couldn't help but chuckle as she tossed me the Lamborghini keys, cautioning, just don't crash it. Murong Mingyue added, just don't hit anyone. Actually, Eve, Lu Chun is the key contributor to this WL. You should reward him with a Lamborghini. He responded with exasperation. Are you suggesting he use it to woo women? Morong Mingyue smirked. Then perhaps a Jiangnan Audu would suffice. I quipped. Fortunately, it's not a hand-operated tractor. I truly cannot handle that. Amid the roar of the Lamborghini S engine, we arrived at the Gujin base, where Giguzi, Du Shisan, Yama, and others awaited us. The car came to a steady halt, and I leaned out to inquire, where are we headed to celebrate? To the Taihu Resort, but Tianyu and King Songs are also joining us. Bring them along. They're just girls, it's fine. I laughed. Tianyu immediately countered, Brother Lu Chun, how are we just girls? You're small in every way, I teased. With a sharp click, the car door swung open, and Luan Yu, adorned in a refreshing scent, hopped in, exclaiming, I don't care. I want to go too. I want to ride in the Lamborghini. Knowing it was futile to persuade her otherwise, I grinned. I despise you. Everyone, get ready. We're off. Chapter 983. The joy before FB. Our destination was a charming spot within the Taihu Resort, surrounded by woods and lakes, offering opportunities for hunting and fishing. Today, our aim was to fish. Including both men and women, there were 13 of us. After paying the fee, we donned our waterproof gear. Resembling a squad of traffic policemen, we boarded 4 small boats, each accommodating 3 to 4 people. On my boat were Du Shisan and Wenyu. As we prepared our nets by the lake, where cooking utensils and charcoal were set up for a barbecue. Standing on the boat, Du Shisan jested. Who knows how to row the boat? Wenyu blinked. I only know how to rock the bed. Du Shisan blushed. I can too. I erupted in indignation. Pa, have some decorum. Who will actually row the boat? In my childhood, I once went fishing with my uncle. I learned to cast and mend nets. And we would manage to catch a few small fish. Otherwise, what would we have for dinner? Du Shisan remarked. All right, let me rock the boat. Oh no, I will row. Lu Chun from the Chaos Moon Gang. Let us catch more fish than Bag Mama and the others. I chuckled and said, if we could catch some mandarin fish, that would be splendid. I adore mandarin fish soup, with a touch of starch, ginger, and chili. The creamy broth is more delightful than anything else. Chaos Moon glared at me. Stop talking. I'm about to drool. I continued. The rippling water stirs the heart. Tian Tangyu, with her rolled-up pants, revealed a pair of delicate, jade-like feet as she stood at the stern, skillfully maneuvering the boat, making it spin in the water. Bag Mama at the bow, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Xiaoyu, don't just paddle on one side. Switch sides to balance the force. Tian Tangyu giggled. If you're dissatisfied with my rowing skills, then replace me. I want to join Lu Chun's boat. Bag Mama sneered. Little girl, don't even think about it. Lu Chun has already been commandeered by Chaos Moon and Shisan. You'd better stick with me. Tian Tangyu pointed at Bag Mama's nose. You're lying. Today is your 31st birthday, and you dare call yourself brother? You're clearly an old uncle. A creepy one. Bag Mama patted her belly and said, whatever, I'm going to cast the net now. With a splash, the fishing net fell perfectly onto our boat, ensnaring Du Shisan, who squirmed like a large loach. I was left astonished. Well done. Chaos Moon laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face as she helped Du Shisan free himself from the net. Thankfully, Bag Mama didn't pull it back in, or she would have whisked away our mermaid. Our travel group consisted of only 3 ladies, which meant one boat was devoid of female presence. That was the vessel of the spirited trio, Yuyun Shiba-Chi and Giguzi, 3 pure gentlemen. The 3 worked seamlessly together, 2 rowing while 1 cast the net. With a flourish, they expertly unfurled the net into the water, then gradually pulled it back in. When they finally retrieved it, 3 fish and 2 lobsters were wriggling within. One fish measuring a full chopstick in length, leaving Giguzi nearly drooling. Wow, that's impressive. Yuyun Shiba-Chi, brimming with pride, laughed heartily. I've been fishing since I was 17, before high school. It's no joke, casting nets is a breeze. However, the fish here are indeed plentiful. We caught so many, including lobsters. We can grill some for Chaos Moon later, what do you think? I clapped my hands in joy. Look, Chaos Moon. How much dough she cares for you? Chaos Moon's mouth twitched as she glared at me. Humph, if you keep saying such things, I'll show you what real pain feels like. I fell silent, suddenly casting the net with a swift motion. With a loud splash, it landed on the water's surface, the weights sinking swiftly. As I began to haul it back in, I felt a significant weight. Laughing, I exclaimed, huh? The first haul is fruitful. My 70 points of luck are indeed no myth. Oh, the boiled fish, how delightful. Luan Yu, brimming with joy, sat by the boat and reached out to assist me in pulling up the fishing net. To our astonishment, when the net finally surfaced, it revealed a foul-smelling shoe nestled within, causing Wan Yu's expression to turn a shade of purple. It was a notably extravagant liberation shoe, utterly decayed, hinting at years of neglect. "Is this the extent of your 70 points of luck?" Wan Yu inquired, gazing at me. My facial muscles twitched as I observed the net, where two diminutive freshwater shrimp, no larger than my pinky, bounced around as if mocking us. Du Shursen cautiously collected the two shrimp, proclaiming, "Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. At least we won TB eating plain soup tonight." I nearly blushed with embarrassment and patted Du Shursen on the shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall strive to ensure our meal tonight will not disappoint. Everyone will definitely be well fed." Du Shursen chuckled, "Fortunately, I brought a pack of instant noodles." "Scram, that's unnecessary," I replied firmly, continuing to cast the net, urging Du Shursen to row farther out. Tonight's meal depended on the bounty of our boat. We must not let Du Shursen and Wan Yu go hungry. The net splashed against the water, and by divine fortune, we finally made a significant catch. A fish weighing at least a pound, a mandarin fish, flopping within the net, and astonishingly, we had also caught a crab, reminiscent of a hairy crab, albeit smaller and wild, promising to be even more flavorful. Although it was not crab season, Wan Yu was overjoyed, eyeing the crab with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, exclaiming, "Later, I shall give you a kiss." Du Shursen laughed, "A wolf's kiss. Huh." As the sun descended, we returned to shore, for boats proudly bearing bamboo baskets, competing to showcase their catches. Ultimately, one boat triumphed with an impressive haul, totaling 5 pounds of seafood. It was evident we had fished in a stocked area. Otherwise, such fortune was unimaginable. Even I had caught a large mandarin fish, 2 boiled fish, and a crucian carp, along with 2 crabs and several small shrimp, sufficient for a hearty meal. Indeed, shortly after we landed, staff from the resort arrived to weigh and charge us for our catch. Mama Dai shelled out nearly 1,000 yuan, exclaiming in disbelief at the steep price. Even the charcoal was purchased. We then commenced the fire for cooking. My group opted for boiled fish, as the mandarin fish, boiled fish, and crucian carp were all ideal for soup, and we tossed in the shrimp and crab as well. I had only glimpsed a recipe once, relying on memory to add the necessary ingredients. Du Shursen added charcoal, attempting to blow on it like a farmer's child, nearly singeing his eyebrows. Nearby, Goei Guzi's group was barbecuing and also preparing fish, their feast appearing quite lavish. Mama Dai's group fared the worst, catching a total of 6 fish, the longest barely exceeding 10 centimeters, simmering in a pot. Within the vast pot of soup, only a few fish floated aimlessly, as they hastily added scallions, garlic, and ginger. Tianyu, full of anticipation, sat at the pot's edge, resting her chin on her hand, asking Mama Dai, "Don't you think there's too little in this pot?" Mama Dai coughed. "Conditions are harsh. We must endure." I smiled wryly, thinking, I'll give the dried catch to Xiao Yu. As a man, one must be generous. Mother Bag was speechless. "Forget it, since there are so few fish. I might as well add some noodles. I've bought some and placed them in the back of the car. Let's make fish-flavored noodles. Isn't that lovely?" Heavenly Rain was bewildered. "Is that really possible?" "Absolutely. One must be bold enough to try." "All right, I'll go get it. Also, bring over the half bag of rice. We can throw that in too and simmer it into a pot of fish-flavored rice porridge." "How delightful." Heavenly Rain erupted. "Delightful my foot. I want to dine with Brother Lu Chun." Mother Bag, unable to bear it any longer, casually grabbed a large, approximately 1 kilogram blue fish from the ambitious group and tossed it into the pot. "Today is your birthday. Eat more. Add some chili. A spicy broth is perfect for rice. No need to make porridge. There's a gentleman over there selling boxed meals." Goodness. When the fish soup was ready, it turned out to be quite delicious. Paired with the boxed meals, we nearly overindulged. Everyone was satisfied. Then, Heavenly Rain took out a large cake, and by the bonfire, we cut it and shared it while singing an absurd birthday song. It was a splendid day for Mother Bag. I chuckled and remarked, "There are beauties here too. Wan Yu, how about giving Mother Bag a kiss?" Wan Yu, with a fierce expression, declared, "I have my principles. Look, Mother Bag is waiting." With a blush on her face, I teased. The crowd immediately joined in. Wan Yu, speechless, stood up, approached Mother Bag, swiftly kissed her on the right cheek, then returned to me, glaring, "Are you satisfied now?" I laughed. "Thank you for your cooperation." Just as I finished speaking, Wan Yu suddenly leaned in, pressing her warm lips against mine, delivering a direct kiss. Goodness, I silently lamented. How could she be so bold? I've truly lost myself in this. Everyone was dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds before Luan Yu pulled away, glaring at me. This is the price of teasing me. Next time, I'll encourage you. Du Shisan, holding the fish soup, looked at me. How does it feel? I wiped my lips. It feels like being forcefully taken. What do you think? Laughter erupted from the crowd. And Luan Yu joined in, seated on a stone bench, eating and laughing. We played until around 8 in the evening, then hopped into the car to head to a bar in the city. However, I abstained from drinking, as I would need to drive this rowdy bunch home. After the exhausting days of WL and the wrath of the goddess of death, a bit of indulgence felt splendid. The bar was filled with beautiful women, all alluring, and many captivating. Everyone was having a blast, playing games and teasing one another, while I sat aside, pulling out my phone to check the official information of Tianzhou. Qingkong Shui, rather quiet, sat beside me without uttering a word until we were about to leave in the morning. Du Shisan patted my shoulder. Qingkong Shui really likes you. She sat beside you all night and was content. I grinned. That little girl has no ambitions. Du Shisan chuckled knowingly. Haha. Chapter 984. Advancing to A2. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song brings the most joy? The cheerful chime of the ringtone jolted me from my slumber. Still in a daze, I hurriedly grabbed my phone to check the time, and was immediately wide awake. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Goodness. I recalled that the S1 S7 instance of Sky City had opened at 7 or 8 in the morning. Had I truly missed the first wave of dungeon runs? I hastily got out of bed, and, upon arriving in the hall, was taken aback to find He and Mu Rong Mingyue seated there, engaged in light-hearted conversation about personnel changes within the company. Why are you two not online? I asked, astonished. You finally woke up, Mu Rong Mingyue replied with a smile. Did you have a blast yesterday? Come on. Admit it. Did you take some girl from the guild to Hanting 168 or somewhere? My expression darkened. How could you think that? Am I that kind of person? All along, I was with Shisan, Bag Mama, Su Yang, and Xiao Gui. He chuckled softly. All right. No need to defend yourself. I believe you. With that, she stood up and said, the rice in the pot is still warm. I'll go heat up some dishes. You should eat something quickly. You were just busy drinking yesterday. Right? You must be starving. I had intended to say that I wasn't hungry, but my stomach audibly protested, forcing me to swallow my words. I walked over to assist He in retrieving items from the refrigerator and inquired. Eve, the S-Class 7 major instances in Sky City opened this morning, right? He nodded. Yes, they opened promptly at 7. Why do you ask? Did you participate? How difficult are the instances? Can they be cleared? Are you referring to the S-Class instances? Yes. He smiled slightly and replied. Each instance can only be activated once per week for players. So we didn't recklessly attempt the S-Class. We opted for the A-Class instance, Fate Canyon, intending to acquire some A1 gear. That's the level 150 Earth tier set, isn't it? Indeed. At least aim for a set of Celestial tier gear. The Earth tier set lacks ambition. I remarked with a grin. He, however, shook her head and said, you are gravely mistaken. The difficulty of the instances far exceeded our expectations. When Mingyue, Luan Yu, Lian Xian, Bei Ming, and I entered Fate Canyon, we couldn't defeat the final boss and ended up wiping once, losing a level each. Hence, we decided not to continue pushing against the boss. What? I exclaimed in surprise. With you, Sister Mingyue, Bei Ming, Lian Xian, and Luan Yu in the party, you still couldn't defeat the final boss? How formidable is that boss? Indeed, he replied, pursing her lips. We lacked a strong DPS tank to hold the boss's aggro, and Luan Yu couldn't withstand the damage. The monsters in the instance were 50 levels above our gear. Ordinary monsters were already at level 200, and the final boss was a 210 level Celestial tier boss. It is only natural that we couldn't defeat it. Goodness. So, does that mean the monsters in S1 are at least level 230 Celestial tier? Precisely. Eve, let us pause before venturing into S1. It would be prudent to wait until several of us reach level 200. I surmise that to conquer S7, we must achieve the 8th transformation, or perhaps only players of the Celestial River realm will possess the strength to overcome it. I share your sentiments. He chuckled. Recalling the events of the morning, the fierce clash among the major guilds, Quanglong, Mieshun, and the Bawang Hall, at the perimeter of the fatal forest, as they queued for the dungeon, resulted in the demise of thousands. Ultimately, the Bawang Hall Xiaozhu, Wang Dongliang, and Shangwan Waner led their party into the dungeon, only to perish within 10 minutes. They attempted 3 times, yet each endeavor ended in failure. They simply could not prevail. By the way, what level has your ancient divine dragon reached? In the siege of the goddess of death's wrath, you should have acquired a substantial amount of experience. He inquired further. It appears to have reached level 70, yet it remains in its juvenile stage and cannot be ridden, nor can I view the mount's attributes. How long until this ancient divine dragon can be ridden? Let us log on shortly and select a dungeon with ample experience points to grind through. We can level up your dragon while acquiring gear. How does that sound? Which dungeon shall we choose? Clearly, we cannot conquer the Fatal Forest. We have already cleared A1. So let us opt for A2, which seemingly features a map called the Graveyard of Death. Very well, it is settled. Let Bei Ming and Lin Xian join us for a meal before we set off to the Graveyard of Death and strive to conquer the dungeon in one fell swoop. After a hearty meal, we logged on. With a flourish, we appeared in the Sky City. Indeed, I summoned the Ice Lin Horse and the Phantom Wolf King, alongside my little dragon to absorb experience. The ancient divine dragon's shimmering silver scales glistened brilliantly as it gracefully coiled around my arm, resembling a rune, and promptly drifted back into slumber. This dragon is remarkably calm. Unless faced with a dire threat, it shows no inclination to awaken. This juvenile stage seems to be characterized by abundant sleep, as it will grow stronger in due time. The Sky City had undergone maintenance, restoring its former glory as the City of Kings. The gates were flanked by knights clad in silver armor, and golden emblems of the City of Kings floated above the heads of each combat-oriented NPC. This emblem not only captivates the eye, but also enhances the NPC's attack power by 50. Thus, the Sky City has successfully defended against the ferocious assault led by Sophie herself. It is said that the cities of Yong Ai, Titan, and Qing too are on the brink of collapse, nearly falling to ruin. Had it not been for the swift reclamation of Sophie by our region, several human strongholds might have succumbed to the enemy. We formed a ranged party, sequentially adding 4 ladies to our group. This lineup is formidable, comprising the championship team of the current WL International Tournament. One could assert that if WL were to shift to a 5v5 battle format, we would still emerge victorious. With 2 offensive tanks, 2 exceptional ranged attackers, and the illustrious Murong Mingyue, one of the premier priests in the nation, this composition wields an overwhelming presence. The Death Monument Forest, situated to the northeast of the Sky City, lies less than a 20-minute journey from our Dark Moon City. In fact, the recent system refresh has positioned the major dungeons quite favorably for us. Among the 7 principal dungeons, 4 are in close proximity to Dark Moon City. This implies that as players level up, more individuals will inevitably challenge the S-rank dungeons, drawing from Dark Moon City for supplies. Consequently, the revenue of Dark Moon City should see a significant increase. This dungeon is truly enticing. Upon teleporting to Dark Moon City, we gathered at the Eastern Gate. Shortly thereafter, He arrived astride a dragon dawn steed, while Lin Xian wielded the Thunder Goddess staff, and Bei Ming Shui carried the Ice Feather Plume, accompanied by Murong Mingyue. I awaited their arrival, smiling as I remarked, "Well, let us set forth and strive to conquer the Death Monument Forest in one fell swoop." Bei Ming Shui blinked and grinned, saying, "Brother, we chose A2 as our first dungeon. Do you think we will be looked down upon? After all, we are the champions of WL." I drew my sword and chuckled. What does it matter? One must act within their means. The final boss of the current S1 is at least a 230-level celestial boss. While our team might have a chance to defeat it, I fear casualties are inevitable. Dying in the dungeon results in a loss of a level, and that cost is too steep. We should wait until we are more assured of victory, at least until Eve, Xiaoxin, and Mingyue have ascended to divine generals and acquired the Earth Cyclone ability, which would make the battle significantly easier. Yes, let us do our best. Perhaps we might even ascend to divine generals while defeating A2. I laughed. Let us depart. Our group left Dark Moon City, heading directly towards the Death Monument Forest on the map. The forest drops Earth-tier equipment, which we do not particularly need, but we consider it a trial. Without conquering the Death Monument Forest, we would lack the confidence to challenge higher-level dungeons. At that moment, a system notification echoed through the air. System announcement: Sky City congratulations to the player team consisting of Shui Yunyao, Shengu, Song of Ice and Fire, Ring Spirit, and Shadow God for successfully defeating the final boss of the ancient goddess tomb, becoming the first team to complete the B1 dungeon. Each member of the team has been rewarded with 1 point of luck. Damn, they completed it first and got a luck bonus. Let us go for the D1 dungeon. I can hardly contain my excitement, I exclaimed. The 4 ladies remained expressionless, while he remarked, "You already have 70 points of luck. Do you really need that 1 additional point? Are you not embarrassed to pursue D1? I rubbed my nose sheepishly. All right then, we shall continue with A2. Ahem. It was merely a suggestion. Please don't look down on me. I cannot let this affect my image in your eyes. Bei Ming Shui rested her hand on her knee, saying, Brother, your image in our eyes has its limits. It's really no problem. All right, let us embark. To the Death Monument Forest. No retreat, no surrender. The guild was bustling with excitement. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, Goodness. They actually ventured into a dreadful C1 dungeon and even managed to earn a point of luck. What are we waiting for? Luanyue, Xiaoguei Doji. Let us take Moon Dew with us and head out. Let's cleanse D1 and D7. This is a chance for 7 points of luck. Luanyue retorted, Are you just waking up? D1 was cleared this morning. D7 might be more feasible. Let us avoid the minor monsters along the way. Yaguzi can serve as the tank, charging straight to the boss. While Doji unleashes a group attack, perhaps we can seize a point of luck. Yaguzi responded, Then what are we waiting for? Let us gather at the east gate. Li Chengfeng replied, All right, I'm on my way. I thought to myself, this is truly pathetic, a master from the CGL Hall of Fame stooping to D7. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily. Luqing, weren't you the one suggesting we tackle D1? Luanyue urged. Hurry up, let us farm a few more. I need to return to Xinjiang tomorrow for my grandmother's memorial. There's hardly anyone left at home. Chapter 985, Luanyue's Memorial? Li Chengfeng inquired. Don't you have a cousin? Why isn't he going with you? Don't remind me, Luanyue sighed. My cousin spends every day gambling with his unsavory friends. My aunt is nearly at her wit's end. Just the other day, he came down from the south, and I had to give him 20,000 to send him on his way. Yaguzi remarked, Luanyue, your cousin seems rather unsavory. Should we send a few of us to accompany you back for the memorial? We need you back quickly for our guild. I added, Indeed, it's essential. Luanyue chuckled. Am I really that crucial? Very well. Luqing, you can accompany me to Xinjiang. Besides the memorial, we can do some sightseeing. I was speechless. How many days will that take? We are currently in a frenzy of dungeon runs, and the national war could commence at any moment. If I go to Xinjiang with you, what will happen to our guild? Luanyue assured, It's fine. A round trip by plane will take no more than 3 days. He suggested, Luqing, why not join Luanyue? It will be a good chance for you to unwind. Your level is high, and you aren't in a rush to level up. Just ensure Luanyue returns safely. The guild leader had spoken, and I had no choice but to comply. All right. 3 days will be manageable. I pondered for a moment and then asked, Luanyue, your cousin won't cause you any trouble, will he? Luanyue replied, He's just a gambler. I think he's even gotten into drugs lately. He's quite greedy. If he bothers you, feel free to give him a good beating, just don't kill him. I clenched my fist and laughed. That makes things easier. After the ice toxins in my body were dissolved by Lin Yisen's blood, I felt my strength increasing daily. The power behind my punches surprised even me. Protecting the weak and confronting the strong was something I relished, especially dealing with idle ruffians. Ding. Luanyue sent a message. Shall I book your flight online? Yes, please do. Wonderful. With Luqing along, at least there will be someone to entertain me on the journey. Humph. I was merely ensuring your safety along the way. If you truly wish to tease me, then very well, I shall summon Doji Ongyang to accompany you. He would undoubtedly be delighted. No, I certainly do not desire to bring a gorilla home. That would be quite the embarrassment. Bah, Doji is undeniably handsome and distinguished. How can you utter such shameless words? Ahem, I'm off to brush up on my skills. You should attend to your matters as well. Very well. Come to pick me up tomorrow morning, and we shall head to the airport together. Excellent. As we spoke, we had already arrived at our destination, the Forest of the Death God Monuments. In front of us stood a towering stone tablet emitting a faint glow, covered in a dense array of obscure runes. I could not decipher their meaning, though they resembled oracle bone script. I slowly began to read. Fishbone glimmer, a pig monkey once dwelled here, for 10,000 years. Souls take flight, breaking through the earth. What on earth does that mean? He looked at me with a mix of amusement and disbelief, then stepped forward to wipe away the cobwebs from the inscriptions, softly reciting, In ancient times, a lord perished in this place. 10,000 years later, the soul ascended, breaking the soil to be reborn. I was astonished. Wow, boss, you're incredible. You can even understand Oracle Bone script. That's amazing. You must have studied archaeology at university, right? Morong Mingyue replied, speechless. Eve was already a millionaire before finishing university. Why would she need to graduate? He smiled gently. This is hardly Oracle Bone script. It is merely a distorted form of traditional characters. Lu Chun, did your language studies come from a physical education teacher? I was left utterly speechless. Even he was teasing me. I had truly embarrassed myself this time. I directly approached the stone tablet and began the registration process, and in an instant, our 5 names were inscribed upon it. The dungeon was now open, and we would be able to enter in 2 minutes. With a flash, our 5-member team appeared together in a nocturnal forest resembling a canyon, with distant flickers of ghostly flames that seemed rather frightening. Before us stood rows of stone tablets, marking the origin of the forest of the death god monuments. Where are the monsters? Lien Xian wondered aloud, simultaneously activating the psychic shield. I drew the purple-ing sword from my back. Its violet glow illuminated the surroundings splendidly. Truly, the ancient celestial artifact was formidable, radiating brilliantly. Prompting my ice-scaled steed forward, I pressed the sword's edge against a stone tablet, earnestly reading, Imperial soldiers, forever immortal. This time, I did not misread, but where were the monsters? Surely, they wouldn't make us confront the final boss right away? At that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. With a loud crack, a skeletal arm burst forth from the earth, seizing the blade of my purpling sword. By the heavens, the corpse from the grave had indeed been resurrected. This was exceedingly troublesome. Roaring, a decayed warrior, his face covered in putrid flesh, emerged from the ground. Still gripping my purpling sword, anger surged within me as I violently shook the sword and shouted, "Get away!" Thud. 142,982. The attack power of the Chengfeng break was as formidable as ever. This putrid warrior was a level 200 ghostly dance creature, relatively manageable. Before it could strike, Bei Mingshue's shock arrow had already descended, stunning it. He and Lien Xian quickly followed up with strikes, and it was swiftly dealt with. The 200-level ghost dance monsters do not seem particularly formidable. I chuckled as I picked up an illusion stone from the ground and tossed it into my bag. Gathering my resources, Bai Mingshui remarked, the efficiency of this farming is rather poor, brother. Ahead lies a vast forest of tombstones, surely filled with these rotting corpses. Why not draw more of them over for a collective slaughter? With sky-piercing arrow, blade of flames, and dimensional storm, the pace of our destruction would be exhilarating. Your Phantom Wolf King Storm Claw can also maximize efficiency. Alright, let us maximize our efficiency and aim to finish A2 today, and perhaps even conquer A3 as well. I replied. The Iceland horse let out a long neigh, and I charged forth. The threat posed by the 200-level ghost dance monsters was minimal, especially since the corpses moved sluggishly, making it nearly impossible for them to surround me. After swiftly clearing the area, I returned, having left behind nearly 1,000 tombs. The long-dead corpses now howling in anguish as they pursued me. Upon my return, I noticed Bai Mingshui calling from the right, "Brother, over here." A glance revealed several players huddled beneath a large banyan tree, indeed a natural bottleneck for the monsters. I rushed over, and the Phantom Wolf King crouched low, emitting a soft growl, poised to strike. As I drew a horde of monsters, Morong Mingyue's iron-winged dragon landed, serving as a sturdy shield. Hu-Yi raised her shield to block the view ahead. The sight of the grotesque corpses was quite unappetizing. Despite her efforts to adapt, she still felt a strong sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, one must suppress such feelings. This game thrives on adrenaline and the grotesque. Without a robust heart, one would never rise to master the game. I recalled how Lin Yixin spent an entire week training her composure alone in Zombie Valley, ultimately finding joy in the sight of terrifying zombies, akin to seeing Hello Kitty. Turning around, I unleashed Blade of Flames with a fierce roar, executing a series of strikes. The War Goddess Remnant Blade triggered its attack effect, stunning 3 corpses simultaneously. To my delight, the Shattered Peak effect of the Ziying Sword had an exceptionally high probability of activation against wild monsters, nearly reaching 20%. The 3 strikes shattered parts of the corpses. Some arms were severed, and some heads decapitated. With their means of attack diminished, they posed no threat to our front line. With a swift motion, Hu Yi lowered her shield and unleashed a flurry of 5 consecutive strikes, clearing a swath of monsters. Behind her, Baiming Shui's spiral arrow and sky-piercing arrow wreaked havoc in tandem with Lianxin's dimensional storm. Our presence in this dungeon was truly a nightmare for these monsters. While other teams struggled to slay 1,000 A2 monsters throughout the morning, we could easily dispatch 1,200 level ghost dance monsters in under half an hour. With a soft thud, the decomposing corpse card fell to the ground, surprisingly granting a boost of 10 to toxin attack, with a 10% chance of inflicting poison on the adversary, causing them to gradually lose health. However, its efficacy was rather lackluster, far inferior to the ghostly chariot cards, which are specifically designed to enhance physical attack DPS. Fortunately, both He and I still possessed a considerable number of ghostly chariot cards. Half an hour later, after clearing out the minor monsters in half of the canyon, we pressed onward. Ahead lay a grand mausoleum, the resting place of a boss known as the Flying Cavalier, a level 210 celestial tier boss. Regrettably, it posed no real challenge to us. He activated the royal strategy skill to bolster our party, while I and the Phantom Wolf King took on the role of tanks, expertly drawing the boss's aggro. In less than 5 minutes, under our relentless assault, the Flying Cavalier collapsed. With a soft thud, a round and plump leather helmet dropped. Gravekeeper's leather helm. Earth tier exceptional. Defense, 1100 magic defense, 980 agility, 195 stamina, 180 additional. Increases the user's agility by 7 exceptional trait, Death's Kiss, converting 0.9 points of attack damage into health. Trait, part of the Death's Grave leather armor set. A2, helmet required level, 150. As I picked up the helmet, I couldn't help but smile. The first item to drop was surprisingly an A2 leather armor piece, albeit only level 150 gear, rendering it useless to me. After picking it up, it bound to my account, leaving me no choice but to sell it for gold. Onward. Ultimately, the final boss posed little threat as well. With the Dragon God shield in my possession, my defense surpassed even that of the Mage Knight, and my formidable attack power kept the boss firmly focused on me, preventing it from targeting the others. In the end, the boss dropped an Earth tier sword, but alas, all items within the dungeon were bound upon pickup, rendering them unsellable. It was merely an opportunity to grind for experience and collect cards. I gazed at the ancient divine dragon coiled around my arm, now at level 83. Still a juvenile and not fully matured, I wondered when I would finally be able to ride it. After dinner, I tackled the A3 dungeon again, earning 2 instances of luck rewards, much to the delight of several female players. The A4 dungeon proved somewhat more challenging, and with nightfall approaching, I had to accompany Luan Yu on a journey to Xinjiang the next day, so I decided to call it a night. At 8 p.m. on the evening of the 51st, there will be a unique event in the Tianxiao Wushuang YY channel 72347, where Yi Zi will be present to participate. Don't miss out, everyone. Chapter 986. Departure the next day, I informed EE, I'm going on a trip. After completing my morning routine and preparing to leave, I dialed Lin Yixin's number. Going on a trip? Where to? Lin Yixin, seemingly just awakening, was reluctant to miss the rare opportunity for a leisurely weekend sleep-in. To Luan Yu's ancestral home in Xinjiang. She has to return to pay respects at her grandmother's grave, and it's not safe for her to travel alone, so the guild has assigned me to accompany her. I'll be back in about 3 days. Lin Yixin chuckled. You've been ensnared by yet another girl. My face flushed with embarrassment as I replied, that's not the case. You're reading too much into it. Please refrain from such remarks. If you come across any specialties from Xinjiang, do remember to bring me some, such as roasted lamb skewers or hand-pulled mutton. The image of me boarding a plane with a leg of lamb comes to mind, with flight attendants and ticket inspectors giving me approving thumbs up, praising my talents. Then, I envision myself pulling out a knife, slicing the lamb into pieces, sharing it with everyone, while the entire crew watches me leave with tears in their eyes. Filled with a sense of longing and regret, a shiver runs through me, and I reply, all right, I will do my best. Take care on your journey. I understand. I must hang up now and get going. He drives us to the Ancient Sword Club. Bei Mingxue and Lian Xian insist on coming to see me off, fearing that I might not return. At the entrance of the club, Luan Yu is dressed in a coffee-colored uniform, looking quite spirited. This appearance would certainly give her family the impression that their daughter has grown up and is at work. Undoubtedly, Luan Yu's earnings from gaming likely surpass that of a corporate professional in a year. The plane departs from Wuxi Shuafang Airport at 9 a.m. landing at Urumqi Airport in less than 4 hours, which is indeed not too far. In the waiting hall, I carry only a backpack containing a few changes of clothes, with the game helmet being the most essential item, enabling me to level up anytime and anywhere, showcasing my true heroic essence. Just as I am about to leave, Bei Mingxue suddenly grips my hand. Brother, what's wrong? We'll be waiting for you at home, so hurry back. Bei Mingxue's eyes are red. Oh, I know. I can't help but smile. Since Bei Mingxue joined the Frost Cloud Studio in Suzhou, we haven't been apart for long, and she has developed a certain dependence on me, which explains her feelings. Turning back, I open my arms and embrace Bei Mingxue, assuring her, it's just a grave visit. We will be back swiftly. You must diligently level up at home and listen to Sister Eve. Okay, understood. Releasing Bei Mingxue, Lien Xian leaps into my embrace, laughing. You cannot favor one over the other. There are many who like you, not just Bei Ming. I pat Lien Xian on the shoulder. Xiao Xian, do your best. In the few days I will be away, the mage team at Ancient Sword will rely on you. We desperately need more high-level mages for the national battles. Yes, I understand. After releasing Lien Xian, I approach He, who looks up at me with a smile. What do you want now? Nothing much. I chuckle softly, pulling her into my embrace, holding her tightly, and whispering in her ear, if I must be away for a long time. You are the one I will miss the most in the studio, do you know that? He trembles slightly. I gaze down at her. Her exquisite face tinged with a hint of crimson, her eyes avoiding mine, unable to meet my gaze. Summoning my courage, I lean down and kiss her gently, my lips meeting her soft, warm ones. She embraces me tighter, almost as if wishing to meld into me, her timid tongue responding slightly. In that instant, it feels as though the entire world has faded away, leaving only the two of us. What a lovely day it is, Luan Yu observes, gazing out the window. Indeed, it only rained lightly, without any thunder or lightning. Bei Mingxue replies with a smile. After nearly 2 minutes, I finally parted ways with He. Her face flushed with excitement. She wrapped her arms around my neck, drawing me closer once more, and gently brushed her lips against mine, playfully saying, hurry back. Or I will miss you terribly, you know? I nodded in agreement. Yes, I promise to return soon, or I too will miss you dearly. Murong Mingyue sighed from the side. If you miss her so much, why not embrace her? Goodness. He and I turned to Murong Mingyue in unison. I remarked, what a romantic atmosphere, and you just had to ruin it with your words. Murong Mingyue, flaunting her nearly bursting curves, chuckled. Oh, still feeling shy, huh? Look around. How many people are watching you two? Then, she stepped forward, saying, all right, since we are parting, I mustn't be left out. Let me have a hug. I stood there like a statue, glaring at her. No? Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Murong Mingyue laughed lightly and stepped closer, wrapping her arms around me. I returned the embrace. Perhaps she was the only one in the entire studio with whom I could express anything without reservation. Compared to her, He felt more like a romantic sister, while Murong Mingyue was an older sister, embracing all my feelings. After the embrace, Murong Mingyue pulled away and asked with a smile, how does that feel? I clutched my chest, replying, I can hardly breathe, with a surprising flush on her cheeks. Murong Mingyue glared at me, come back soon. If you don't return within 3 days, I'll take Eve on a blind date and marry us both off. Just to watch you suffer. I was at a loss for words. Pouting, I will return as soon as possible. By the way, please take care of things in the game while I'm away. Make sure to continue gathering resources for mount duplication and riding training. Our cavalry is growing, but we still have shortcomings. He chuckled. Got it, go now? All right. Together with Luan Yu, I entered the boarding gate and turned back to wave to everyone. Take care, make sure to eat well and sleep well. The girls laughed in response, yes. The security personnel glanced at me, then at He and Murong Mingyue, grinning. Wow, are all these your girlfriends? I maintained a straight face. With so many girlfriends, do you think that's realistic? Not at all. Then I won't marry any of them. Meanwhile, Luan Yu suddenly wrapped her arms around my arm, declaring, Humph, I am his girlfriend. The rest are just here for show, at least for the next 3 days. Hee. I shot her a sideways glance. Have some self-respect. Hurry to security. After passing through security, we awaited our flight. It wasn't too long before we boarded. At the moment of takeoff, the powerful thrust pushed us back into our seats, inducing an exhilarating rush. I smiled at Luan Yu beside me. Wow. The acceleration here rivals that of a Lamborghini. It's fantastic. Luan Yu replied, I can't afford a Lamborghini. Don't bring that up. But don't you earn a fortune selling gear each month? In order to contribute to household expenses, the daily consumption of cosmetics and clothing is not insignificant. Wanyu, with her enchanting gaze, exclaimed, to attract skilled players to Ancient Sword, my friends Tianyu, Chengfeng Shui, and I must adorn ourselves daily. We primarily purchase high-end brands. It is no easy task for us. We are committed to enhancing the beauty of the ladies in Ancient Sword. Have you ever subsidized our expenses for cosmetics or clothing? I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Is that so? You merely wish to appear beautiful. What does that have to do with me? Even if you adorn yourselves exquisitely, the benefits are not mine to claim. Do you still desire benefits? Wanyu said with a mischievous smile. All right then, after we disembark, let us book a couple suite. I shall grant you 3 days of benefits. A shiver coursed through me. No, thank you. I fear I cannot handle it. Let us hasten to pay our respects at the grave. Wanyu intertwined her arm with mine, playfully teasing as if she would not relent until my heart ceased its rhythm. The stunning ladies nearby, such as Lin Yisin and He Yi, spoke volumes of beauty, and even Bei Ming Shui and Lian Xian possessed a charm that slightly eclipsed Wanyu's allure. Although Wanyu was undeniably a captivating enchantress, my resistance remained commendable as I observed her antics with an impassive expression akin to watching the evening news. I was relatively unfazed, yet a bald, middle-aged man beside me could hardly contain himself. A mere glance at Wanyu's delicate demeanor and the alluring curves beneath her uniform caused him to cough incessantly, clutching his chest in a manner that suggested an impending heart attack. I silently cursed under my breath, signaling Wanyu to behave. I tossed her a magazine to distract her. After all, it would not bode well if we caused a scene. Time aboard the plane passed swiftly. After a brief slumber, I awoke to find the aircraft soaring over the Xinjiang Autonomous Region. Gazing down at the earth below, the view was indeed splendid, with fields arranged in a quilt-like pattern, interspersed with Gobi Desert and quaint residences, exuding an air of serenity. As I pondered, I felt my mouth water. Wanyu, will I finally get to savor the most authentic hand-pulled lamb? Wanyu nodded. Indeed, if we venture to the most unpretentious pastoral areas, you shall have the chance. I will take you there if you wish. Splendid. But hand-pulled lamb is roasted, right? Eating it by tearing off pieces with one's hands must be delightful. But isn't it too hot? Not everyone has the skill to withstand such heat. Wanyu, exasperated, retorted, hand-pulled lamb is sliced with a knife. Who told you it is grabbed with hands? You, my dear rustic, still dare to call yourself a little king. I felt equally indignant. Lower your voice, dear lady. We must not embarrass ourselves in public. Glancing around, I noticed countless eyes fixed upon me, gleaming with mockery. I fell silent, returning to my magazine. Soon, the plane landed at Urumqi Airport. After disembarking, we hailed a taxi, and Wanyu instructed the driver, "Sir, please take us to the train station." "Thank you. We must arrive within the hour." The driver smiled confidently. "Rest assured, young lady, we shall get there safely." With a swift press on the accelerator, the taxi sped away. Reminiscent of an F1 race, it seemed that taxi drivers everywhere possessed an audacious spirit. Chapter 987. The Growth of the Divine Dragon Suddenly. I felt as though I had embarked on a treacherous journey. Turning to the lovely young lady beside me, I exclaimed, "Wait, weren't we told it was only a 4-hour trip? Why are we headed to the train station again?" Wanyu chuckled, pulling out a bright red train ticket from her pocket. "Here, you see, my grandmother's home is in this location. Bear with me. You still have to endure a 5-hour train ride." The ticket clearly indicated Urumqi to Teeks County. A wave of disbelief washed over me as I grasped Wanyu's shoulder, saying, "Wanyu, you little deceiver. You told me it was only a 4-hour journey. Now, when will we ever arrive at our destination?" Wanyu blinked innocently. "Well, you can't blame me. If I hadn't done this, how would I have lured you over from Suzhou? Hee, let us just consider it a little adventure, shall we?" I resigned myself to the situation, leaning back in my seat. "We have a tomb sweeping event tomorrow and need to return the day after. Have you arranged our return tickets?" "Not yet." "All right, I'll call the manager of the Suzhou branch of Yulifang to help us secure our return tickets." "Does the manager really need to heed your wishes?" What do you think? I hold 10% of Yulifang's shares." "Wow, quite the big shot. Bow down. By the way, you're treating me to lamb soup this afternoon." Upon arriving at the train station, we quickly grabbed a bite to eat before hastily boarding the train. As the rhythmic clattering of the tracks accompanied our journey, I found myself utterly bewildered. What exactly was Teeks? I had never even heard of it. However, I reassured myself that Luan Yu would not abandon me. Well, as long as there was food and drink, I was content to follow along. By the time we reached Teeks, night had fallen. Standing in the expansive county town, I felt slightly lost with my backpack. Where's your grandmother's house? Luan Yu giggled, linking her arm with mine. It's not in the county town, and there are probably no cars available now. Let us find a hotel with internet access to stay overnight. We'll set off early tomorrow morning with a 2-hour drive to the tomb. And then we can return in the afternoon. We want to be staying at my aunt's place. I nodded. First, let us find something to eat. What is good here? Lamb. All right, let us settle into a hotel first before searching for food. After exploring the entire town, we discovered that there was only one hotel with a dedicated line for Yueheng Gaming, a 4-star establishment that charged quite a hefty sum. Thus, we had no choice but to choose this one. Otherwise, we would have to intrude on someone's home for internet access, which seemed a tad too forward. Besides, as a southerner in this unfamiliar place, it was best to maintain a low profile. Upon entering the hotel, we booked 2 rooms at 1,000 each. After settling our luggage, Luan Yu dragged me out onto the street. She was somewhat familiar with the area and led me into a restaurant. We indulged in a sumptuous feast of large plates of chicken, lamb stew, and beer. I nearly shouted in delight. Being in a foreign land, yet savoring such delectable cuisine, was truly exhilarating. Life felt complete, and I regretted not bringing He and Linison along. How wonderful it would have been to share this beautiful moment with such lovely companions. After a satisfying meal, I returned to the hotel, connected to the internet, and logged on. As the evening held no particular engagements, I decided to indulge in some low-level FB to enhance the ancient divine dragon's level. Upon entering the Sky City, an array of notifications promptly appeared. Linison. Oh, little trickster, you're online. Haven't lost your way, have you? Have you settled in? The local cuisine in Xinjiang is quite delightful. I assenti it. Baiming Shui. Brother, I miss you. Lian Xian. Lu Chun. Baiming just said she misses you so much that she challenged someone to a PK. Morong Minghua. You little rascal. Have you eaten yet? Reading through the cascade of messages, I couldn't help but smile. It's truly heartwarming to be missed. Thus, I replied to each one. To Linison. After a day of travel, I nearly fell apart. You missed me, didn't you? Come give me a kiss, haha. To He. Yes, I've settled into a 4-star hotel with internet access. And the food here is quite to my liking. To Baiming Shui. I'll be back in 2 days. Keep leveling up, Baiming. To Lian Xian. When Baiming is bullied, you must come to her aid, little Xian. To Morong Minghua. I've eaten, Sister Minghua. Get to bed early. Then, we began to assemble our team. He made a wise decision to tackle A4, which posed quite a challenge, given that the monsters within were level 210 Ghost Dance class, with the bosses starting at a minimum of level 220. Fortunately, our team had gained significant levels through the recent WL domestic and international competitions, surpassing ordinary domestic players by at least 10 levels, making A4 a feasible endeavor. We teleported to Silver First City, which was a closer starting point this time. As I rode up, I found He, Lian Xian, Baiming Shui, and Morong Minghua already awaiting my arrival. Brother, Baiming Shui greeted me on her warhorse, smiling. How was your day with Sister Luan Yu? I shrugged. Not much, that girl led me astray. 4 hours on a plane followed by 5 or 6 hours on a train nearly wore me out. And this is just the beginning. I'm going to pay respects tomorrow morning. I logged on to grind some dungeons. Any progress in the game? Has anyone challenged the S-class dungeons? Yes. He nodded affirmatively. Lin Yushi took Ziho, Nangong Lexi, Yinger Xiangnai, and a priest to challenge S1. They managed to defeat the first boss, but got stuck at the second one, having died twice without success. It's a shame for their levels, so Yushi decided to stop. Baiming Shui added. Also, Shui Yun Yao, Shengu, and the Song of Ice and Fire squad went to tackle S1 as well. But they too got stuck at the second boss and seemed to have given up on the dungeon altogether. The boss is simply too powerful, and their 5-man team lacks sufficient DPS and healing. I chuckled softly, knowing that in S1, there were at least level 250 celestial tier bosses. Given our current average level of merely 50 to 80, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. If celestial weapon sets were so easily assembled, the divine S1 set would have lost its value long ago. He smiled and said, Indeed, it would be wiser for us to farm in A4. By the way, what is the status of your ancient divine dragon? Can it be ridden now? Oh, let me check. I opened my personal interface, located the ancient divine dragon's icon. and confirmed its summoning. Instantly, a youthful dragon's roar echoed, and a blue hexagram magic circle appeared before me. The ancient divine dragon gradually emerged from the center of the circle, having grown considerably after a long slumber, its body radiating a dark silver sheen, adorned with blood-red whiskers, exuding an imposing presence as it lay on the ground. Why can't this ancient divine dragon fly? Isn't it said to be capable of soaring through the clouds? Lin Xin remarked with a chuckle. I was somewhat speechless. Indeed, my WL championship reward seemed rather underwhelming. Surely, even a different ancient artifact would outperform this little dragon. Bei Mingshui interjected, Brother, please share the ancient divine dragon's attributes. We can help you analyze them. All right. I waved my hand, and the attributes of the ancient divine dragon appeared before us. To my astonishment, the little creature had indeed evolved after its long rest. Ancient divine dragon level, 83 grade, divine mount stage, growth phase effect, not rideable growth stages, juvenile phase, level 0 to 50, no effect growth phase, level 50 to 100, no effect, adult phase, level 100 to 150, rideable, awakening phase, level 150 to 200, armor fusion divine comprehension phase, level 200 to 250, unknown. Upon seeing the growth stages, I couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, how delightful. I can ride it at level 100. We're not far off. With a bit of effort, I can get the little dragon to level 100 in just a few days. He responded with a laugh, yes. But it's a pity there aren't experience-boosting versions like the Wrath of the Death Goddess anymore. Otherwise, we could easily reach level 100 in a day. Let us head to A4 and sweep through dozens of A-class dungeons. I refuse to believe we can't reach level 100. Indeed, the experience required for the ancient divine dragon to level up was 100 times that of a regular pet, a testament to the cost of such a powerful mount. Fortunately, my favorite pastime was grinding for experience, and with beautiful companions by my side, the journey would be anything but dull. As we exited Silver Fir City, he reached out to pull Murong Mingyue onto her mount, exclaiming, let us go. Lu Chun, take Lin Xin with you. We are now a complete knightly ensemble. I added, let Bei Ming take Lin Xin, it's the same. Bei Ming shrugged with a smile. She insists on riding with you on the same horse. Then come here, I said, somewhat exasperated, as I helped Lin Xin onto the horse, settling her in my lap. She waved her staff playfully, laughing, let us go. Ice Lin's steed, full speed ahead. Crack. The staff struck my forehead. I was left even more speechless. 3 valiant steeds galloped swiftly past a dense thicket. And in less than 10 minutes, we would arrive at the gathering stone for the A4 dungeon. On the expansive map, a multitude of blue dots emerged ahead, indicating a significant number of players. What is happening? Why are there so many people? Murong Mingyue pondered suspiciously. I spurred my horse forward, and soon beheld a clearing in the woods where a large throng of players had congregated. Each bore the same emblem upon their shoulders, a depiction of an iron sword. This was none other than the guild swordbearers of the Jianghu, whose stronghold was situated at the edge of A4. Were they attempting to seize control of the entire A4 dungeon area? Mingling among the crowd, I cautiously approached, only to find the players of swordbearers of the Jianghu forming an impenetrable wall. Among them, a charismatic captain wielding a staff addressed the crowd with a smile. Swordbearers of the Jianghu are leveling up here. We appreciate your presence. The A4 dungeon lies just ahead, but the surrounding monsters are of a significantly high level. To facilitate your experience, we have eliminated these creatures overnight. Many of our brethren sustained injuries, with some even losing levels. As compensation, we kindly request a fee of 10 gold coins from each player entering the dungeon. We hope for your understanding. Are they out of their minds for money? I exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 988. The challenge of the swordbearers. From the crowd emerged a level 181 warrior from the Overlord Hall, brandishing his sword and proclaiming, is this how it works? Do you swordbearers truly believe you can dominate here? The A-level dungeon is a public dungeon within the Sky City. Just because your territory is nearby, you think you can monopolize A4? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Overlord Hall vehemently disagrees. Indeed, why should we pay 10 coins to pass through? Nonsense. The accompanying members echoed in agreement. Overlord Hall had brought a total of 25 individuals, 5 teams ready for the dungeon, all of whom were formidable, their levels exceeding 180. However, the absence of high-caliber players like Little Pig and Shengwan Wanner meant they would struggle against the swordbearers of the Jianghu. The crowd grew restless. their emotions stirred by the few from Overlord Hall. Many drew their weapons, preparing for conflict. In the Sky City, numerous guilds monopolized leveling areas. But very few dared to claim an advanced dungeon like swordbearers of the Jianghu. What is going on? Everyone, calm down. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the crowd. It belonged to a black-robed mage wielding a staff, adorned with the emblem of the swordbearer's vice leader, Yinyang Master, Jingsheng Laishi. He stepped forward, surveying the approximately 1,000 players in the forest, and said, "I ask for your understanding. The brothers of swordbearers of the Jianghu are in the process of clearing the last batch of monsters near the dungeon. Many of our comrades are still retrieving corpses. In just 1 hour, you will all be free to enter A4. I assure you of this." "Bah," scoffed a high-ranking warrior from Overlord Hall. "Who cares for your assurances? Brothers, let us head into the dungeon. If swordbearers of the Jianghu dares to lay a finger on us, Overlord Hall will surely march forth and trample their territory." I pursed my lips, secretly applauding the display before me. Clearly, neither side was to be trifled with. The sword-wielding Jianghu sought to assert its dominance through the occupation of the A4 dungeon, while the Tyrant Hall had come deliberately to provoke a confrontation. That seasoned warrior, sacrificing himself, ignited the flames of conflict, providing Tyrant Hall with a pretext for war. After all, the guild of sword-wielding Jianghu was neither mature nor powerful, and the location of this territory was undeniably advantageous, a prize that Tyrant Hall had coveted for some time. Provoked by the other party, the player in this life and the next was incensed. With a flourish of his staff, he bellowed, "Cavalry of sword-wielding Jianghu, prepare to charge. Dare anyone attempt to break through here? I shall make them experience the taste of being a corpse." The members of Tyrant Hall were equally enraged, with that seasoned warrior exclaiming, "Brothers of Sky City, it is one thing for sword-wielding Jianghu to dominate the arena, but to threaten us? Do they think we lack valor? Those with courage, charge alongside us and slay these fools of sword-wielding Jianghu." Charging forth, they were followed by hundreds of their comrades, the situation spiraling beyond control. Birds in the jungle took flight, and nearly 400 casual players formed a cavalry unit, launching their assault. In this life and the next raised his staff, commanding, "Onward! Eliminate them. Mages and archers, prepare your volleys, and healers, maintain our lifelines. Today, we shall defend our territory as fiercely as lions safeguarding their pride." The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed as countless knights surged forth from a clearing in the jungle. Leading them was the amber-eyed newcomer, who had shone brightly during the WL National Tournament, wielding his sword with valor. Flames flickered along the blade as he unleashed a devastating 3-hit flame combo, swiftly dispatching the seasoned warrior of Tyrant Hall. Kill. The players of sword-wielding Jianghu bore the buff of a bard, a powerful 7-tiered encouragement with 100 attack power. In the first wave of their charge, the disorganized casual players were thrown into chaos, and by the second wave, they had become mere targets for slaughter. Meanwhile, arrows rained down from the skies, as at least 1,000 archers and mages of sword-wielding Jianghu lay in ambush within the jungle. Indeed, they were the local predators. Such an onslaught was clearly beyond the capacity of the casual players to withstand. 10 minutes later, the outcome was evident. A lone archer, bloodied and panicked, stumbled into the jungle, retreating swiftly with his longbow in hand. He was a player from the Warlord Guild, an archer of level 182. Relatively high in level with decent defenses, allowing him to survive the onslaught of spiral arrow blades and galaxy storm. However, the rustling of grass behind him signaled the approach of hundreds of knights from sword-wielding Jianghu. Amber-eyed, at the forefront, raised his sword and shouted, "For those who invite trouble, we shall leave none alive. This is our territory, and we shall not allow them to run rampant." The archer, in a frenzy, shouted back, "Just you wait. I will summon my brothers to return and exact vengeance. Sword-wielding Jianghu, you will rue your arrogance." Amber-eyed smiled, galloping closer, the distance narrowing ominously. Bang! Suddenly, the archer, failing to pay attention to the front, collided directly with the sound of the ice steed's hooves, falling to the ground in a daze. As he got up and looked up in astonishment, he exclaimed, "Zhiji Qinsha, how come it is you?" I cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. The wind howled fiercely as a group of sword-wielding knights charged towards us. With keen amber eyes, I swiftly halted the cavalry's advance, bringing them to a steady stop, and remarked, "Lu Chun." I smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The archer from the Wild Dragon, however, seemed to clutch at a lifeline. quickly rising to my side and grasping the tail of the ice steed, pleading, "Zhiji Qinsha, the sword-wielding Jianghu is clearing the area. You, being the king-level guild of the ancient sword, must intervene in this matter. Otherwise, will the Sky City not fall under the dominion of the sword-wielding Jianghu?" I snorted coldly, replying with a smirk, "If the sword-wielding Jianghu seeks to slay you, what concern is that of mine? The Wild Dragon and Ancient Sword are not allied guilds. Do not forget, the Dragon's March once launched a fierce assault on my Dark Moon City. The debt remains unsettled, but it does not mean I have forgotten it." The amber-eyed knight chuckled, raising his sword towards the archer. "Coward, come forth and meet your demise. Lu Chun will not shield you." The sound of metal scraping against metal ignited sparks as I slowly drew my longsword, smiling slightly. "Indeed, I will not protect players of the Wild Dragon. However, I am on my way to the A4 dungeon to grind for experience, and someone is obstructing my path. I, Lu Chun, fear no one in the Sky City. And should the sword-wielding Jianghu stand in my way, I shall not hesitate to strike them down. You." The expression of the amber-eyed knight darkened as he glanced behind him, noting that approximately 500 cavalry players followed him, with no more than 10 of them having reached level 180. Only players of the 7th transition could wield the net of entrapment, and my level generally exceeded theirs by 10 levels, significantly reducing the chance of missing the net against such higher-level players, estimating that the success rate would be less than 5. More importantly, behind me, he rode forth, brandishing the 7-star Liuli spear, cradling Murong Mingyue, while the dark archer, Baiming Shui, silently led his steed from afar, already drawing the ice feather bow, its string glimmering with the blood-red aura of necromancy, clearly poised for action. The amber-eyed knight assessed the situation and decided against immediate confrontation, turning his horse and bellowing, "Brothers, withdraw, return to the open ground, and continue guarding the periphery of A4. I cursed inwardly, how audacious they were, attempting to block our path. The players of the sword-wielding Jianghu were indeed bold, openly challenging several members of the ancient swords management. What benefit could they possibly gain from this? Would it elevate the prestige of the sword-wielding Jianghu? Charge! I spurred my horse forward, simultaneously summoning the Phantom Wolf King. The purple sword gleamed with the sanguine glow of necromantic energy as I pursued the amber-eyed knight and his companions into a vast clearing within the forest, where the players of the sword-wielding Jianghu had already formed ranks to greet us, with nearly 1,000 iron cavalry at the front and hundreds of archers, mages, and priests in the rear. In this life and the next, wielding a staff, I stand resolutely at the forefront, my countenance ashen as I survey the field strewn with the corpses of players. We have never harbored any enmity. Why do you seek vengeance for the followers of the Mad Dragon? With a subtle inclination of my head, I lowered the Ziying Sword and replied nonchalantly, I am not here to settle scores. I have come to engage in the A4 dungeon. Kindly make way, or else. What then? Roared the amber-eyed adversary. Do you presume that securing the WEL championship elevates your status? Let me remind you, this realm belongs to the sword-wielding Jianghu. Even the ancient swords must reckon with their own worth here. Furrowing his brow, the figure embodying both this life and the next intended to mediate, only to have his efforts thwarted by the resonant shout of the amber-eyed foe. Preparing for defense, the archers unleashed their shock arrows and mountain-shattering shots, while the mages summoned icy rain. Their coordination was impeccable, and despite their numbers being limited to 5, we could not afford to underestimate them. The confrontation was now inevitable. I promptly set aside Lian Xin, and he relinquished Murong Mingyue. In the team channel, I whispered, I will utilize the Phantom Shadow's Purple Dragon Roar to breach their frontline defense. Eve will strike from the flank to eliminate the archers and mages. Sister Mingyue's Ironwing Dragon will draw their fire, while Baiming unleashes a barrage of arrows, ensuring their ranged classes suffer greatly. Xiaoxin, join Eve in the assault. Understood. The several female players nodded in unison. 5 of us against their thousands. What an exhilarating challenge. With a swift motion, a shadow darted forth, seamlessly vanishing into the earth. The entire process nearly undetectable amidst the swirling currents of nature. I maneuvered my steed in a sweeping arc, attacking from the opposite side, ensuring my doppelganger remained unharmed. The conditions for employing the Purple Dragon Roar were exceedingly stringent. My health was at its maximum, and I had to safeguard my clone. Chapter 989, Perfect Coordination. Shock arrows. Fire at will. Hold him down. The figure of this life and the next bellowed fiercely, raising the staff. Simultaneously, he unleashed a spectral entanglement skill that transformed into a radiant arc, an incredibly overpowering ability with a slowing effect superior to that of the frost arrow. However, it bore the flaw of a lengthy casting time and was a projectile attack easily evaded by sidestepping. With a powerful stomp, my ice-scaled steed surged forward, executing a sudden angular thrust that deftly evaded the spectral entanglement. The moment was ripe. I swiftly locked onto a warrior at the forefront and charged directly. With a whoosh, I soared forth, trailing a tempest of lightning, crashing into the ranks of frontline players, where shields collided with great speed. Boom! The whirlwind surged as 6 or 7 knights combined their shield assaults, yet I single-handedly cleaved through their defenses, embellished with several artifacts. The power bestowed by the ancient celestial equipment was formidable beyond the capacity of ordinary players to withstand. The war shattered. 3 successive beams of crimson light erupted, eliciting anguished cries from the sword-wielding Jianghu players within a 55-yard radius, their health plummeting and swiftly extinguished. With the explosive force of my awakened battle god, my assault proved lethally decisive. Buzz! Ahead, a high-level 184 magic knight raised his shield high, bellowing, "I shall hold the line. Archers, lend your strength and stun him." The sound of arrows striking the dragon god's shield reverberated, and despite my relentless repositioning, the overwhelming number of opponents rendered my evasive maneuvers futile. The close-range archers unleashed a barrage of stunning arrows, and I endured their relentless assault without succumbing to paralysis. Suddenly, a fierce flame engulfed the Ziying Sword as I laughed heartily and swung the blade towards the 184 magic knight, declaring, "Who do you think you are to stand in my way?" The initial strike of my flame slash caused his shield to shift, and the subsequent fiery arcs pierced his torso, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of damage that decimated the players of the sword-wielding Jianghu, with damage figures soaring over 80,000. With gritted teeth, I raised my staff and unleashed a devastating fire prison catastrophe, a group attack within a 10-yard radius, impossible to evade. The damage registered a staggering 79,932. This foe wielded formidable magical power, inflicting considerable pain as a cluster of warriors surrounded me, simultaneously executing shield break, leading to a cascade of damage figures. 38,188. 21,992. 54,727. Despite my high defense, I could not withstand their collective onslaught, and my health plummeted by half in an instant. Refusing to retreat, I retaliated with a sudden shield break that pierced through the 2 magic knights ahead, triggering a critical hit effect with astonishing damage and lifesteal numbers. 290, 283, 43, 542, 302, 824, 45, 423. My health replenished significantly in an instant, and the lifesteal from the Ziying Sword was exhilarating, embodying the thrill of battle and leaving the sword-wielding Jianghu players in utter despair. Just as the momentum surged, a chilling arrow struck, and I found myself momentarily stunned. With my attributes diminished and the stun lasting 175 seconds, a perilous duration indeed, rendering me immobile while the multitude of archers would strike with unerring accuracy. Kill! I laughed heartily, and a torrential rain of arrows battered the dragon god's shield, accompanied by incessant battle alerts. I was stunned repeatedly, a staggering total of 7 times. This was the rhythm of being stunned to death. Summoning my will, I sent forth a clone to infiltrate nearby, launching a fierce attack with the purple dragon's roar. The purple dragon shadow surged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the crowd, with a flurry of damage figures erupting, sending the sword-wielding Jianghu players to the brink of despair. The clone, undeterred, retreated after executing the purple dragon's roar, evading the debilitating effects before charging back into the throng. Under my dual control, the dragon spiral maneuver combined with flame slash tore through another defensive line of the sword-wielding Jianghu. Kill. Ignore the clone. Our priority is to eliminate Lu Chen's main body. In this life and the next, the animosity I hold is profound, transcending ordinary disdain. The ancient sword spirit shattered my path in the martial world of WL, and I took it upon myself to ruthlessly eliminate him, the vice leader, rendering him utterly humiliated before his master. Such a grudge can only be resolved through bloodshed, a resolution I fervently embrace. In this lifetime, my deepest contempt is reserved for individuals like him, who, instead of choosing a noble path, opt to serve as the puppets of authority. The tempest of Star River and the spiral arrow blades converged upon my dragon god shield, overwhelming me with relentless dazing effects that were excruciating. Murong Mingyue tirelessly poured healing magic into me, yet my health precariously hovered around 25, teetering on the brink of demise. A few lethal strikes from the opposing melee players could spell my end here. At that moment, the figure I had long awaited finally emerged. Lianxing appeared on the other side, swiftly teleporting into the fray. Her staff raised high, she unleashed a barrage of violent spells, including the ice spiral matrix and dimensional storm. While gravity traps were deployed around me, hindering the movements of those who sought to attack. With a whoosh, a brilliant arrow shot skyward, transforming into a multitude of arrows that rained down, heralding Baiming Xue's 7th-tier skill, the sky-piercing arrow. The coverage of this skill was astonishing, nearly engulfing half of the glade, as damage numbers soared. 162,626, 282,768, 172,644. My heart sank in disbelief. Goodness, is this truly the sky-piercing arrow? Who has witnessed such devastating power? Those arrows typically dealt only 120,000 damage, did they not? I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Baiming Xue's Wind Chaser set undoubtedly augmented her damage significantly. The ice feather in her grasp was an ancient artifact, enhancing the damage of the sky-piercing arrow by 100. This effectively meant that her arrows were all critical hits, with even 30 of them stacking with a critical effect, reaching a staggering 4-fold damage. Additionally, mounted on her dragon scale beast, her attack power surged even further. This archery warrior was truly a nightmare for infantry players. My determination solidified. I commanded, kill, no matter what. You must stop them. Just then, a fiery red spike suddenly struck me, leaving a gash upon my body, an attack from He Yi's barrier break. Though it did not entirely connect, it reduced me to a sliver of health, forcing me to retreat in panic. The magic swordsman with amber eyes approached, wielding his sword infused with ice energy, only to be met by He Yi's 7-star glazed spear, deflecting the attack with a resounding clang. With a swift maneuver, she unleashed a flurry of 5 consecutive slashes. Alas, the swordsman had grossly underestimated He Yi's combat prowess, failing to anticipate her rapid transition from defense to offense. He raised his sword in a protective stance, but 5 lethal sword energies whistled forth, and every player in the densely packed crowd, save for the amber-eyed swordsman, fell victim to He Yi's swift execution. As Baiming Xue prepared her second sky-piercing arrow, the hearts of the players from the sword-wielding Jianghu faction shattered. As I gradually emerged from my daze, it became evident that a solitary effort was insufficient. The strength of several united was indeed commendable. Once I regained my composure, I disregarded the adversary's assaults, galloping laterally through their ranks. My left palm concealed behind my cloak, golden sigils surged forth from my hand, transforming into colossal symbols that reverberated upon the earth, inciting a cacophony of anguished cries. 17 sigils imprinted themselves upon the ground in my wake. My name now stained crimson, a testament not to a noble duel, but to a massacre. It was only natural to acquire a notorious reputation. However, we were bound to enter the A4 dungeon shortly. In the heat of battle, cleansing such notoriety was a mere trifle. Baiming Xue, undeterred, unleashed the abyssal well, ensnaring a throng of charging knights within its depths, while more knights continued to plunge into the abyss, resembling an inexhaustible chasm. Lianxing, prepare. Baiming Xue commanded. Lianxing chuckled lightly. Fear not. I have reserved my ultimate attack for them. Indeed, mere seconds later, the crowded knights began to spill from the abyssal well. But before they could fully disperse, they were engulfed by Lianxing's dimensional storm, the galaxy tempest ice spiral matrix, resulting in a torrent of staggering damage figures, accompanied by a chorus of wails. With swift precision, I cast 3 ice spiral domains around a few ranged ladies, marking our territory, an explicit warning against approaching them, lest they suffer the piercing agony of the ice spiral. The damage inflicted by these domains was commensurate with my attack power, with each ice spike dealing no less than 50,000 damage, a feat insufferable for most. After we had thoroughly decimated hundreds of foes, those from the sword-wielding Jianghu understood that certain matters should not be trifled with. In this life and the next, they gritted their teeth. Brothers, prepare to retreat. There is no need to engage in a bloodbath here. Our mages have yet to arrive, and we shall fight again another day. With a parting threat, they added, Lu Chun, do not presume you have triumphed. Await your reckoning when you exit A4. This was indeed an international custom. It always unfolded this way. I sighed, observing the tide of retreating figures, and remarked to He, after we complete A4, we shall return directly to Darkmoon City. Shall we really extend pleasantries to them? The sword-wielding Jianghu people are simply incomprehensible. He chuckled lightly. Let us depart swiftly. It is best not to provoke such individuals in the future. As the old adage states, it is better to offend a gentleman than a scoundrel. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, a treacherous strike from behind is the most formidable. Let us proceed into the dungeon. Furthermore, instruct Li Chengfeng and Giguzi to assemble the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and Dragon Yao Archers for the A4 encounter. Should the sword-wielding Jianghu attempt to obstruct us again, we shall simply cleanse their territory of life. Morong Mingyue remarked dryly. Even 1,000 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry would likely reduce the sword-wielding Jianghu to mere subservience. With laughter, we entered the dungeon. The difficulty of A4 was but a trivial matter for us, especially with me as the tank. As the clock struck past midnight, we successfully conquered the dungeon, and the ancient divine dragon ascended a few levels. My companion, Luanyu, messaged me, urging me to retire early. For the morrow we were to pay our respects at a grave, our true purpose for this journey. We were not here merely to indulge in tourism or gaming. Certainly, had that been the case, I would have brought along Lin Yisin or He rather than Luanyu. Chapter 990. The Whistling Tractor. The following morning, I was roused early by Luanyu. After a modest breakfast, we set forth, lightly equipped. I carried only my wallet and phone, while Luanyu held a small bag containing the ceremonial offerings we had prepared the day before, merely paper money and similar items, devoid of any sheep's heads or chicken blood. Standing by the roadside, the biting wind howled around us as I tightened my coat, gazing into the distance. Feeling somewhat cheated, Luanyu, I inquired, is there no way to purchase tickets for a bus from here? Must we truly hail a ride from the roadside? Indeed, there is, she replied, but I prefer the convenience of hitching a ride. In the distance, a bus roared past, and I hastily raised my hand, waving as if calling for help. Alas, it sped by, leaving us enveloped in dust. After nearly an hour of waiting, a benevolent uncle finally stopped to offer us a lift. To my chagrin, it turned out to be a tractor. Although it was spring, the weather remained rather chilly. The kind uncle grinned and said, you're in luck. This vehicle only makes this journey once a day. With students returning to school, tickets are nearly impossible to procure. As I sat in the trailer, jostled about, I maintained a stoic expression and asked, Thank you for the ride, uncle. How long will it take to reach our destination? About 3 hours, he replied. My face paled further at the news. Nonetheless, the scenery of Xinjiang was indeed a stark contrast to the south. The visibility stretched far and wide, presenting a vast expanse, while in Suzhou, one would be met with towering buildings and lush gardens, akin to residing within a verdant steel cage. Arriving in Xinjiang, I felt a sense of detachment from the mundane. Since resistance was futile, I decided to embrace the experience. Perched upon a burlap sack in the trailer, filled with grain, I leaned against the back of the driver's seat, my hair tousled by the wind, enjoying the distant vistas while casting a glance at Luanyu. What are you staring at? Luanyu glared at me. Humph, what does that mean? I retorted, to which she brandished her small fists. You, Lu Chun, if you have any grievances, express them directly instead of berating me internally. I remarked. In the midst of leveling up the ancient divine dragon, being dragged here to endure the cold wind might just leave me chilled to the bone. What a predicament I find myself in. Luanyu chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Spending all day in a game will eventually turn you into a fool. I'm offering you an opportunity to explore the world outside, and you ought to be grateful. Bah, it's freezing. Is it truly that cold? Well, look at my G2000 jacket. In Suzhou, wearing this feels slightly warm, but here in the north, it's nearly enough to freeze one solid. Luanyu playfully stuck out her tongue, perched on the burlap sack beside me, then opened her arms to embrace me. Her large, sparkling eyes blinked as she gazed intently into mine, asking, Is it not cold anymore? Observing her demeanor stirred something within me, prompting me to respond, Luanyu, you are such a wonderful girl. Finding a boyfriend should be no challenge for you. Yet, here you are, feeling lonely. Luanyu turned her gaze to the side and chuckled. Do you think I don't wish for that? However, those clueless, foolish boys, do they deserve to be my boyfriends? It was rather amusing. When a woman's standards elevate, it often becomes a tragedy. I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. Pulling her into an embrace as I reassured her, "It's all right. You will meet someone eventually." She looked up at me and asked, "Lu Chun, if you had met me before the alliance leader and Lin Manuel, would you have chosen me?" I pondered for a moment before replying, "No. Why not? Firstly, there is no if. Secondly, I have shared too much with Eve. That is something others cannot intrude upon. As for EE, I believe her affections are irreplaceable in this lifetime. I will cherish our bond more than life itself. Besides, I love EE. There is no justification needed." "Humph." Luan Yu snorted lightly, laughing, confessing to the alliance leader and Lin Manuel in front of me. Such a timid act. Is that something a little king can truly do? You faced the formidable forces of the Northern Alliance without fear, yet you cannot muster the courage in front of two girls you like? That is a different matter altogether. I retorted, "No, it is the same. You wish not to hurt anyone, yet your indecisiveness ends up hurting everyone." My gaze fell, and I murmured, "What should I do then? Luan Yu, can you provide me with a solution that satisfies all? If such a solution exists, I shall treat you to a year of lavish meals." "All right then," Luan Yu replied nonchalantly. I questioned, "What does it mean? Are you truly going to do that?" "Isn't that what you said?" "Fine. I eagerly anticipate the sight of you, Eve, and the alliance leader sharing a bed with a fruit knife. You wish to spectate, do you?" "Of course not." I gazed into the distance, saying, "Luan Yu, when we visit the gravesite, we do not need to pass by your aunt's house, do we?" "Originally, no, but the uncle's tractor happens to be heading to the town where my aunt resides, so we might need to stop by, buy some fruits and gifts to bring along, and then head directly to the gravesite. We will return to the hotel in the city by afternoon and depart tomorrow." "All right." As noon approached, the tractor finally sputtered to a stop in a town that felt entirely unfamiliar to me. Luan Yu tugged at my sleeve. "Let us go. We need to see my aunt." "Okay." Carrying the fruits, we arrived at a household in the town. The woman, around 50 years old, was indeed Luan Yu's aunt. Upon seeing Luan Yu, her aunt exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, is that you, Xiaoyu? What a sudden return. You didn't even call." Luan Yu grasped her aunt's hand, smiling as she said, "I didn't want to disturb you. Today marks my grandmother's Memorial Day. I wish to return and pay my respects at her grave. Your cousin has just gone to the town to buy fruits and paper offerings, so please wait a moment, and we shall go together." As she spoke, her aunt's gaze fell upon me, and with a smile, she remarked, "Little Yu, who is this young man? He seems quite spirited and looks familiar." The promotional posters for Tianzong were plastered all over the streets, with 50% dedicated to player advertisements, and among those, at least 50 featured Lin Yisan and myself. My face had not been altered when entering the game, rendering my familiarity entirely reasonable. Luan Yu chuckled. "He is a friend I met in Suzhou, and I suppose he could be considered my superior. He accompanied me back to ensure my safety while I pay homage to my ancestors." "Ah," her aunt approached, affectionately taking my hand. "What a handsome young man. Little Yu, you must seize this opportunity." Luan Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, and I felt a chill run through me. At that moment, I wished for nothing more than to vanish. Before long, a young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle entered the courtyard, exuding an air of bravado and sporting a faint scar on his chin, carrying fruits and a chicken. He spotted Luan Yu and exclaimed, "Well, what brings the big sister back?" Luan Yu replied, somewhat exasperated, "Cousin." "Who is he?" the bowl-cut cousin inquired, pointing at me. "I am a friend of Luan Yu," I replied calmly. "I came back with her to pay respects. She is my employee and will return to the south after the memorial." "Ah, then let us go together." Indeed. The bowl-cut cousin regarded Luan Yu and me with peculiar eyes as the three of us circled the courtyard towards the mountain behind. He continued to cast disdainful glances at Luan Yu, saying, "Big sister, you must be quite capable to have landed such a handsome boss. His family must be affluent, right? I've heard that the wealthy in the south own multiple houses and cars. You must surely have your sights set on a vehicle?" Luan Yu's expression darkened as she replied, "It is not as you perceive. He hasn't given me anything." "How can that be?" The bowl-cut youth grinned lewdly and said, "In this era, it's all about equitable exchange. That is called a transaction. You spend your youthful years accompanying him. Surely you must reap some rewards? Don't you think so, brother? If he doesn't provide something in return, would that young lady allow you to indulge for free?" I abruptly halted, glaring at him coldly. If you utter one more word, I will end you. The bowl-cut youth was momentarily taken aback, clearly intimidated by my demeanor. He clenched his teeth but refrained from responding. Luan Yu grasped my hand and said, "Let us go. After the memorial, we will return." Very well. Upon reaching a lowly gravestone halfway up the hill, Luan Yu stood before the grave, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She said, "When I was young, it was my grandmother who raised me. After I entered university, I seldom had the chance to see her. I've heard she would often gaze towards the south in the backyard, wondering when little you would return." I patted her shoulder gently and said, "Burn the offerings. Do not let her see you in tears. If you are troubled, she will be troubled too." Yes. In a moment of melancholy, Luan Yu transformed her tears into laughter. Kneeling down, I began to dig a grave with a spade, gently igniting silver foil and other offerings to burn. I assisted beside her, while Guagetu laid out fruits and roast chicken, though his demeanor towards me was overtly hostile, which I chose to disregard. Soon after the ritual concluded, I rose. Taking Luan Yu's hand, "Let us depart and catch a ride into town. This time, we shall forego the tractor." Luan Yu chuckled lightly. "Very well. Was the tractor too uncomfortable for you?" I gestured to my disheveled attire. "Look at me. I am a mess today, sitting on filthy burlap and kneeling in the damp earth for ages. This garment was a gift from Eve. It is more precious than I." Luan Yu stifled a laugh. "All right then." Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Luan Yu remarked, "Cousin, we are leaving now. Please inform Aunt that we will not be visiting." However, Guagetu interjected with a grin, "Do not be so hasty to depart. At least stay for a meal." "No, there is no need to stay," I replied. "Then leave something behind." Guagetu's eyes glinted with avarice as he continued, "Grandmother has stayed with us for so long and consumed a fair share of our resources. Xiaoya, you were raised by her. Should you not offer some compensation to our family? At least leave some cash." Luan Yu's complexion turned ashen. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 991. The Fall of Ice City. "What do you mean? That old woman has been a burden for 10 years, and my mother has cared for her tirelessly. What have we received in return?" Guagetu's eyes were filled with greed as he said, "Xiaoya, she has always favored you. Our family has cared for her for so many years. Surely we deserve some reimbursement, do we not? My mother is too honest to ask for this. It falls upon me, her cousin, to speak up. The costs of her food, medication, and cremation must amount to at least 100,000. Now that you have associated with a wealthy individual, do you truly care about this sum?" Luan Yu trembled with rage. Her finger pointed accusingly. "You wretched creature. Grandmother is not a burden." Guagetu, visibly angered, shouted, "Hand over the money immediately, whether it be 3 to 5,000 or several tens of thousands. Decide for yourself. I have no time to waste with you. You may be doing well out there, but have you forgotten the many who still struggle at home? You. Luan Yu's shoulders shook with fury, and in humiliation, she unzipped her small white bag to retrieve money. I quickly grasped her hand, imploring, "Do not give him any money." "What did you say?" Guagetu glared menacingly. "Who do you think you are? Our family matters do not concern you. Do not presume that just because you have been with her, you are part of the family. Ugh, after all these years outside. This wild girl has probably been with countless others, and you think you are special?" Before he could finish, I swiftly stepped forward, my fist raised. And with a resounding thud, I struck his jaw, sending a tooth flying, blood splattering in the air. Luan Yu erupted into tears, her heart burdened with unspoken grievances. Guagetu attempted to rise, but I met him with a forceful kick to his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground, still trying to struggle back to his feet. Slap! The hard sole of a shoe struck heavily against his abdomen, eliciting a pained howl from him. I responded with a resounding slap to his face, leaving an unmistakable imprint of my fingers on his right cheek. "You bastard. I'll go call for help. Just you wait." The man, known for his bowl-cut hair, attempted to rise defiantly, but I swiftly leaned down and delivered 2 more sharp slaps to his face, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. "Lu Chun, stop it." Luan Yu pleaded with tears in her eyes. "No matter what, he is my cousin, the only son of my aunt." I glared at the bowl-cut man and declared, "It matters not if a man is poor, but he must retain his integrity. A man devoid of ambition is a lamentable sight. He might as well dig a grave and bury himself. To insult even your grandmother is to be less than a beast." "Lu Chun, enough, let us go," Luan Yu urged, pulling at my hand. With a heavy heart, I delivered another kick, sending the bowl-cut man crashing to the ground, likely incapacitated for a while. Observing his pitiful state, I uttered, "Xiao Yu is a good girl. I have never touched her. The friendship between men and women is something you, a wretched creature, will never comprehend. I reside in Suzhou. If you seek vengeance, come find me. I could crush you with a mere finger." To be honest, I regarded such petty thugs with disdain. In the Suzhou branch of Yuli Square, I wielded absolute power over security. Dealing with scum of his caliber was a trivial matter. Furthermore, I had brothers like Du Shisan and Giguzi, all skilled fighters who relished the prospect of a brawl. With them by my side, even facing a gang was a challenge I would eagerly accept, especially with a senior officer like Li Chengfeng among us. As we sprinted away, Wan Yu grasped my hand and said, "Honestly, we could have just given him some money to make him leave. Why do we have to beat him so badly?" I shook my head. "You don't understand the capricious greed and the sorrow of a gambler. Give him money once, and he expect it again. Such people never think to create wealth for themselves. They are like parasites. If this continues, how will your aunt fare in the future? Regardless of the approach, we must never give him money. That would be tantamount to aiding his wrongdoing." After a moment's thought, Wan Yu suggested, "Let us detour to my aunt's house. I'll leave some money for her." Very well. We rushed to her aunt's home, where I dropped off 5,000 in cash before bolting out the door. We ran nearly 3 miles to the center of the town, a place frequented by passing buses. However, fortune did not favor us, as no buses appeared. I grew anxious. What the hell? It's been so long without a bus. This is maddening. What should we do if your cousin and his gang come after us? Wan Yu chuckled lightly. "Aren't you quite the fighter?" The muscles at the corners of my mouth twitched slightly. "I am not it, man. What does that have to do with my ability to fight? Your cousin spends his days indulging in drugs, gambling, and perhaps even soliciting. Having long since drained the strength from his body, I could easily take on 10 such individuals. However, if he calls upon the local ruffians, I would be defenseless." Wan Yu chuckled. "There are no ruffians here, only beautiful Uyghur girls. Look." Following the direction of her finger, I indeed spotted a young woman in a mask, gracefully striding by, exuding an aura of foreign beauty. "Shall we take one home?" Wan Yu urged. I rubbed my hands together. "She is indeed lovely. But I wonder if she would fancy someone like us. Just tell her you are the little king, Lu Chun. The Uyghur girls are also into games. And the star-chasing mentality is universal." After a moment's contemplation, I decided against it. "Never mind, we can't take her. If Yi and Eve see her, I would be in trouble." "Hee, as long as you know," Wan Yu replied. "Hurry, let's get a taxi." "There are no taxis, only private cars," I observed, then playfully adjusted her skirt before nudging her shoulder toward the street. "Extend your leg. I guarantee a car will arrive within 5 minutes." Wan Yu's face flushed, her eyes gleaming with determination. "If no one picks us up, you will be in serious trouble. Off you go." As fate would have it, within 3 minutes, a Toyota Camry sped past us, then suddenly slammed on the brakes, expertly reversing to our side. A middle-aged man opened the door and asked Wan Yu, "Young lady, do you need a ride? It's quite challenging to find a taxi around here." Wan Yu nodded eagerly. "Uncle, we are headed to Teeks. Are you going that way?" "Oh, I am actually on my way to Bagua City for some business. Hop in." "Thank you, uncle," Wan Yu exclaimed joyfully, pulling me into the car. I was nearly overwhelmed with happiness. How fortunate we were to ride in a Camry in this desolate town. Nothing could compare. I was simply grateful not to be on a hand-pulled tractor again. Yet, an unsettling image lingered in my mind, stranded on a deserted Gobi beach. Wan Yu and I huddled together for warmth until a kind-hearted man appeared, leading 2 ostriches for us to ride. We would jolt along on the backs of the birds until nightfall, reaching Teak City only after a long, tumultuous journey, with Wan Yu's disheveled hair and bouncing figure being the sole spectacle amidst our suffering. Inside the car, the man made persistent attempts to engage Wan Yu in conversation. Yet she seemed uninterested, remaining close to me, her gaze fixed intently upon my face. My stomach, betraying me, let out a loud growl. It had been hours since breakfast, and noon was fast approaching. "Uncle," Wan Yu called out. "What is it, young lady?" He responded, turning back. Wan Yu pointed ahead. "There's a lamb restaurant. Could you stop for 5 minutes? We haven't had lunch yet." "Oh, sure," I added. "Thank you for giving us a ride, uncle. Once we reach Teeks, we will pay you for the gas." The elder chuckled. "No worries, no worries." Wan Yu alighted from the vehicle and dashed into the mutton restaurant. Before long, she returned, carrying several takeout boxes. Sitting in the car, she eagerly opened the boxes and exclaimed, "Lu Chun, look, The most authentic roasted lamb from Xinjiang, roasted lamb legs, and behold, this is the hand-pulled lamb you have always yearned for, already sliced for your convenience. The rich aroma mingled with a hint of mutton scent nearly made my mouth water. I hastily wiped my dirty hands on Wan Yu's leg and seized a piece of lamb, stuffing it into my mouth. Indeed, when one is on the brink of starvation, the taste of delicious food elevates the experience to sheer ecstasy. Wan Yu, cradling the food box, shouted, "Don't forget about me. Feed me a piece." I was at a loss for words and grabbed a piece of meat to shove into her mouth. The elder, glancing at us through the rearview mirror, remarked, "You two must be a couple, right?" Just as I was about to deny it, Wan Yu laughed. "Yes, uncle. Don't we look good together?" The elder chuckled. "The young lady is quite lovely, and the young man, well." My face flushed with embarrassment, while Wan Yu laughed heartily. Along the journey, the highway was flanked by vast grasslands and desolate expanses, offering an immensely broad view. Traveling in such an environment truly is one of life's greatest pleasures. Moreover, cruising in the luxurious Camry, with gasoline burning fiercely, heightened the excitement. Suddenly, my phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Wan Yu glanced over. "Whose is it?" I checked and replied, "It's from Eve." "Oh, the leader is calling. There must be something important." I answered the call. "Eve, good afternoon. Missed me, didn't you?" He's voice was somewhat urgent. "Yes, I indeed have been thinking about you. When will you be online?" "What's wrong?" "A major incident has occurred. Our iceberg city was captured by the people from the city of Purple Grapes just 10 minutes ago." "What?" My eyes widened, fists clenched. "How is that possible? What have the players from Sky City been doing?" "Iceberg City is the stronghold of Princess Kailansha. Did the White Rose Fortress not put up any resistance?" Chapter 992. The 12 musicians he sighed. It's a long story. Since last night, Hero City has been relentlessly attacking Iron Spear Fortress, attempting to seize Morning Light City once again. Many guilds from Tianfeng City and Shenin City have joined the fray. However, those from Three Lives and MO miscalculated. Several major guilds from Titan City quietly entered the territory of Shenin City through the Eternal Ice Domain, forcing the Zhu Long, Purple Lily, and other guilds to withdraw their defenses into Shenin City. He paused momentarily before continuing. In the early hours, the city of Indian Elephants dispatched dozens of major guilds across the Black Coast, directly reaching the foot of Sky City, compelling our Ancient Sword and Snow Silver Fur to engage in battle. However, no one anticipated that the real trump card would come from the city of Purple Grapes. Led by Hong Feng, a large contingent of players from the city of Purple Grapes coordinated a devastating attack, annihilating tens of thousands of NPC guards within the White Rose Fortress. They stormed the gates of Iceberg City, seizing it in one fell swoop. By the time we realized what was happening, several teleportation points in Iceberg City had been destroyed, and the city was occupied. I gritted my teeth in anger and asked, "Eve, what happened next? What was the situation in Iceberg City afterward?" He sighed, expressing his disdain. "The detestable Crimson Maple has besieged Iceberg City, annihilating all players and NPCs within. Subsequently, he abandoned the once thriving Iceberg City, which has now become a desolate wasteland. You see, those players who had their resurrection points set in Iceberg City have now lost them and are forced to respawn in the graveyards of the wilderness." He sighed with a touch of sorrow. "Since dawn until now, Crimson Maple has led the elite forces of Purple Grape City in a relentless campaign of slaughter in the sunlit forest of Iceberg City. Over half of the players have been killed multiple times, suffering severe losses of experience points, while they set firewalls everywhere, offering no chance for players to log off and return to the city. Many have been reduced to level 0 and sent back to the novice village." Clenching my fists in anger, I exclaimed, "What are our people doing? How can we allow those beasts to act with such impunity? Where are Li Chengfeng and Giguzi? Have they wasted their lives? If they are online, what are they doing? How can they permit our compatriots to endure such humiliation?" "Lu Chen, please do not be angry," he replied. "We encountered the main forces of the God of War's guild near Black Coast, and everyone is struggling to hold the line. This national war has come upon us too suddenly. It feels more like a conspiracy. The Northern Alliance, the Indians, and the Japanese have already conspired, and they are poised to strike, intending to carve up our 3 main cities." I took a moment to compose myself and said, "Eve, divide our forces. Have Giguzi and a few members of the Yuyan 18 riders lead a contingent of Dragon Dawn Iron riders into the territory of Iceberg City. Even if we cannot defend Darkmoon City, We must not allow our compatriots in Iceberg City to suffer repeated indignities. I cannot bear it. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. But I've been unable to reach you. Your phone has no signal. When will you be online? We need you desperately right now. I will be online in 2 hours. All right then. He ended the call and continued to prepare for the battle. This national war had caught everyone off guard. In truth, we should have anticipated such an event. The Chinese server had already shocked the world during the battle in Dawn Canyon, instilling fear in the players of the Northern Alliance. This momentum had undoubtedly threatened several surrounding cities. Moreover, the long-standing enmity with the Indian and Japanese servers, coupled with their recent calm, suggested they were plotting a large-scale war, which has now finally commenced. Sitting beside me, Luan Yu wore a furious expression and said, "I understand now. Iceberg City has been razed, hasn't it?" I nodded. Iceberg City has fallen into ruin, with millions of low-level players trapped in a cycle of repeated slaughter, many of whom have been reduced to level 0. Damn it. Luan Yu clenched her fists, looking at me with a hint of guilt. Lu Chun, I truly regret bringing you here. Perhaps if you had not come, the situation would not have escalated to this point. I smiled gently, patting her shoulder. There is no need for such thoughts. In a war involving millions of players, how can one person change the course? Even if I were in Iceberg City, do you think I alone could withstand the onslaught of Crimson Maple's forces? At the very least, you could have balanced the scales against Crimson Maple. Let's talk more later. A glimmer of coldness flickered in my eyes as I declared, if Red Maple dares to commit such acts today, he shall inevitably pay a price manifold greater. Just wait and see. Upon my return to Tech City, I handed my uncle $200 for fuel and, accompanied by the chaotic moon, made my way back to the hotel. Once online, I sought to comprehend the current state of the national war. In a flash, I found myself within the Sky City. The atmosphere in the main city was palpably amiss. Numerous players hurriedly rushed towards the outskirts, and the square was devoid of any stalls. I swiftly dashed to the apothecary to replenish my stock of ordinary potions, retrieved an ample supply of Holy Spirit potions from my warehouse, and repaired my equipment to pristine condition. Armed with high-grade bread, I prepared for a protracted expedition, summoning the ice Kirin horse, which let out a resounding neigh. The steed emanated an aura of icy energy as it appeared. Mounting it, I called forth the Phantom Wolf King. With all preparations complete, I activated the War God strategy and sent a message to Eve, I am heading to Ice Flow City. I then galloped down from the Sky City. He replied, indeed, the realm of Ice Flow City is teeming with players from Purple Grape City. Gue Guzi and Doji are leading 5,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and are likely nearing their destination. The guilds such as Jun Lin, Snow Silver Fur, Fiery Red Lips, Overlord Hall, and the War Heaven Alliance have dispatched some forces for reinforcement, yet our overall strength is significantly constrained. The situation in Ice Flow City does not bode well. Do take care. Understood. Eve, you take care as well. Once I have driven Red Maple from the Chinese territory, I shall join you. Yes, I miss you. I miss you too. Accompanied by the neigh of the ice Kirin horse, I arrived at the foot of the city. I opened the large map and charged towards Ice Flow City. Along the way, many players from Sky City were also heading in that direction. Not far ahead of me was a small team of about 50, belonging to a faction of the War Heaven Alliance. A high-level warrior brandishing a battle axe galloped forward, bellowing, "Our compatriots are being slaughtered. Let us charge forth. They have not surrendered, and neither shall we cower. Even if we meet our end in Ice Flow City, retreat is not an option." The players of the War Heaven Alliance, influenced by their leader, Zhang Tian, a fervent and valiant commander, were indeed among the most reliable allies during the national war. The ice Kirin horse sped past, my velocity surpassing theirs. The deputy leader of the War Heaven Alliance faction, wielding a battle axe, spotted me and exclaimed, "Lu Chun, is that you?" I turned slightly and nodded yes. He smiled. "You go ahead. We shall follow shortly." All right. The ice Kirin horse surged forth, its speed akin to lightning as it darted through the forest, combined with the swiftness of my divine warrior boots. I shot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, while the Phantom Wolf King, a 195-level celestial-grade boss renowned for its agility, outpaced me, resembling a fiery comet streaking towards the horizon. In less than 10 minutes, I entered the realm of Ice Flow City. Ahead lay a lush forest, yet all around, the brilliance of skills erupted, indicating the area was already rife with carnage. Clang! With a swift motion, I drew forth the purple sword, Ziying unleashing the power of necromancy. A fierce roar echoed, bolstered by a wild rage that enhanced my attack by 15. Seizing the moment, I activated a ghostly chariot card, significantly amplifying my offensive capabilities. Today, a life-and-death struggle was inevitable. Nearby, for players with crimson names pursued a Chinese rogue, the flag of Japan emblazoned beside their monikers. My indignation flared. How long did they intend to wield their tyranny upon our territory? Clang. As the assassin retreated, he parried twice, only to be unexpectedly pierced through the arm by a dark knight's sword, losing a staggering 30,000 health points, barely escaping death. He gasped, hastily rebounding and attempting to flee, but once his stealth was broken, there was no escaping the relentless pursuit. I advanced with my sword, striking with precision. The Ziying sliced through the air, delivering 2 resounding blows to the 2 dark knights, inflicting astronomical damage. 172, 662, 192, 823. In my optimal state, fueled by the prowess of a war god, my attack power was indeed enough to astonish them. Who dares? The Dark Knight exclaimed in shock. A messenger of death. With a swift motion, the Ziying severed his throat, blood gushing forth as he fell from his steed, lifeless. The remaining 2 attempted to flee, but I swiftly hurled my blades, summoning the dragon's shadow to whirl around the Ziying, engulfing them in a devastating blast that left them kneeling, lifeless. The last one tried to escape, only to be seized by the Phantom Wolf King, its fangs sinking into his neck, striking with lightning speed until he was no more. I turned to the injured Chinese assassin before me and inquired, "Brother, what is the situation ahead?" The assassin stared, dumbfounded, at the golden emblem on my shoulder, the symbol of the WL champion. Overwhelmed with shock, he stammered, "Lu Chun, is it truly you?" I nodded. "Yes, what lies ahead?" The assassin gritted his teeth, humiliation evident in his eyes. "Hurry, head southeast at a 25-degree angle, approximately 3,000 yards away. Our 12 Musicians Guild in Iceberg City is under attack by what?" I urged. "You must hurry." "Understood, take care," I replied, and with a resounding whinny, my ice-scaled steed surged forward. In the thicket, an archer from Purple Grape City darted forth, loosing 2 icy arrows. I swiftly dodged, raising my sword, the dragon blade cleaving through the air. A pained cry erupted as the archer collapsed, lifeless. In less than half a minute, a level 71 female assassin clad in leather armor tumbled from the underbrush, her body marred with injuries, and alarmingly, devoid of any equipment save for a rudimentary novice shirt. Her long hair concealed the crimson stains upon her chest as she glared fiercely in the direction of the thicket, fists clenched in rage. "Beasts." Above her head, a line of text floated. "Mo Bao Xiong, LV71, Earth Assassin, Guild, 12 Musicians, Position, Guild Leader." I stared at her in disbelief. "Aren't you the level 183 assassin? What has happened?" She trembled all over, suddenly turning to gaze at me, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Chunhui. Chapter 993, The Feather Palace. The 12 Musicians, a guild renowned in Iceberg City, earned their high esteem not due to their strength, but because they exclusively accepted female players, and more specifically, only single female players. The guild leader, Momo Bao Xiong, is idolized by countless male players in Iceberg City. It was rumored that any man who won her affection would possess the loyalty of the entire guild's 20,000 female players, each more than sufficient for a lifetime. Furthermore, to my knowledge, Momo Bao Xiong, an assassin, possesses commendable skills and equipment, ranking within the top 100 assassins in the realm of Sky City. I had encountered her once in the arena and had bested her, yet now, to my astonishment, Momo Bao Xiong was only at level 71, having been defeated by level 110 players. What on earth had transpired? Drawing my Ziying Sword, I dismounted and inquired gently, supporting her. Momo Bao Xiong's eyes brimmed with humiliation as she lamented, "The 12 Musicians Guild is finished, utterly finished." I raised my voice, demanding, "Tell me, what has happened?" "We were all surrounded in Sunlight Forest, repeatedly slaughtered. Many have fallen to level 0, all our equipment lost. It is my fault. I was powerless to save them." "What? Can't they log out forcibly?" I retorted sharply. "They are too stubborn," she exclaimed, frustration evident. I turned and mounted my horse, declaring, "I will go there at once. If you wish, you may accompany me invisibly." "Who is it that dares to besiege the players of the 12 Musicians?" Through gritted teeth, Momo Baoxiong replied. The Feather Palace. Damn, I cursed. The fourth guild of Purple Grape City? I shall confront them immediately. Let us go. I charged into the thicket at full speed, the sharp thorns tearing at my arms, yet they could not quell the fury that surged within me. How could we take our revenge when these beasts denied us even the opportunity to log out? Boom. The Iceland steed neighed violently, breaking through thorny barriers to emerge into a small glade, resembling a diminutive sunken valley. Surrounding the valley were players from Purple Grape City, their names blood-red. Numerous mages chanted incantations, unleashing spells like Star River Storm, Extreme Ice Rain, and Blazing Fire Wall into the throng, while archers drew their bows, releasing a volley of arrows. In the center of the valley, nearly 2,000 female players were encircled in a graveyard, which had once served as a resurrection point, but had now transformed into a slaughterhouse. All these female players were members of the 12 Musicians Guild, nearly all stripped of armor, with many having fallen below level 100. Yet, a few female warriors still valiantly wrapped in cloaks brandished their blades, charging fiercely forward. Their swords struck the shields of the surrounding Purple Grape City players, sparking fire, yet lacking the equipment to enhance their attacks. They seemed like mere grasshoppers attempting to stop a chariot, inflicting minimal damage. Puffed. As the shield was cast aside, a lecherous Japanese dark knight suddenly shook his spear, piercing the chest of the female warrior and instantly slaying her. Unarmed players proved to be exceedingly fragile. Instantly, a group of Japanese players erupted in laughter. Flashes of light illuminated the scene as countless Chinese players fell, rendering the icebound city desolate. Thus, it could no longer be deemed the territory of the Chinese players. Upon death, they would not be barred from rejoining the national battle, but would instead respawn like in the Outer Realms, continuously rising from the grave, leading to the current tragic scenario. With a clang, the purpling sword was unsheathed, and I advanced silently from behind, my cape billowing. With a swift thrust of my blade, 3 flames of sword energy intertwined within the shield formation. I bellowed, "Perish, you beasts!" Boom. The fierce blade descended, catching the Japanese Dark Knights off guard, resulting in a sudden massacre as at least 100 fell beneath the sharp glow of the blade. Without hesitation, I pressed forward, wielding my sword with precision, cleaving left and right as a cyclone of earth swirled around me. My left palm rose, unleashing a barrage of ancient golden sigils into the sky, which then descended upon the crowd. The players of Lingyu Palace, standing too closely together, became living targets for the sigils, instantly replenishing my vitality as they claimed the lives of hundreds. The power of this divine general's technique was formidable, charging into the throng. Accompanied by an illusory Wolf King, chaos erupted among the players of Lingyu Palace. The Wolf King roared, brandishing its claws, unleashing a tempest of stormy strikes that brutally assailed the players of Purple Grape City. I carved my way to the heart of the valley, and upon witnessing a group of scantily clad Chinese girls, my heart ached profoundly. I horizontally swept my sword, dispatching a dark knight before loudly addressing the girls. "Are you all dazed? Log off, I will handle this." The girls stared at me, wide-eyed, and finally, a few of them, on the verge of breaking down, exclaimed, "Lu Chen, is that really you?" I nodded. "I arrived late. I apologize to Icebound City. Everyone, log off quickly. Once the national battle concludes, you can level up again. Those who can log off should do so immediately. Do not become a burden to me." As I spoke, I felt a sudden surge of energy. With a swift movement, I unleashed a spiraling barrage, the purpling sword transforming into a whirlwind of lethal energy that carved a beautiful arc through the valley, sweeping away numerous players. These Japanese players, having entered the Chinese territory at the onset of the national battle, would respawn directly at their main city upon death, given their permanent residency there. Meanwhile, the players from the 12 musicians temporarily remained as nomads, needing to apply for residence in the Sky City. With a firm grip on the purpling sword, I swiftly charged up the opposite slope, my ice scale horse maneuvering with precision under my command to evade the shock arrow's assault. Should I be stunned, death would surely follow. For I was alone this time, lacking the reinforcements of Baiming Shui, He and Lian Xian, and without Murong Mingyue's healing. The figures soared up the hillside, the sword sweeping horizontally as the fierce blade strike erupted once more among the crowd. At the moment of unleashing the fierce blade strike, he shifted laterally, raising the Dragon God shield, activating the Ghost God shield skill, and deflecting countless shock arrows with a cacophony of clinks. with his right hand grasping the sword. Golden sigils flickered around the hilt, and in the next instant, a series of ancient sigils were inscribed upon the opposing archers and mages within the throng. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, numerous adversaries were instantaneously vanquished. However, the mages possessed shield effects, rendering them impervious to the ancient sigil's lethal touch. As the 6-second cooldown elapsed, he swiftly unleashed the spiraling dragon dance effect once again, the sword's rotation inherently possessing shield-breaking attributes, augmented by the ghostly carve's defense-penetrating capabilities, ensuring the mages behind their shields would face certain doom. Glancing back into the valley, it was gratifying to see the players from the 12 Musicians Guild beginning to return to their cities one by one. Whoosh! A blood-red flash ignited at the flank of his ice-scale horse, the ambush of a level 184 assassin. Fortunately, he activated the dark eye in time to detect the threat. Lowering the purple sword slightly, with a clang, he deflected the dagger, the warhorse rearing up, unleashing a radiant burst of destruction that instantly obliterated the assassin. Galloping forward without hesitation, he casually cast ice vortexes among the crowd, the icicles piercing relentlessly, causing disarray within the enemy ranks. The Phantom Wolf King darted through the throng, its claws dancing to eliminate high-tier priests and mages. 2 strikes would break their shields, and another would seal their fate. The sharpness of his celestial tier boss-level pet was truly commendable. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot forth, swift as lightning. He had no time to block and instinctively raised his shield. Bang! Fiery flames erupted against the dragon god shield, forcing him to stagger back 3 paces. By the heavens! The shockwave was formidable, likely rivaling the attack power of Baiming Shui. Lowering his shield, a surge of murderous intent coursed through him. Not far away, an archer clad in crimson leather armor stood grinning, proclaiming, "To defeat Chengfeng and seize the WO World MVP title, you are indeed remarkable. Bold enough to charge into my Lingyu Palace's territory, only to meet your demise. Should I commend your bravery or chastise your recklessness?" With a horizontal sweep of his sword, he replied with a smile, the sun-shooting bow. "Ah, I recognize you, the leader of Lingyu Palace. One of the top archers from the city of purple grapes. I am honored." He chuckled. "I am not honoring you. I merely ponder how I shall hang your head beneath my warhorse's neck to remember your visage, despicable wretch, who preys upon defenseless women. How could I ever respect your character? Arrogant." The sun-shooting bow fumed. He abruptly raised his long sword, growling, "Beast. Allow me to show you just how audacious I can be." In an instant, a storm of lightning descended, and he charged towards his adversary. Before reaching them, he unleashed his sword, the fierce blade strike intertwining within the chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The fiery swordplay, embodying both magical and martial prowess, could not be resisted even by shield formations, as a torrent of staggering damage figures soared into the air, leading to the downfall of numerous magical knights. The reaction speed of the sun-shooting bow was astonishingly swift, evading my attack with a mere leap, while my dragon-slicing blade missed its target entirely. Grasping the longbow and fixing his gaze upon me, he bellowed, "Dark knights, ensnare him with the capturing net." With a swift motion, he conjured a doppelganger, splitting his form as a dark, oppressive net descended from the sky. I hurriedly dodged, executing a dual-line maneuver to evade the capturing net, its ominous tendrils crashing to the ground with a series of disheartening thuds. The dread of being ensnared for 7 seconds loomed over me, knowing that 2 rounds of fire would spell my doom. Kill. With a fierce swing, I unleashed the Silver Dragon Storm, a torrent of silver energy sweeping through the throng. Seizing the moment, I commanded my spectral doppelganger, Purple Dragon Roar. The roar resonated, shaking the very earth as devastation ensued. Alas, facing 1,000 foes was a formidable challenge. 2 fists struggle against 4 hands. Suddenly, I was struck by a stunning arrow, plunging me into a dizzying state for a brief 175 seconds. Eliminate him. 3 dark knights surged forward, their barrier-breaking triple slashes raining down upon my shield. With a thunderous crash, a warrior at the forefront raised his flaming battle axe and struck my shield with tremendous force, nearly toppling me from my mount. He lifted his boot and delivered a vicious kick. "Get down." A sharp pain struck my chest as both horse and rider tumbled into the valley below. Regaining my footing, I pulled the reins tightly, swiftly restoring a substantial portion of my health before urging my steed to leap out of the fray. A tempest of stellar winds and spiraling arrows enveloped me. To endure this prolonged battle without losing ground seemed increasingly implausible. Chapter 994. Do not pursue a cornered enemy ding. A message arrived from Giguzi, Broken Spear Leader, coordinates. The brilliance of the purple sword surged forth as the fiery blade cleaved through the air, simultaneously ignited by the radiant Nine Heavens fire bracelet. Blood-red flames intertwined with the brilliance of the fiery blade, unleashing a series of explosive strikes that dismantled the seemingly impenetrable shield formation of the sun-shooting bow. Players screamed in agony, their equipment bursting with brilliance as blood splattered, painting a vivid tableau of carnage. Seizing this precious moment, I swiftly replied to Giguzi's message. Iceberg City, 11199, 8772. Hurry. On my way, hold on. Ahead. The sun-shooting bow, filled with murderous intent, commanded thousands of members from the Feather Palace Guild to encircle me. He shouted, the First Legion, flank from the rear. Do not let him escape. Today, I shall devour this tough adversary. The thunder of hooves echoed as over 1,000 Knight-class players maneuvered to my rear, intensifying the pressure upon me. If they unleashed the capturing net en masse, my escape would be nearly impossible, compounded by numerous archers and mages targeting me with lethal precision. Their combination of stellar storm and stunning arrows proving to be extraordinarily deadly. With a resounding thud, I felt the relentless onslaught of shock arrows striking my chest, the tremors from the spiraling arrow blades causing my vitality to plummet. Despite my efforts to drain life, consume blood potions, and rely on my steadfast resilience, my health remained precariously below 40 and continued to dwindle. Without the restorative spells of a priest, my endurance was bound to falter. In a tactical retreat, I raised my hand, sending forth 3 golden sigils into the fray. This single skirmish had already cost me at least 50 points of divine power to unleash the ancient seals and maintain my transformation into the earth itself. There was no alternative. Without this, I would have surely succumbed long ago. It was solely due to the protective resistance of the earth's cyclone that I remained standing here. The ice-lind steed whinnied fiercely, charging left and right, while the phantom wolf king shadowed my every move, relentlessly unleashing hellish storms upon the crowd, engulfing the surroundings in flames. Stop him! Stop him! The sun-shooting bow roared. Cavalry of the First Legion, charge! Use the net to ensnare him. He must not escape alive. Casting a glance towards the small valley, I noted that the players of the 12 Musicians Guild had largely logged off under my protection. With a heart unburdened, it was time to break through. The Lingyu Palace, an esteemed guild on the Japanese server, boasted elite forces within its ranks. Thus, it was unnecessary for me to charge into battle alone. With a resounding clang, a line of shields crashed to the ground, reforming a defensive barrier 4 layers thick. The players of Lingyu Palace held me in high regard. Brandishing my purple yen sword, I could not help but smile. Here I come. The ice-lind steed surged forward, launching a sudden and fierce charge. In the air, the disordered nets fell like rain. Being ensnared meant certain doom. Gripping the reins tightly, I swiftly altered my speed and direction, sometimes quick, sometimes slow, ensuring my movements remained elusive, allowing me to evade their nets entirely. One by one, the gray nets landed on empty ground, marked by a series of misses. I darted through the narrowest of openings, my gaze fixating on the right side ahead, where only a 3-layered shield wall stood. That was my target. The distance was just right. Unleashing my skill, Thunder Charge. With a flash, I propelled myself forward, crashing into the opposing shield wall with a resounding impact. In an instant, I raised my sword, executing the burning blade and Thousand Ice Slash. Boom, boom, boom. The enemy's Dark Knights were all in defensive stances, utterly nullifying my attack damage. The combination of Burning Blade and Thousand Ice Slash failed to obliterate them, leaving them with a meager 525 health remaining, while the priests behind swiftly cast their group healing spells. It seemed I was running out of options. I quickly raised my left palm, as 2 golden sigils burst forth upon the earth, the purple yen sword gleaming with renewed vigor. Astonishingly, the ancient seals were amplified several times, dealing 5-fold damage. The numbers that soared into the air were nothing short of mesmerizing. 147,288, 762,360, 172,377, 718,295. Approximately 30% of the attacks inflicted quintuple damage, resulting in instant annihilation. While this alone was not sufficient to breach their defensive formations, the critical factor lay in the fact that the Ziying Sword possessed 50% splash damage, delivering a staggering 25 times the damage in an explosive display of radiant white light. The entirety of the players from the city of Purple Grapes collapsed in an instant. A few magic knights stood dazed amidst the pile of corpses, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What kind of damage is this? Can such devastation truly be achieved by a mere human? The Phantom Wolf King leaped forward, its claws raised, sending several bloodied magic knights back to the city of Purple Grapes in a single swoop. The arrows from behind relentlessly pounded against the dragon god's shield as I spurred my steed forward, breaking through the only gap in their defenses. Behind me, the sunshoot bow was on the brink of madness, its wielder's face contorted with rage, bellowing, "Shock arrows, stop him. Damn it. Can our guild even hold on to this one player?" Cold arrows rained down upon my back, reducing my health to below 50 once more. However, the most perilous threat lay in the jungle, where several skilled mages lay in wait, utilizing predictive techniques to cast ice spells, effectively encasing my armor in frost and drastically diminishing my mobility. This was the most critical predicament. A fresh wave of magic knights from the city of Purple Grapes surged forward, outpacing me. Ha ha ha, there's no escape now. The wielder of the sunshoot bow laughed maniacally, raising his longbow and commanding, "Brothers, let us finish this top player from the China region. Activate the recording function. Let the players of China witness how their champion meets a tragic end beneath the iron hooves of our Lingyu Palace." I suddenly turned, raising my sword. The 1,000 ice slash struck the ground, unleashing a dazzling array of residual damage and the quintuple damage of the Ziying Sword. Fortune favored me, as a dozen magic knights fell simultaneously, their cries of despair echoing painfully yet oddly melodious to my ears. A throng of magic knights, warriors, and archers from the city of Purple Grapes stood frozen, watching me with trepidation, each daring not to make a move. Since my appearance, over 1,000 players had already perished beneath the Ziying Sword, and now, my very presence had instilled a psychological shadow over them. With my sword poised across my steed's back, I smiled faintly. "If you wish to kill me, then come forth. I stand here on our territory in the China region. I have no intention of fleeing. If I am to die, let it be swift and decisive." The sunshoot bow gritted its teeth, raising its fist high and shouting, "Do not cower, valiant warriors of Lingyu Palace. Steel your hearts against fear. For the glory of our city of Purple Grapes, for the oaths we once took, transform your terror into rage, kill." Under the encouragement of the sunshoot bow, a wave of anger spread among the players of Lingyu Palace. The front line of hundreds of magic knights raised their blades, shouting in unison, "Kill." The thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more, remarkably synchronized. Suddenly, I smiled. Across the vast map, a multitude of purple and orange lights surged toward me with unprecedented speed. Only they could move that swiftly. Amidst the cacophony, the verdant vines, thorns, and grasses of the jungle were ruthlessly torn asunder. A formidable battalion of cavalry, each adorned with the emblem of the City of Kings and the ominous insignia of the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild, surged forth from the underbrush. Giguzi, wielding the spear of the war god, bore a countenance of fury and commanded, "Follow the path of our fallen leader. Strike." At long last, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry emerged, with no fewer than 1,000 warriors materializing in the clearing. With the Ziying Sword in hand, I bellowed, "Brothers, join me in this slaughter. Activate the national war attack mode. Let us reduce these bullies to mere pulp." The Ziying Sword gleamed with brilliance as I charged at the forefront, cleaving through the enemy ranks with precise strikes. My ice-scaled steeds surged forward, a manifestation of raw power, sending their dark knights tumbling backward. The Ziying Sword flashed, slicing through the throats of the cavalry, inflicting lethal damage. Behind me, Giguzi unleashed the war god, while Tiantang Yu and Qing Kong Shui activated their cavalry powers, leading the elite Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry in a fierce assault. The thunderous hoofbeats shattered the dreams of the Lingyu Palace players, who, upon witnessing such overwhelming might, had lost their will to fight. The enemy's Star River Storm and Spiral Arrow Barrage struck the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry like mere tickles. The disparity in attributes was insurmountable. With swift precision, Tiantang Yu wielded her blade, relentlessly cutting down the enemy players. Each dragon Yao iron cavalry surrounded by a spectral dragon, a protective effect that granted them enhanced defense and formidable offensive power. The leader of Lingyu Palace, with a face ashen as death, quivered as he clutched his war bow, exclaiming, "What manner of force is this?" Beside him, a warrior commander suggested, "Boss, they are too powerful, we cannot prevail. Let us retreat deeper into the forest and regroup with the Red Maple's divine domain. Their cavalry may assist us in overcoming these elite Chinese warriors." Nodding, the leader commanded, "Withdraw." At the mere utterance of his words, the dispirited Lingyu Palace players began their retreat. Giguzi pursued relentlessly for 2 miles, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry's speed decimating the ranks of Lingyu Palace. Just then, I called out, "Hold, all Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, stand by." As Giguzi reined in his steed, he turned to me and inquired, "What is it, boss?" "Those scoundrels have slain so many of our Chinese players. We cannot let this pass." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow this to go unpunished. However, let us not pursue the desperate. If we must engage, we shall do so from a strategic angle, denying them the chance to ambush us. Giguzi laughed. "Understood, strategically. I'll heed your counsel." Tian Tang Yu chimed in with a light laugh. "Yes, Brother Lu Chun possesses far greater military acumen than you, Giguzi." With a grin, Giguzi replied, "Indeed." Chapter 995, Pre-Battle Resolution. "What now?" Giguzi asked. I pondered for a moment and then declared, "We shall retreat. Let us exit this forest first. We require a broader perspective. The players from the city of Purple Grapes outnumber us by at least tenfold. We cannot allow ourselves to be encircled, otherwise escaping would become exceedingly challenging." Giguzi has brought forth 4,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and 1,000 Dragon Dawn Cavalry, with notable generals including Giguzi, Heavenly Rain, and Clear Sky Snow. Therefore, with my 2,000 men and ordinary players at their highest level of 7 turns forming teams of 500, the number of renowned generals doubles, and divine generals quadruple, creating a perfectly balanced force. The Dragon Dawn Cavalry within this contingent will benefit from the enhancements provided by the renowned general skills. Although the martial god may not be as effective as the cavalry god, possessing absolute offensive power is still advantageous. Upon reaching the edge of the jungle, we immediately spotted approximately 1,000 players from the city of Purple Grapes fiercely pursuing a 100-player squad from the Battle Heaven Alliance. Charge! Drawing our swords, we rushed forward and, in under 10 minutes, annihilated the 1,000-player group. The might of the Dragon Dawn Cavalry is truly formidable, resulting in not a single casualty on our side. In the distance, a continuous stream of Chinese players surged from the direction of Sky City, quickly amassing a considerable force comprised of players from various guilds. Even the fiery red lips dispatched members, with the vice leader, Bright Eyes, wielding a sharp blade, approaching me with a smile, saying, "Momo instructed me to bring over 30,000 first. Our main forces are currently attacking the Northern Alliance at the God-Hidden City, and the situation here at Sky City has become dire." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, we were ambushed and are thus at a disadvantage. However, with even your presence, we can still reverse this downward trend. The vice leader of Junlin, Purple Wind Bell, stepped forward, stating, "We have brought nearly 70,000 pure cavalry. Lu Chun, you shall lead the command." Before I arrived, Shueshang mentioned that when it comes to military strategy, you are among the few who stand out in the current Chinese region, and we place our utmost trust in you. "Thank you," I replied with a smile. Gazing into the distance, the vice leader of the Battle Heaven Alliance, October Rain, approached with a longbow in hand, cheerfully inquiring, "Lu Chun, what is the current situation?" The Battle Heaven Alliance has arrived with just under 110,000 all elite troops. Perfect timing, I responded with a smile. At that moment, yet another throng of players emerged from the direction of Sky City, unmistakably the main forces of the Dragon Rampage and Godslayer guilds, with Longxing Tianxia and Ba Tiandao among them. From another direction, players from the Overlord's Hall appeared, led by Wang Dongliang and Little Pig, riding forth. Excellent, everyone has arrived. I felt a surge of joy within. Wang Dongliang, accompanied by Little Pig, approached with a displeased expression. "What is it? Are the people from the city of Purple Grapes so powerful that they are too intimidated to charge into the jungle?" Giguzi, brandishing the gun of the cavalry god, suddenly interjected, "Humph. The players from the Overlord's Hall have only just arrived, yet they dare to label others as cowards? If you possess any courage, charge forth and slay them. Beneath the ice-floating city, Red Maple has stationed hundreds of thousands of elite troops. Wang Dongliang's face turned ashen. I want to argue with you. Heavenly Rain chimed in. I then said, since we are all here, it is clear that our objective is to reclaim our territory in the ice-floating city. Let us refrain from needless banter and set aside past grievances, focusing instead on devising a strategy to secure victory in this war. The Dominator, grasping his formidable sword, remarked, Lu Chun. The cavalry from the city of Purple Grapes has launched a long-distance assault on Iceberg City, and now there are at least 10 million troops stationed within its borders. We cannot afford to waste time here, especially since many of our compatriots are being slaughtered in the frosty forest. I nodded, acknowledging his words. The war god, filled with indignation, snapped, if you understand, why are you not hastening to bring your prized dragon Yao cavalry to rescue our sorrowful brethren on the Aha Road? My gaze turned icy. You have no authority to command me. Silence yourself. The war god, harboring unrequited feelings for the fruit knife, was on the verge of exploding but was quelled by the fierce glare of the Dominator, who admonished, War god, quiet down. Lu Chen is correct. We must unite and strategize before making any moves. Although we have a considerable number of troops, we are not the main force of Sky City. With just over 1 million of us, we could easily be overwhelmed by the main forces of the city of Purple Grapes. October Rain, holding her longbow and leaning against a maple tree, smiled lazily. Humph. Dominator has a broader vision than some, who are merely brimming with passion, yet are undeniably foolish. Little Pig interjected, all right, let us discuss how we should proceed. October Rain, her eyes deep with insight, replied, first, we face the Northern Alliance's attack, followed by the stirrings of the 2 main cities in India, and then the long-range assault from the city of Purple Grapes. Do we not sense the flavor of this conspiracy? What conspiracy? Wang Dongliang asked, bewildered, bright-eyed and smiling. She clarified, the attack from the Northern Alliance is clearly a feint. The true assault comes from the Green Earth City and Giant Elephant City of India, which are preparing for a direct confrontation. The real threat lies in the advance of the city of Purple Grapes. I nodded in agreement. The city of Purple Grapes is orchestrating a clever and audacious strategy. The might of Giant Elephant City and Green Earth City cannot be underestimated, initiating their offensive from the north of Sky City. The city of Purple Grapes aims to seize Iceberg City. However, if you believe that their sole objective is to capture Iceberg City, you are gravely mistaken. Underestimating their ambitions will leave us in a precarious position. October Rain trembled slightly. Gazing at me, she murmured, Lu Chun, are you suggesting that the true intent of the city of Purple Grapes is our Sky City? Indeed, I replied softly, my eyes fixed on the horizon. Sky City is the city of kings. As the saying goes, one cannot allow others to slumber beside their own resting place. With Green Earth City, Giant Elephant City, and the city of Purple Grapes so close, they cannot allow the city of kings to grow ever stronger. Thus, their choices are clear. Either seize Sky City or let it fall into ruin. The very strength of Sky City has compelled Japan and India to become temporary allies. A flicker of shock crossed the Dominator's eyes. Evidently, he had not anticipated the true intentions of the city of Purple Grapes. Regaining his composure, he inquired, what shall we do now? October Rain also turned her gaze towards me. I bit my lip and declared, to strike at the very heart. I shall lead the elite forces of the Ancient Sword to the White Rose Fortress, seizing it first to cut off the supply lines of the forces from the city of Purple Grapes. Then, I shall leave the frozen forest in your capable hands. Remember, do not venture too close to Icebound City, for therein lies the true elite of the city of Purple Grapes. Unless our main force arrives, it is best to avoid provoking them. Wang Dongliang looked utterly bewildered, clenching his fists. Damn, after all this talk, how are we supposed to attack? Long Xing Tianxia withdrew his hand from the thigh of Cold Moon Rose, forming a fist as he said, indeed, after all this discussion, how are we to proceed? Are we not to enter the frozen forest? I shook my head. No, we must infiltrate the frozen forest step by step, but we shall not pursue them relentlessly. Our aim is to draw out the impatient guilds of the city of Purple Grapes from the frozen forest, luring them deeper into our territory to encircle and annihilate them, thereby minimizing our losses. Ba Tian Dao suddenly plunged his blade into the ground and laughed heartily. I find myself increasingly fond of this fellow Lu Chun. To maintain such calm reasoning and judgment in these times is commendable. My word, we once fought so joyfully. How fortunate we are to have Lu Chun in the Chinese region. I was somewhat speechless and said, then it is settled? Currently, I have only 5,000 elite cavalry. Even if each is worth 10, that amounts to merely 50,000 troops. Recapturing the White Rose Fortress may be a stretch. Can anyone reinforce me with additional troops? Or who among you wishes to join me in the assault on the White Rose Fortress? Wang Dongliang scoffed. The ancient sword has Dark Moon City, and the sub-guild has expanded considerably, totaling at least 500,000 players. Yet you send merely 5,000 to rescue Icebound City? Don't tell me you're conserving strength and leaving us cannon fodder to withstand the main force of the city of purple grapes. I couldn't help but laugh. Pointing northward and shouting, MLGBD, to the north lies Qingta City, where the direct assault from the city of giant elephants is underway. They have deployed nearly 50 million players against the direction of Sky City. Hundreds of thousands from Ancient Sword are on the front lines. And you dare question whether I am conserving strength? Have your eyes gone blind? Wang Dongliang was left speechless by my outburst. October Rain, wielding a longbow, declared, "Humph. No more discussion, let us prepare for action." Ming Miao, with her captivating gaze, said, "I will lead 30,000 of the flaming red lips to accompany you in the rush to the White Rose Fortress." The purple bell of Junlin added, "Our 70,000 cavalry from Junlin shall also join you." I smiled and nodded. With these 100,000, along with our Dragon Sun Iron Cavalry as the vanguard, capturing the White Rose Fortress should pose no problem. Everyone, let us set off immediately and spare our compatriots from further suffering beneath the enemy's blade. Agreed. The brief military conference concluded, and accompanied by Giguzi, Tiantanjiu, and King Kongs, we surged through the frosted forest towards the White Rose Fortress. With our pace, we would arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Junlin and Lian Hongchun lagged slightly behind. Yet we decided to send our Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and Dragon Dawn Archers ahead to execute a surprise assault, aiming to capture the fortress in one fell swoop. The NPCs stationed at the fortress had already been eliminated, leaving the task of garrisoning it to players, which presented a challenge in itself. 20 minutes later, on the horizon, the Dragonbone Mountains loomed into the clouds, and in the midst of the mountains, a canyon entrance appeared as if cleaved by an axe. Within this canyon stood the formidable White Rose Fortress. Regrettably, the NPC's combat prowess was insufficient, allowing the players led by Hong Feng to seize the stronghold. Above the fortress, a group of players from the city of Purple Grapes were resting when suddenly, an archer rose, pointing towards the distant billowing dust, and exclaimed, "Look! Reinforcements are coming from the direction of Sky City. The Chinese are here to reclaim the White Rose Fortress." Chapter 996. Seizing the fortress, should we wait for Junlin and Lian Hongchuan's main force? Giguzi glanced back and said, "At least hundreds of thousands of players from the city of Purple Grapes are stationed within the White Rose Fortress. Our numbers may not suffice to capture it." I fixed my gaze ahead and declared, "No need to wait. We will charge directly, scaling the fortress walls from the inside, seizing the high ground and awaiting reinforcements." "Excellent." Drawing my Ziying Sword, I shouted, "Let us reclaim the fortress. Charge." Behind me, a throng of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry unsheathed their weapons, their battle cries soaring to the heavens. Although our numbers were merely in the thousands, our momentum was like a raging torrent. The towering White Rose Fortress appeared to us as if it were already within our grasp. Above the fortress, players from the city of Purple Grapes rose to their feet. One of the management players bellowing, archers and mages, prepare to launch projectiles to obstruct these intruders. Additionally, all cavalry players descend and confront them head-on. Alert the players within the fortress to prepare for battle. Having examined the schematics of the White Rose Fortress, I noted that it resembled a square citadel. As long as we led the charge up the walls, we would gain a significant advantage. Full speed ahead, do not allow them to close the outer gates. Giguzi shouted as we charged forth. Above the citadel, a torrent of arrows and magical storms descended upon us. Everyone raised their shields, maintaining our speed. The arrows clanged against our shields, and with the protection of the dragon spirit, the damage we sustained was significantly mitigated. As for us, the projectile attacks were already weakened, resulting in minimal harm to me. The commander atop the fortress evidently did not anticipate our formidable defense and rapid advance, urgently shouting, "Cavalry, do not leave the city. Quickly, close the gates." Alas, it was too late. Thousands of cavalry players from the city of Purple Grapes had already arrived at the fortress, charging towards us. In the heat of battle, we excelled as a formidable force, a cadre of cavalry wielding sharp blades, effortlessly slicing through the ranks of adversaries in the city of Purple Grapes. For the first time, they witnessed the sheer might of the dragon scale riders, mounted upon their fearsome draconic beasts. Behind us, 1,000 dragon scale archers unleashed a volley of arrows that rained down in a devastating barrage, causing the enemy players to topple from their steeds. Seizing the opportunity before the city gates could close, I charged in with haste. A fleeting glance revealed several players struggling to pull the ropes to shut the gates. With a swift flick of my sword, I unleashed a fierce blade strike that cut them down mercilessly. Behind me, Giguzi, brandishing the spear of the war god, burst forth with laughter, and I gestured toward the right, instructing, "Little ghost, take your men and assault the walls from this side. I shall strike from the other flank. Let us capture the high ground first." Understood. Above the city, many cavalry players were foot soldiers, as their mounts were ill-suited for the stairways. However, the ice-scaled horses and dragon-scale beasts disregarded the terrain's hindrances, charging up the walls with unyielding force, undeterred by the hail of enemy fire. I raised my hand and executed the thousand-eye slash, simultaneously summoning shadowy clones as the purple dragon let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, we swept through a portion of the players on the city wall. Behind us, Tai and Tanjiu, accompanied by countless dragon-scale knights, surged forward, effortlessly seizing the high ground atop the walls. The ensuing slaughter was swift. Soon after, thousands of dragon-scale knights and archers had successfully claimed the battlements. "All archers, unleash your fire upon the players within the city," I commanded, pointing forward. The dragon-scale archers were elated. The height of the walls rendered the enemy archers and mages ineffective, while our elevated position allowed our attacks to strike with lethal precision. Giguzi, Tai and Tanjiu, and I continued to extend our dominion, as the dragon-scale archers began using their skyward arrows and spiral blades to decimate the jumbled mass of players within the city of Purple Grapes. The situation was entirely under our control, and Giguzi beamed with delight, wielding his spear and wreaking havoc throughout the city as he proclaimed, "Boss, the White Rose Fortress is ours." "Not so fast," I replied, a twinge of concern creeping in. I then sent a message to He Eve. "How goes the battle at Black Coast?" He responded, "It's intense. Many main guilds have arrived at Qingda City. We've been battling in the Qing Tiger Forest for a full 7 hours now, with the outcome hanging by a thread." "What is up, Lu Chen? Is something amiss?" "Yes. I am attempting to secure the White Rose Fortress to thwart the next move of the Purple Grape City. However, my forces are limited, and with Junlin and Red Lips combined, we barely muster 100,000 troops. It is insufficient. If Hongfeng leads the Divine Realm forces against us, we may very well lose the White Rose Fortress for a second time." After nearly a minute, He sent a message, "Understood. I will have Su Yang lead the elite forces of 100,000 ancient swordsmen at your command. Please contact Su Yang directly. I will keep Wan Yu, Li Chengfeng, Dou Ziyang, Bei Ming, and Lian Xian here, as they are urgently needed. Shui Yinsan is barely holding on. As long as we withstand this wave of attacks, the Indians will retreat naturally. Their resources are depleting as well." "All right," I responded. "I will contact Su Yang directly." "Brother Su Yang, how is the troop assembly progressing?" Su Yang replied, "Give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, 100,000 will set off and arrive at the White Rose Fortress in half an hour. Additionally, I have borrowed the main force of 50,000 blood mercenaries from Dushir San, and I will also draw another 50,000 from the Sub-Alliance to send you a total of 200,000. I rejoiced, "Haha, I will await you at the White Rose Fortress." Indeed, this war was already igniting fervor. Shortly thereafter, the 70,000 cavalry of Junlin arrived, and the fierce Purple Wind Bell directly commanded the cavalry to breach the city, coordinating with the ancient swordsman's assault from the city walls to decimate the players of Purple Grape City within. When Ming Miao Si Shui led her 30,000 Flame Red Lips players to arrive, the situation was firmly under control. "Descend and slay," I commanded, joining with a group of Long Yao cavalry in the annihilation of the city. After approximately half an hour, we had eradicated around 300,000 players from Purple Grape City, suffering our own losses of no more than 30,000 000, primarily among Junlin's cavalry. Standing atop the outer city wall, I gazed at the ceaseless stream of purple grape city forces approaching in the distance, smiling as I ordered, all Long Yao archers on alert. As soon as they enter our range, send them back to Purple Grape City and remind them that this territory is under our Chinese control, and we will not tolerate their unruliness. Everyone tensed their bowstrings, and when the first knight from Purple Grape City reached the city gates, he raised his lance, laughing. Brothers atop the wall, open the gates. We have come to reinforce you. Before his words could fully escape, a flurry of arrows descended upon him, and in an instant, his body was riddled with shafts, collapsing to the ground. Before he perished, he managed to utter, "What the?" After the first knight fell, those behind him erupted in fury, drawing their swords with a clang and shouting, "The White Rose Fortress has been retaken by the Chinese. Brothers, what are we waiting for? This fortress belongs solely to our Yamato nation." Above, Ming Miao Si Shui smiled and instructed, "All mages and archers, do not conserve your mana and arrows. Unleash your full power. We will have supplies afterward. These souls still think they can act with impunity at our doorstep. Let them dream." The barrage of firepower from the city walls intensified. Indeed, the forces from Purple Grape City could not withstand it, especially when 1,000 Long Yao archers simultaneously unleashed their arrows into the sky. The devastation was overwhelming. Gue Guzi sat nearby, enhancing the cavalry's might with 225 physical attack damage. Combined with the large-scale destruction of the arrows, thousands of corpses quickly accumulated at the base of the walls, deterring the players of Purple Grape City from making any rash moves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands were encamped outside the city. The throng was indeed substantial as Giguzi brandished the spear of the riding god. I pursed my lips, realizing the gravity of our situation. This is troublesome. Our forces are woefully inadequate. Once the enemy's siege engines arrive, even the fortified White Rose Fortress cannot withstand the onslaught. Giguzi inquired. The Warbreaker must have something to convey to me, correct? I nodded. Once the siege engines arrive, you must lead several thousand men to charge against them, ensuring they do not encroach upon our position. We desperately need time, and we can only procure it through sacrifice. Understood, everyone is aware. At that moment, news arrived from the opposite side of the city, near the inner side of Sky City. A multitude of players from the Purple Grape City were preparing to launch an attack to seize the fortress. I hastily instructed Giguzi to guard the outer side while I, accompanied by Tian Tanjiu and others, rushed to the other flank. Upon my arrival, I beheld a cloud of dust rising in the distance, as a host of crimson-named cavalry surged forth. Activating my dark eye skill, my vision expanded significantly, and I couldn't help but exclaim, just when I wished for peace. Trouble comes knocking. What is it, Brother Lucan? Tian Tanjiu inquired. I pointed. The people from the Divine Domain have arrived. Oh. Everyone knew that Divine Domain was the premier guild of RB, amassing over 50 of the most skilled players from Purple Grape City, a true king among guilds. With the meager forces we possessed, we were unlikely to prevail, for merely assessing their formation revealed that they numbered at least 100,000. At the forefront stood Hongfeng, wielding a sharp sword, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he laughed. Qing Shuang, are you certain that the true leader of this force is Zhiji Qinsha? Indeed. Beside Hongfeng, the Ice Knight Qing Shuang smiled lightly. Zhiji Qinsha has just decimated the foolish denizens of the Feather Palace in the Ice Forest. They are now set to assault the White Rose Fortress. Truly, he is one of the divine generals of the Chinese server. However, they have now encountered the main force of our Divine Domain. With their mere 100,000 troops, how can they hope to obstruct us? Hongfeng smiled faintly. My ambitions extend far beyond just these 100,000 troops. Clenching my teeth, I drew my purple yin sword and commanded, prepare for battle. Just then, a thunderous sound of hooves erupted from the right side of the forest, and in the next moment, Su Yang, leading a legion of ancient sword cavalry, charged forth. Oh, that's Brother Su Yang. Tian Tanjiu exclaimed joyfully. I pointed my sword and declared, all Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, descend from the city and join Su Yang in the assault against Divine Domain. Who would have thought our first clash with them would occur here? Chapter 997. The chess game with a cacophony of hooves. Nearly 2,000 players from the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry burst forth from the White Rose Fortress. In the waning light of the setting sun, the frost blades gleamed brilliantly, their resplendent armor forming a cohesive unit. Each steed was enveloped by the protective aura of the dragon soul, while I rode at the forefront on my Iceland horse. The phantom wolf king howling fiercely as it darted ahead like lightning. Before the white rose, the earth trembles, while in the adjacent thicket, the ancient sword cavalry spreads across the mountains, forming a formidable flanking position against us. Soon, we shall be poised to execute a pincer maneuver against the main forces of the Divine Realm Guild in the city of Purple Grapes. Once we eliminate this contingent, victory will be almost assured. Deep within my heart, I fervently pray, Hong Feng, if you have the courage, come at me. Do not let me down. Should Hong Feng be the infamous Giguzi, as Su Yang suggested, then this battle is inevitable. Hong Feng, leading the players of Purple Grape City, has already stained the city of floating ice with the blood of countless lower-tier Chinese players, a disgrace upon our entire Chinese server. Conversely, our assault on the Divine Realm is a stain of shame for Hong Feng. When enemies meet, the understanding is palpable. There is no reason to refrain from conflict. If we do not clash here, it would only signify one thing. Hong Feng possesses a cunning mind, marked by patience and cruelty. At that moment, Hong Feng abruptly raised his sword and bellowed, "Halt! Rear guard to the front guard to the rear, retreat at full speed. We shall take refuge in the ice forest and await further orders." Amidst the billowing dust, we stood, dumbfounded. At least 300,000 players had come from the Divine Realm, yet they retreated under the onslaught commanded by Su Yang and myself, vanishing into the ice forest as if they had never existed. Su Yang galloped toward me, sword in hand, glancing at the retreating Hong Feng with disdain. What of the first guild of Purple Grape City? They only know how to flee like rats. Are such creatures truly worthy adversaries? I gazed at the distant dust, gritting my teeth. Do not underestimate them. Know when to advance and when to retreat. Hong Feng is indeed formidable, perhaps even more so than the sorrow of Vienna. Heavenly Rain blinked and inquired, "Brother Lu Chun, is Hong Feng really that terrifying?" I nodded. Indeed. First, he utilized the Northern Alliance and the disturbances from the two major cities of India to disrupt our vision in Sky City. Then, with a blitzkrieg, he annihilated Floating Ice City. Now, their main force avoids direct confrontation with our elite. This indicates they have other plans, making Hong Feng a cunning opponent. We must not take them lightly, or we risk severe losses at his hands. Su Yang nodded in agreement. I understand. Before coming here, the boss instructed me to follow your lead strategically, while I focus on command and assault. The rest is up to your judgment. What shall we do now? I surveyed the 200,000 elite players of Ancient Sword behind Su Yang and smiled. Let us first allow these warriors to occupy the White Rose Fortress. With such a force, holding the fortress should pose no issue. As for the subsequent course of action, let me ponder it further. Under Su Yang's command, the 200,000 troops settled into the White Rose Fortress, filling the vast stronghold to capacity. Fortunately, players do not require tents, cooking pots, or firewood for their mounts, making the logistical demands significantly less than those of a real army, conserving over 90% of space. Though the White Rose Fortress is modest in size, accommodating 1,000,000 troops presents no challenge. Upon entering the fortress, I finally found the opportunity to assess the situation of the NPCs within. To my relief, the White Rose Fortress appeared relatively neutral, allowing NPCs to be shared by both factions. Consequently, merchants, repairers, bakers, and others remained dutifully within the territory. At the very least, our group could secure the White Rose Fortress without concerns about supplies. Su Yang and Giguzi stood together atop the eastern wall, where outside gathered a throng of players from the city of Purple Grapes. Japan's economy is exceedingly advanced, resulting in a vast player base. Official reports indicate that players constitute 25 of the total population, a statement that is hardly exaggerated. This modest main city boasts over 30 million players. Of course, when compared to the populous nation of India, this figure pales significantly, with a total population of 1 billion. Even if India's economy does not rival Japan's, and the gaming penetration is only 5, that still amounts to 70 million gamers. Hence, they claim to have 50 million players assaulting the Sky City. However, I suspect that number is somewhat inflated. I believe it is closer to 20 million. Or else they would struggle to withstand the pressure at Black Coast. Standing on the eastern wall, my gaze fixed upon the players below in the city of Purple Grapes. With the purple sword pillar at the edge of the wall, I remained silent. What are they waiting for? Giguzi inquired. They are awaiting siege weaponry. What else could it be? I remarked with a frown. Su Yang clenched his fist, saying, "Are we to sit idly by? If they bring forth their siege equipment, the White Rose Fortress may soon be reduced to rubble. Without our defenses, we would be unable to withstand an enemy force 10 times our size." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, thus our only chance lies in taking the initiative, penetrating the territory of the city of Purple Grapes, and ambushing their catapults and siege engines along the way. Then what are we waiting for? Let us strike. Guguzi exclaimed. Hold on. I replied, exasperated. Calm down, little one. Now is not the time. Our numbers are barely sufficient. We need at least 100,000 troops to launch an offensive. Don't forget, the Red Maple is to our west, and their intelligence is interconnected. If we attack their supply units, Red Maple may seize the opportunity to capture our fortress, and we would find ourselves in dire straits. What then? Guguzi responded, his thoughts evidently in disarray. After pondering for a moment, I suggested, we must find a player adept in defensive warfare to take my place guarding the White Rose Fortress. Only then can we mount a full offensive into the city of Purple Grapes and eliminate their players. Who is skilled in defense? Su Yang contemplated before proposing. Zhu Wan, Swan Lafan, or Zhang Tian. I chuckled. Alas, Zhu Wan will not come to the White Rose Fortress. He is preoccupied with the Northern Alliance campaign. As for Swan Lafan, I'm uncertain whether he would be willing to come here. I'll reach out. It would be ideal to rally those from the Just Path, as we are in dire need of reinforcements. Sounds good. I promptly opened my friends list. Finding Swan Lafan online, I sent a call request, and moments later, his slightly hurried voice came through. Haha. Lu Chun, long time no see. Is the Elder currently engaged in battle? Indeed, a small contingent of the Northern Alliance has infiltrated the territory of Tianfeng City, and we are presently engaged in a thorough purge. It is rumored that the Northern Alliance is amassing greater forces in preparation for battle. It appears we are destined to face adversaries on all fronts. I pursed my lips and remarked, Uncle, have you not considered a strategy? What? He replied, the chaotic 27 nations. Why not leverage them to restrain the Northern Alliance? And how would we do that? They would never acquiesce. Uncle, in the art of war, deception is paramount. Why hesitate? Contact the Brown Cuckoo of the chaotic 27 nations and inform him that we will launch a frontal assault on Titan City and Hero City, teaching the Northern Alliance a lesson. This will compel them to commit their forces to Titan City, effectively restraining their military might. We shall feign an assault with a mere handful of troops, drawing out their main forces, and then the bulk of our strength in the China region will emerge from the White Rose Fortress to decisively conquer the city of Purple Grapes. I paused momentarily before adding, should the Indians continue to challenge us, we shall simultaneously seize Chengtu City as well. We must not reveal our true intentions. These fools must not underestimate our resolve. Suan Lafa smiled. What audacity! I have been concerned that the China region facing enemies on all sides would instill despair in our ranks. However, with your emergence, Lu Chun, my confidence in the future of our region has been restored. We must strike boldly, showcasing our mettle. I have never favored timidity. I said, Uncle, your presence is greatly needed now. Please transport all the righteous forces to Sky City. What troubles you? The situation is dire. You must be aware of the circumstances at Sky City. The White Rose Fortress has been captured, and Iceberg City has fallen. Thousands are trapped in the Frost Forest, mercilessly slaughtered. Currently, Gujian commands a force of 200,000 alongside Li Hongchuan. A portion of Junlin's troops has reclaimed the White Rose Fortress, yet our numbers are insufficient, and we dare not venture outside the city to engage. Hongfeng leads hundreds of thousands of elite troops, eyeing Iceberg City with intent, while to the east, the city of Purple Grapes boasts a formidable army. Thus, we must urgently reinforce the White Rose Fortress. Understood. I shall issue the command at once. Suan Lafa readily agreed. Then inquired, Lu Chun, what are your subsequent plans? I can sense that Hongfeng is a remarkably astute opponent, well-versed in strategy. Engaging such a cunning adversary with mere brute force may not suffice. Indeed, Hongfeng is orchestrating a grand strategy. We shall engage them in a game of wits. I pondered briefly and stated, first, we must secure the teleportation points of the 3 main cities with heavy defenses to prevent ambushes, ensuring the transport and resupply between the main cities. Furthermore, within the realm of Sky City, there are 2 secondary strongholds, Dawn City and Thunder City, which also require substantial forces. Uncle, as the overall commander of the national conflict, I leave these arrangements to you. I cannot mobilize the guilds such as Heaven Alliance. Annihilation, Red People S Guild, or sword-wielding Jianghu. I comprehend your strategic intent. We shall entrap the millions in the city of purple grapes within the frost forest, isolating and defeating them one by one, correct? Precisely. Very well, I shall attend to this immediately. Upon deactivating the communicator, Suan Lafa's enthusiastic cooperation instilled in me a sense of assurance. At the very least, we in Gujian are not fighting this battle alone. At that moment, Giguzi suddenly pointed towards the distant east and exclaimed, "They are coming, indeed. By heavens, what a colossal trebuchet." Chapter 998. The Haika war chariot. The creaking of wheels echoed sharply as enormous black trebuchets, towering approximately 4 meters high, emerged in the distance, around 100 in total, arranged in 4 rows with 16 serrated wheels. Each trebuchet was propelled by at least 20 infantry players, who had spent over an hour preparing. Finally, the war chariots of Purple Grape City had arrived. These trebuchets were forged from fine iron, entirely black and glinting ominously, with ammunition consisting of peculiar black stones that suggested explosive potential, as I could almost detect the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. The front of each chariot bore a fearsome shield shaped like a serpent's head, designed for defense. Archers lacking precision would find it impossible to harm such machines. Observing the distant chariots, everyone gasped in awe. "By heavens!" exclaimed the fair maiden with bright eyes, her delicate fists clenched, arms slightly trembling, biting her red lips. Could this be the legendary Haika war chariot unique to Purple Grape City? The Haika war chariot? Suyang inquired, puzzled. I replied, from the celestial materials I have reviewed, Purple Grape City is indeed famed for the Haika war chariot. In the game's lore, Haika is a mythical beast of the RB kingdom, capable of spewing flames, contrasting sharply with our Chinese region's sacred beast, the Baize. While Baize is a harbinger of blessings, Haika embodies the essence of slaughter. The fair maiden nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lu Chen speaks truth. The fierce spirit of Haika has coalesced within the Haika war chariot, allowing it to execute a lethal area damage attack, inflicting extra harm on fortification targets. One might even argue that it is more ferocious than the oil carts of the Northern Alliance. Thus, we must exercise caution. The purple bellflower maiden clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, lamenting, the people of Purple Grape City are indeed affluent. It is said that a single Haika war chariot costs no less than 500,000 gold coins. And they have summoned 100 at once. Remarkable. Giguzi chuckled. The more expensive, the better. Tian Tangyu turned to me and said, Brother Lu Chun, judging by their posture, they are certainly preparing for a siege. What shall we do? With a swift motion, I drew the Ziying Sword and declared, what else can we do? Brothers, prepare for battle. The range of the Haika war chariot is 200 yards. We cannot allow these chariots to approach within that distance. If the White Rose Fortress becomes a wasteland, the enemy's iron hooves will trample the land of the Sky City. Yes, Vice Leader. A group of players from the Ancient Sword faction unsheathed their weapons, a mixture of tension and excitement palpable in the air. The situation on the continent had been dormant for so long, and now the war drums were once again sounding. Suyang, I called out. Yes, what is it? Suyang turned to me. Our logistics in Ancient Sword are arranged by you and Luanyu. How many high-level siege engines do we possess? For instance, the Baize war chariot, the Xuanwu war chariot? Suyang smiled, remarking, those are indeed costly, yet our leader is not one to be stingy. Hence, we possess numerous war chariots for our Gujian faction, at least 50 Baize chariots and over 100 Xianwu chariots. Do we need to deploy them immediately? To utilize advanced siege machinery, we must obtain direct approval from our leader. Otherwise, I lack the authority to mobilize such precious equipment, which is currently stored in the Dark Moon City. I nodded. Let us proceed without hesitation. Have Li Chengfeng or Luanyu personally escort the elite players. Bring me 20 Baize chariots and 50 Xianwu chariots. Otherwise, we will lose our advantage in range. Very well, I will contact the leader at once. Indeed. A few minutes later, Suyang announced, all set. Luanyu is personally escorting the iron cavalry of 10,000 from the Alliance, while the craftsmen are disassembling the equipment, to be reassembled at the fortress. In addition to the 20 Baize chariots and 50 Xianwu chariots, we will also have 500 catapults and 1,000 crossbow carts. With renewed confidence, I grasped the Ziying Sword, mounted my steed, and declared, Xiao Gui, Tian Tangyu, Qing Kong Shui, you three take 4,000 long Yao iron cavalry, and follow me. Let us first take down a few haze chariots. Ziying, remain in the city for defense. All Long Yao archers are under your command. Understood, go with assurance, but be cautious. Yes. As I arrived at the foot of the city, suddenly from the west, the 18 riders of Yuyun galloped towards me, exclaiming, Vice Alliance Leader, we have further developments. I gritted my teeth. Hong Feng is leading the main force of the Divine Realm, appearing on the plains outside the fortress. Is that correct? The 18 riders of Yuyun were taken aback. How did you know? Indeed, Hong Feng is a formidable adversary, intent on ensnaring us within the fortress through a war of attrition, utilizing the forces on either side of the White Rose Fortress to trap us. What shall we do now? I pondered briefly and replied, consult with Ziying. If Hong Feng possesses heavy siege machinery, send a few thousand cavalry to charge their formation. Sacrificing cavalry lives to buy us time. If they lack siege equipment, then shut the city gates tightly and fortify our position, leveraging the advantage of the fortress. Understood. A throng of Long Yao iron cavalry assembled within the city, under the direct command of myself and Giguzi. Meanwhile, Ming Miao and Zi Seifeng Ling organized tens of thousands of cavalry in formation. Should the Long Yao iron cavalry find themselves encircled, they would be the first to rush out for reinforcement. However, if they remain unencircled, we shall delay our attack to conserve our fighting strength. After all, the White Rose Fortress has indeed fallen into a precarious predicament, besieged from both front and rear. Raising the Ziying Sword high, I led the charge out of the city. Bellowing, attack alongside me, target the haze chariots, maintain our formation, and avoid solo combat. Otherwise, we will be left outside. In unison, the warriors drew their weapons. And in the next moment, a vast number of Long Yao iron cavalry surged forth, moving with astonishing speed. This cavalry represented the most formidable assembly in the China region, and indeed the entire world, unparalleled in strength. The unique steed replication of Dark Moon City endowed these high-tier cavalry players with the extraordinary dragon-scale beasts, while the Dragon Soul Guardians significantly enhanced their offensive and defensive capabilities. Across the realm, the Gujin cavalry stands as a singular force. After numerous days of relentless struggle, as of today, the ancient sword boasts an impressive force of 15,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and 5,000 Dragon Dawn Bow Riders. However, the true mainstay lies not here, but in the direction of Dark Moon City, where commanders such as He Yi, Bei Mingxue, Lian Exine, and Li Chengfeng are orchestrating an army to counter the forces from Qingta City and Giant Elephant City. Undoubtedly, the ancient sword Iron Riders have emerged as the undisputed star unit in this national conflict. Beyond the city walls, a dense throng of red-named adversaries fills the entire gorge. To charge against such formidable opponents indeed requires immense courage. With my purple ing sword lowered, I raised the Dragon God shield, clashing against arrows and fireballs raining down from above. The players from Purple Grape City remained steadfast in their formation, waiting for our charge. Their frontline knights already raising their shields to form a bulwark against the impending onslaught. Kill. The earth trembled as I activated my Thunder Charge skill, swiftly dashing forward. With a flourish of my sword, I unleashed the 1000-Eye Slash, a devastating attack that sent waves of sword energy surging forth, annihilating a cluster of shield-bearing knights in an instant. Simultaneously, I raised my hand, unleashing 4 ancient runes that struck my parallel position, creating a gap for my fellow players to charge alongside me. The Dragon Dawn Iron Riders roared, crashing against the enemy's shields with a thunderous impact. Empowered by the Dragon Soul's protection, they shattered the opposing formation, their blades piercing through, delivering a 3-hit combo that brutally penetrated their ranks, splattering blood in a gruesome spectacle. Without a moment's pause, I pressed forward, arrows whizzing past me, spiraling blades relentlessly assaulting the shields, yet I disregarded them entirely. This group comprised the second-tier guild from Purple Grape City, far inferior to even Lingyu Palace, posing no lethal threat to me. With a sudden flourish, I raised the purple-ing sword, transforming the blade into a dragon silhouette that surged forth, sweeping in a vast arc. Under the weight of my attack, the dragon spiral sent a cluster of archers and mages sprawling to the ground. Heavenly Rain's blade danced gracefully, ensnaring a 7th-tier high-level mage within her net. A swift advance shattered the mage's chest, delivering a swift kill, as she turned to me with a smile. Brother Lu Chun, that was splendid. I couldn't help but smile in return. Indeed, in terms of damage output, I was undoubtedly the foremost among this assembly. Meanwhile, the Phantom Wolf King darted to and fro, unleashing relentless assaults, while the Storm Claw ravaged the battlefield, its crimson form resembling a deity of death. The defenses of our foes were forcibly torn asunder. Not far off, a haze battle chariot was being loaded with ammunition, its 1-meter radius of black stone shimmering with crystalline light. Its explosive power must be formidable. Together, destroy that haze. Giguzi bellowed. I cast a quick glance at the haze battle chariot's attributes. Its defensive type was city armor, boasting formidable resilience against standard attacks, with a defense rating reaching 20,000. Most would struggle to breach it. Thus, I shouted, use barriers to break through. Attack in turns, and retreat after striking. The haze chariot has only 1,000,000 health. Good. With the formidable spear of the Divine Rider in hand, Giguzi surged forward, shattering the barrier with a single strike, causing the Black Zephyr war chariot to tremble and revealing a staggering damage figure of 39,873. Quite impressive, Giguzi had successfully breached their defenses. I too surged past, my purple sword crashing against the Black Zephyr war chariot, energy surging forth from the blade. It was the Shattered Mountain effect. Exhilarating. Boom. The long sky strike pierced through the chariot, a colossal damage number soaring to 193,887. This was utterly terrifying, Giguzi exclaimed in astonishment. A legion of cavalry warriors charged in succession, breaking through the barriers, and in the blink of an eye, the Black Zephyr war chariot collapsed. Simultaneously, amidst the chaos of the stellar storm, 3 Dragon Dawn Knights fell alongside it. The cost of destroying 1 Black Zephyr war chariot was the loss of at least 10 Dragon Dawn Knights from our ranks. Chapter 999. Surround, but do not kill. Upon the vast plain, archers lined up in formation, creating a barrage of synchronized shots. Suddenly, they raised their longbows, and the sound of arrows being released rang out. In an instant, a dark cloud of arrows descended from the sky, the attack power of the players from Purple Grape City far exceeding our expectations. Thud, thud, thud. Arrows pierced through the shields, armor, and bodies of the Dragon Dawn Knights, inflicting uneven damage ranging from 10,000 to 40,000. While the individual damage wasn't excessive, the overwhelming number of arrows caused a significant number of Dragon Dawn Knights to fall in quick succession. Lacking supplies, we found it impossible to contend against the sheer might of their forces. Damn it, Giguzi shouted in anger, wielding the Divine Rider's spear to sweep aside a row of archers. We cannot allow this to continue. All 4,000 of us will perish here. I raised my purpling sword and unleashed a fierce blade slash among the throngs, creating a multitude of fresh corpses. Turning to my comrades, I commanded loudly, maintain the charge formation. Our sole objective is to demolish those Black Zephyr war chariots. Ignore everything else. Everyone must keep moving, charge forward after each attack, and avoid being overwhelmed by multiple attackers. Nods of agreement rippled through the ranks. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated across the plains east of the White Rose Fortress, where millions of players from Purple Grape City surrounded the canyon exit, sacrificing Black Zephyr war chariots in exchange for the lives of our Dragon Dawn Knights. The war had commenced. Should the Dragon Dawn Knights fall here, it would be days before we could set foot on the lands of Purple Grape City again. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, many Dragon Dawn Knights had fallen behind, yet our achievements were commendable, having destroyed at least 50 Black Zephyr war chariots. In the midst of our mobility, the enemy could not withstand the iron hooves of the Dragon Dawn Knights and could only suffer our relentless charges. Their only recourse was to employ the Magic Knight's traps, the Mage's Stellar Storm, and the Archer's Shock arrows to take down as many Dragon Dawn Knights as possible. Our battle strategy was equally clear. Over 1,000 Magic Knights swiftly cast their nets to ensnare the enemy's shield formations, allowing us to advance unimpeded, as if entering a realm devoid of opposition. After a while, I counted and said, we have taken down at least 70 of the hazy battle tanks. We should be able to withstand the next wave. Little Ghost, give the order to retreat. Understood. Giguzi raised the spear of the war god and bellowed, return. The Long Yao Iron Cavalry charged back fiercely. The players from Purple Grape City could not tolerate this. A level 184 warrior clad in crimson armor brandished his blade. Seething with anger, do these Chinese think they can retreat unscathed? Brothers, how can we bear such humiliation? Attack. Seize the White Rose Fortress. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed behind them as the players from Purple Grape City advanced swiftly. Below the city, the duo of Purple Windbell and Bright Eyes, leading tens of thousands of iron cavalry, awaited my return. Upon seeing me, Bright Eyes immediately approached and said, "Luching, you lead the Long Yao iron cavalry back first. The next task is entrusted to us." All right. The Long Yao iron cavalry had suffered heavy losses, and I dared not press on further, leading my comrades into the city to recuperate. Outside the city, Junlin and the Flame-Red Lips cavalry charged forth rapidly, engaging fiercely with the players from Purple Grape City. With a swift motion, the Ice Lin horse soared over the city walls, and I hurled the Phantom Wolf King into the fray. The little wolf howled and landed amidst the chaotic crowd below, its claws flailing as if to display its might. The national war between the Chinese and Japanese regions had commenced, and the points for the war were already being calculated. Now that the all-out battle had begun, I aimed to strive for the MVP title of this national war, not for fame, but for gold. All archers, unleashed the combination of sky-piercing arrows and spiral blade arrows to provide maximum support to Junlin and Flame-Red Lips below. I commanded loudly from the city. Instantly, a dense swarm of archers initiated their assault, particularly the 1,000 Long Yao archers, whose combined firepower was truly terrifying. A multitude of sky-piercing arrows rained down, and the height advantage significantly enhanced the lethality of their ranged attacks. As the arrows fell among the crowd, the players from Purple Grape City fell like wheat before the scythe. Guguzi stood at the edge of the city wall, thoroughly entertained, and chuckled, "Big brother, let me go down and fight again. Otherwise, it won't be satisfying." I inquired, "Little ghost, don't just charge into battle blindly. Have you kept track of how many Long Yao iron cavalry we lost in the past hour?" "No," he replied defiantly. "However, Tian Tang Yu chimed in, Brother Luching. I have counted. We lost a total of 987 Long Yao iron cavalry." Nodding, I felt a weight in my heart. The rate of casualties far exceeded our expectations, and this was untenable. I was sorely lacking in the contributions of bards, strategists, and priests. Relying solely on the charge of the Long Yao iron cavalry would eventually deplete our forces. Guguzi remarked, "There are still 14,000 Long Yao iron cavalry left. Those 1,000 were just lost in the previous skirmish. Still, I want to go down and fight." After a moment of contemplation, I said, "Very well. Let's specifically allocate some bards. Little ghost, you choose the individuals. Only those with a defensive capability exceeding 30,000 points and health exceeding 250,000 can descend from the city to engage an attack. Otherwise, they must remain in the city on standby. It is imperative that at least 100 warriors join the fray. We cannot permit the forces of Junin and the flames of the Crimson Lips to fight alone." At that moment, Su Yang sent a message. "Luchun, how fares the battle in the east?" "It remains manageable. How about your side?" "Hong Feng is personally leading the charge, and the onslaught is particularly fierce." "Understood. I shall make my way there immediately." I entrusted the command of the eastern stronghold to Gue Guzi and swiftly mounted my steed, racing around the city walls. In a mere moment, I arrived at the western front, where I beheld a multitude of players from the city of Purple Grapes gathered below, darkening the landscape. Yet, it was reassuring that despite their numbers, they lacked siege equipment. Their only implements were mere ladders. Countless grappling hooks lay ensnared within the edges of the city bricks, while ladders and ropes appeared in abundance at the city walls. Some players from the city of Purple Grapes had already begun their ascent. With a swift motion, I drew my purpling sword and lunged forward, the blade striking with such ferocity that blood erupted forth. A bloodthirsty knight from the city of Purple Grapes fell back off the wall, meeting his demise. Without pause, I pressed onward, my sword dancing through the air, cleaving down the adversaries who dared to scale the walls. Not far off, Su Yang was commanding numerous Chinese players in their offensive, arrows flying in rapid succession to momentarily hinder the enemy's advance. However, the disparity in numbers was staggering, while players from the city of Purple Grapes continued to plummet. They persisted in their relentless assault. Even at the base of the walls, players were fervently hacking away, the sound of axes striking stone resonating ominously. Though I could not ascertain when they might breach the base of the White Rose Fortress, a sense of unease lingered within me. Witnessing the dire situation, I felt urgency rise within me. Turning to the players within the fortress, I bellowed, "High-ranking archers and mages, ascend the walls. For those who cannot reach the top, anticipate the height and range from within the fortress and launch your Star River Storm and ascending arrows. Fear not, if you can deliver your attacks outside the walls. You shall surely hit your mark, for the enemy surrounds us. Instantly, a multitude of skills illuminated the fortress, and in the next moment, a deluge of arrows and magical assaults surged forth from the city, raining down upon the unprepared enemy ranks, their cries of anguish merging into a cacophony. Indeed, this strategy proved remarkably effective. Ziying, do we have any cavalry? What you brought with you, I inquire. With a brilliant flash, Ziying unleashed his strike of the shaking mountain, toppling 3 foes with a single stroke. The Dragon's Radiance Iron Cavalry is serving under the boss. The cavalry I brought consists of Frost Scale Riders, Azure Tiger Iron Cavalry, and Earth Dragon Cavalry, among others. Quite a motley crew, yet their combat prowess is commendable. They are the elite of both the main alliance and sub-alliances. Very well, have them prepare immediately within the fortress. I shall descend and lead them out to launch a counterattack. We cannot allow the players from the city of Purple Grapes to continue their assault unchallenged. Agreed. Moments later, the western gate of the White Rose Fortress slowly swung open. The Iceland steed let out a long neigh, and I led the charge, bursting forth. Behind me, the chaotic thunder of hooves resounded as countless players from the ancient sword faction surged forth in my wake, their emblem forming a vast ocean. These individuals belonged to the Sky City, thus enjoying the advantage of a 15-point attack power boost from the King's City, which is precisely what instills fear in the hearts of the Purple Grape City. The number 15 is neither trivial nor excessive, but it is sufficient to tip the scales of battle. With the Ziying Sword cleaving through the enemy's defenses, thousands of cavalry swiftly plunged into the fray. Galloping back and forth, shielded by the long-range attacks from the castle above, we inflicted damage upon the opposing players at minimal cost. At that moment, the ground beneath the fortress walls was already awash with blood, and my national war points firmly secured the top position. In truth, I had already claimed the first place in national war points during the skirmish against Lingyu Palace in the Floating Ice City. It was hardly surprising that a single individual could vanquish so many from Lingyu Palace. Moreover, even the formidable figures like Lianxin and Bimingsu were engaged in the national war in the Black Coast region, which had no direct correlation to our Sky City versus Purple Grape City confrontation. Soon, to our astonishment, the players from Purple Grape City began to retreat rapidly like a receding tide. What perplexed me further was that upon my arrival, I had yet to see Chengfeng or any players from the Divine Realm. Bah! Ziying spat disdainfully toward the battlement below, exclaiming, Chengfeng is truly a coward. Retreating like this, I gazed into the distance, observing, it seems they haven't completely retreated. Rather, they have extended their lines and are now implementing a strategy to encircle us from afar. What on earth does Chengfeng intend to do? Is he trying to lure us out for a decisive battle? Ziying replied, their numbers are vastly superior to ours, by dozens, if not hundreds. We certainly want to be drawn out to the plains for a confrontation. I inhaled deeply, choosing not to respond further. Chapter 1000. I am quite moved. Perched atop the city gate, the Ziying Sword was firmly lodged between the stone bricks. I reclined languidly among the arrow slits, my gaze directed toward the distant, swaying trees of the forest, where countless players from Purple Grape City lay in wait, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Lord Luching, would you care for a cigarette? Ziying, standing nearby, cast a glance my way. I chuckled. We are surrounded, with no path forward or retreat, our resources dwindling. Instead of spending on cigarettes, let us allocate funds to support our valiant soldiers. Bah! Ziying laughed and cursed. We have been besieged for a full 4 hours. And you still have the heart to jest. And indeed, I don't even know what to say to you. I crossed my arms over my chest and inquired, what is the situation on the other front? We have repelled the attacks from Purple Grape City 5 times. The losses have been quite severe. The 70,000 cavalry from Junlin are nearly depleted, and the Purple Bellflower Girl is at a loss, unsure how to report to Ling Xueshang. What is there to fear? Ling Xueshang is magnanimous and forgiving. Just then, a notification ping sounded as he sent a message. Luching, what is the matter, boss? The troops from Qingtu City and Giant Elephant City have retreated. Is that true? I abruptly sat up from the city wall, nearly tumbling to the ground below, and responded, if we are certain that they have retreated, we need only leave a small contingent to defend the Black Sea coast. All main forces should converge at the White Rose Fortress. We are struggling here and on the verge of exhaustion. He sent a smiley face. Yes. I understand that you must be under pressure. I will have Li Chengfeng lead a group over first, and once I have cleared the remnants at the Black Sea coast, I shall follow. In truth, we need not worry excessively about Dark Moon City. We possess 1,000 bone dragons as a passive defensive weapon. Even if the forces from Qingtu City and Giant Elephant City attack Dark Moon City, they will face no issue. 1,000 bone dragons will surely give them a formidable challenge. All right, I understand. My heart brimmed with joy, for I finally glimpsed hope. No matter what schemes Hongfeng harbored, as long as the main force of the ancient sword arrived, we would inevitably expel all players from the Purple Grape City from the Chinese territory. Look over there. There is movement. Su Yang pointed into the distance, just as Guguzi, King Kongs, and others approached. A group of players, adorned with the 5-star red flag of China, surged forth from the dense forest, their shoulders emblazoned with the emblem of the Annihilator. Leading them was the formidable Batian Dao, followed closely by Duba Zhandi, Duba Qad, Duba Jinsi, and others, as approximately 5,000 players burst forth from the blockade of Purple Grape City. Hurry, the White Rose Fortress lies ahead. We need only cross this defensive line. Batian Dao's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Do not let the descendants of Purple Grape City look down upon us. They must not think that we, the Chinese, lack the courage to assault their defenses." Duba Zhandi swung his blade, swiftly dispatching a severely wounded Japanese archer, laughing heartily. Indeed, the War Sky Alliance and the Righteous Path Guilds are utterly pathetic. Not a single one dares to charge forward. A throng of Annihilator players surged into the plains. Yet, a sense of foreboding washed over me, as I suddenly caught a whiff of conspiracy. This is perilous. What is wrong, Lu Chun? Su Yang inquired. I rose to my feet, drawing the purple yen sword from the wall, and declared, I finally comprehend what Hongfeng SJRD is truly plotting. What? Encirclement and reinforcement. Su Yang's pupils constricted sharply. Damn, it indeed appears so. They are encircling us at the White Rose Fortress. They concentrate their overwhelming forces on the periphery, and as soon as reinforcements from the Chinese region arrive, they will ambush our forces midway. This cunning scoundrel is truly insidious. Just then, a tumultuous stir erupted once more from the distant forest. In the next moment, countless players from Purple Grape City, mounted on fiery red steeds, charged forth from the woods. A veritable tide of at least 50,000, surging from the flanking forests to encircle the 5,000 members of the Annihilator Guild. Hongfeng rode a massive beast, brandishing a long sword, a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips as he commanded, Wildfire Cavalry, charge forward. Show no mercy to any Chinese players. Leave not a single one alive. The clash of warhorses resonated violently, as the Dominator blade raised his longsword, bellowing as he unleashed the barrier break and a series of triple strikes, swiftly vanquishing a wildfire cavalryman who stood at the forefront. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Within moments, nearly 1,000 members of the Annihilation Guild's cavalry had been obliterated, particularly by the terrifying onslaught of red maple. Maple slaughter. The crimson leaves danced like blades, ruthlessly decimating a significant number of Annihilation's cavalry. Almost immediately, Red Maple soared forward, his fist raised, proclaiming, Thunder God Sphere. With a thunderous impact, the Dominator War God staggered back, a staggering damage figure of 152,878 erupting from his chest, draining the color from his face. Red Maple's figure swept past, his blade slicing through the War God's throat, blood gushing forth as he was slain in an instant. The disparity in their powers was so vast that the Dominator War God had no opportunity to evade. Enraged, the Dominator Cavalry God thrust forward with his sword, executing a decisive barrier break. Yet, it seemed as though Red Maple had eyes in the back of his head. He spun around suddenly, his blade deflecting the enemy's barrier break with a resounding clang. The Fire God's consecutive strikes erupted against the chest of the Dominator Cavalry God, forcing him to stagger back, colliding into a throng of Annihilation players. A cold smile graced Red Maple's lips as he raised his arm, commanding, Die, Wind Blade Dragon Spiral. Instantly, countless wind blades coalesced into a colossal tornado, sweeping through the crowd, resulting in the near annihilation of nearly 100 Chinese players, including the Dominator Cavalry God. The Dominator Blade's eyes nearly turned crimson as he swung his sword, relentlessly attacking the enemy players. Yet he could not halt the relentless slaughter of his comrades. Damn it! Both I and Guguzi let out a low growl simultaneously. Giguzi galloped down from the city, while I took a more direct approach, leaping from the city wall. As the cyclone surged, I summoned the ice scale horse midair, and the ground trembled with the formation of a six-pointed star magic array. I landed firmly on the horse's back and charged into the distance, helplessly witnessing the slaughter of our reinforcements by annihilation, a sight I could not bear. On the city wall, Su Yang raised his sword, shouting, "Lu Chun, you little rascal, do not forget that you are the commander of the three armies. How can you let your emotions drive you to charge out recklessly? Get back here. Damn it, I must report you to the boss, you little brat. All cavalry, heed my command. Let us charge out together and slay that beast, Red Maple." In an instant, several renowned generals led 30,000 ragtag cavalry out of the city. I was the first player to arrive, witnessing a fierce blade strike amidst the throng. The Wildfire Iron Cavalry, the main force of the Divine Domain Guild, comprised level 170 spiritual tier cavalry. While they appeared formidable, they paled in comparison to the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry. Boom, boom, boom. 3 sword lights shattered the air. With a single hand raised, the Wolf King burst forth, the claw of the storm intertwining with the infernal tempest amidst the crowd, leaving a group of Wildfire Iron Cavalry severely weakened, unable to receive healing in time. Giguzi advanced with a dazzling thrust, eliminating them all in an instant. The resounding clang of the Ziying Sword erupted sparks as it sliced through the air, cleaving the formidable shields of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry with devastating force. The impact was so tremendous that I scarcely had to maneuver. My form surged straight into the fray, with my sights set on the Lord of the Divine Realm, a man revered as the god of purple grapes, Hong Feng. With a swift thrust, Hong Feng's blade pierced the chest of Batian Dao, dealing a staggering damage of 92. 823. Batian Dao's health plummeted to a mere 25, yet he seized Hong Feng's shoulder and retaliated by smashing the hilt of his sword against Hong Feng's cheek. Unfortunately for him, Hong Feng, a strikingly handsome youth, would not tolerate such indignity. He deftly tilted his head and leaped from his steed, his battle boots crashing into Batian Dao's chest with a resounding thud. The impact echoed with a damage of 22,385, forcing Batian Dao to stagger backward. Hong Feng erupted into laughter, raising his sword as flames surged forth, the fire god-esque consecutive slashes poised to unleash. Meanwhile, despair etched itself across Batian Dao's face. At that moment, the sky erupted in a cascade of gold as a colossal sigil plummeted to the earth, shaking Hong Feng's form and inflicting 239 points of damage. "It's you." Hong Feng spun around, his expression twisted in rage. The momentum of the fire god-esque consecutive slashes remained unbroken, and he unleashed 3 strikes directly at me. The Ziying Sword twisted and turned, each of the 3 strikes launched from entirely different angles and with varying force. The ground swirled with a tempest as I deftly parried Hong Feng's attacks, then hurled my sword in a close range, spiraling maneuver that caught him off guard. Cursed be it, Hong Feng, unable to evade, could only brace for impact. The tremendous force of the spiraling strike sent him reeling backward. Nearby, Tian Tang Yu and Qin Kong Shui timely executed their barrier-breaking attacks. Hong Feng tumbled from his mount, though somewhat disheveled. He miraculously dodged 2 of the barrier-breaking strikes. Tian Tang Yu, incensed, raised her sword and unleashed a flurry of swift triple slashes. Clang! Hong Feng, wielding his blade with agility, managed to deflect the first 2 strikes. But the third landed squarely on his shoulder, inflicting 58,728 points of damage. Regaining his footing, Hong Feng retreated gracefully while summoning a multitude of swirling maple leaves. Coalescing into the divine technique, Maple Kill, the damage soared to 138,288. Just as Tian Tang Yu prepared to pursue further, I called out, "Little Yu, return. Everyone, cover the players of the Destroying God as they retreat to the White Rose Fortress. No one is allowed to act recklessly." Batian Dao stood amidst the crowd, his sword lowered, gazing at Su Yang and me. Suddenly, he murmured, "If I said I was truly moved right now, would you believe me?" I merely smirked, unable to muster a retort. Su Yang spat in disdain. "For heaven's sake, spare us the sentimentality and hurry to safety." Batian Dao laughed heartily, mounted his steed, and bellowed, "Brothers of the Destroying God, retreat to the fortress." In the White Rose Fortress, battle scars marred the outer walls as the Hei's war chariots relentlessly assaulted the fortifications. Fortunately, With the valiant efforts of Gue Guzi, Tian Tangyu, Qin Kong Shui, and others, who launched several counterattacks, the concentration of enemy firepower was significantly diminished, allowing us to hold our ground. It is quite evident that if the Black Tide war machine were to make a few more advances, no one could guarantee that the White Rose Fortress would withstand the onslaught. Cracks of varying sizes have already appeared on the walls, with some fissures measuring a finger's width, presenting a rather alarming sight. Standing upon the eastern ramparts of the city, Ba Tiandao gazed at the darkened mass of players from the city of purple grapes in the distance, his astonishment barely concealed within his eyes. He licked his lips and exclaimed, "Damn! This lineup, and yet only a portion of the forces from the Ancient Sword, Sovereign, and Fiery Red Lips guilds are stationed here? How many more could you possibly expect?" I chuckled in response. Ba Tiandao clenched his fists and remarked, "During the usual guild wars in Sky City, there are guilds aplenty, like ducks in a pond. Yet now, when battle is upon us, we scarcely see any figures at the vast White Rose Fortress. No matter how formidable Ancient Sword may be, a single guild cannot possibly defend this place." Suyang pointed towards the west and said, "The players from the realm of the gods, led by Hong Feng, are like a venomous thorn embedded in my flesh. Until we extract this thorn, we will remain restless." Indeed, Ba Tiandao concurred. Fortunately, the domain of Iceberg City does not fall within the Chinese server's national war zone. Otherwise, many would not be able to log in and tread upon this territory again. Lu Chen, do you not have any thoughts on this matter? I stood at the edge of the rampart, sword in hand, and replied with a smile, "Thoughts? Certainly. I have countless strategies for warfare swirling in my mind over these past few hours. Alas, without troops at my disposal, I cannot conjure an army out of thin air. So I must remain confined here, awaiting a shift in the situation to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. What of the guilds from Tianfeng City, such as Zhulong, Purple Lily, and those from the depths of Peach Blossom Source? Now that we are in open conflict with the city of Purple Grapes, why have we yet to see their presence?" I furrowed my brow and stated, "Tianfeng City is also engaged in battle. We must be patient. Moreover, the number of players residing in our Sky City is no fewer than those in the city of Purple Grapes. This war between Sky City and the city of Purple Grapes should be winnable solely by our forces." As I spoke, a message suddenly arrived from Swan Lafun. "Lu Chun, what is it? When will the forces of the righteous path arrive?" I felt a surge of excitement. We were intercepted midway. Hong Feng is ruthless, deploying nearly 100,000 cavalry to assault our formation, inflicting severe losses and causing us to abandon a significant amount of supplies. Thankfully, we have retreated to the fringes of the ice forest. But the area is swarming with players from the realm of the gods. We cannot push through. Damn, I could not help but curse. Are there so many Chinese players merely idling about? Just a single guild from the realm of the gods can halt millions in their tracks. Swan Lafun took a moment to compose himself and said, "Lu Chun, do not be angry. Try to understand. Not everyone possesses the strength of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream, or Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry. I witnessed a guild of around 5,000 attempt to charge against the battle array of the realm of the gods, and within 5 minutes, they were utterly obliterated, not a soul remaining. This disparity is a reality we are reluctant to accept, but must face. So what shall we do now? We wait. Wait for what? Awaiting the arrival of the Serpent Dragon Cavalry led by Zhu Yingwan, it would take merely half an hour for them to reach us. At that moment, with everyone coordinating under Zhu Yingwan's direct command, we would surely breach the defenses of the divine realm." I inhaled deeply and said, "I entrust this to you, my dear uncle." Seated atop the city walls, I gazed at the restless throng of players from the city of Purple Grapes in the distance, feeling as though a heavy stone lodged within my chest. I could never have anticipated that the dire predicament we faced today would necessitate Zhu Yingwan leading the Dragon Knights into action. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gue Guzi suddenly rose, pointing into the distance, exclaiming, "Zhiji, look over there. Nearly 100 Hei's war chariots are being pushed forward. By the heavens, the Japanese are launching a full-scale assault." Clenching my fists, I gritted my teeth and declared, "Brothers, prepare for battle." Suyang's eyes reflected deep resignation. They possess a vast array of long-range siege weaponry. We only have to endure their onslaught. This battle seems utterly futile. I struck the arrow tower with a heavy fist, causing stone fragments to scatter, and resolutely proclaimed, "Even if it seems hopeless, we must fight. We shall not retreat an inch, even if it costs the last of our dragon Yao iron cavalry. Behind us lies our homeland, and defending our territory is the innate duty of every warrior. This holds true in reality, as it does in the game. A resounding chorus of weapons being drawn echoed around me, as the warriors of ancient Sword Soul Dream readied themselves for action. Just then, a disturbance erupted from the south side of the city. It seemed someone had burst forth from the city gate's passage, and the figure appeared strikingly familiar. "What is happening?" I inquired loudly. A soldier from the Blood Mercenary faction laughed heartily. "Deputy Leader, Luan Yu has brought our supplies into the city." "What?" I rejoiced. And indeed, Luan Yu appeared, riding in on horseback with sword in hand, her face alight with a smile as she said, "Oh dear. I arrived late, and almost missed you all." I was puzzled, while Su Yang asked, "Luan Yu, isn't the area outside completely sealed off by Hongfeng? How did you manage to enter?" Luan Yu pouted, "Humph. The Dragonbone Mountains connect to the White Rose Fortress via a hidden path through the jungle. Didn't you all know? We pushed the Baize war chariots up from halfway up the mountain and nearly exhausted ourselves. The Baize war chariots have arrived." I exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. Set them up immediately. Prepare for external deployment." "Excellent." Under Luan Yu's command, soon after, numerous Baize war chariots, Xuanwu chariots, and ordinary catapults began to assemble within the city. Additionally, 20 Baize war chariots and 50 Xuanwu chariots were positioned atop the city walls, expanding our attack range and enhancing our striking power thanks to the height advantage. "They are coming." Goe Guzi brandished the divine spear of war, stating, "Zhiji, I am descending from the city walls and will be ready to charge at any moment." I nodded. "Indeed, observe the situation of the battle. My intention is for you all to refrain from charging out again. Ancient Sword cannot sustain further losses." "Understood. I will prepare myself." "Very well." Below the city, the crowd of players from the city of Purple Grapes began to stir, and the banners overhead incited such animosity that many archers atop the walls began to loose their arrows into the air. "Are we truly not going out of the city to confront them?" Su Yang inquired. "Indeed, our manpower is insufficient. If we lose more, there will be no one left to defend the city. Let the archers and mages attack from a vantage point. This way, we can eliminate more of them," I replied. Luan Yu chuckled lightly. "Ah, the cleverness of young Lu Chen shines through, exchanging time and lives for the walls of the White Rose Fortress. Otherwise, what purpose do these walls serve? Alas, Baiming and Lian Xian are absent." "Humph." As I counted the distance of the enemy infantry from the city, realizing it was approximately 100 yards away, I swiftly drew my sword, pointed ahead, and commanded loudly, "All archers and mage teams, form groups of 10. Aim at a single target for a concentrated attack. We must strive for a simultaneous strike to annihilate a cluster. We are few in number and cannot afford to fire indiscriminately. Otherwise, we shall kill none." "Yes." The group nodded emphatically. In the next moment, a barrage of magic and arrows rained down upon the crowd. The team leader utilized the system tool to designate coordinates, while the other players locked onto the targets. The strikes were remarkably accurate, as spiraling arrow blades and celestial storms swept through the masses, and even with shields for protection, numerous players fell lifeless. There was no alternative. Those atop the walls were the elite of the Sky City, whether it was the Dragon Yao archers of the Ancient Sword or the flame-red lips of Junlin. The average strength of the ranged players far surpassed that of the combatants outside the Purple Grape City. Furthermore, our enhanced attack power from the King's City 15 was a decisive factor. However, the players from Purple Grape City were notably dense this time, advancing their formation with sheer numbers. Behind their shield wall, the creaking sound of the Hei's war chariots drew closer to the city. Their range was alarmingly far. By the time our archers could reach them, the Hei's war chariots would be nearly close enough to assault the city directly. "Damn it!" I exclaimed, witnessing the Hei's war chariots nearing the 200-yard mark of the city. Once they approached, they could unleash their firepower. I abruptly turned to a group of auxiliary players tasked with the Baize and Xianwu war chariots, asking, "What is the accuracy of the trebuchets?" A man around 35 years old replied, "The accuracy is certainly not high, but with minor adjustments, it can be narrowed down to within 20 yards. The rest depends on luck." My eyes widened. Can it truly be precise within 20 yards? The man thumped his chest. What a joke. The guild leader has invested heavily in us. If we lack this capability, how would we make a living? I felt a surge of joy. Excellent. Use the Baize war chariots to lock onto their Hei's war chariots for a one-on-one assault. Smash them. Can this truly work? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Just do it. All right, let us go all out. The three auxiliary players calibrated together. The massive bowstring of the Baize war chariot resembled dragon sinew, tautly drawn back, while a massive stone, akin to silver, was placed in the groove. After calibration, the man nodded, ready for launch. Whoosh! With a resonant twang, the first Baize boulder was launched. The projectile soared in a perfect arc, sending a thrill of anticipation through the hearts of the defenders atop the walls. Boom! The colossal black stone trembled violently atop a black war chariot, and indeed, it shattered with a thunderous explosion that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present, effortlessly obliterating a black war chariot. Excellent. Continue the assault, I commanded loudly. From the ramparts, a line of white and black war chariots launched their offensive, targeting the enemy's siege weaponry. Meanwhile, the players of the purple grape city below were not merely enduring the onslaught. They deployed their own black war chariots, sending massive black stones soaring skyward, crashing down brutally upon the city, creating chaos above and below. Before long, the swordsman Ruan Yue reported calmly, I have received word that Ziying Luan is leading 100,000 elite troops of the Candle Dragon to engage in battle against the 100,000 elite forces of the Divine Realm commanded by Hongfeng in the open ground outside the eastern gate of Iceflow City. In the 1012th chapter, Zhuge's repeating crossbow, I gazed westward as the sound of war drums reverberated across the land. Less than 10 kilometers away, the Candle Dragon had proclaimed war against the army led by Hongfeng, representing numerous guilds from the Chinese region. Even the White Rose Fortress could feel the distant thundering of hooves that trembled the earth. This confrontation held monumental significance, yet sadly, the players of Ancient Sword were tasked with defending the fortress. Otherwise, it would have been prudent to unleash the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and Dragon Yao Archers for a trial of strength. With the disturbance from the Divine Realm guilds now abated, we turned our full attention to the threat posed by the Purple Grape City from the east, making our task considerably more manageable. With a resounding clap, my boots struck the edge of the city wall, and with quick reflexes, I noticed a massive black stone hurtling toward us. The destructive potential of such a projectile was immense. I had to see if players could withstand it. Suddenly, 3 azure dragon blades sprang forth from beneath my feet, transforming into 3 protective sword blades. As I entered my earth transformation state, I brandished the Dragon God Shield, enveloped in the defensive effects of the ghostly shield skill, bracing myself against the precision of the incoming black stone. I raised my shield, and with a resounding clang, the purple ink sword pierced the wall, anchoring me firmly outside the battlements and into a defensive posture. With a resounding crash, the black stone collided with the Dragon God Shield, sending a searing pain coursing through me as if my left arm were about to be rendered useless. Although my vigorous defense reduced the impact force of the stone by 90%, it still sent me tumbling onto the flat surface of the wall. The black stone continued to shake against the Dragon God Shield, and I collided with several Dragon Yao archers, rolling far down the wall in a disheveled manner. While above my head, a terrifying damage number of 288 flashed before me. Damn! Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Chun, you lunatic! You dared to withstand the attack of the black stone trebuchet alone. Thankfully, it didn't deal a fatal blow, or you would have been finished. I grimaced, wiping the blood from my lips caused by the impact, and swallowed a divine potion with a grin. It's fine, the trebuchet doesn't deal critical hits. With wide, astonished eyes, Ming Miao urged, Priest, quickly heal Lu Chun. What a remarkable feat, to withstand such a high-caliber trebuchet attack with mere flesh and blood. Such audacity could only be attributed to you, Lu Chun. The violet wind chime nodded in agreement. Indeed, one must possess the earth transformation attribute. And Lu Chun's equipment is simply unparalleled, beyond remedy. I chuckled, acknowledging the truth, not to mention the Dragon God Shield. I also wield the 9 Heavens Fire Bracelet, a relic from the Cambrian era, which guarantees exceptional defense. Coupled with the Earth Cyclone, it certainly ensures that I can withstand the onslaught of the Hei's war chariots unscathed. Look, their siege towers are approaching. Luan Yu pointed his sword towards the distance. Indeed, amidst the gaps of the Hei's war chariots, massive black siege towers emerged, towering at least 35 times the height of Hei's, as tall as the city walls themselves. Should these behemoths draw near to the city, The iron-made drawbridges would crash down upon the city's edge, allowing the cavalry and infantry concealed within to storm the city directly. Such a straightforward assault is far more direct than using ladders. What should we do? Ming Miao, with eyes like water, bit her silver teeth and lamented. If only Momo were here, her ice explosion skill would be devastating against those siege towers. My expression darkened as I commanded loudly. All Xuanwu war chariots. Continue to target the Heis as your objective. We must shatter them. Additionally, bring all Baizhe war chariots forward. Lock onto their siege towers. With Baizhe's formidable attack power, we will surely crush the shields in front of those towers. The group nodded in unison, and many Dragon Yao iron riders descended from the city walls, moving to bring up the Baizhe war chariots. Now, it was a contest of siege machines. A battle of resources, one that only a guild of the caliber of Ancient Sword Soul Dream could engage in. With Dark Moon City as our robust financial backing, we are well equipped to sustain this war of attrition. Moreover, the real-world consortium behind Ancient Sword Soul Dream is the Yuli Square Company, a significant partner of Yueheng Company. We too can endure. With the tremors of the trebuchets, dozens of massive Baizhe boulders soared forth, crashing into the crowd with an accuracy of less than 30%. Yet that was sufficient. The might of the Baizhe boulders unleashed a white shockwave upon impact, sweeping across the players within a distance of 40 yards. Most succumbing to instant death. The most elite players from Japan were positioned towards the direction of Floating Ice City, while those before us were merely secondary players. Boom. As the Baizhe boulders struck the shields of the siege towers, they obliterated them effortlessly. The shields could not withstand such force. As the towers splintered, we could distinctly see the multitude of magic knights within plummeting in despair, only to be annihilated by the overwhelming shockwave of the Baizhe, delivering a staggering damage of 200,000 points, far beyond what ordinary individuals could endure. Swoosh. Below, the Heis and ordinary trebuchets retaliated, launching fiery boulders in a parabolic arc that struck the city, shaking the entire eastern wall of the White Rose Fortress. We were destined to hold out for only a short time. Bang! A massive black boulder accurately shattered a white fortress, and my heart constricted with pain. While it was exhilarating to strike at others, being struck ourselves was a different story. After all, it was all about the resources at stake. The relentless rain of boulders from the city walls only intensified our mounting pressure. Impatient, Luan Yu pointed her sword towards the ground and proclaimed loudly, "What are we waiting for? Bring up the 2,000 crossbow carts. Since our Dragon Dawn cavalry is insufficient, we shall compensate with the crossbow carts." The players below nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, over 2,000 crossbow carts appeared at the edge of the walls, strategically placed between the arrow slits. These formidable war machines were crafted solely by master-level artisans, and once loaded with bolts, they could unleash 10 consecutive shots in an instant. The advantage of such an attack lay in its density, rendering the enemy unable to heal or resupply, achieving a devastating one-shot kill effect. Fire! With Luan Yu's command, the crossbow carts unleashed a barrage of bolts, raining down from above like a torrential downpour. The enormous bolts, thick as a human arm, descended from their elevated position. Their lethality was palpable. Below, the players of the Purple Grape City seemed perplexed. Finally, one of the demon knights narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Everyone, raise your shields in defense. It's the large crossbow carts from the Chinese region." Boom, boom, boom. The long, iron bolts indiscriminately plummeted towards the city below, piercing through the demon knight's shields, his steed, and his body, each strike revealing staggering damage numbers. Indeed, these were the quintessential tools of defense. The crossbow carts, originating from the three main cities of Sky City, Wind City, and Hidden City, were an evolution of the ancient Juga crossbow from the era of the Moon Constant Continent. They had been enlarged for greater lethality, albeit at the cost of increased weight, making them less suitable for long-range assaults but ideal for defensive counterattacks. The scene below was one of devastation. The 2,000 crossbow carts proved to be extraordinarily effective, their explosive, destructive power rendering player defenses nearly irrelevant. The overwhelming assault obliterated all enemies within 100 yards of the city front in mere moments, leaving countless bodies stacked amidst a heap of potions and equipment. The defensive battle had turned into a veritable river of blood. Clang. Drawing the purple-inked sword with sudden resolve, I smiled and declared, "It is time." "What do you mean?" Luan Yu and Su Yang asked, bewildered. I explained, The Purple Grape City has deployed nearly 200 Black Siege engines and countless ordinary siege machines. Yet they have failed to breach the White Rose Fortress. Their morale has suffered due to their prolonged assault. Now is the moment. All cavalry players, charge out of the city and cleanse the area within a 5-kilometer radius of Purple Grape City, shattering their courage. I assure you, for the next 10 hours, they will hesitate to act recklessly. Bright-eyed as a clear stream, I drew my sword and smiled. Now I understand. I nodded. Relay the order. In 10 minutes. All 3 city gates on the east wall will open simultaneously. Everyone, follow me into battle and cleanse the area within 5 kilometers. Understood. I mounted my ice-scale horse and unleashed the Phantom Wolf King once more. The creature had already suffered 2 levels of loss due to the overwhelming odds against it. Within the fortress, a sea of cavalry thronged, filling not only the blacksmith shop and the provision store, but also the stables, all brimming with warriors poised for battle. Su Yang had brought a substantial contingent, while Luan Yu had similarly amassed a formidable force. At this juncture, the ancient sword alone boasted nearly 100,000 ironclad horsemen. Not to mention the nearly 50,000 soldiers from the Scarlet Lips and Junlin, culminating in a grand assembly of 150,000 pure cavalry. When combined with the archers and mages stationed atop the walls, they were poised to unleash a devastating onslaught. With my sword raised high, I bellowed towards the city gates. Su Yang, open the gates. Upon his dialogue with the NPC, the 3 gates began to creak open, revealing a scene of carnage ahead. With bodies strewn across the ground and several siege towers advancing under the protection of the cavalry. To arms. Let us cleanse the area within a 5-kilometer radius. No one is to step back. The Iceland steed let out a piercing whinny as I charged forth. Followed closely by Luan Yu, Giguzi, Tiantang Yu, Qingkong Shui, Mingmu, and Zai's Fengling, each leading their respective troops out of the fortress. The thunderous sound of iron hooves threatened to shatter the already precarious stronghold. With a swift motion, I arrived at the forefront of the first siege tower, where a cohort of dark knights from the Purple Grape City stood aghast. Stop him. He must not approach the tower. Eliminate him at once. They shouted. Yet, I paid no heed to these level 175 to 180 dark knights, who lacked even the means to ensnare me. Their threats were utterly inconsequential. With a resounding crash, my blade of fury shattered the bodies of several dark knights. The Iceland steed executed a sharp turn, gracefully arcing to the opposite side of the siege tower. With a single hand raised, I unleashed the ancient seal. Su Yang leapt down from the citadel, barely able to remain upright as he clutched a healing potion. Galloping forward with reckless abandon, his sword shimmered with the image of a mountain as he proclaimed, "Mountain shatter slash." Boom. This decisive blow fractured the 2 axles of the siege tower, causing it to collapse spectacularly. In the air, a darkened throng of cavalry players descended. For within that siege tower lay at least 500 elite players from the Purple Grape City. In perfect synchrony, Giguzi, Luan Yu, Tiantang Yu, and Mingmu unleashed their area of effect skills, while I executed the Thousand Ice Slash. The Phantom Wolf King simultaneously unleashed the Infernal Storm, merging with the dazzling Aurora stabs and Stone Shatter attacks, devastating hundreds of cavalry players in an instant. The cries of despair echoed, as these warriors found themselves bereft of any chance to resist. Chapter 1003, The First Great Victory, What Exhilaration! Su Yang laughed heartily, surveying the carnage around him. Grabbing a bundle of bright red potions, he exclaimed, "Brothers, onward!" Behind us, the 15,000 cavalry surged forth, spreading out beneath the White Rose Fortress like a tidal wave, gradually gaining momentum. The cacophony of hooves became increasingly chaotic and thunderous as a throng of warriors brandished their weapons. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, their blades glimmered ominously, reflecting the shock and trepidation on the faces of the players from the Purple Grape City. As I had surmised, despite the deployment of countless siege engines, the relentless assault failed to breach the defenses, casting a shadow of despair over the players of Purple Grape City. Moreover, the elite players of this stronghold had been led away by Red Maple to the realm of Floating Ice City, resulting in a stark inability for the remaining players to contend with the formidable forces from Sky City. The 3,000 Dragon Sun Iron Cavalry formed an unassailable vanguard, with figures such as Ghost Valley, Chaotic Moon, Su Yang, Clear Sky Snow, and Paradise Rain serving as the sharp blades at the front line, ruthlessly penetrating the enemy's defensive lines. The 5-star red flag preceding their names created a striking tableau, as a surging tide of fiery red overwhelmed the opposing red and white banners, relentlessly toppling siege towers and Black Zephyr war chariots. This time, our numbers were no longer at a distinct disadvantage, and our morale soared. The cavalry formed by the Ancient Sword Alliance and its sub-guilds exhibited remarkable prowess and tactical cohesion, far surpassing the disorganized masses of the enemy. With a thunderous roar, the colossal war machines disintegrated. As the siege towers collapsed, the players concealed within either fell victim to our cavalry's charge or were crushed beneath the wreckage. The carnage prompted players from the rear siege towers to leap forth, desperate to engage and avoid becoming mere victims of this tragedy. Amidst the chaos, a level 184 warrior clad in crimson battle attire raised his spear and shouted, "Steady now. We cannot squander the resources of Purple Grape City's hundreds of Black Zephyrs. Brothers, muster your courage. We possess an undeniable numerical advantage. We must not allow these Chinese pigs to trample upon our territory." In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged forth, ensnaring the warrior with the binding god technique. Amidst the neighing of my ice-scale steed, I swiftly darted past, the azure flame of the purple sword piercing through the warrior's throat, delivering a swift demise. 278, 834. The Chengfeng strike unleashed a devastating blow. His fate was richly deserved for daring to utter such words before so many Chinese players. He had effectively invited his own demise. With a thunderous clash, the blade of fury cleaved through the retreating players, shredding them into fragments. My gaze turned icy as I bellowed, "MLGBD. Let us cleanse this ground for 10 kilometers. Chaotic Moon chuckled, "Why not 5 kilometers anymore?" I am enraged. "Huh. Everyone, remain vigilant." The tide of Chinese players surged forth, indeed carving a bloody path for approximately 79 kilometers, leaving the plains littered with the corpses of Purple Grape City players. With an army of 150,000, we systematically annihilated millions of our adversaries, achieving a resounding victory. It must be stated that the disparity in individual player strength was staggering. Furthermore, the absence of the soul of Purple Grape City, Red Maple, rendered these second-tier guilds utterly demoralized, culminating in a catastrophic defeat that could no longer be measured by mere combat prowess. Such has been the nature of historical battles where the weak triumphed over the strong. Consider the Battle of Guandu, where Yuan Shao's 100,000 troops faced Cao Cao's fewer than 20,000, only to be routed after the burning of the Wuchao granaries, which destabilized Yuan Shao's morale, leading to a decisive victory for Cao Cao, who captured foes far superior in number. At times, when the human spirit shatters, even the mightiest of weapons can only be reduced to mere flotsam on the chopping block. After a relentless onslaught lasting nearly 4 hours, the battlefield was shrouded in darkness, littered with the remains of countless players from the Purple Grape City. A glance at the system's city battle interface revealed that we had vanquished nearly 900,000 of their warriors. Cease the pursuit, clear the battlefield, and prepare to return for supplies. I commanded loudly. This was undoubtedly a moment of triumph for us. The players from Purple Grape City had retreated beyond 10 miles, while on the vast map, throngs of them could be seen nearly 15 miles away. This battle had shattered their resolve. Unless a leader of godlike stature emerged, they would find it exceedingly difficult to rally again. In the heart of the plains, a group of management players scavenged the potions and equipment dropped by the defeated foes. Seizing the opportunity, I too profited modestly, specifically selecting equipment of at least the purple gold grade and level 160 or above. Such treasures could fetch at least 10,000 RMB in the Sky City. And with my inventory boasting a capacity of 1,000 slots, I was well able to carry them. Su Yang held a golden ring, his face slightly weathered, breaking into a joyful smile. "By heavens, a ring that adds 20 to attack power. Which fool dropped this?" he exclaimed. "What a splendid find." "Take it," Goe Guzi urged. "It certainly wasn't one of ours." "Why not?" I inquired. "Because we hardly lost any men. This victory came far too easily." Goe Guzi laughed heartily. "Shall you? Have you compiled the battle results?" "Indeed." Tian Tangyu nodded, reporting, "The Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry suffered 157 losses, while the remaining cavalry lost just over 240,000. In total, we dispatched approximately 990,000 players from Purple Grape City. The casualty figures for both sides are starkly disproportionate. Truly, this victory brings great joy, Gue Guzi remarked. We are simply too formidable. Luan Yu, however, countered, the true reason for our victory lies in Lu Chen's impeccable timing in battle. He struck neither too early, when they remained formidable and could mount an effective defense, nor too late, when they would already be contemplating a retreat. His timing was exquisite. Ming Miao, with a glimmering smile, agreed, indeed. I chuckled. Ultimately, it was a collective effort in our pursuit. Very well. Let us withdraw to the White Rose Fortress for a brief respite. Those needing to log off for meals or rest should feel free. The real challenge awaits as we anticipate the outcomes between Candle Dragon and the Divine Realm in the direction of Iceberg City. Understood. Upon returning to the White Rose Fortress, I repaired my gear, replenished my potions, and ascended the castle to keep a vigilant watch over the movements on either flank. Sitting at the edge of the wall, cradling my Ziying Sword, I drifted off for a moment. Suddenly, a dire announcement pierced the air. Not good, not good. In a fierce confrontation, the 50,000 Viper Dragon Riders of Candle Dragon faced off against the 100,000 Wildfire Iron Cavalry of the Divine Realm, resulting in a devastating defeat for Candle Dragon. Led by Red Maple, 2,000 Wildfire Iron Cavalry successfully executed a surprise attack from the rear, penetrating the Moonlight Forest. The aftermath was grim, with nearly 1 million Japanese players relentlessly pursuing the remnants of Candle Dragon in the jungle. I jolted awake, my eyes wide in disbelief as I regarded the messenger. Is this certain? I inquired. Indeed, the catastrophic defeat occurred merely 10 minutes ago, he affirmed with a nod. Damn it, I exclaimed, swiftly contacting Uncle Spicy Noodles. Uncle. Yes, Lu Chun, he replied, his tone indicating the gravity of the situation. The urgency in his voice confirmed the authenticity of the news. What transpired? We have a comparable number of players in Iceberg City. How could we suffer such a swift defeat in just a few hours? I expressed my bewilderment. Uncle Spicy Noodles responded. Candle Shadow underestimated Red Maple's strategic foresight, leading to a sudden oversight that allowed for a rear assault. Red Maple's audacity is remarkable amidst overwhelming odds. He found an opening and decisively shattered Candle Dragon's main cavalry force. Now, Candle Dragon is in retreat. Great, I muttered. What do we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Spicy Noodles said, although Candle Dragon has lost, this battle has eliminated at least 400,000 Japanese players. In fact, there are now fewer than 200,000 Japanese players remaining in Iceberg City, primarily elite forces from the Divine Realm. Even in victory, it would have been a Pyrrhic one. Candle Dragon suffered a loss of 90% of its forces, while the Divine Realm sustained nearly 70% casualties. Despite our defeat, the encirclement of the White Rose Fortress by the Divine Realm has been effectively neutralized. I nodded, realizing that Candle Shadow's sacrifice held significant value in this localized conflict. Uncle, I shall now lead a contingent to cleanse the remnants of Red Maple left within our territory. You should bring your forces directly to command the battle at the White Rose Fortress. Understood. Uncle Spicy Noodles replied with a smile. I am on my way. The battles near the Black Coast are nearing their conclusion, and soon the major guilds such as Snow Silver Fur, Battle Sky Alliance, and Overlord Hall will join the fray against the city of Purple Grapes. After a moment's reflection, I added, Uncle, the strength of the Indian main cities, Qingtu City and Giant Elephant City, is far beyond what we have seen. Do you truly believe they will merely scratch the surface with a token attack on the Black Coast? I have considered that they may opt for alternative targets, he acknowledged. Indeed, we must be wary of Sky City. I have a persistent feeling that all strategic maneuvers will ultimately converge upon it. You're absolutely correct. What will you do next? I intend to assemble the most elite cavalry from Sky City, entering the territory of Iceberg City to engage Red Maple in a second decisive battle, with the objective of utterly annihilating them. Well then, the next steps are in your hands. Indeed, I concluded the communication and promptly sent a call request to Hei. Eve, gather all Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and Dragon Dawn Archers to assemble east of Sky City. A new mission awaits. On my way. Hei responded with a light laugh. I've seen the battle at White Rose. It was executed beautifully. Lu Chun, thank you for the praise, leader. Alas, you are currently in Xinjiang. Otherwise, I would ensure a proper reward for you. He teased gently. A warm flutter coursed through me. All right. I shall save that for when I return. Indeed, I have given the command. Let us convene in the Sky City. Excellent. Chapter 1004, Advancing Step by Step. As I was teleported to the Sky City, a dazzling array of lights surrounded me, with countless players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream appearing, heralding the onset of a new confrontation, their faces flushed with excitement. I dashed to the shop, promptly consigning all the equipment I had gathered from the battlefield. The charming white fox, gazing at me with a smile, remarked, "Master, your spoils are indeed considerable. Have you been pillaging again?" I responded with a look of dismay. "Do you really view me as a common bandit?" With a gentle laugh, White Fox covered her mouth and replied, "The sister from the neighboring clothing store remarked that you are a hero of the Sky City, one of the bravest adventurers. Though I cannot ascertain its truth, if many say so, it must hold some weight. Just manage the store well and await my return." I bid her farewell with a slight bow, revealing the pristine peaks at her collar. I mused to myself, well, having such a captivating shopkeeper is indeed beneficial. It contributes significantly to the enduring success of my shop in the main city. After a brief respite, I made my way to the plaza outside the eastern gate, where a vast expanse was already filled with high-ranking players from ancient Sword Soul Dream. Su Yang, Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, Du Shisan, and others had arrived. And even Baiming Shui and Lian Xian were present. Baiming Shui, possessing a mount, could match the cavalry's speed and could also carry Lian Xian without hindering their pace. Lian Xian, being a powerful archmage, exhibited a formidable magical prowess that was rare in the realm, thus her inclusion was essential. Since returning to the country, Lian Xian and Baiming Shui had grown as close as sisters, becoming the envy of all in ancient Sword Soul Dream. "Brother has arrived." Baiming Shui turned to spot me. I, wielding the purple yen sword, smiled at the gathering. "I did not attend the battle at Black Coast. I appreciate your hard work." Li Chengfeng smiled gently and said, "The battle at the White Rose Fortress was even more arduous. We were unable to assist you. I am truly sorry." The numbers from Qingtu City and Zhuxiang City were overwhelming. I nodded and inquired, "Chengfeng, have the two great cities of India launched an assault against us? Have the war gods Wang and Chengfeng Sinew made their appearance?" Li Chengfeng shook his head. Strangely enough, even after the Black Coast battle concluded, neither of them was cited. In fact, the top alliance, the Qing Beast Guild from Qingtu City, did not participate at all. "So that is the case." I furrowed my brow and remarked, "The absence of the war god indicates that Qingtu City is preserving this trump card. With Chengfeng Sinew also missing, what could they possibly be plotting?" Li Chengfeng appeared somewhat perplexed. I gritted my teeth. "Regardless, let us first proceed to Iceberg City and eliminate the Divine Realm Guild, driving the detestable Red Maple from our territory." Agreed. Assembled and ready, 14,000 Dragon Dawn Cavalry and 5,000 Dragon Dawn Archers gathered beneath the eastern city of the Sky City. Additionally, nearly 50,000 Ancient Sword Cavalry joined the ranks. Although they lacked the Dragon Dawn steeds, their strength remained formidable. The ethos of the ancient Sword Soul Dream is to pursue excellence. Thus, the selection of players from both the main alliance and its branches is exceedingly stringent. While facing 10 foes might be beyond reach, taking down 3 is certainly feasible. Beholding the nearly 70,000 elite cavalrymen, my heart surged with fervor. Standing at the foot of the city, I raised my Ziying Sword high and proclaimed, "The Wolf Clan of Purple Grape City has sullied the frozen ice city, transforming our once cherished capital into a desolate wasteland. They perpetrate atrocities against the innocent, with countless compatriots shedding blood in the cold ice forest. Even the tens of thousands of female players from the 12 Musicians Guild have suffered repeated bloodshed. We may bear the fall of our capital, but we cannot tolerate the humiliation of our kin, especially those defenseless girls. As brothers with valor, we shall not retreat. Join me in cleansing the divine realm with our blood." A chorus of voices rose, weapons held aloft. "Cleanse the divine realm. Charge!" With a mighty shout, I surged forward. But not far into my advance, a cohort of elite cavalry emerged from the opposite side of the forest, each adorned with the emblem of the snow-silver fur. I hastily rode over and inquired, "Where is Linison?" A player replied, "The alliance leader is ahead, about a mile away." Oh, there were too many people to locate Linison, so I sent her a message. "Beautiful girl." Linison responded with a smiley face, "Little trickster." I was at a loss for words and asked, "Is Snow Silver Fur planning to attack the players of Purple Grape City, led by the Divine Realm?" "Indeed." "Then let us join forces. We, the Ancient Sword, shall advance from the north of the cold ice forest, while snow-silver fur approaches from the moonlight forest, encircling them. No matter how strong the divine realm may be, they cannot escape our encirclement. Okay, I understand. Be careful. Furthermore, I contacted the leader of the Junlin Alliance. Ling Xueshang. Xueshang? Yes, what is it? Have the Junlin members arrived? They are waiting outside the moonlight forest. I saw someone chasing the Zhuang players out. I didn't expect the ancient sword to arrive so swiftly. Haha, with you here, everyone feels more confident. The Zhuang is too arrogant, underestimating us and allowing Hongfeng to launch a successful ambush. Humph, we had 25 times their number of players at that time. I sighed. Enough said. Hongfeng is indeed formidable. I almost fell victim to him during our first encounter. We must be cautious this time. Please coordinate with Linison. Junlin and Snow Silver Fur must unite to launch an offensive. We cannot allow the divine realm to pick us off one by one. Understood. With the deployment complete, the allies of Ancient Sword proved to be quite reliable. With Junlin supporting Snow Silver Fur, these two alliances would pose a challenge even for Hongfeng. After nearly 20 minutes of travel, the 70,000 cavalry of Ancient Sword reached the junction between the Sky City and Frozen Ice City. In the distance, on the plains, a multitude of Chinese players stood in formation, including the Battle Heaven Alliance, the God Slayers, the Mad Dragons, the Flower Between Factions, and the sword-wielding Jianghu, among others. Battle Heaven stood at the forest's edge, glaring fiercely, and shouted towards the divine realm. Damn, is Zhuang a complete fool? So many have succumbed to the realm of the divine, and imbd, a mere collection of inept individuals, allowing our brethren to be mercilessly slaughtered in the frosty forest for such an extended period. How exasperating. I urged my steed forward and declared, Warrior of the Heavens. Turning, Zhang Tian regarded me with a pale countenance and stated, Lu Chun, your ancient sword has finally arrived. With my head bowed, I held the Ziying Sword and cautioned, do not succumb to rage. In your current state, you may find yourself at a disadvantage against Hongfeng, who is no ordinary adversary. Humph. Zhang Tian huffed indignantly. At that moment, a petite beauty emerged from the crowd. It was Shui Yunyao, the leader of the Soul Returned Battle Garb. The Soul Returned Battle Garb and the Zhang Tian alliance were tightly intertwined, their relationship seemingly quite amicable. Shui Yunyao affectionately addressed Zhang Tian, Brother Zhang Tian. Now that the ancient sword has arrived, we can prepare our strategic deployment. Having besieged this location for so long, it is time for the purple grapes to experience some hardship. Zhang Tian nodded. Indeed, I understand. Behind Shui Yunyao, Bing Yu Huajigu wielded a massive blade and remarked, don't merely understand, Zhang Tian. Since you acknowledge our leader as your sworn sister, ensure that the Soul Returned Battle Garb does not suffer defeat alongside you. Zhang Tian raised his head confidently. Rest assured, with October Rain devising our strategies, we shall not experience a catastrophic defeat like that of the Candle Dragon. It is preferable that way. Bing Yu Huajigu's attitude towards Zhang Tian was evidently not very favorable. In fact, players from the Soul Returned Battle Garb's management, such as Shun Gu and Jia Ling, harbored similar sentiments towards the Zhang Tian alliance. Currently, the Soul Returned Battle Garb appeared to be more of a satellite to the Zhang Tian alliance rather than an independent guild, a stark deviation from Bing Yu Huajigu's original intentions. I furrowed my brow and inquired, what strategies do the Zhang Tian alliance and the Soul Returned Battle Garb intend to employ in this battle? Zhang Tian smiled. We shall advance directly, establishing a solid defense. The frosty forest is limited in size. Our warriors will advance with shields, followed by mages, archers, and healers, with siege engines providing rear support. We have no fear of vanquishing a trivial entity like the Divine Realm. Observe the National War Interface. Within Floating Ice City, there are merely 98 million Japanese players, whereas we have at least 10 million. Annihilating them will pose no challenge. Xiao Tsong Tian, Li Gu, and others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, the leader is wise. I bit my lip and posed a question. What if Hongfeng sets fire to the forest? It is the season of the north wind. Should a massive fire spread, your supplies will become an obstacle to retreat, leading to a catastrophic trampling of our forces. How many lives would be lost? Darn it. Zhang Tian clenched his fists, momentarily rendered speechless by my query. After a pause, he asked, then Lu Chun, what do you propose we do? I replied calmly. All ranged troops should remain outside the thicket, arranged and prepared to shoot and snipe. Dispatch your most elite cavalry units into the forest. Their speed will prevent the flames from reaching us. Our ancient sword will flank from the left, while the Zhantian alliance and the Soul Return battle guard will envelop from the right, providing mutual support. Should we detect the main force of Chengfeng, we will swiftly eliminate them. Li Gu, dagger in hand, cautioned Lu Chun. Do not forget that Hongfeng's 125 ratio of fewer to more troops defeated the Candle Dragon's Viper Dragon riders. If we solely deploy cavalry, it may be overly ambitious. I chuckled softly and said, Li Gu, lead the assassin-class players into the jungle to scout the enemy's main positions. Today, my 10,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry will relentlessly pursue the Wildfire Iron Cavalry, which Red Maple takes great pride in. Zhan Tian's muscles twitched at the corner of his mouth as he replied, Understood, Li Gu. Yes, leader. At such a moment, Zhan Tian exhibited exceptional judgment. He recognized that my strategy was the most rational and chose to avoid stubborn opposition, opting instead for the most advantageous course of action. With our plan settled, the ancient sword Iron Cavalry entered the jungle on the left flank, while Zhan Tian, Shout Song Tian, Lin Bing Doja, Song of Ice and Fire, and Shui Yun Yao led their companions alongside us into the thicket. The icebound forest had long lost its former tranquility. The marks of iron hooves had yet to fade, and remnants of past battles littered the area. Numerous players' corpses lay strewn across the forest, both from the Chinese region and from Purple Grape City. It was evident that the Viper Dragon riders had suffered particularly devastating losses, leaving thousands of bodies at the forest's edge. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air, creating a stifling atmosphere. Clenching my fists, I gritted my teeth. Damn it, Zhu Ying, what chaos are you causing? These lives have been lost due to your arrogance. Chapter 1005. Cunning as a wolf. Activating my dark eye, I monitored every movement on the expansive map. Surrounding me were numerous green dots, representing our guild members' coordinates. Approximately 25 yards ahead, a red dot emerged, an enemy player from Purple Grape City, a level 184 assassin. How bold of him to act so brazenly beneath our very noses. With a sudden clang, I drew my purple sword. He, standing beside me, inquired, Lu Chun, what are you doing? I smiled, spurred my horse forward, and hurled my blade with great force. Instantly, a dragon's soul enveloped the sword, transforming it into a spiraling tempest that accurately struck the assassin concealed in the dark underbrush. A wretched scream followed as his chest was pierced, and he crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. To think such an assassin lay in wait. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, wielding his dark blade. We indeed underestimated them. Thankfully, Lu Chen's perceptive abilities are remarkable. I surveyed the surroundings and instructed, send one Dragon Dawn archer in each direction to scout the enemy's movements. If discovered, there's no need to panic. Use stun arrows to disorient the foe and then retreat. The speed of the Dragon Dawn steeds is unmatched by other cavalry. Each captain of our 1,000-man teams must dispatch 13 scouts. We must attune our senses in this region and not remain passive. Everyone nodded in agreement, and soon, nearly 100 Dragon Dawn archers dispersed into the jungle, quickly vanishing from sight. Archers inherently possess heightened perceptual skills, capable of detecting an assassin's stealth from great distances. As mounted archers, they can attack and evade, making them the most suitable scouts. This also highlights one of the advantages of our ancient sword over the divine realm. The team gradually advanced forward, and in less than 10 minutes, Biming Shui sent a message. Brother, there is a guild legion of the Purple Grape City approximately 3 kilometers to the east at a bearing of 14 degrees. It appears to be the 27th ranked guild of Purple Grape City, with around 30,000 members, including knights, warriors, mages, archers, and others, predominantly mages, numbering approximately 6,000. Handle it as you see fit. Additionally, I have contacted several nearby archers, and there are no other players from Purple Grape City within a 5-kilometer radius. Upon reading Biming Shui's message, I couldn't help but silently commend her. Indeed, she was a rare prodigious talent, providing such comprehensive intelligence. With her presence, it was truly a blessing for the ancient sword. Biming, do not alarm the enemy. Wait there for my arrival. I will swiftly lead our forces to encircle and decisively eliminate this contingent. Okay, brother, I will wait for you. All right. I abruptly halted, raised the Ziying Sword, and proclaimed loudly, Stop. Li Chengfeng looked puzzled. What is it? I pointed ahead and remarked, Biming has detected a hostile force of 30. 000 individuals at a bearing of 15 degrees to the east. We have no reason to let them escape. If we are to strike, let us do so without leaving a single one behind. Giguzi, wielding the divine spear, chuckled, "Boss, just give the order. The brothers are all ready." "Indeed." I nodded and said, "I, along with Luan Yue and Xu Yang, will lead 20,000 cavalry in a frontal assault. The guild leader and Li Chengfeng will flank with another 20,000 cavalry from the left. Xiao Gui, Tiantang Yu, and Qingkong Shui will strike from the right. Yiyun 18 riders are the fastest, lead 1,000 Longyao iron cavalry to swiftly maneuver to their rear, awaiting the command to launch a coordinated attack. We will strike from all sides, aiming for 0 casualties while annihilating this force. Understood. Excitement illuminated the faces of all, clearly anticipating this counterattack. After the humiliation endured following the siege of Iceberg City by Japanese players, it was time for a true act of vengeance. "Move out." I spurred my horse forward, leading Wan Yue, Xu Yang, and Du Shisan in a frontal charge, while Yiyun 18 riders selected a group of 1,000 Longyao iron cavalry, activating the flying general skill. Instantly, the cavalry's speed surged to 500, sweeping through with the swiftness of the wind, a spectacle that left onlookers astounded, truly deserving of the title of flying general. It was remarkably sharp. On the vast map, I had marked the enemy's encampment location. It was evident that many Japanese players were logging off to rest after having dominated within Iceberg City for far too long. As we approached the target, about 1 kilometer away, I raised my hand and whispered, "Brothers, slow down. Let us not disturb the enemy with the sound of hooves. Reduce our speed to 50, rendering the sound almost negligible. Do not charge ahead without my command." Everyone nodded, their gazes resolute, eagerly awaiting the impending slaughter. As I rustled through the underbrush, droplets of dew splattered against my arms. It was the early morning in the game, the sky not yet fully illuminated, an optimal moment for a surprise attack. In the distance, nearly 100 peripheral players gathered around a campfire, their laughter echoing in the air. Beyond them, clusters of players rested in open spaces. And directly ahead lay the formidable formation of our adversaries, numbering in the thousands. Luan Yu blinked at me, questioning, "Shall we proceed?" I nodded, unsheathing my Ziying Sword with a resonant clang, and bellowed, "Everyone, heed my command, attack." The Iceland steed let out a fierce neigh as I charged forth at breakneck speed, the shadows of my thunderous assault flickering past. The nearest dozen adversaries, caught unawares, fell prey to my blade's fierce arc, their bodies cleaved apart. Behind me, Luan Yu, Du Shisan, Xu Yang, and others followed suit, joining the fray with fervor. Boom! The sound of shattering stone and mass attack skills rained down upon the unsuspecting crowd. The thunderous hooves of our steeds shook the earth, finally rousing those still lost in slumber. A purple grapes knight swiftly mounted his steed, shouting, "Everyone, mount up and prepare to counter. Mages and archers, fall back and provide cover, stay calm. Our priests, prepare to heal, and the bards, buff us up. Battle is upon us." Before he could finish his orders, Xu Yang surged forward, his blade cleaving down towards the knight's neck, radiating the brilliance of the shockwave strike. "Get down, beast," he cried. The shockwave strike disrupted the knight's mount, sending him crashing to the ground. Xu Yang's blade thrust forward, piercing through the knight's chest, instant annihilation. As one of the 4 elders of the ancient sword soul dream, renowned for his ferocious style, Xu Yang played a significant role in this large-scale conflict, his attacks invigorating our morale. Behind him, a horde of ancient sword cavalry charged in unison, their blades dancing wildly, swiftly dispatching those ill-prepared. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle echoed from both the north and south, as He and Guzi led their forces into the fray. In less than 5 minutes, the guild was in disarray, unable to withstand the merciless onslaught of ancient sword. "How can these Chinese players be so formidable?" exclaimed a high-ranking mage, adorned with the guild leader's insignia, as he gazed at us and commanded, "Quickly form a shield wall for defense. The rest, retreat with me. The people from the divine domain are at the edge of the abandoned city. If we reach there, we can turn the tide." Alas, a throng of players barely made it a distance when Du Shisan's roar pierced the chaos. His blade sent an archer soaring, and as he raised his sword, the ground trembled, unleashing a torrent of water before the crowd. Du Shisan's renowned skill, Water God, proved exceptionally effective in the theater of war. Yun's 18 riders activated their 7th tier encouragement, brandishing their long blades and laughing heartily. Brothers, we cannot allow them to escape. Kill them all, leave none alive. The relentless assault has rendered this guild utterly devoid of combat capability. Li Chengfeng activated the Thunderbolt general skill, moving with lightning speed through the throng. His shadowy blades slicing through the air, targeting only the vulnerable points such as the throat. In no time, the guild's commander-level players were decimated by Li Chengfeng. Even the high-level mage fell victim to his relentless barrage of the reverse-scale Dragon Bone Strike. The outcome was sealed. The slaughter continued for approximately 20 minutes, as our force of 70,000 consumed the entire guild of over 30,000. Once the battlefield was cleared, Ziying, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed, "This massacre was exhilarating. We suffered almost no losses, annihilating over 30,000 while losing fewer than 300 ourselves. What does this signify?" I smiled faintly. "Let us advance. Remain vigilant for scout reports. We are in search of the main force of the divine realm. The guild we just vanquished was merely a third-rate guild. We must not become overconfident due to such trifles, or we shall suffer a crushing defeat." Understood. Forward we go. After traversing several forests, we encountered scattered guild members lurking within the underbrush. One by one, they were hunted down, their screams echoing through the thickets. "Look, that guild." Gue Guzi's eyes sparkled as he said, "Boss Shiji, I recognize their emblem. It belongs to the third-ranked guild of the City of Purple Grapes. Allies of the Divine Realm. Are they their main force?" On the grass, approximately 9,000 Japanese cavalry were patrolling nearby, ever watchful of our movements. I drew my blade and commanded, "Let us proceed and eliminate them." Right. The thunder of hooves resounded as the ancient sword iron cavalry surged forward. The enemy, however, had left around 1,000 cavalry to resist our assault. In mere moments, we left behind 1,000 corpses, while the remaining forces retreated deeper into the forest. We continued our pursuit, and once again, around 1,000 more bodies were discarded in our wake, as victories piled upon victories. Ziying picked up a set of potions from the ground, laughing heartily. "Such a weak guild dares to call itself the third guild of the City of Purple Grapes? Huh. Everyone, continue the chase. Let us encircle them." "Stop." Just as the crowd surged forward, I suddenly raised my sword and bellowed to halt them. "What is it?" "Luchan," Ziying inquired. I replied calmly, "The defensive maneuvers are too close. Can you not sense the scent of treachery? These individuals clearly intend to lure us deeper." After consecutive defeats, others would have fled at full speed, who would remain just within striking distance, inviting further attacks. Li Chengfeng clenched his fist. "Damn. It seems the legendary Hong Feng is indeed as cunning as a wolf. My suspicions were correct." I nodded, "If I'm not mistaken. The 30,000 we just slaughtered were merely bait cast by Hong Feng. He anticipated our arrival and laid a vast trap, waiting for us to walk right into it. 30,000 as bait. This fellow is truly ruthless." Ziying exclaimed in astonishment. He remarked, "Zhuing Wan is also known for his iron-fisted decisiveness and cruelty. Yet it appears he has encountered a rival in Floating Ice City, someone even more merciless." Gue Guzi, wielding the divine spear, inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we engage in battle or refrain?" Chapter 1006. Deceiving Heaven and Crossing the Sea. Engage. We must. We cannot stifle our resolve, I replied with a smile. Gue Guzi remarked, "However, a frontal assault would undoubtedly lead to our annihilation. After all, we are but a mere 70,000, while they boast at least 200,000 troops." I shook my head. "Young one must perceive the essence of the situation. What is the true combat capability of those 200,000? I dare say, it is primarily concentrated within a few major guilds like the Divine Realm. The rest are little more than a disorganized rabble, easily dispatched. Therefore, by striking at the heart of the Divine Realm's main forces, we can dismantle their so-called 200,000. Ziying licked his lips and asked, "So, Luchan, do you have a strategy?" "Not yet. I haven't devised one." I replied, "I rely on you." Dismounting, I leaned my sword against a maple tree and closed my eyes, while everyone gazed at me in a daze. He approached, wielding the 7-star glazed spear, and said with a light laugh, "Are you studying the map?" "Indeed I am. The beautiful guild leader knows me well," I responded. The detailed map of Floating Ice City unfolded before me. Prior to entering the Sky City, I had traversed the entirety of Floating Ice City, familiarizing myself with every locale. Thus, all was displayed on the map. This was my advantage. On our territory, Red Maple could dream of dominating. Never. A message from Biming Shui came through. Brother, reconnaissance has revealed that the main forces of the Divine Realm are concentrated near coordinates 182774737. Approximately 150,000 pure cavalry, alongside mages, archers, priests, strategists, summoners, and other classes, totaling around 250,000. Combined, they amount to 500,000. After our battle with the Candle Dragon, the main alliances of the Divine Realm have been diminished to this number. Moreover, of the 150,000 cavalry, nearly 80,000 are stationed in the valley of Wild Pheasant Ridge. I swiftly marked the locations on the map, and a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. Drawing the Ziying Sword, I mounted my steed. Have you devised a plan? Li Chengfeng asked. Yes. What is it? He inquired with a smile. I pondered for a moment, and then asked, Are you all afraid of death? Su Yang, Doji, and the others widened their eyes. Are you insulting us? My younger brother grinned. Well, I require a general-level player to lead 20,000 in a feigned frontal assault to draw the fire of the Divine Realm. Yiyun Shibaki, grasping a long knife, stepped forward with a smile. Having remained on the sidelines, allow me to undertake this task. I cautioned, this will be exceedingly perilous. Yiyun Shibaki nodded. I understand. He blinked and asked, Lu Chun, do you mean that these 20,000 will purely serve as cannon fodder? Yes, I apologize, I affirmed, nodding solemnly. Yet this sacrifice is essential. Someone must lead the main force in a frontal attack to disrupt the enemy's focus, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success for our subsequent strategy. The 18 riders of Yuyun dismounted with their weapons drawn, gazing at me with utmost sincerity. Lu Chun, one of them said, I have long regarded you as a brother. However, before I lead my men into a perilous situation, I must understand the next strategic move. Only then can I persuade myself to commit to this endeavor. I inhaled deeply and responded, Yuyun, reconnaissance from Biming has revealed that the main forces of the Divine Domain are stationed near the Wild Pheasant Ridge. Their 80,000 Wildfire Iron Cavalry are all encamped within the valley of that ridge. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a narrow path leads directly to the valley from 3 miles east of the icebound forest. I hunted there when I was level 50 and am familiar with it. The entrance is exceedingly concealed. At that moment, you will divert their attention from the front, while I lead 140,000 Dragonlight Iron Cavalry and 5,000 Dragonlight Archers for a surprise attack from that route, taking down the Wildfire Iron Cavalry with a decisive strike, thereby ensuring that Hongfeng is utterly expelled from the territory of Frozen Ice City. Once we eliminate the Wildfire Iron Cavalry, the remaining tasks can be entrusted to Shui Yinsong and the War Heaven Alliance. A smile blossomed on the weathered face of the 18 riders of Yuyun as he patted my shoulder. Brother, what step of the 36 stratagems is this? I pondered for a moment. It could vaguely be considered as concealing the sky to cross the sea. Indeed. When shall we make our move? Let us wait a moment. First, you should select 20,000 elite troops from the miscellaneous cavalry. Understood. With that, I turned to a group of Dragonlight Archers and commanded, Dragonlight Archers, disperse at once and eliminate all Purple Grape Assassins and Archer Scouts in this forest within 30 minutes. Return to report to me immediately after the task is complete. Yes. The archers swiftly concealed themselves within the thicket, and it was evident that a series of jungle ambushes were about to unfold. The archers possessed remarkable sensory abilities, combined with the protection of Dragon Soul and the mobility of Dragonlight steeds, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary assassins. Shortly thereafter, Biming Shui returned with a contingent of Dragonlight Archers, their mission accomplished. Meanwhile, I reached out to Lin Yisan. My dear, I miss you, I said, in the dialogue box. Lin Yisan's avatar bore an expression of exasperation. Then why don't you come back to see me? I'm too busy to return. Humph, there must be something going on. Indeed. I hesitated before saying, could you do me a favor? What is it? Please have Lord Z lead around 30,000 Purple Dragon Cavalry to arrive at the coordinates 182774737 in 1 hour, ready to support our attack formation of Ancient Sword, primarily to rescue the 18 riders of Yuyun. I spoke in a gentle tone. But little trickster, I really miss you, Lin Yisan replied, somewhat off topic. Lin Yisan looked at me and chuckled. All right. Even though we are currently engaged in a direct confrontation with the Second Guild of Purple Grape City, since you have made this request, I will dispatch a group of people there myself. No need for Lord Ziying. I will personally lead the charge. Thank you so much. When will you return? I truly miss you. I will come back after the national war. I affirmed. Once I arrive in Suzhou, you will be the first person I visit, all right? Very well. I shall go and fight now. Be careful. Rest assured. Gripping the purple Ling sword, I gazed upon the crowd and declared, everyone, heed my command. The Long Yao Iron Cavalry and the Long Yao Archers, having nurtured our forces for 1,000 days, we must now rise to the occasion. Today, the Chinese region calls upon us, and thus, in this battle, irrespective of victory or defeat, we shall strive for a clear conscience. The crowd raised their weapons in unison, shouting, long live the ancient sword. Forward. I mounted my steed, leading the Long Yao Iron Cavalry, the Long Yao Archers, along with 30,000 assorted cavalrymen. Charging towards the east, the Yuyuan 18 riders stood ready with 20,000 ancient sword iron cavalry, awaiting my command to launch the attack. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their glow upon the mist that enveloped the forest. The delicate morning air, akin to the gossamer veil of the forest goddess, was gradually torn away by the oncoming war and the sun, revealing nothing but the bloodshed and brutal carnage that warfare brings. Circumventing a vast expanse of woods, we emerged before a low mountain range. Is this where you hunt and prepare meals? Asked Luanyu. Indeed, I have even engaged in duels here with the shadower, Chanel, I replied with a smile. Bai Mingshui inquired with a laugh, did you win? I candidly replied, have you ever seen me lose in outdoor duels? Li Chengfeng remarked in disbelief. You really should learn a bit of humility. Tian Tang, you chuckled. Those with true strength need not feign modesty. I admire Brother Lu Chun for his undefeated prowess in outdoor duels. How exhilarating. I ascended the narrow path between the mountains, urging, everyone, advance at full speed. We are less than half an hour away from the wild pheasant ridge. Full speed ahead. He commanded. Simultaneously, I sent a message to the Yuyuan 18 riders. Understood. Yuyuan may commence the attack. Be cautious. Do not approach within 3 kilometers of wild pheasant ridge. Engage only the idle crowd on the periphery. And avoid direct confrontation with the wildfire iron cavalry. Without the Long Yao Iron Cavalry, victory will be elusive. Understood. Stay alert, wishing for great success. At the end of the narrow path lay a gorge approximately 1 kilometer wide, connecting to the wild pheasant ridge valley. After a brief wait, all 140,000 Long Yao Iron Cavalry stood ready, with 5,000 Long Yao archers, led by Bai Mingshui, positioned behind them for the final mobilization. I lowered the purple Ling sword, walking at the forefront of the formation, and instructed, soon, we will charge directly ahead, disregarding any sounds or distractions. We will strike before they are prepared. The Long Yao archers will be commanded by Bai Mingshui, flanking on both sides and utilizing skills such as sky-piercing arrows, spiral blade arrows, and shockwave arrows to support our cavalry. Is that understood? Bai Mingshui nodded. Understood, brother. Raising my sword high, I proclaimed, with no regrets for the present and no fear of the future, brothers, for our shared dream, let us slay. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the gorge. The 140,000 Long Yao Iron Cavalry represented our formidable offensive force. A throng of riders surged forward, stirring up thick clouds of dust. The wild pheasant ridge valley was less than 5 minutes away, and it was evident that our approach could be heard. Although a dense thicket obscured the view, leaving them unaware of the unfolding events on our side. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon-scale beast broke free from the entangling vines, as a battalion of iron cavalry swiftly emerged from the jungle. Upon their appearance on the other side, a vast assembly of wildfire iron cavalry, numbering in the tens of thousands, was evident in the distance. Indeed, my calculations suggested that there could be nearly 100,000 of them. It was clear that Bai Mingshui's reconnaissance had been exceedingly effective. The lifeblood of Hongfeng was right here. Attack! In a cacophony of sounds, the Dragon Dawn cavalry surged forth from the thicket, swiftly coalescing into a formidable wave of assault. Under the command of valiant generals such as Li Chengfeng, He Giguzi, and the spirited Luanyu, we launched a fierce onslaught, a surprise attack that caught the players of the Divine Realm completely off guard. The clang of swords rending armor echoed continuously, as even the wildfire iron cavalry who had yet to mount their steeds were ruthlessly cut down in their infantry state. I charged to the forefront, raising my hand to unleash 7 ancient seals upon the throng, and we took advantage of the momentum to annihilate them. A vast expanse of red, formed by 5-starred flags, quickly engulfed the area ahead. Mount up and prepare for battle. The wildfire iron cavalry were no rabble. They swiftly regrouped, and a force of nearly 20,000 launched a countercharge against us before they could even form a proper phalanx. As they charged, they converged, and by the time they made contact with us, they had formed an almost perfect assault formation. MLGBD, what a formidable opponent. Chapter 1007, The Ace of Battle. Kill. With a mighty roar, the ice scale horse sprang into action, and I followed suit with my 1,000 ice chopping blade attack. For streaks of sword light intertwined, rapidly sweeping through the players within a 20-yard radius. On the other flank, he unleashed his ice rock inferno slash, while Chengfeng entered his earthly transformation state, channeling his war spirit's divine abilities. As his dark blades danced, they released streams of dragon energy, cleaving through the enemy's defenses with ease. And his reverse scale slash decimated a group of wildfire iron cavalry. Boom. Amidst the chaos, Luan Yue's shattered rock slash left many in despair as Ziying surged to the forefront, his body sinking as he summoned the cyclone of the Xieji beast, unleashing a thunderous roar that conjured a storm, decimating countless wildfire iron cavalry. Everyone was fervently unleashing their skills, and the wildfire iron cavalry, undeterred by our relentless assault, bravely retaliated with barrier-breaking strikes. 35 individuals locked onto a single target, and almost instantaneously, nearly 100 Dragon Dawn cavalry fell to the ground, though the enemy's casualty rate was certainly several times greater than ours. Bai Mingshui galloped on horseback, appearing on the right flank, brandishing her ice feather and unleashing a fierce arrow that descended like a comet, enveloping a large group of wildfire iron cavalry in a frozen grip. The subsequent collision of the cavalry behind them resulted in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Lianxin leaped from Bai Mingshui's steed, her staff swirling as she unleashed a barrage of elemental fields into the oncoming crowd, resulting in chaos and disarray. With a single hand raised, Bai Mingshui summoned the abyssal well, which plummeted into the heart of the crowd. In an instant, thousands of wildfire iron cavalry charged headlong into the abyss, an unstoppable force. Just as the well was on the verge of vanishing, 2 enchanting maidens unleashed a barrage of skills: Dimensional Storm, Ice Spiral Matrix, Sky-Piercing Arrow, and Spiral Arrow Blade, all wreaking havoc at the core. To compound the chaos, he, in perfect synchrony with them, rushed forward, brandishing the 7-star glaze spear to execute a devastating ice rock purgatory quintuple slash. Amidst the thunderous explosions, nearly 1,000 wildfire iron cavalry were ensnared within the confines of the abyssal well, and at the moment of their release, they were met with a fatal onslaught. The intertwining of 5 formidable skills resulted in a massacre, with a flurry of damage numbers that sent shivers down the spine. The collaboration of these 3 stunning beauties was indeed a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Iron hooves thundered as tens of thousands of wildfire iron cavalry clashed head-on with the 140,000 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry of Ancient Sword. However, they were unprepared for the sheer superiority of the Dragon Yao Cavalry's offensive and defensive capabilities. A single Dragon Soul Guardian enhanced their stats by 50, not to mention the additional 15 attack power from the King's City. "Brothers, it's time to harvest," shouted the leader of the Second Alliance of Ancient Sword, wielding a massive blade. "Do not let the Dragon Yao brothers in front look down upon us. We may lack the Dragon Yao steeds, but we can still dominate the battlefield." These players, who had yet to acquire the Dragon Yao mounts, roared with determination, charging forth on their steeds. As the second wave, their true lethality was about to be unleashed, ready to reap the remnants of the wildfire iron cavalry, who had been left bloody by the Dragon Yao strikes. Upon contact, barriers shattered spectacularly, illuminating the battlefield with thousands of breaking lights, a dazzling sight amid the cacophony of dying cries. The Ancient Sword players in the second wave exerted their utmost effort, for now was their chance to prove their worth. The ranking of the Dragon Yao steeds was significantly influenced by guild points, and with the onset of the national war, the tallying of points began. The more enemies they felled, the greater the bounty of points they could earn, which was the reason behind my own high score. As the fierce blades wreaked havoc within the throng, not far away, a line of wildfire iron cavalry, of the Mage Knight class, formed up. The commander of the Divine Domain Guild, who had faced the hidden class player, blood-boiling vortex, during the WL competition, stood at the forefront of the shield formation, bellowing, "Warriors of divine domain, hold your ground. This is our battle for glory. The despicable Chinese strike from behind. We shall retaliate fiercely. Frontline shield bearers, hold steady." While archers unleash shock arrows and mountain-shaking arrows to bring these Chinese cavalry down, mages cast the starry river storm to obliterate them. Indeed, even a member of the JGL Hall of Fame like blood-boiling vortex had emerged, signifying that the ultimate clash between ancient sword and divine domain had commenced. In the skies above, magical storms descended, not only featuring the starry river storm, but also advanced spells like Dragon's Kiss. The mages, being the elite of the Divine Domain Guild, undoubtedly wielded immense magical power. I raised the Dragon God Shield and commanded loudly, "All magic knights, charge in the Holy Shield form. Do not retreat, smash into their formation. There are only a handful of ranged players stationed here. Hold your ground." Boom, boom, boom. The starry river storm erupted incessantly amidst the ranks of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, each strike inflicting damage figures of at least 30,000. Damn it. These Japanese mages are indeed formidable. Such offensive power is rare, even domestically. The brilliance of the starry river storm and the kiss of the dragon skills illuminated the battlefield, causing Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry members to fall one after another. We ventured deep into enemy lines, utterly lacking the support of priests or the buffs from bards, and thus could not withstand the assaults of high-level mages. Watching my comrades fall around me only intensified the fury within us frontline players. Kill. Guei Guzi brandished the spear of the war god, leaping forward, his steed crashing into the enemy's shield formation. Several magic knights managed to withstand the impact, completely halting Guei Guzi's charge. Damn it! Guei Guzi roared in anger, sweeping his spear in a dazzling arc, the shockwave reverberating against the shields. Li, provide me with some support, quickly. Li Chengfeng darted in, wielding his dark blade. With a thunderous clash, the dragon blade's spinning skill surged among the shields, toppling 3 magic knights who could not withstand the onslaught. With renewed vigor, I seized the moment to rush in, my battle axe soaring as I unleashed a furious roar. The Xieji's howling cyclone lifting nearly 100 foes into the air, slaughtering them mercilessly. Within 100 meters of their formation, my purple Ziying Sword pierced through the shield of a high-ranking magic knight. With a twist of my wrist, I unleashed the fiery blade slash. 3 blazing sword blades wreaking havoc among the crowd. My phantom wolf king howled alongside me as rain of fire descended, the inferno storm ravaging through the ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Luan Yu charged fiercely, her blade dancing wildly, cleaving down several weakened magic knights. He, accompanied by Su Yang and Du Shisan, also plunged into the fray. Soon, the enemy's proud shield formation was torn apart, creating 2 massive gaps, through which a throng of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry surged, mercilessly slicing through the opposing players. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down, stunning Luan Yu. Su Yang bellowed, executing the mountain shatter technique that felled 3 archers. Yet he too was caught in the stun, his health rapidly depleting. The enemy's archers were relentless. I swiftly locked onto a target at 40 yards, shouting, "Baiming Shui! Summon a legion of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and unleash the sky-piercing arrows to shatter their arrow formation." Without needing further instruction, Baiming Shui understood immediately, gesturing for nearly 100 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry to swiftly maneuver to the edge of the battlefield. As they moved, elite mounted archers readied their longbows. In the next moment, the strings twanged, releasing a multitude of sky-piercing arrows. As the arrows rained indiscriminately upon the crowd, the hundreds of enemy archers were left dumbfounded, their health plummeting as they knelt, pale-faced, in unison, falling in droves. Thus, we annihilated their ranged attacks. I greatly admire the scene before me. On the beautiful visage of Baiming Shui, a look of delight emerges as she swiftly leads the remaining Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry forward. A barrage of arrows soars into the sky, wreaking havoc with an overwhelming force that leaves the opposing archers and mages unable to maintain their footing, deprived of any chance to retaliate. The Dragon Yao steeds enhanced their attack range by 32 yards, and in truth, the archers, including Baiming Shui, possess an astonishing range of 72 yards, rendering their offensive efforts utterly unchallenged. Suddenly, amidst the throng, the figure of Hongfeng emerges, clad in striking attire, wielding a long sword. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of earth energy. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he bellows, "Maple kill." Countless maple leaves converge within the crowd, unleashing a devastating storm that topples 13 dragon Yao iron cavalry, who are simply unable to withstand the ferocity of the assault. Hongfeng's attack method is indeed fearsome. Red Maple, a nearby female knight, brandishing her long sword, remarks, "They possess special units, and the archers have an exceptionally long attack range. Engaging them head-on puts us at a severe disadvantage. We cannot compete in either frontal or depth engagements. If this continues, our 100,000 cavalry will surely perish here, and our subsequent plans will be utterly thwarted." Hongfeng clenches his fist, his expression grim, and calmly instructs, "Qingxuang, lead 2,000 wildfire iron cavalry to flank them. I have no other demands of you than to eliminate those few thousand archers. Can you accomplish this?" Qingxuang, the vice leader of the Divine Realm and fourth-ranked female player in the JGL Hall of Fame, smiles softly and nods, "Yes. I believe 2,000 wildfire iron cavalry will suffice to deal with this group of Chinese archers. Very well, I shall clear the way for you. Go." With a resolute yes, Hongfeng grips his blade, charging with a cadre of elite warriors along the right flank. He bellows the fire god's triple slash, swiftly dispatching 2 half-health dragon Yao iron cavalry. With lightning flickering in his grasp, he hurls the thunder god's sphere, striking down a 3rd dragon Yao iron cavalry. Following this, he unleashes a wind blade dragon spiral, further diminishing a group of dragon Yao iron cavalry to a state of desperation as he plunges into the fray, dispatching foes with ease. "Damn it!" Guguzi bellows, brandishing his long spear, "Dare to cover me. I shall take down Hongfeng." Caution! With fervor, Doji hurls his battle axe, which crashes down from the sky, leaving a group of wildfire iron cavalry in stunned silence. Seizing the opportunity, Guguzi weaves through the gaps in the crowd. Brandishing the spear of the cavalry god, he cries out and launches an assault from the flank, flames licking the spearhead as he thrusts forward. Clang! Hongfeng spins rapidly, deflecting Guguzi's spear with the hilt of his sword. Yet, unexpectedly, Guguzi lunges in, delivering a powerful punch against his armor. Chapter 1008, The Trap Boom, 19,377. A jolt reverberates through Hongfeng's chest as he is struck by Guguzi's heavy fist. Without hesitation, Hongfeng swiftly raises his sword, launching a rapid upward strike that shatters Guguzi's defense. The blade cleaves downward, trailing a long arc of flames across Guguzi's breastplate. A mere ordinary strike that nonetheless yields a significant damage output of 68,833. Even after receiving the blow, Guguzi does not retreat. Roaring in defiance as the spear of the cavalry god glimmers with necromantic energy, unleashing a chaotic barrage that shatters barriers and erupts in a blaze of brilliance. With a decisive advance, Hongfeng closed the distance entirely, brandishing his sword and bellowing, "Who do you think you are to stand in my way?" Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, and with impeccable force and angle, Hongfeng repelled Guguzi's assault. The fire god unleashed a relentless barrage, striking 3 times, each blow reverberating against Guguzi's shoulder. Even with the 50 damage absorption of his immortal shield, Guguzi found his health reduced to a mere 50. In terms of skill, Hongfeng's reflexes and judgment undoubtedly surpassed those of Guguzi. Damn it! Guguzi gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. Suddenly, he seized the chainmail around Hongfeng's neck, pulling him close. The lance of the war god blazed with fury, delivering 3 consecutive strikes that diminished Hongfeng's health by 30. In a desperate bid, Guguzi proved formidable enough to make Hongfeng truly wary. From atop his steed, Hongfeng leapt, delivering a crushing kick to Guguzi's chest. "Get away!" The impact sent Guguzi reeling, allowing Hongfeng to escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Thunder God Sphere, striking Guguzi's health down to approximately 25. Suddenly, a burst of crimson light erupted behind Guguzi, revealing the figure of the vice-leader assassin Zilei from the Divine Domain, whose blades whirred fiercely, further reducing Guguzi's health to around 5. Just as victory seemed imminent, Guguzi's form split into 2, one shadowy remnant darting away, the other primed to explode with immense power. "Watch out, it's invincible," I shouted, recalling the devastating technique I had witnessed at WL. Guguzi's reflexes were sharp. Before I could finish my warning, a golden aura enveloped him, allowing him to evade the impending attack. The shadow exploded, generating a small shockwave. Giguzi emerged unscathed, yet the surrounding dragon Yao iron cavalry fell en masse, each sustaining damage of 200,000 from the overwhelming might of the shadow explosion. With a swift chop, the Ziying Sword decapitated a member of the wildfire cavalry. I pressed forward, despite Giguzi's attempts to hinder our advance. Hongfeng led a throng of warriors through the ranks of the dragon Yao iron cavalry. Their strength was formidable. Yet the wildfire cavalry was equally relentless. Chengfeng, it's your turn, Hongfeng commanded, directing his sword forward as the maple massacre erupted within the throng. A dozen dragon Yao iron cavalry fell as the Ice Knight Chengfeng led 20,000 wildfire cavalry in a fierce charge, pursuing the 5,000 dragon Yao Bao cavalry commanded by Baiming Shui. These bowmen had inflicted considerable suffering upon the main forces of the Divine Domain Guild, and they could no longer be tolerated. I turned back, calling out, Baiming, these 20,000 wildfire cavalry are in your hands. Understood, brother. Baiming Shui replied, brandishing her longbow. With a swift motion, she unleashed a skyward arrow before retreating, commanding, all mounted archers, heed my call. Our moment to shine has arrived. The Ice Knight Chengfeng's face was set in icy determination as she declared, what cavalry? Today, let us show them what it truly means to be the cavalry that dominates the continent. All the wildfire iron cavalry charged forth with great fervor, locking onto the vacant coordinates to initiate their assault, rapidly closing the distance. Eliminate those archers who know nothing but skirmishing. The thunderous sound of hooves reverberated against the canyon floor as over 20,000 elite wildfire iron cavalry relentlessly pursued the ancient Sword Soul Dream S Archer Legion, the gap diminishing under the influence of their charging skills. Baiming Shui, retreating while commanding, declared, divide into 2 squads. I will lead the first, while Doomsday Warsong commands the second. Understood. Doomsday Warsong nodded, gripping a fiery red longbow. He possessed the renowned skill of the Bao General, enhancing his ranged physical attack by a staggering 100 and increasing his attack speed by 50, playing a crucial role within the Dragon Yao Bao cavalry, and at this moment, he became a formidable ally to Baiming Shui. Holding the ice feather, Baiming Shui observed the battlefield while retreating, suddenly exclaiming, First squad, halt with me. Unleash the shaking mountain arrow, the shockwave arrow, the skyward arrow, and the spiral arrow blade in rapid succession. Second squad, continue your advance. With a resounding twang, the bowstrings vibrated densely as countless arrows rained down upon the wildfire iron cavalry, wreaking havoc among their ranks. The attack power of the dragon Yao Bao cavalry was fearsome. In an instant, many of the frontline wildfire iron cavalry were thrown from their mounts. Even those who remained mounted were struck by the shaking mountain arrow, losing their steeds, rendering them incapable of pursuing the dragon Yao Bao cavalry. Run. After executing a 4-hit combo, Baiming Shui turned and galloped away with 500 archers, shouting, Doomsday Warsong, initiate the second squad's attack. Right away, Doomsday Warsong abruptly halted his charge, pivoted, and bellowed, brothers, follow Baiming's lead. Fire the shaking mountain arrow, the shockwave arrow, the skyward arrow, and the spiral arrow blade in rapid succession. The bowstrings sang once more, and a deluge of arrow skills descended upon the enemy ranks. Cries of anguish rising in a chorus. For the first time in battle, the archers showcased their lethal effectiveness, astonishingly. Even the elite wildfire iron cavalry found themselves powerless against the dragon Yao Bao cavalry. Thus, through mutual cover and attack, the 5,000 dragon Yao Bao cavalry managed to annihilate the opposing 20,000 wildfire iron cavalry on the plains. The Ice Knight, Chengfeng, seething with rage, exclaimed, How dare they kite us like this? Such disgraceful archers. As the number of wildfire iron cavalry dwindled to around 8,000, Chengfeng swiftly turned, decisively ordering, Cease the pursuit of the Archer Legion. All troops, heed my command. Head southeast at a 45-degree angle and cut off their cavalry's retreat. Executing a surprise attack in conjunction with the Red Maple forces, a contingent of wildfire iron cavalry promptly turned their mounts. Yet, how could Baiming Shui let such a golden opportunity slip away? She swiftly raised her longbow, commanding, Pursue. Engage in mobile warfare. Using the shockwave arrow and the ice arrow to keep them on our battlefield. A group of Dragon Dawn archers erupted into laughter, reveling in a sensation of exhilarating slaughter that they had never before experienced, a dual advantage of mobility and range. The speed of the Dragon Dawn steeds was already remarkable, and with the archers benefiting from enhanced movement speed, their overall velocity surpassed that of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry by at least 50. A throng of mounted archers pursued their foes, the twang of bowstrings resonating sharply as they pinned opposing players within the canyon. By the time the Wildfire Iron Cavalry drew near the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, their numbers had dwindled to less than 1,000. A quantity insufficient to pose any threat to us. Chengfeng, wearing an expression of helplessness, observed the dwindling ranks behind her, powerless against the nearly flawless mobile tactics of the Dragon Dawn archers, leaving the Wildfire Iron Cavalry with no opportunities. Lu Chun, more people are arriving, announced Luan Yue. I smirked. Bring a few to eliminate Chengfeng. All right. Luan Yue, ever eager for combat, was excited at the prospect of challenging a top-tier player, especially someone as renowned as Chengfeng, who had participated in the WL finals. With only a handful of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, Luan Yue charged towards Chengfeng. Within 5 minutes, news arrived. Chengfeng had fallen, not at the hands of Luan Yue, but rather struck down by Baiming Shui with a piercing arrow, leaving Luan Yue speechless. The Divine Realm had not relinquished their resistance. On the contrary, their counteroffensive grew increasingly ferocious. Of the 150,000 Iron Cavalry from the Divine Realm, I had only managed to eliminate around 50,000, with their main force still intact. The Bloodstorm Vortex swung its blade, relentlessly cleaving through the front lines of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, roaring with fury as it executed a powerful 5-hit combo, leaving few Dragon Dawn soldiers unscathed. Behind them, countless priests provided healing, allowing the Bloodstorm Vortex to stand firm in battle. Damn it! Li Chengfeng exclaimed, brandishing his sword. Lu Chun, let's take down this Bloodstorm Vortex and break through this defensive line, or we risk being worn down in this war of attrition. Agreed. Without hesitation, I locked onto the Bloodstorm Vortex and charged forward, breaking free from the crowd and crashing into him with a resounding impact. My palm opened, energy surged forth, enveloping the Bloodstorm Vortex's chest. With a fierce shout, I unleashed the Binding Divine technique, ensnaring the foremost berserker of the Purple Grape City tightly. The Bloodstorm Vortex glared at me, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness, yet he had no chance left. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, the Ziying Sword lunged forward, and the Qiankuan strike shattered against the Bloodstorm Vortex's chest. At the same moment, Li Chengfeng arrived within 5 paces, deftly raising his dark blade. The Bone Dragon pierced through the Bloodstorm Vortex from the opposite side as the blades danced, unleashing a spiraling energy that swept through the masses. The continuous eruptions of energy left the nearly 100 priests behind the Bloodstorm Vortex with no opportunity to heal, forced to witness helplessly as their commander was slain before their eyes. The defense was shattered. With a spirited roar, the mythical creature Xieji erupted at the front lines, rallying the myriad shields of the magical knights. Simultaneously, the chaotic stone slash from Luan Yue and He's 5-strike combo pierced through the crowd, shattering the last bastion of the enemy's defensive formation. Over 10,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry surged forth, advancing as if into an unguarded realm. The resonating sounds of swords cleaving through armor echoed continuously, while blood splattered upon the ground of Floating Ice City. The players invading from Purple Grape City could hardly have anticipated the scene unfolding before them. When they had swept through the defenders of Floating Ice City, their triumph had been resplendent, yet now, they found themselves merely targets for slaughter. Retreat to Wild Pheasant Ridge, Red Maple commanded, tightening the reins of his steed with a fierce shout. The Wildfire Iron Cavalry retreated like a relentless tide, and we seized the opportunity to ambush. Though a sense of unease gnawed at me, the fervor of battle had enveloped us, leaving no room for retreat. Ahead, the towering Wild Pheasant Ridge was cloaked in verdant foliage as the Wildfire Iron Cavalry galloped forth. When the multitude of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry appeared at the canyon's end, gazing up at the peaks, we beheld the green vegetation being violently uprooted, revealing a row of black crossbow carts hidden beneath. A jolt of alarm surged through me. Damn it! Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? They set up siege equipment here. We walked into a trap. Chapter 1009. Waiting for the opportunity, the crossbow carts loomed high above us. In truth, we had no means of retreat. The canyon was a straight corridor, exposing us to the enemy's range of attack, with no cover in sight. What should we do? Retreat? Suyang asked, his eyes bloodshot. Retreat? Absolutely not. I raised my Ziying sword and declared, brothers, do not even entertain thoughts of retreating. Charge headlong towards the crossbow carts. From the moment these beasts commenced their massacre of Floating Ice City, we forfeited any chance of retreat. Forward, destroy every last crossbow cart, and erase all traces of Purple Grape City from this land. A band of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, despite their battered gear, remained filled with fighting spirit. Inspired by my rallying cry, they brandished their blades and urged their steeds onward into the thicket. In truth, only the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry could charge through the jungle, defying the constraints of terrain like the dragon-scale beasts. On the ridge, a group of players from Purple Grape City, tasked with operating the crossbow carts, turned pale. One sharp-faced individual exclaimed in fury, "Damn it, these Chinese cavalrymen have gone mad. They dare to launch a frontal assault on our position." Another raised his sword. "What are we waiting for? Fire indiscriminately. Eliminate these intruders." The sounds of the crossbow carts were thunderous, as black steel arrows rained down like lightning from above. I hastily raised the Dragon God Shield in defense, and with a resounding clash, my left arm nearly went numb from the impact, my health plummeting by 50,000. Damn it, their attack power is too formidable. As I stood among them, 3 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders were simultaneously struck by arrows. Without the healing support of a priest, they were left with but half their health, rendering them utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the crossbow chariots. Fortunately, these chariots belonged to the city of Purple Grapes and were not the rapid-fire Zhuge crossbows. They could only launch 3 long steel arrows at once. Full speed ahead. I raised the purpling sword, realizing that only a swift assault could dismantle the chariots perched upon the ridge. Otherwise, we would surely meet our doom here. The arrows rained down like a tempest, accompanied by anguished cries, as a whole battalion of Dragon Dawn Iron Riders fell lifeless to the ground. The lethality of these chariots was alarmingly potent. Devoid of the priest's sustenance, the riders found themselves unable to charge head-on. Being struck by even 3 steel arrows simultaneously meant certain death. My heart ached as nearly 1,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders were lost in an instant. Even if this battle were to conclude in victory, it would only be a Pyrrhic one. Onward, I shouted, my fingers splayed wide, magic radiating around me. The level 192 Phantom Wolf King surged forth, darting into the fray with the swiftness of lightning. The infernal storm and Stormclaw struck a chariot simultaneously, shattering it into splinters. The chariots had a mere 100,000 health points. Once they were engaged in melee, their demise was inevitable. With the sound of thundering hooves, Biming Shue's figure flashed by from the side. In a fluid motion, she separated from her steed and disappeared into the thicket, donning the guise of an archer. The frost feather arrows erupted in a continuous barrage, obliterating 3 chariots at once. Meanwhile, aside from Biming Shue, Lian Xian also leaped into the underbrush, deftly evading several volleys from the chariots. With her staff in hand, she unleashed spells like Dimensional Storm while on the move, causing the chariots to crumble into chaos. The onlookers erupted in jubilation. At this critical moment, the 2 young heroines from the Ancient Sword faction led the charge, particularly Biming Shue, who darted through the forest with unparalleled agility, drawing the ire of numerous chariots. Alas, her speed was so remarkable that she resembled a specter in the woods, constantly shifting positions and eluding capture, thus rendering the chariots incapable of landing a hit. The iron hooves struck the stony ground as I spearheaded our advance, followed closely by Geguzi, Li Chengfeng, He, Luan Yue, and the spirited Du Shisan and Su Yang. Nearly all were seasoned players, diving into the thicket without hesitation. Their blades sliced through the chariots. Regardless of whether they were destroyed, they swiftly sought their next target. Once a chariot was approached, it could no longer fire, becoming mere prey beneath our blades. Protect the chariots. Move quickly. Nearly 100 Wildfire Iron Riders charged forth, launching their assault from a higher vantage point. I raised the purpling sword, summoning a earth cyclone, and committed myself fully. Bang, bang, bang. With arrows flying from both sides, the purpling sword, enveloped in a fierce cyclone, cleaved through the ranks, sending Wildfire Iron Riders reeling or flying away. My strength far surpassed theirs by at least 50 points, and such a disparity was unmistakably decisive in the clash. At last, after the substantial loss of numerous Dragon Dawn Iron Riders, a group of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream swept through the mountains and forests, shattering siege crossbows one after another. These crossbows boasted far superior mobility compared to the Hei's war chariots and were swiftly brought into the frozen ice city. It seems that Red Maple intended to utilize the crossbows as a secret weapon, but did not anticipate that they would be thoroughly dismantled by the iron cavalry of Ancient Sword. Naturally, Ancient Sword also paid a heavy toll for this victory. After completely destroying the crossbows, I boldly advanced to the mountain ridge. Gazing downwards, I beheld approximately tens of thousands of wildfire iron riders arrayed on the plains below, while Red Maple, wielding a sharp sword, stood at the forefront of the formation, her gaze chillingly resolute, awaiting our charge. Li Chengfeng eyed the spectacle below, unable to suppress a smirk as he remarked, "Well, it appears Red Maple intends to confront us here, ready and waiting for a decisive battle." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite apparent. He, clutching her 7-star glazed spear, with streaks of fresh blood flowing down the blade, had claimed many lives along the way. As a dark knight, her defensive capabilities may not rival those of Giguzi, yet her offensive prowess was significantly greater. Observing the cavalry formation on the plains alongside the distant ranged troops, he blinked her bright eyes and said, "There are still nearly 100,000 cavalry and about 200,000 ranged troops among the main forces. Has Red Maple made up her mind to devour several thousand of us here?" Li Chengfeng chuckled. "Well, that will depend on whether they possess the teeth to bite." Behind us, Su Yang approached slowly, his sword blade stained with blood, and said, "How do you know we still have several thousand left? Have you seen the casualty report?" He and I simultaneously shook our heads. "No, what are the losses?" Su Yang raised his sword and replied, "In the battle against the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders, we suffered nearly a 40 loss. We had 140,000 when we arrived, and now only 90,000 remain. However, the Dragon Dawn archers remained largely intact, suffering almost no damage. Additionally, about 30,000 miscellaneous cavalry have also perished, leaving us with roughly 140,000 in total. Currently, we have fewer than 30,000 left here." Luan Yu, observing the formation of the divine realm on the plains, laughed. Charging with 30,000 cavalry against their 100,000 seems a bit precarious, yet the thrill of such a challenge is undeniably exciting. I declared, "Issue the command. Let everyone recover to full health and prepare for battle." "Understood." He looked at me and asked, "Are we really going to charge down?" I nodded affirmatively, yes. I truly see no other option. The valley is surrounded by perilous terrain, with only a single route available. They await us, rested and ready, should we retreat. We would undoubtedly be pursued. The only way forward is to fight to the death. Moreover, from our vantage point on the ridge, we can charge fiercely. The formidable impact of the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders will surely provide Red Maple with quite a thrill. Most importantly, our fallen comrades can resurrect directly at the graveyard or retrieve their corpses, while their forces will return to the city. Every enemy we vanquish diminishes their numbers. We can afford to lose this battle. Brother Su Yang summoned the fallen Dragon Dawn Iron Riders to recover their corpses and revive. That 40 casualty rate is nonsense. We still possess 140,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and 30,000 elite cavalry. Su Yang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Damn, you've seen right through me." The muscles at the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. "Damn it, you're so relaxed at a time like this. Gather everyone quickly, prepare to charge." Turning around, I observed the valley where the Dragon Sun Iron Riders' corpses were continuously resurrecting, merely losing a level. A throng of players hurried towards the mountains to assemble, readying themselves for another round of slaughter. Seizing this opportunity, I contacted the Yuyan 18 riders. "Yuyan, how is the battle faring?" Panting heavily, the leader of the Yuyan 18 riders replied, "I have no time to explain. I'll share my perspective. See for yourself." The next moment, the Yuyan 18 riders shared their view with me, revealing a battleground filled with ordinary cavalry from the divine realm clashing against the iron riders of ancient Sword Soul Dream. Both sides battered and bruised. The long knives of the Yuyan 18 riders were on the verge of breaking, and the battle at Wild Pheasant Ridge was fiercely intense. Around 510 guilds from Purple Grape City were concentrating their full might against the tens of thousands led by the Yuyan 18 riders, struggling to hold their ground. However, From the distant jungle, players began to emerge. The Snow Silver Fur's purple dragon riders finally made their appearance. With a female warrior riding a moonchaser tiger leading the charge, none other than Lin Yisan. Snow Silver Fur attack. Lin Yisan's seemingly casual command sent a wave of Snow Silver Fur players rushing towards their numerically superior foes, making this war increasingly captivating. Clang. Atop Wild Pheasant Ridge. I suddenly drew my long sword and bellowed, "Ancient Sword Iron Riders, charge. Let the invaders taste the edge of the King's Guild from the China region." Laughter erupted among the crowd as they drew their blades. The sound of hooves grew increasingly urgent as a tide of players surged towards the hill. No further encouragement was needed. What remained in everyone's hearts was merely the hatred towards Purple Grape City. This hatred could only be vented through bloodshed. Only the blood of the enemies could comfort those who had been repeatedly reduced to level 0. Chapter 1, 110, The Final Gift. Boom. 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 The clash of shields reverberated as warhorses neighed and blades pierced throats. A series of violent encounters ignited across the plains. Over 10,000 Dragon Sun Iron Riders collided head-on with the main force of the Wildfire Iron Riders, and the outcome was swiftly apparent. With renowned players like Li Chengfeng, He, Giguzi, Wan Yu, and Dou Jiqiang on our side, our offensive and defensive attributes vastly outperformed those of the opposition. In the frontline clash, the Wildfire Iron Riders were at least a tier inferior, yet their only advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers and the support of ranged players behind them, further enhancing their strength. With a flash, the purple sword erupted in a blaze of crimson flames, unleashing 3 fiery sword blades that violently tore through the bodies of a group of demonic knights. The flame slash was a skill combining magical and physical attacks, significantly ignoring shield defenses and guaranteeing a hit. Charging forward amidst a barrage of arrows, the Phantom Wolf King, under my dual control, darted through the crowd with lightning speed. The Stormclaw always found the weakest points to deliver the most devastating blows, while the Purgatory Storm skill inflicted unbearable torment upon the Wildfire Iron Riders. On the battlefield, the Crimson Maple danced with a lethal grace, striking down a Dragon Dawn cavalryman with 2 resounding blows. With a swift motion, it unleashed a devastating attack, claiming the lives of 7 Dragon Dawn knights in a single sweep, showcasing an extraordinary potency. Filled with fervor, the valiant warrior closest to the Maple turned to me and exclaimed, "Lu Chun, let us join forces to vanquish the Maple." Agreed, I responded, my sword slicing through the air as I pierced the throat of a Wildfire cavalryman. I spurred my steed, rushing towards the Maple, and before I could enter its attack range, I charged forward with ferocity. As I advanced, my sword was raised high, and I released a spiraling tempest that swept through the throngs, targeting the Maple as my final objective. Cursed be it. The Maple swiftly withdrew its blade from the chest of a Dragon Dawn knight, executing a near-impossible maneuver to evade the spiraling onslaught. As it landed, the figure deftly maneuvered across the ground in a rapid Z pattern, deftly avoiding the strikes of 2 Dragon Dawn knights. The Fire God's relentless strikes thundered down upon the valiant warrior atop his steed. Enraged, the warrior wielded his battle axe, parrying the first strike. But the subsequent blows of the Fire God altered their trajectory, unexpectedly piercing beneath his arms and into his abdomen. The Maple's skill was so refined that the warrior was utterly unprepared. 82,983. 93,009. In pain, the valiant warrior surged forward, his body sinking slightly as he summoned a swirling cyclone, unleashing the fierce roar of the Xieji. Taken aback, the Maple hastily retreated but was still caught in the cyclone, losing 90,000 health points. Before he could regain his footing, he raised his arm and shouted, "Maple kill." I quickly called out, "Sister Mingyue." Morong Mingyue was the sole priest accompanying us, usually guided by He. She leaped from her mount, her staff raised, casting an instantaneous healing spell that crit, rejuvenating the valiant warrior. 148,287. Instantly, the warrior felt revitalized, surviving the Maple kill that had drained 120,000 of his health, thwarting the Maple's plan to eliminate him. With a thunderous roar, the Thousand Ice slash swept through the crowd, clearing the Wildfire cavalry surrounding the Maple. I raised my hands to summon 2 ice spiral domains, transforming the ground ahead into our territory, significantly slowing the enemy's movements while we remained unaffected. The Maple, retreating swiftly across the ice spiral domain, wore an expression of resentment. You truly are ruthless. I gritted my teeth and retorted, you are the one who has slain so many. If you dare, do not flee. Let us settle this in a duel or a brawl. The maple cast a glance around the battlefield. Realizing that the morale of the players from Purple Grape City had plummeted while those from Ancient Sword Soul Dream stood resolute. The Wildfire Cavalry was being decimated, particularly by our rear Dragon Dawn archers, who unleashed a barrage of spiraling arrows with lethal precision, causing chaos among the wildfire ranks. In just 10 minutes, over 10,000 had perished. I will not be like you, flaunting mere brute strength. The maple spat fiercely, raising its sword as it retreated, reappearing 100 yards away on another front line. The maple kill and fire god's relentless strikes erupted, sending several Dragon Dawn knights crashing to the ground. I furrowed my brow. In such a chaotic battle, the prospect of assassinating a master of the caliber of Red Maple seemed almost impossible, especially with the WL champion badge gleaming upon my shoulder, making it easy for him to spot me from afar. Red Maple had already resolved to overwhelm us with sheer numbers, opting not for a direct confrontation, but rather to circumvent and eliminate our front line, the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, thus maximizing his individual prowess. Such a formidable adversary was indeed a rarity. We were at a stalemate. He gazed intently at the relentlessly resupplying Wildfire Iron Cavalry and remarked, they have us cornered in this plains pass, leveraging the terrain to methodically annihilate us. Although our casualty ratio stands at 15, if this continues, we shall be completely depleted. I too recognized the gravity of the situation. As I cleaved through a member of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry, I seized the opportunity to survey the terrain on either side. The plains were flanked by rolling hills, not particularly high, and an idea sparked in my mind. Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, here. The two heroes responded after dispatching their foes. I whispered, lead 5,000 cavalry each from the flanking hills to encircle their center, severing the connection between their archers, mages, priests, and frontline cavalry. We must isolate their melee forces and eliminate the tens of thousands of Wildfire Iron Cavalry within half an hour. Indeed, we have long contemplated such a strategy. The two immediately rallied their troops, stealthily ascending the hills with 5,000 men each, while I, alongside He, Wan Yu, and Doji, continued our frontal assault, engaging in a full-scale war of attrition as players from both sides fell one after another. Before long, a cacophony of battle erupted from the rear of the Divine Domain faction as Giguzi and Li Chengfeng led their elite cavalry in a powerful descent from the hills, wreaking havoc and cutting through the ranks as if entering an unprotected domain. In an instant, they tipped the scales of war. The players of Divine Domain were utterly unprepared for the reckless ferocity of these Chinese cavalrymen, and their last vestiges of morale crumbled. The mages, priests, and archers were completely isolated. The Wildfire Iron Cavalry at the front were left dumbfounded, deprived of their holy light healing, standing against the overwhelmingly powerful Dragon Dawn Cavalry and Dragon Dawn archers. What chance did they have left? Kill. With a thunderous roar, we unleashed our firepower, raising our hands to unleash 11 ancient sigils that devastated the crowd, limbs shattered and blood spraying, painting a vivid picture of the brutality of this conflict. With unyielding spirit, Luan Yu, Du Shisan, Su Yang, and others galloped fiercely into the fray, bolstered by a 50 attack and defense increase from the Dragon Soul Guardian, as well as a 15 attack bonus from the City of Kings. Our strength was indisputably superior, evolving the mutual slaughter into a massacre. We tore through the faltering defenses of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry, while from behind, Baiming Shui and the Dragon Dawn archers provided formidable support, raining arrows down upon the Wildfire Iron Cavalry, resulting in mass casualties. On the National War interface, the total kill count for the Ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild surged dramatically, skyrocketing by an astonishing 70,000 within a mere 20 minutes. Half an hour later, the frontline players of the Divine Realm faced a complete collapse. Hongfeng and Zilei, accompanied by their followers, surged back into battle. However, Gui Guzi and Li Chengfeng led thousands to block their path, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. From the edge of the jungle, a series of crossbows emerged, launching a renewed assault on the Ancient Sword Iron Cavalry. Instantly, Gui Guzi and Li Chengfeng's forces suffered heavy losses. Hongfeng, a talented commander, had meticulously arranged 2 segments of crossbows in preparation, demonstrating remarkable foresight. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, as my familiarity with the map of Icebound City allowed me to navigate around the enemy's rear. Otherwise, in this decisive battle against the Divine Realm, we would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. With unwavering determination, I wielded my battle axe, cleaving through foes while roaring. The Divine Realm is defeated. Brothers, fight for our fallen comrades, for the vengeance of Icebound City. A group of Longyao iron cavalry charged forward, tipping the scales of war entirely in our favor. Unable to endure any longer, Chengfeng raised his blade and turned to find himself surrounded on the plain by Chinese players. A coalition formed by super guilds such as Shuyin Fur, Junlin, Zhantian Alliance, and Gujian Soldream, who began ruthlessly attacking the ranged players of the Divine Realm the moment they entered the plain. Damn it! Chengfeng struck a nearby boulder with a heavy fist, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Is this where the Divine Realm's plan comes to an end? Zilei, gripping his dagger, glanced coldly at him and said, Chengfeng, what shall we do now? The situation appears irretrievable. Gritting his teeth, Chengfeng replied, if I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. Command the mages hidden in the jungle to set fire, targeting the forest. Let us give the Chinese a final gift. Soon, flames erupted everywhere, illuminating the sky as the mages of Purple Grape City ignited the inferno. Within minutes, aided by the wind, the fire spread uncontrollably through the forest, where numerous Chinese players remained. My heart raced, and I promptly spent 5,000 gold coins to send a crucial message. Quickly, the system announcement echoed across the skies of Sky City. Ding! System announcement. Player distress. Call the livestock of Purple Grape City have begun setting fire to the Icebound Forest. The entire Icebound City will be affected by the flames. All Chinese players currently in the forest return to Sky City immediately to avoid losing levels. Not far away, Chengfeng raised his sword, bellowing, warriors of Purple Grape City, our mission is complete. Everyone, disengage from battle and return to the city. A throng of Purple Grape City players produced their return scrolls. Disengage, leave none behind. Gue Guzi led the charge through the crowd, as the return light flickered continuously. Although many managed to flee, at least over 50 players from Purple Grape City remained in combat, unable to escape, destined to face their demise. Chapter 11:11. It is time for us to dine. Even renowned members of the JGL Hall of Fame, such as Lian Hongfeng and Zilei, have fled in panic. The players remaining in the territory of Icebound City from Purple Grape City are utterly demoralized. Those still engaged in battle are desperately fleeing, attempting to escape combat and return to their city to save their lives. Unfortunately, the players from Sky City, filled with unspent rage, have found their outlet in the fleeing players from Purple Grape City. A group of Dragonlight Iron Riders, Purple Dragons, and Frost Scale Riders scattered, brandishing their swords wildly, mercilessly pursuing the disbanded enemy players, transforming the plains into a slaughterhouse. Observing the National War interface, the number of Purple Grape City players within Icebound City has plummeted from 1.2 million to 70,000, and the last remaining 70,000 swiftly dwindled to below 10,000. Soon, only a 3-digit figure would remain. This was a golden opportunity to earn points, one that Li Chengfeng, Guguzi, and others did not let slip by. The conflict between the Chinese and Japanese servers had commenced, with the national war points accumulating over 3 days. Following this, we would surely march into Purple Grape City to exact our revenge. Now was the prime moment to amass points. On the edge of the jungle, a group of familiar Chinese players appeared, all of whom were players from the 12 musicians. Many of them had fallen below level 100. The guild leader, Momo Baoxiong, at level 70 and wielding her weapon, approached me. He, Morong Mingyue, and Lian Xine. Thank you all, especially you, Lu Chun, Momo Baoxiong said. Nodding, I truly appreciate your willingness to risk danger to rescue us, the 12 musicians, at the onset of the war. I have little to offer you, save for the gratitude of all 12 musicians. In the future, should the ancient sword encounter any trouble, we will certainly lend our full support, even if it means starting from level 0 again. He chuckled lightly. You need not be so formal, as players of Sky City. We have no reason to stand by and watch you be bullied. Momo Baoxiong turned to me. Lu Chen, what do you think? I pondered for a moment and replied, Baoxiong, I believe your focus should not be on who to thank, but rather on swiftly leveling up your members back to level 150 in the 7th transfer. Otherwise, if Ancient Sword faces difficulties, you will be of little help. Moreover, the rules of the 12 musicians ought to be revised. You cannot solely recruit female players. You must understand that the gender ratio in this game is 2:1, with most of the skilled players still being male. By only accepting female players, you are effectively rejecting 60 of male players. Yes, I understand, Momo Baoxiong nodded, her face brightening with a radiant smile. Once the national war concludes, I will establish several subguilds to allow male players to join. From these subguilds, I will select sufficiently strong male players to join the main guild. After witnessing the bloodshed in Icebound City, I have come to realize that only by becoming stronger can we avoid being bullied. Luan Yu, standing nearby, pursed her lips and said, "Why not just join us at Ancient Sword? We could use more ladies." A jolt ran through me as I shot Luan Yu a glare. Recruiting the 12 musicians at this moment felt like taking advantage of their misfortune. As I anticipated, Mo Baoxiong shook her head and smiled apologetically, saying, "In truth, I too yearn to join Ancient Sword and become a companion to renowned masters like Lu Chun, Gui Guzi, and Li Chengfeng. However, my guild is home to many dear sisters whose dreams do not involve becoming mere subordinates to others. Hence, I cannot act upon this desire. I hope you understand my predicament." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, I comprehend. Don't take Luan Yu's sudden musings to heart. While the 12 musicians may not become our subguild, they can certainly forge an alliance with Ancient Sword. Come, let us establish a friendship. I suggest the 12 musicians develop in Sky City or Darkmoon City, as that would attract genuine top-tier players. Very well, Mo Baoxiong remarked joyfully. Soon, Ancient Sword and the 12 musicians formed an alliance. I emphasized, allies in Darkmoon City can enjoy a 30% discount on all expenditures, so do not let this opportunity slip away. I strongly recommend you venture to Darkmoon City, where the monsters are of high level, beneficial for guild advancement. Mo Baoxiong chuckled lightly. I understand, but currently, my sister's levels are too low to access high-level training grounds. Thus, I plan to establish a temporary base in Dawn City for half a month. Once everyone's level returns to 150, we shall proceed to Darkmoon City. At that time, I hope Ancient Sword will graciously welcome us, the downtrodden. Rest assured, he replied, you are already our allies. Ancient Sword has never neglected its companions. 12 musicians, grow swiftly, for we are in dire need of formidable allies. Indeed. Mo Baoxiong glanced at us once more and said with a smile, we shall focus on leveling up. Our ranks are too low, so we will not partake in this national war. I remarked, you have already engaged in battle. With an unspoken understanding, Mo Baoxiong turned, leaving behind a resilient silhouette as she departed the gradually burning forest with her guild members. It is indeed no small feat for a young woman to remain steadfast amid the loss of so many levels and the devastation faced by her guild. There lies great potential in such a guild. If they aspire to grow stronger, the 12 musicians will undoubtedly become one of the cornerstone guilds of the future Chinese server. Cohesion is a vital trait for any super guild, and the 12 musicians possess an extraordinary unity, a rarity indeed. Gazing at the sky, illuminated by the flames, the forests and towns within the territory of Icebound City were ablaze. A player's main city had been laid waste. The assault by Purple Grape City has indeed dealt us a grievous blow. However, once the national war concludes, we shall seek out Karensan and Sky City to petition for the reclamation of Icebound City and launch an NPC siege. For Icebound City has yet to fall under the occupation of night spirits. It merely hosts numerous high-level beasts. Humph. Observing the towering inferno, Li Chengfeng scoffed. Hongfeng led over 10 million into our territory, razing Icebound City and incinerating vast tracts of forest, expecting to leave unscathed? Bah, these RB individuals are truly treacherous. I chuckled. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. What is there to fear? Li Chengfeng erupted into hearty laughter. What shall we do next? I glanced at the time and suggested, let us take a brief respite. All players participating in the Ancient Sword Soul Dream shall log off for 9 hours. For now, let the guilds of Battle Heaven Alliance, Snow Silver Fur, and Crazy Dragon stand guard at the White Rose Fortress. After 9 hours, we shall return and launch a full-scale assault on the city of Purple Grapes. We shall repay eye for eye, tooth for tooth, and obliterate the city of Purple Grapes, ensuring that the Japanese server shall no longer act with such arrogance. Indeed, everyone was weary, having been online for 12 consecutive hours. At that moment, Leaders from various guilds such as Snow Silver Fur, Battle Heaven Alliance, Junlin, Flame Red Lips, Crazy Dragon, Flower Between the Lines, Red People S Guild, and sword-wielding Jianghu approached. Gathering in the territory of Ancient Sword, it was evident that a strategy discussion for our next steps was imperative. Battle Heaven, brandishing his blade, chuckled. I did not anticipate this battle concluding so swiftly. The Ancient Sword S70-000 Iron Cavalry executed a flanking maneuver, employing the hidden tactic of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry. This strategy is indeed formidable. Lu Chen even knew of this little path. What else is it that you do not know? I shot him a sidelong glance and replied, if you are unconvinced, let us settle this with a duel. Your Battle Heaven alliance arrived rather late, and I have little desire to comment further. Clearing his throat, he continued, along the way, there are far too many idle guilds in the city of Purple Grapes. We must eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, how could Ancient Sword possibly seize the opportunity to focus on a decisive battle in the Divine Realm? I have left a significant portion of the Divine Realm as spoils for Ancient Sword to claim, so consider this a token of our camaraderie. I glared at him, retorting, a token, you say? With 70,000 Ancient Sword Iron Cavalry reduced to fewer than 20,000. Do you truly believe this is a bounty? This is nothing but iron. A challenge to consume. Ba Tian Dao laughed heartily, saying, let us cease this bickering and instead discuss our forthcoming strategy. Vengeance is certain. We cannot allow the city of Purple Grapes to remain steadfast in the east. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Ba Tian Dao speaks the truth. The city of Purple Grapes must not be spared. San Sheng Mo, wielding her staff, added, all members of Flame Red Lips have temporarily settled in Sky City. You may manage as you see fit. Should you require assistance, Flame Red Lips shall exert all efforts. Kiss Moon appeared among the crowd, brandishing a glimmering dagger, and remarked, Sister Wang Luo sent me to inform you that the battle in Tianfeng City is nearing its conclusion. Once we initiate our revenge against the city of Purple Grapes, the Purple Lily Guild will fully engage in the conflict. This vendetta must be avenged. Ling Shueshang declared, the only question remaining is how we shall proceed. I pressed my lips together and replied, we shall discuss it once everyone has arrived. The Candle Dragon Guild is yet to join us. Upon their arrival, we will commence a full assault on the city. Moreover, we must rest for 10 hours before resuming our efforts. Otherwise, the sustained intensity of the game may take a toll on many of our bodies and well-being. At that moment, the vice leader of sword-wielding Jianghu, Jinsheng Laisher, stepped forward and stated, rest? At such a time, what need is there for rest? We must attack swiftly. Shall we grant the people of the city of Purple Grapes a moment to breathe? Let us launch our offensive, with all guilds participating, and seize the city of Purple Grapes at the fastest possible pace. I cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. With the sword held close, Zhang Tian remarked, oh, when did it become the time for the inconsequential sword-wielding Jianghu to speak amidst our discussions among the top 10 guilds? Are you issuing orders to us? Pray tell, who do you think you are? Jinsheng Laisher, clenching his teeth, retorted, Zhang Tian, you possess quite the audacity. We, the sword-wielding Jianghu, represent the interests of the virtual division. This is a matter of grand strategy, which you fail to comprehend. Li Gu, brandishing a dagger, laughed, stop posturing before us. What significance does the virtual division hold? Where were you during the Dawn Canyon campaign? Was the resounding victory at the Battle of Dawn City orchestrated by you? Jinsheng Laisher's expression darkened. What do you mean? Who said the triumph at Dawn City was not due to our efforts? Do you have no shame? One is itching to slap you. With a clang, the Ziying Sword struck the ground, and I calmly interjected, enough of this nonsense. I commanded half of the Battle of Dawn City. If you have any doubts, seek out the detailed records on the forums. Our brothers from the Ancient Sword have been engaged in combat for far too long and require rest, unless Sky City is on the verge of collapse. Not even the King of Heaven can prevent us from dining and sleeping. With fervor, Guguzi and the others raised their weapons, chanting, food, food, food. I was taken aback. Zhang Tian looked on, wide-eyed. The Ancient Sword members are formidable. At that moment, a message arrived from Swan Lafun. Lu Chen, trouble is brewing. Chapter 10:12. The wheel battle Swan Lafun, with a worried expression, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, the White Rose Fortress is about to fall. What? Several guilds are stationed at the White Rose Fortress. How could it be breached? I was taken aback. Swan Lafun replied, we were equally caught off guard. While you were sweeping through the divine realm at Icebound City, nearly 30,000 players from the Chengtu City's Qing Beast Guild, led by Chengfeng Sinew, appeared on the western flank of Longbone Mountain, directly infiltrating the territory of Sky City, launching an assault from the rear of the White Rose Fortress. Chengfeng Sinew brought the strongest cavalry of the Qing Beast Guild. The defenders within were utterly overwhelmed, and the city gates were forcibly breached. Players from the eastern side of Zipu City are now poised to strike. Damn it! I took a deep breath. It seemed that our aspirations for rest were now utterly dashed. What happened? He inquired. I recounted the situation, and immediately Zhan Tian, San Sheng Mo, Wan Yu, and the others expressed their bewilderment as to how Chengfeng Sinew managed to stealthily lead 30,000 cavalry from the Qing Beast Guild into the territory of Sky City. Guguzi, holding a spear, stated, "Actually, I might know a possible reason." "What is it?" Li Chengfeng asked. Guguzi pointed northeast and said, "When I was leveling up in Longbone Mountain, I once reached the summit. Although the height is almost vertical, there is a long section overgrown with vines. As long as one grips the vines and descends slowly, players from Chengtu City could easily slip into the territory, which likely explains why no one noticed." "Damn it, Chengfeng Sinew." Zhan Tian clenched his fist and declared, "The left and right arms of the war god, this legendary warrior has now become a thorn in our side. This cannot be tolerated. We must march together to the White Rose Fortress, reclaim it, and eliminate that scoundrel Chengfeng Sinew." Wen Yu, holding a dagger, remarked languidly, "Humph, the cities of Purple Grape, Chengtu, and Giant Elephant have all become embroiled in this conflict. Our opponents in this national war are exceedingly formidable. Formidable or not, we must engage them," I proclaimed. My sword pointed eastward. "Let us depart for the White Rose Fortress. Even if the fortress is destined to fall, we must at least hold the pass before it is breached. Otherwise, if the main forces of the RB players pour in, we will truly be in dire straits. Regardless of the strategy, we shall advance with ferocity." The group mounted their steeds and swiftly teleported to Sky City for supplies. Then, arranged in a cavalry formation, we charged toward the White Rose Fortress. This time, Gu Jian was no longer merely a cavalry force. The main alliance, the Blood Mercenaries, and 15 sub-alliances would all engage, totaling nearly 700,000 participants. At last, our numbers stood equal to those of our adversaries, and the average combat proficiency of Gu Jian players was undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Following WEL, Gu Jian's Soul Dream had attracted numerous elite players, significantly boosting our combat strength. Now that the national war had commenced, it was the perfect opportunity to test our mettle. As our warhorses galloped through the jungle, I glanced down to see the ancient divine dragon still coiled upon my arm, yet it remained dormant. I wondered how long it would sleep, consuming vast amounts of experience. After practicing for days, it still had not reached level 100 and was still in its juvenile phase, unrideable, squandering my hopes. While marching, I pondered deeply. After the city of Purple Grape captured our Frosty Ice City, they did not continue their infiltration into Sky City, indicating that Hongfeng understood the RB players were insufficient to conquer it. They merely aimed to use Frosty Ice City as a strategic outpost, akin to an aircraft carrier, to intimidate our royal city. However, Hongfeng's strategy was entirely dismantled by Gu Jian, who ambushed the 100,000 elite troops of Wildfire Iron Cavalry hidden near the Wild Pheasant Ridge, catching them unawares and decimating them. Consequently, Hongfeng's comprehensive plan was thrown into disarray, forcing him to resort to a secondary strategy. This secondary plan was initiated by Chengtu City, evidently indicating that Purple Grape and Chengtu had formed an alliance. Their shared objective was our royal city, and whether they conquered or abandoned Sky City, it would be deemed a victory. The foremost guild of Chengtu City launched an offensive after lying in wait. After a prolonged period of inactivity, Chengfeng Sinew stealthily attacked from the Black Coast, leading 30,000 elite troops to infiltrate the Dragonbone Mountains, poised to deliver a decisive blow and swiftly seize the White Rose Fortress. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over me. We were ensnared in a dreadful cycle of attrition. After the players of Purple Grape retreated, those from Chengtu descended, launching relentless assaults. The Chinese players were deprived of respite, and the disarray caused by time zone differences proved to be a truly fatal flaw. As we approached the plains near the White Rose Fortress, a haze of smoke billowed in the distance, signaling a fierce battle. The vast expanse was teeming with Chinese players, with various guilds such as Sky City, Wind City, and Hidden God City joining the fray. The fortress trembled under the relentless assault, its walls cracking and crumbling. A segment nearly 100 meters long collapsed, claiming countless lives in its wake. This catastrophic chain reaction swiftly led to the complete destruction of an entire wall. Within the fortress, the massive statue of the war god toppled slowly, shattering the emblem of the Sky Empire alongside it. Ultimately, the fortress succumbed to the brutality of war. The terrain ahead lay completely open, with the names of Japanese players appearing like a vast crimson sea. Conversely, on the opposite side of the gorge, the number of Chinese players was equally formidable, providing us with a significant advantage. However, the alliance of Japan and India, coupled with players from Blue Earth City and Giant Elephant City, placed our side at a distinct disadvantage. Upon the ruins of the White Rose Fortress, the valiant warrior, Little Pig, wielded a sharp blade and commanded his black steed into the fray, rallying. Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, and Candle Dragon have already faced battle in Ice City. As one of the top 10 guilds, we cannot lag behind. Everyone, follow me to Purple Grape City and vanquish our foes. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as both sides clashed, with victory hanging in the balance. I rode to a peak about 50 meters high in the plains, where I could survey the battlefield from above. It was evident that neither side would achieve a decisive victory in the short term. This was a war of attrition. The White Rose Fortress spanned approximately 5 kilometers, accommodating around 10,000 players in simultaneous combat, with 1 million participants engaged in the conflict. In truth, those of us on the periphery were unable to reach anyone in a brief period. Lin Yisin, He, Li Chengfeng, Kiss Moon, and San Sheng Mo ascended the ridge where I stood, providing an excellent vantage point to overlook much of the battlefield. It seems we arrived a bit late, Lin Yisin remarked with a smile. I nodded in agreement. Yes, it appears that the guilds of Overlord Hall, Mad Dragon, Annihilate God, Sacred Domain Rose, and Eternal Life Hall have seized the early advantage. Li Chengfeng, glancing into the distance with his dark blade in hand, suggested, shall we log off for a while? It seems this stalemate will persist for some time. Let us exchange contact information, and if any unexpected developments arise, we can call each other. He added, I've gone hours without food. I'm nearly starving. Indeed, I feel famished as well, Lin Yisin chimed, batting her beautiful eyes at me. I pursed my lips, honestly. I'm quite hungry too. If not for the White Rose Fortress, I would have already succumbed to sleep. Swan Lafun, wielding a long sword, rode up to the high ground, exclaiming, You all are here. A chorus of greetings erupted from the group. Hello, uncle. Swan Lafun steadied himself, grinning as he surveyed the battlefield, a war of positions. I sheathed my sword and informed him, Uncle, our ancient sword guild is preparing to log off for a break. Oh, why is that? Swan Lafun inquired, surprised by our decision. With a nonchalant shrug and a smile, I remarked, the previous battle at the White Rose Fortress, coupled with the subsequent ambush at Wild Pheasant Ridge, has worn the ancient sword cavalry down significantly. They are fatigued, and their bodies are nearing their limits. Thus, I believe it prudent for everyone to take a respite. Furthermore, as you have observed, we are unable to intervene in the conflict at the White Rose Fortress. To be candid, I am not well versed in positional warfare. Swan Lafun chuckled, really? Is there a tactic that you, Lu Chun, are not adept at? Indeed, I confessed without reservation. Positional warfare is tedious and monotonous, relying on formations to secure victory. It does not pique my interest. I prefer guerrilla tactics, dynamic maneuvers, and seizing opportunities in motion to deliver decisive strikes. Swan Lafun licked his lips and proposed, All right, let us settle on that. The brothers of the ancient sword have indeed worked hard. They should log off and rest. I will take charge here for the next 15 hours. Very well, I responded, feeling reassured by Swan Lafun's leadership and defense. Zhang Chun is composed, steady, possessing the virtues of a mature man, with meticulous thoughts appropriate for positional warfare. While he may not make significant breakthroughs, he is unlikely to make mistakes. Stability is essential in such combat, and a leader like him is precisely what is needed. Okay, all members of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, log off and recuperate. I commanded loudly. A sense of relief washed over the group. Gue Guzi, with a clang, plunged the spear of the war god into the hillside and immediately burrowed into a nearby earth cave, peeking out with a grin. Anyone want to join me for a nap? I can barely hold it in. During our time in Ice Flow City, this character had a penchant for residing in tombs. never bothering to purchase a tent. It seems he has now upgraded, becoming accustomed to finding any cave to rest in. Both Bei Mingshui and I belong to the undead race, yet we lack Gue Guzi's carefree and bold spirit. His unorthodox nature is commendable. Lin Yisin pressed her lips together, addressing Swan Lafon. Uncle, we, the Silver Fur, will also take a break. We will log back in at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow, ensuring they maintain a daily work schedule of 15 hours. Swan Lafon nodded. Indeed, Silver Fur and Ancient Sword are the backbone of the national war. You all should rest. I will handle things here. Tomorrow is when you will truly shine. As I prepared to log off, I was suddenly halted by San Shengmo. Lu Chun, wait. What is it? I would like to share a detailed map of the Purple Grape City region with you. Oh, shortly thereafter, a large map appeared in my database. Remarkable. I shall import it to my computer and study it closely once I log off. Removing my helmet, I dashed towards the restroom, urgently needing to relieve myself, just like Gue Guzi, who was on the verge of bursting. Knock, knock. A voice from outside called, Lu Chun. Come out for a late-night snack. I'm starving. Chapter 1013. Tianling strolling alongside Luan Yu through the nocturnal streets of the city, we searched for something to eat. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Damn it. What's wrong? Luan Yu tilted her head, looking at me. I forgot something important. What important matter? I pondered for a moment and said, the Blue Beast Guild in Qingta City has sent tens of thousands over from the Longbone Mountains. We have yet to discover the true path. We are merely echoing the words of Guguzi without full confirmation. This is rather reckless. It is imperative that we notify the players in the game to verify this matter and seal off the entrance, preventing the inhabitants of Qingta City from directly accessing the territory of the Sky City. Otherwise, should the formidable war god king unleash his wrath, deploying millions of elite forces within the Sky City, it could sever our escape route, leading to dire consequences. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Excellent. I exclaimed as I retrieved my phone and dialed Zhang Chun's number. Shortly after, I connected with Zhang Chun in the game. Lu Chun, what is the matter? He inquired. Uncle. I neglected to mention that you must dispatch a sufficient number of assassins and archers into the nearby Longbone Mountains to seek out the whereabouts of the players from Qingta City. We need to ascertain how they managed to enter the Sky City, and then station heavy troops there. This is of utmost importance. We cannot allow this detail to jeopardize our sovereign city. A stunned Suan Lafin responded earnestly, I understand. Thankfully, you reminded me just in time. I nearly overlooked that. Goodness. Chengfeng Sinew led over 30,000 cavalry to breach our White Rose Fortress, and the pain from that incident still lingers. I was careless. Lu Chun, you all rest well. I shall take care of this. I will send tens of thousands of assassins and archers from the 9th Division to seek out this path. All right, Uncle, do your best. I'm off to have a meal. Indeed. After hanging up, Luan Yu took my hand and pointed to a spot not far away, smiling. Look, the authentic local lamb pot. It warms the stomach. Let us go eat and drink a bit, then return to rest. Excellent. We entered a small establishment where Luan Yu, being a local, was quite familiar with the surroundings. She exchanged a few words I barely understood before we settled against the wall. Soon after, a steaming lamb pot was served. I struggled to define it. It was neither hot pot nor soup, but rather a delightful mix of cabbage, vermicelli, lamb, and various other ingredients, all deliciously fragrant. Eating it on such a chilly night was indeed quite pleasurable. By the time we finished, it was already the early hours of the morning. Tightening the collar of my coat against the biting wind, I walked down the street with Luan Yu, who was linked to my arm. I'm feeling quite full and satisfied, she remarked, tilting her head to glance at me with a teasing smile in her starry eyes. Lu Chun. Do you feel particularly regretful that the person accompanying you tonight is me, and not Eve or Lin Xianyo? I nodded with a smile. Indeed. I do feel a pang of regret. If it were someone else, perhaps I wouldn't have to spend this night in solitary slumber, longing for companionship. How wonderful it would be to have someone by my side. Bah! Luan Yu playfully scolded. You only speak bravely. If they were truly by your side, would you dare to indulge? What is there to fear? Humph. She shot me a sidelong glance, saying, seeing you in your lonely and desolate state. Should I sacrifice myself tonight to reluctantly keep you company in bed? I quickly declined her generous offer. No, we must maintain propriety between the sexes. Besides, Luan Yu, have you had a boyfriend before? There was indeed someone at school whom I kicked out. As I discovered, he was having an affair with the belle of the adjacent class. How outrageous. Luan Yu hurriedly stepped forward, standing in front of me, and said, "But we really only held hands. I swear, nothing more." I chuckled. "It's all right. We are all modern individuals. I won't mock you." Yet, seeing her laugh so heartily, how could she claim otherwise? "I truly didn't," she insisted. "Hurry back to sleep and stop rambling on the streets at this late hour." Upon returning to the hotel, I took a shower and lay down, but surprisingly found myself unable to sleep. Just then, my phone suddenly illuminated, revealing a call from Lin Yisin, the name I had set when I first added her number. "Hi," I answered, and her sweet voice flowed through the line. I smiled. "You miss me, don't you?" "Well, what about you?" she replied. "I just had a hearty meal and haven't had the chance to think of you yet." Lin Yisin teased, "Are you feeling mischievous again? Tell me, where are you now in Xinjiang? I have no idea where you are, and it feels quite unsettling." "I'm temporarily staying at the only hotel in Teaks that has a moonlight gaming data line. I'll return as soon as I finish the national battle." After a brief pause, Lin Yisin laughed. "Little liar, I dreamed of you last night." I felt a thrill. "Oh, what was I doing in your dream?" "You were getting beaten up by me," she replied. "How rude." I chuckled. "Hee hee, Lu Chun, I truly miss you. It feels like you've been gone for years, even though it's only been a few days. What should I do?" I quickly reassured her. "All right, once I finish the national battle, or once it stabilizes, I'll return immediately." "Okay, then I'll go to sleep now," she said. "Good night, MUA. I'm off to bed too," I replied. Lin Yisin hung up the phone with a soft click. Seemingly shy, after putting down the phone, I buried myself in the blanket, and fatigue washed over me. Within 10 minutes, I had drifted into a deep slumber. I don't know how long I slept, but I awoke feeling refreshed. Checking the time, I realized I had only managed 7 hours of rest. Given the exhausting travel, this amount of sleep was far from sufficient. Nonetheless, my mind was preoccupied with the national battle. With no other option, I got up and used the hotel phone to download my game data, starting with the detailed map of the Purple Grape City that Sansheng Mo had sent me. Upon careful examination, I discovered that destroying this Japanese stronghold was far more complex than I had initially imagined. Located to the northeast of the White Rose Fortress, Purple Grape City was separated by several smaller maps. Furthermore, there were 2 secondary fortresses flanking the west and south, Ice River County and Yinner County. If we intended to launch a direct assault on Purple Grape City, we must first conquer these 2 secondary fortresses, as they lay on our crucial path. Between the city of Purple Grapes and the Rose Fortress lies a vast basin known as the Twilight Basin, sprawling across an area exceeding 30% of the city of Purple Grapes. This basin is profound, presenting challenges for cavalry to maneuver, and upon delving into forum discussions, one discovers that the Twilight Basin is, in fact, a formidable chasm, plunging to depths of several thousand meters. It serves as a sanctuary for high-tier magical beasts, and its deepest secrets remain uncharted by any explorer. This very basin obstructs our path, compelling Chinese players to choose between 2 routes to assault the city of Purple Grapes. The first option entails venturing north through the Lost Forest, conquering the Ice River County, and then redirecting eastward to traverse the Moonlit Ridge, thereby positioning ourselves at the gates of the city of Purple Grapes. The second option involves departing from the White Rose Fortress and advancing directly eastward to dismantle the NPC defenses of the Abyssal Great Wall, vanquishing Yinner County, and subsequently crossing the Wildfire Plains to reach the city of Purple Grapes. Regardless of the chosen direction, formidable battles await us. Gazing at the map, I pondered deeply before turning to the forums, where reports from the front lines of war were proliferating. The arrival of national warfare had stirred immense excitement, as highlighted by a barrage of crimson messages pinned prominently on the forum's homepage. Highlighted post: The Overlord Hall's 500,000 strong army fiercely clashes with the White Rose Fortress, having already slain 110,000 foes. Vice Guild leader Little Pig has amassed sufficient kill points to trigger the ascension of the Divine General. Acquiring the Divine Skill, sweep the 4 directions. Highlighted post: Near the Dragonbone Mountains, 50,000 Indian cavalry have resurfaced. Chengfeng Sinew, dubbed the Phantom, successfully led the 50,000 cavalry of the Green Beast Guild to attack the Mad Dragon Guild, resulting in the elimination of 170,000 adversaries, severely damaging the Mad Dragon Guild. Highlighted post: The Annihilation Guild valiantly besieged, suffering a loss of 210,000, while eliminating approximately 250,000 cavalry from Chengfeng Sinew. forcing them to flee to the Black Sea coast, only to be ambushed by the Candle Shadow-led Candle Dragon Iron Cavalry. Chengfeng sinew returned to the city, marking the Green Beast's stealth attack as a failure. After perusing the posts for a considerable time, I gleaned a significant piece of information. Vice Guild leader Little Pig has ascended to become a divine general. The skill Sweep the Four Directions summons divine power, enhancing weapon splash effects by 50, which can stack with a maximum splash effect of 75. Additionally, it increases the melee attack range by 5 yards, consuming 1 point of divine power per minute, exclusive to Little Pig. The Sweep the Four Directions skill appears exceptionally formidable, boasting a 50 splash attribute, making it devastating in group battles. Furthermore, the enhancement of 5 yards in output range implies that the moment Little Pig swings her sword, even a standard attack possesses the capability of inflicting damage across a 5-yard radius, augmented by the 50 splash effect, rendering its lethality quite apparent. Initially, Little Pig was a player focused on defense. However, with the acquisition of the Sweep the Four Directions divine skill, she is evidently poised to transition into an offensive player. The Overlord Hall, which previously found itself at a disadvantage amidst guild rivalries, stands ready to regain its momentum with Little Pig's ascension. Taking a deep breath, I gazed once more at the strategic map of the city of Purple Grapes. Suddenly, a realization struck me as I zoomed into a corner of the map. There, atop the Dragon Backbone Mountains, a peak caught my attention, its height no longer infinite, but distinctly marked at 4,000 meters. This revelation suggested that it was traversable, and I could even discern the name of the region, Tianling. The icy cliff of Tianling stood at approximately 250 meters, adorned with vines. At last, I understood how those high-ranking players from the Green Beast Guild had managed to infiltrate the realm of the Sky City through Tianling. As an epiphany illuminated my mind, a comprehensive strategy began to take shape. I promptly dialed the number of my neighbor. "Hello? What is up?" A groggy voice, that of Wanyu, replied. "Get up, eat something, and prepare for battle." Oh, Chapter 1014, Tianling, Part 2. In the hotel restaurant, I savored a buffet priced at 25 yuan per person. I called the beautiful Xiao Man, and after a few beeps, she answered. "Deputy Guild Leader, what is the matter?" she inquired, her voice betraying her drowsiness. "Well, Xiao Man, you can rise now." "Oh, what is going on? You never call me out of the blue," she teased. I replied, "Stop asking so many questions, just hurry up. Call the leaders of the 8th Division and instruct them to log on immediately. The entire 8th Division is mobilizing today." "All right." After hanging up, Wanyu, who was cracking a boiled egg, asked, "Why are we finally mobilizing the 8th Division? When have we ever done this before?" I smiled and said, "One must train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a single moment. They cannot be left dormant forever. What purpose do you think those thousands of assassins serve? Keep it a secret. You'll find out in due time." Wanyu huffed, handing me a bowl of fried rice, saying, "Eat more. Who knows when the next meal will be? And drink less water." Indeed, as a professional player, I understood the importance of moderation. Excessive hydration could be detrimental in intense national battles where opponents would hardly grant you a break to relieve yourself. After finishing breakfast, I returned to my room, resolved all matters, and logged on. With a flash, I appeared atop a mound outside the White Rose Fortress, observing a distant plain where a fierce battle raged between numerous Chinese players and their Japanese counterparts, both sides inflicting damage upon one another. Countless archers launched their arrows, while behind the throng, siege engines were being erected, the sounds of their projectiles echoing through the air. The conflict had persisted for nearly 10 hours, with no clear victor emerging, and it was evident that both sides were merely exhausting one another, as neither had deployed their elite forces. Outside the ice forest, the cavalry of the Candle Dragon had assembled, flanked by nearly 100,000 Frost Scale Riders from the War Sky Alliance, alongside the Iron Cavalry of the Purple Lily and Snow Silver Fur, all poised for action. Yet, none of these primary guilds had engaged directly in the fray. They were all biding their time, waiting for the moment when the scales of war would tip. After a brief wait, on the mound, He, Bei Ming Shui, Lian Xin, Gui Guzi, Li Chengfeng, and others began to log on. "How are things?" Li Chengfeng inquired. "Lu Chun, have you summoned everyone online because of a new strategy?" I nodded and replied with a smile. "Indeed, but the scale is modest. I require only 5,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and 5,000 000 Dragon Dawn archers for battle, while the rest of the players will remain at the White Rose Fortress, ready to defend. Oh, you plan to launch a surprise attack with just this number? He asked with a chuckle. I surveyed the distant Dragonbone Mountains and the narrow passage of the White Rose Fortress, stating, the natural barriers are insurmountable, and a frontal assault is unlikely to yield significant results. Thus, a cunning ambush is imperative. Otherwise, this national war will be exceedingly difficult. There are already reports on the forums that players from Giant Elephant City are traversing the fiery desert to aid Purple Grape City. The Japanese and Indians have indeed formed an alliance, and the adversaries we face are formidable. Gue Guzi, wielding the god of war spear, exclaimed with a grin, boss. No need for further words. I shall accompany you on this ambush. I nodded, absolutely, but we must leave a leader-level player at the White Rose Fortress, otherwise we cannot hope to command our vast army of hundreds of thousands. Who shall remain? He asked, her beautiful eyes wide with concern. After a moment's contemplation, I said, Eve, you shall stay and coordinate with Lin Yisan. Your prestige is the only thing that can keep those ruffians in check. I will take Li Chengfeng, Xiao Gui, Baiming, Wan Yue, Doji, and a host of renowned generals to carry out the ambush, leaving Lianxin, Yu Lu, and Sister Mingyue in your capable hands. But I am also one of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, he implored, looking at me earnestly. I stepped closer, placing my hand on her shoulder, and reassured her. Fear not, we shall return swiftly. Very well, he conceded, not one to be overly sentimental. I will await your return at the White Rose Fortress. Excellent. I turned and began to assemble the troops. Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, all those ranked within the top 5,000 in combat strength, stepped forward. Dragon Dawn Archers, do the same. In no time, a formation of 10,000 emerged. I then turned to Li Chengfeng, Wan Yue, and the others, instructing, all renowned players, equip your invincibility gear. Gue Guzi expressed astonishment. My invincibility gear is a wristband, merely of the purple gold grade. Should I truly bring it? Yes, keep it in your inventory, I replied. Li Chengfeng asked, what is the matter, Lu Chen? I smiled. The operation we are undertaking is perilous, and it may very well lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, I hope everyone can bring their invincibility gear. If we need to retreat, we can return to the main city and continue our fight for dominance, rather than perish in an enemy stronghold, never to return to battle. Understood, they affirmed. Equip your gear, let us embark to coordinate Sky City, 28994-28378. Follow me. Indeed, the coordinates are quite remote. Essential. Simultaneously, I sent a message to the lovely Xiaoman. Xiaoman, take the players from the 8th Alliance to 28994-28378. Do not disclose the nature of the mission, simply lead them there. Understood, Vice Alliance Leader. Xiaoman responded obediently. Thus, 5,000 cavalry and 5,000 archers set forth together. As we swept past the front lines of the other guilds, Zhan Tian immediately raised his sword and inquired, Hey, Lu Chun, where's your ancient sword heading? I rode forward with a smile and replied, We're off to hunt. It's rather dull here. Zhan Tian retorted with a grin, This lad undoubtedly has some cunning scheme in mind. Zhou Yingluan, with her longbow in hand and eyes sparkling with envy, remarked, sigh. If only our leader could be as bold and strategic as Lu Chun. We wouldn't have had to merely watch the divine realm flaunt its power on our home turf during the battle for Iceberg City. Zhan Tian's face turned a shade of purple. Xiao Yu, are you implying I lack strategy? Shuriwei Yu shrugged and laughed. Zhan Tian, your tactics are plentiful, but alas, they are primarily suited for internal strife. When faced with external forces, you seem to lack the necessary foresight and innovative strategies. Zhan Tian huffed. Bai Konghen scoffed. Ancient Sword has only mobilized this mere 10,000. I shall see what they can truly accomplish. Shun Jiwu interjected, perhaps not. Zhou Yingluan gazed at the retreating figures of the Ancient Sword players, her voice tinged with nostalgia. Ah, if only Lu Chun had heeded my counsel back then and devoted himself to the soul-returning battle garb, how splendid it would have been. The group known as Ancient Sword Soul Dream, wielding their broadswords, cast a sharp gaze and chuckled. Indeed, they are a rather intriguing bunch. Shingu glanced over and remarked, Ice and Fire, you don't intend to defect to Ancient Sword, do you? Ice and Fire's eyes gleamed. Do you believe I am that sort? I know you are not, but your ambition might lead you to a guild with greater potential for growth. Rest assured, I am steadfast in my allegiance to the soul returning battle garb. Besides, with the young lady here, I have no intention of wavering. The sound of hoofbeats lightly echoed as we did not advance at full speed. In fact, under my command, we were progressing at approximately 25 of our capacity. After nearly an hour of traversing the base of the Longbone mountain range, we finally reached our designated coordinates within the forest. Halt! I raised my sword to stop the others. Looking up, I observed that the towering peaks of the Longbone Mountains had already transformed into a snowy expanse. Directly ahead lay Tianling, where the summit of the Longbone mountain range was marked by an insurmountable zone line. Only this particular segment of Tianling was passable. Regrettably, I had sent Swan Lafun to scout the route of Chengfeng Xinu, yet he overlooked this crucial area. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, a throng of stealthy assassins materialized before us, each bearing the emblem of ancient sword upon their shoulders, prompting an immediate smile from me. The charming Xiaoman, brandishing a green dagger and adorned in finely crafted leather armor that accentuated her alluring form, exclaimed, "Vice Guild Leader, we have arrived. Indeed, let us ascend the mountain." Oh, the lovely Xiaoman blinked. Has the peak of the Longbone mountain range been sealed off by the system? What purpose do we serve in going up? We shall determine that upon our arrival. Very well. A group of individuals ascended the mountain at a rapid pace, reaching the summit approximately 15 minutes later. In this frigid expanse, snowflakes danced in the air as everyone gazed upwards. Before us loomed a sheer, vertical ice-clad cliff, with slender green vines cascading down, their ends nearly obscured by the swirling snow. Li Chengfeng pursed his lips and remarked, "Lu Chun, do you intend to traverse the Dragon Backbone mountain range through this zone, directly into the heart of the city of purple grapes?" "Indeed," I replied. "How audacious you are. Let us proceed." I commanded the group of assassins from the Eighth Alliance, instructing them to ascend first, employing their stealth mode. Upon encountering any players from Qingtu City, Giant Elephant City, or the City of Purple Grapes, they were to eliminate them swiftly without raising alarm, ensuring our strategic intentions remained concealed. Understood. The strikingly beautiful Xiaoman nodded, securing her dagger at her waist. She grasped a green vine, assured of its sturdiness, and with a swift motion, began her ascent. Her cloak billowed behind her as her long, graceful legs entwined around the vine, creating a captivating scene that was a rare sight to behold. "Hey, don't stare so intently." Ruan Yue playfully slapped Du Shursan on the shoulder. "Am I that kind of person?" Du Shursan wiped his mouth. "Indeed, you are." Chapter 1, 115, Ice River County. Shortly thereafter, the green vines trembled as the enchanting Xiaoman activated her stealth mode during her climb, with the remaining assassins following suit. Hundreds of players had entered stealth mode, scaling the vines. "When do we ascend?" Giguzi, wielding the spear of the war god, seemed a tad impatient. I chuckled, "There's no rush. Let the assassins clear the area first." Understood. Approximately half an hour later, a message arrived from Xiaoman. "Brother Lu Chun, it's done. There are nearly 100 players from Qingtu City at the mountain's peak, but they were all blinded and eliminated by us. I suspect they never even saw who struck them down." I smiled approvingly. "Well done, Xiaoman. Leave 2,000 to guard the mountain summit, and the rest should disperse. Keep an eye on the grand map, extending 5 kilometers along the route from Tianling to Ice River County. Eliminate any solitary players from the City of Purple Grapes or Qingtu City, but avoid direct confrontations with their larger teams. Should a significant force approach, notify me immediately and provide coordinates." "Got it. I'm off. Good luck." With a clang, I sheathed the Ziying Sword, grasped a green vine, and declared, "It is our turn now. Everyone dismount. This icy cliff stretches approximately 200 to 400 meters. Do not be overly concerned or fear heights. Avoid looking down while climbing. Once at the top, hold your position and refrain from acting recklessly." The group nodded in agreement. Onward. With a powerful thrust of my arms, I propelled myself upwards, alternating my grip swiftly, harnessing my considerable strength, which afforded me a distinct advantage. Beside me, Bai Ming Shuem moved with remarkable swiftness, her back adorned with the ethereal ice feather, resembling a graceful sprite as she ascended. Glancing down at me, she smiled playfully. "Brother, I'm faster than you." I looked up at her fluttering cloak and chuckled, in pink. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she clung tightly to the green vines, vanishing into the swirling snowstorm, leaving no trace of color behind. The snow fell in a flurry, and the biting cold wind felt like a blade against my skin. However, the thought of our imminent endeavor ignited a fervor within me, rendering the fleeting discomfort insignificant. With a firm stance at the precipice, the storm intensified, obscuring everything beyond 5 meters, compelling us to rely solely on the coordinates displayed on our mini-map. The Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and Dragon Dawn Archers ascended to the summit, where a spacious area lay before us. The Heavenly Ridge was an uncharted territory, typically devoid of players seeking to level up. Yet the geographical advantages had transformed it into a strategic asset in our warfare. Upon reaching the opposing cliff, I peered down into the abyss. A vertical drop of at least 100 meters, necessitating the use of the green vines to descend. Without them, a fatal fall was inevitable. One by one, Li Chengfeng, Yiguzi, Luan Yue, Su Yang, and Du Shirsen arrived, gazing at the vast, misty forest across the way. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. That forest must be the legendary Lost Forest, right? I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this Lost Forest surrounds the Ice River County, which guards the northern gate of the Purple Grape City. To lay claim to the city, we must breach this northern gate. Luan Yue blinked her eyes and inquired. The tens of thousands of cavalry led by Chengfeng's sinew must have traversed this heavenly ridge, correct? It can only be so, I replied with a grin. Li Chengfeng chuckled. I finally comprehend your strategy, Lu Chun. You orchestrated the 8th Division's surprise occupation of the Heavenly Ridge to retaliate in kind, did you not? I laughed heartily. Precisely. If Qingtu City can exploit this location, we can do the same. However, we shall play it ruthlessly. Subtlety is not my forte. Luan Yue stared at me. What do you intend to do? Guguzi interjected with a smile, to sabotage the Ice River County's teleportation array and launch a flanking assault. Clenching my fist tightly, I stated with conviction, I will not take lives. We have brought only 10,000 men, and our sole objective is a direct assault on Ice River County. Entering the kingslaying mode to eliminate the king and lay waste to this secondary stronghold, thereby dismantling the northern defenses of the Purple Grape City. Guguzi inhaled sharply. Wow, boss. That's quite ruthless. But hey, I like it. It must be done, otherwise our icebound city would be left vulnerable. Su Yang planted his broadsword firmly on the icy surface, stating, the strategy is indeed highly sophisticated. However, Lu Chun, why not consider taking over Ice River County, activating the teleportation, and allowing players from Sky City to descend directly upon Ice River County? They could bypass the Falling Moon Ridge and reach the gates of Purple Grape City. I could not help but smile and shook my head, saying, Brother Su Yang, I have contemplated this matter as well. However, numerous factors render this strategy impractical. Firstly, to seize a city, we require a sufficient number of Chinese players to enter, and we must eliminate all opposing players, which is beyond our capability. Furthermore, capturing a city necessitates a map reset, and we cannot afford to wait for those 24 hours. Considering the entire Sino-Japanese war lasts merely 72 hours, and nearly 24 hours have already elapsed. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had not considered this adequately. It is time for us to descend the mountain. Yes. I grasped a green vine, swiftly gliding downwards. Gripping the vine, the thorns pricked my palm painfully. Oh. To execute a remarkable strategy, one must endure hardship. After sliding approximately 150 meters, I landed firmly on the ground. The wind and snow had abated, revealing a lush expanse of greenery. Beneath the Longu Mountains lay a verdant, enchanted forest. I advanced a short distance, waiting for the cavalry and archers behind me to touch ground before summoning my ice-scaled steed, commanding loudly, everyone mount your steeds. The group promptly summoned their mounts, unsheathed their blades, and entered a state of heightened readiness. Simultaneously, the lovely Shao Man sent me a message. Vice League Leader, the route has been largely cleared, but a cavalry unit of approximately 20,000 from the giant Elephant City is advancing towards the Tianling area, their trajectory approximately from 10239, 30112 towards 030112. And they are now midway through their journey. Understood. I immediately opened the large map to examine the movements of the giant Elephant City cavalry, then plotted our route of attack, circumventing their path. Our entire movement trajectory formed an arc, resembling an S-shaped maneuver, with the final target being Ice River County. Without sharing movement trajectories, I simply urged my horse down the mountain, declaring, everyone, follow closely, do not lag behind. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as 10,000 cavalry followed me down the mountain. Concurrently, I issued one last command to the lovely Xiao Man. Xiao Man. Infiltrate Ice River County and dismantle all magical formations, then stealthily return to the city. Xiao Man, ever cheerful, replied, I understand. Please be careful as well. Very well. We proceeded cautiously, galloping for nearly half an hour before bursting forth from the enchanted forest. We paid no heed to the monsters along the way, as we had no time to slay them. Breaching the city was our objective. Upon emerging from the thicket, we beheld a formidable level 2 main city standing majestically on the plain, approximately 5,000 meters from us. On the plain, several Japanese players were engaged in monster slaying, none of whom posed a significant threat, the highest level among them being merely 170. With a sharp sound, I unsheathed my purple sword, pointing its blade forward, and commanded, full speed ahead, charge directly into the city, do not linger in battle, target the royal palace. The group nodded in unison, as our steeds surged forth like lightning. At full speed, the 10,000 iron cavalry formed a triangular attack formation on the ground, with myself at the apex. We did not concern ourselves with eliminating the leveling players. Such trivial pursuits were beneath our dignity. The speed of the Dragon Dawn warhorses was astonishing. By the time we approached the pool, the players atop the city walls finally took notice, and panic ensued among them. What on earth? How did so many Chinese cavalry suddenly appear? Where did they come from? Attack! I urged my steed forward. The Iceland steed let out a resounding neigh and leapt into action. The Ziying Sword erupted with a mighty force amidst the crowd. A group of low-level players attempting to defend the gate fell one after another. Simultaneously, I raised one hand, and the magic circle shimmered with brilliance as the Phantom Wolf King darted swiftly into the city. The infernal storm and Stormclaw wreaked havoc around me. Quick! Shut the city gates! A cluster of Japanese players shouted loudly. Buzz! The Ziying Sword suddenly blazed with overwhelming light, and I felt a surge of excitement. It was here. Boom! The Chengfeng strike transformed into a long streak of brilliance, crashing into the rapidly closing iron gate of the city, instantly producing massive damage numbers and a shattering effect. With a resounding bang, the iron gate was blown apart, leaving a circular hole with a radius of 2 meters. Through this aperture, the players inside the city stood agape, their expressions akin to those witnessing an intense adult film. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ancient seals rained down upon the crowd, the overwhelming divine technique wreaking havoc among the players of Ice River County, leaving them in utter despair. Even more dire was the arrival of Li Chengfeng behind me, who activated his earth transformation, embodying the spirit of battle, brandishing his dark blade as he charged in. Bellowing, whirlwind slash. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon warrior transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping through the throngs, the sword spiraling in a dance that annihilated the enemies ahead. Goodness! The killing combination of Lu Chun and Li Chengfeng is formidable, Su Yang remarked with a grin. Time to rack up some points. Ruan Yue laughed. The crowd surged through the breached gates, the Dragon Dawn iron cavalry charging fearlessly. Led by Baiming Shui, they took the rear, while the sky arrows and spiral blade arrows rained destruction along the pathways. This was no mere ambush. It was a bloodbath in Ice River County. Chapter 1016. Reinforcements from 3 sides in Ice River County. The smoke of battle was rising. The players within the city had descended into chaos. Yet this turmoil lasted scarcely 10 minutes. Soon, several powerful guilds began to gather near the sanctum, armory, and stables, quickly forming a phalanx of nearly 10,000. Their cavalry possessed a terrifying striking force. A leader-level player, wielding a longbow, barked orders. No one is to show themselves. Do not engage. All cavalry warriors, brace your shields and block the entrance. Mages and archers provide long-range support to create obstacles. The intentions of these Chinese cavalry are abundantly clear. They aim to annihilate our Ice River County, and we cannot allow that. Along the roads, arrows and spells flew forth, relentlessly assailing the Dragon Dawn iron cavalry. However, their offensive capabilities were not particularly potent, making it exceedingly difficult to slay the Dragon Dawn cavalry. Brothers with health below 50 move to the core of the charge immediately. Those with full health hold the outer line. Utilize the Battle God's revival to restore health and maintain the overall combat effectiveness of the team, minimizing damage at all costs. Giguzi shouted. The resonant sound of hooves reverberated as a formation of infantry players, adorned with shields, emerged ahead. commanded by a knight who had activated the spirit of the foot soldiers. To maximize the effect of this ability, he eschewed riding a mount. Brandishing a shield in one hand and wielding a broadsword that shimmered with a green luminescence, he bellowed, "Frontline, hold your ground. The guilds of the Divine Realm are battling at the White Rose Fortress. We cannot afford to lose the Ice River County. Rear players, concentrate your fire." Though this group of Chinese warriors is not numerous, they are formidable, yet we still possess the capability to annihilate them in Ice River County. The clang of shields echoed as approximately 900 infantry players relished the benefits of the spirit of the foot soldiers. Each player stood firm with their shields, brandishing spears and long blades, bracing for our charge. How intriguing! Li Chengfeng suddenly laughed and turned to me, saying, "Lu Chun, are these Ice River County folks underestimating us? They think a mere 3,000 can withstand our onslaught and speak of eliminating us." I urged my steed forward, proclaiming loudly, "Those with area of effect skills, charge to the front. Let us break their shield formation at once and surge through. We must not allow this lot to hinder our advance on the palace." The crowd unsheathed their weapons in unison. At the forefront were renowned players like Guguzi, Su Yang, Wanji, and Li Chengfeng, who aimed to decisively breach the enemy's defenses. "Charge deep, daring." A valiant shout echoed. Guguzi laughed heartily, "Follow me." With fervor, Daring galloped forward, relying solely on the momentum of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry to collide with the enemy's shields. Daring, a warrior with a robust build, proved exceedingly fierce, and with a thunderous impact, he knocked back 3 warriors' shields. His fury propelled him forward, breaching 5 layers of the shield formation before halting, leaving the Ice River County players dumbfounded. "Attack! Break their barriers and take him down," shouted a player from the Ice River County leadership. Instantly, numerous players brandished their blades, unleashing fiery projectiles that pierced through their weapons. With at least a dozen barriers shattered, if all struck true, the damage would reach an astonishing 30,000 per hit, beyond even Daring's capacity to withstand. However, Daring's reflexes far surpassed theirs. Before the energy from the shattered barriers could close in, the ground trembled violently, and a radiant force surged forth. A monstrous cyclone erupted, slicing through the air like blades, forming a blood-red tornado. The energy from the shattered barriers paled in comparison to the ferocity of the roar, veering off course, and a multitude of players found themselves mercilessly cut down. Advancing a few steps, Daring executed a 4-hit combo, decisively slaying an Ice River County player. With a hearty laugh, he abruptly repositioned, shouting, "It's your turn, Guguzi. Guguzi." With a fierce battle cry, filled the void left by Daring, sweeping his spear and exclaiming, "Grandchildren, behold my new killing technique." The lance of the riding god unleashed a crimson arc of flames in the air, nearly sweeping away all enemies within a 4-yard radius. This was indeed a newly acquired lethal technique, the Arc Moon Flame, a skill recently mastered by Guguzi. The damage inflicted by the Arc Moon Flame escalated by 100, equivalent to a guaranteed critical strike from a standard attack, affecting players within a 4-yard vicinity and capable of annihilating approximately 25 targets. In this massacre, it proved to be a formidable weapon. Amidst the glimmering radiance of the Arc Moon Flame, a multitude of players from the Ice River County collapsed, with alarming damage figures soaring into the air: 218,384, 231,828, 240,990. Although Guguzi's base attack power was not exceptionally high, the riding god's strategic technique amplified it by 225. Furthermore, the opposing players were merely second tier on the Japanese server, with their health barely reaching around 180,000. They were utterly defenseless against Guguzi's onslaught, who swept through them with lethal efficiency. Not only that, after decimating a circle of enemies, Guguzi's Aurora stab suddenly pierced through the players ahead, causing a cascade of adversaries to fall. Nearby, Li Chengfeng charged in with his sword, breaking through defenses as if in an uninhabited realm. Chaos reigned as the likes of Luan Yu, Su Yang, Yu Yun's 18 riders, and Du Shursan swiftly tore through the enemy's shield formation. I surged to the forefront. Facing these second and even third-tier players, my skills, such as the Fiery Blade Slash and Thousand Eye Slash, were nearly instant kills. Coupled with the ancient talisman's offensive power, I led the Phantom Wolf King at the vanguard, accumulating the highest number of kills. The more adversaries I vanquished, the more divine power I regained. Essentially, I aimed to maintain a balance, keeping my divine power around 100 points, ensuring it did not dip too low. This national battle grew increasingly thrilling, with uncertainties looming ahead. The sky-piercing arrow was unleashed. As Biming Shui led the Dragon Dawn archers into the fray, the outcome was swiftly determined. The sky-piercing arrow obliterated obstacles within a 100-meter range, its sharp projectiles penetrating shields and armor. Under Biming Shui's command, the Bao God, the attack power surged by 150, and the Ice Soul Feather added substantial damage, rendering the sky-piercing arrow a true weapon of mass destruction. The thunderous hooves trampled over corpses and potions as the equipment surged forward. Despite numerous items dropping from the Ice River County players, no one dared to collect them. This exemplified the cohesion and spirit of our guild. At such moments, the only thing that ignited our fervor was the prospect of severing the head of the Ice River County's monarch. The palace was not far from here, a mere 5 minutes away at full speed. Li Chengfeng shouted. Luan Yu, wielding her blade, urged, minimize losses. If we fall here, we cannot re-enter the boundaries of the Purple Grape City. Everyone must safeguard their lives. If it comes to the brink of defeat, then retreat using invincibility. There's no shame in that. I nodded in agreement. Just then, a notification chimed, bearing an important message from the lovely Xiaoman, Vice Guild Master. There's crucial battle intelligence. What is it, Xiaoman? We have just detected that the Divine Realm Guild has dispatched approximately 50,000 cavalry, now entering the territory of Ice River County, expected to arrive in about 20 minutes. As she spoke, the enchanting Xiaoman added, moreover, the Qing Beast Guild, comprising approximately 40,000 cavalry, swiftly traversed the fiery desert and has now entered the territory of Ice River County. Additionally, a formidable contingent of around 10,000 wolf cavalry from Chengfeng City has also crossed the desert with remarkable speed. It appears that all these forces are en route to reinforce Ice River County. We must launch a surprise attack before they arrive, or we shall find ourselves in peril. Understood. I promptly deactivated the communicator, marking the coordinates of these 3 forces on the map before sending them to Biming Shui. Brother, what is this? She inquired. The 2 factions from Chengfeng City are approaching. And furthermore, the Divine Realm has dispatched over 50,000 elite cavalry towards us. We cannot allow them to breach the city, for that would jeopardize our plan to assault the royal city. What would you have me do? Biming Shui asked directly. I smiled. Lead 5,000 Dragon Dawn archers out of the city and ambush these 3 forces from all sides. Strive to delay them while ensuring the integrity of the Dragon Dawn archers remains intact, with minimal casualties. Understood. I will proceed at once. Turning back, I saw the 5,000 Dragon Dawn archers charging out of the city under Biming Shui's command. Their long-range offensive capabilities were formidable, employing a group assault strategy that surpassed even the defensive breach potential of the Dragon Steel cavalry. Their rapid mobility, coupled with the HR kite strategy, compensated for any deficiencies in vitality and defense. The archers could utilize shock arrows and tremor arrows against the cavalry, which reassured me greatly. Soon, the royal city of Ice River County loomed ahead, with a single entrance spanning 100 meters, teeming with players and NPCs, all prepared for a desperate struggle. We must launch a frontal assault, or retreat in fear. Gripping the Ziying Sword, I charged forward. At such a moment, words were futile. I shouted, Chengfeng, Luan Yu, cover me. I shall break through their defenses with the purple dragon's roar. Certainly. Li Chengfeng wielded his shadow blade and executed the dragon blade spin. Alas, the gate was blocked by level 200 NPC quasi-bosses, the Golden Guardians of Ice River County, with health exceeding 3 million, making it impossible to take them down in a single strike. With the Ziying Sword ablaze, I unleashed the fiery blade to cleave through the ranks of the Golden Guardians. I swiftly retreated several steps, swallowing a divine spirit potion under the protection of a cluster of dragon steel cavalry, fully replenishing my health. Activating the purple dragon's roar, the Ziying Sword plunged into the earth, releasing a surge of purple dragon energy as it lifted, howling forth. With an overwhelming force, the attack power of the purple dragon's roar far exceeded that of the phantom clone. Fortune smiled upon me, as I dealt numerous critical hits with quintuple damage. Coupled with the splash effect, astonishing damage numbers erupted, causing a significant portion of the Golden Guardians to collapse in an instant. The players of Ice River County were left awestruck, and even Li Chengfeng and the others stood in silent amazement. Chapter 11:17. Duke Uno outside the city. The sounds of battle echoed from Baiming Shui, where 5,000 Dragon Dawn archers were entangled with tens of thousands of cavalry from the Divine Realm. Employing relentless HR tactics that left their opponents in despair, Baiming Shui skillfully directed the formation. Her keen intellect and broad vision allowing her to identify the most advantageous positions for guerrilla warfare. The cavalry dispatched by the Divine Realm were not their elite wildfire cavalry, but rather a motley crew of lesser knights. Hongfeng was acutely aware that the Chinese players had commenced their counteroffensive within the borders of Purple Grape City. If the wildfire cavalry were to be defeated, they would be unable to participate in the battle for the city. This was a loss the Divine Realm could not afford. The 100,000 wildfire cavalry were their trump card, essential not only to the Divine Realm, but the entire Japanese server, and they could not be squandered. Clang, clang, clang. The sword struck repeatedly against the heavy shields of the NPCs. In front of the royal castle of Ice River County, countless high-level NPCs stood guard at the gates, blocking our advance. It seemed they understood our objective was regicide. By slaying the monarch of Ice River County, we would gain dominion over the city. Clearing a path and eliminating a few hundred foes would suffice. Li Chengfeng wielded the dark blade, delivering several strikes that sent brilliant sparks flying from the NPC's armor. He approached with a low growl, declaring, "I refuse to believe that our elite 5,000 warriors from the ancient sword cannot breach this mere Ice River County." I fell silent, merely raising my sword to lead the charge. The ice spiral domain descended upon the crowd, continuously piercing with ice spikes to eliminate targets, while the combination of the fiery blade wreaked havoc, spilling blood profusely. Even NPCs exceeding level 200 trembled before the might of the Ziying Sword. As the fiery blade wreaked havoc, I broke through the gates, becoming the first player to officially enter the palace, stepping over the corpses of golden guards. Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, and Giguzi swiftly followed, while outside the palace, countless players from Ice River County arrived, with several leaders shouting hoarsely, "Charge in and annihilate them." Yet, despite their fervor, Du Shisan, Su Yang, and others stood firm at the periphery, their steeds galloping and wreaking chaos, forcing the players of Ice River County to tread cautiously. After all, the Dragon Dawn steeds were dragon-scale beasts, a type of Earth-tier boss mount, their attributes rivaling my ice-scale horse. They were exceedingly powerful. The disparity in strength was vast, and a headlong charge would spell doom, especially since the enemy's main force had yet to arrive, resulting in minimal casualties for the Dragon Dawn cavalry. Towards the direction of the palace hall, a group of NPC guards wielding sharp swords advanced, led by a level 220 celestial tier boss named Ice River Legend Shadow, evidently one of the strongest in Ice River County. A level 220 celestial tier boss was a formidable foe we needed to contemplate carefully. To kill, or not to kill. As the tumultuous moon cast its gaze upon the hundreds of Dragon Dawn cavalry that had just surged into the royal city, Wan Yu hesitated. This modest force was not only tasked with vanquishing the formidable ghost dance-level NPC guards, but also with fending off the incessant onslaught of players from the Ice River County. Now, they were expected to divide their ranks to confront a boss, a demand that seemed rather overwhelming. Raising my hand, I executed a binding spell, successfully ensnaring the shadow of this celestial tier boss in place. I summoned the Phantom Wolf King to launch an immediate assault, and then commanded in a booming voice, "Eliminate these minions first. We need not engage the boss just yet. Maintain its aggro. Chengfeng, Wan Yu, you shall accompany me into the great hall to dispatch the monarch." With resolute determination, our group soared upwards, swords drawn, their boots striking the royal steps of the neighboring kingdom with a resounding thud. In the distance, a dozen civil and military officials from Ice River County stood frozen, while a middle-aged monarch, around 40, abruptly rose from his throne, glaring at us with fury, and bellowed, "Which rascal dares to ambush Ice River County? You are courting death. Guards, seize them and slay these intruders. Kill your kin," I retorted, unleashing two ancient seals, complemented by Li Chengfeng's dragon blade spin and Luan Yu's shattering stone slash. Instantly, several officials collapsed, as they were not combat-type NPCs, possessing pitiful health and defense, unable to withstand our relentless assault. However, for formidable quasi-boss level generals proved to be quite a challenge. Surrounded by dozens of Dragon Dawn cavalry, The quasi-bosses struggled to breach their defenses, while the cavalry found it equally futile to penetrate theirs, resulting in a protracted stalemate, thereby granting us ample time to eliminate the monarch. The king, sword in hand, stood resolutely beside his throne, with a line of radiant text hovering above him. Duke Uno of Ice River. Celestial Tier Boss NPC. Level 225. Description: Duke Uno, a rare powerhouse of the eastern continent, has valiantly defended Ice River County for decades, restoring peace and stability to the realm, and maintaining order such that even the Night Spirit Legion dares not encroach upon this land conquered by humanity. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, we sprang into action. Li Chengfeng and I simultaneously activated our Earth transformation state, launching our assault from the flanks. The Ziying Sword hung low, and with a sudden force, I executed the earth-shattering strike, locking in the boss's aggro. The potency of the earth-shattering strike was immense, with its hidden attribute significantly attracting aggro, making it an invaluable asset in boss battles. Furthermore, with the Dragon God shield protecting me, my vitality surpassed that of Li Chengfeng, making me the ideal tank for this encounter. Chengfeng, Wan Yu, focus on damage output. I shall take the lead as the tank, I declared emphatically. Be cautious, Li Chengfeng replied, darting past the boss's flank to unleash a series of swift strikes with the dark blade, executing the dragon bone piercing reverse scale slash, which swiftly depleted a staggering 300,000 of the boss's total health. Duke Uno roared in fury, preparing to redirect his wrath towards Li Chengfeng, but a 3-hit combo from my War Shatter redirected his attention back to me. Activating my Dark Eye, I noticed a crimson seam approximately 3 centimeters from the boss's right shoulder, a precise weak point. I hastily brandished my sword, the Dragon God shield resonating as it absorbed the boss's frontal assault. I proclaimed loudly, Chengfeng, Wan Yue, the boss has a weak point. Witness my strike. Leaping into the air, I executed a thunderous blow from above, unleashing a series of ordinary attacks that significantly amplified my lethality. Clearly, Duke Uno lacked the evasion prowess of Hongfeng, Ziying and Chengfeng Xinyu, and was caught unawares. Following the onslaught, a lightning-fast strike landed squarely on the boss's shoulder, a mere 10 centimeters from the neck, the designated weak point. An immense force surged through my arm, and the purple-ing sword unleashed 5-fold damage, resulting in a staggering damage figure that left everyone gaping. 1,028, 950. Luan Yue gasped in astonishment. Wow, this is the first time I've witnessed damage exceeding 1,000,000. Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Same here. Giguzi, seizing the moment, chuckled. I've noted the weak point. Here I come. Summoning his warhorse, Giguzi descended from the sky, thrusting the divine spear downward with a resounding thud, piercing deeply into Duke Uno's body and revealing a frightening damage figure of 201, 984. It was also a critical hit, albeit a double critical, which prompted Su Yang, who had just arrived, to lick his lips and exclaim, I've never seen a little demon inflict over 200,000 damage. Quite impressive. Giguzi replied, indeed. Duke Uno roared, wielding his blade with fury, striking several of us with painful blows. Even I found myself taking over 50,000 damage with each hit, and the others fared even worse. Suddenly, a blood-red radiance descended from above, and the death resilience restored 25 of my health, allowing me to endure a bit longer. After enduring 2 more attacks, I feigned a retreat, and Giguzi promptly filled the gap. He was the only player on site whose vitality rivaled my own, a rare occurrence indeed. Curse these invaders. Duke Uno bellowed, raising his arm with fervor. I, Uno, demand the power of thunder and lightning. Awaken from your slumber and punish all evil with the thunderous might of the heavens. With that, countless green lightning bolts rained down around us, akin to a field of golden rice, delivering indiscriminate attacks across a vast area of approximately 30 yards. The lightning flickered and struck down surrounding players with lethal force. The Dragon God shield shimmered with a ghostly light, and against this magical onslaught, I knew I could only withstand it with the ghostly shield. Everyone, be cautious. Li Chengfeng retreated rapidly, enduring the onslaught of lightning. After running 100 yards, he managed to escape alive. Luan Yue, Giguzi, and others, relying on their high health, also succeeded in their retreat. However, several dozen Dragon Dawn Iron Riders fell in succession, as the power of the lightning was overwhelmingly fierce. With the ongoing effects of death resilience and Holy Spirit potions, I found myself in a precarious situation. Reluctantly, I activated my invincibility skill, the Dusk Shield, granting me 12 seconds of immunity. Using one invincibility skill was inconsequential, as I still possessed the Dragon God Shield's Dragon Guardian skill, which granted another 25 seconds of invincibility. Having accumulated enough special skill points, I was well equipped to utilize 2 successive special skills. The 30-second casting time of the boss was resolutely thwarted by me. As the thunderous brilliance dissipated, Chengfeng and others surged forth once more, their onslaught breaking through defenses and swiftly depleting the boss's health. As time flowed, nearly 10 minutes passed, leaving the boss's vitality at a mere 10%. At that moment, Du Shisan and the 18 riders of Yuyun rushed in, brandishing their swords, exclaiming, "Hurry up and kill it! Damn it! Hongfeng and the Wildfire Cavalry are upon us." "What? How could they arrive so quickly?" The 18 riders of Yuyun replied. "I heard that there is a flying player in Zipu Grape City with remarkable speed. Hongfeng and his 1,000 players made the journey in less than 20 minutes. Giguzi clenched his fists, chuckling ominously. "Perfect. Let us eliminate Hongfeng and his crew. We'll ensure they cannot participate in the upcoming national war." Li Chengfeng turned to me. "Lu Chun, what do you think?" I gritted my teeth. "We cannot kill them. I cannot sacrifice 5,000 Dragon Dawn cavalry for Hongfeng's life. Their NPCs are too formidable, and the arrow towers within the city will also attack us. We cannot afford to drag this out. Shisan, lead 500 to cover our retreat. Instruct the non-combatant Dragon Dawn cavalry to return to the city immediately. We shall handle the Lord of Ice River County together with Li Chengfeng, while Wanyue takes care of the rest." "Understood." Du Shisan nodded. Chapter 10:18. An eye for an eye. Du Shisan brandished his sword, commanding loudly. With fervor, 18 riders of Yuyun. "You shall accompany me with 500 men to withstand the oncoming Wildfire Cavalry, led by Hongfeng. The rest must retreat into the palace at once. Those disengaged from combat shall teleport to Sky City to await the next command for the national war." The 18 riders of Yuyun, wielding a glass-colored longsword, laughed heartily. "Yes. I shall follow you, Shisan. Are we to face our demise this time?" "Demise? Nonsense. No one is to die." Du Shisan laughed heartily. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the blade of Duke Uno, the Lord of Ice River County, relentlessly struck against the shields of Giguzi and myself. Despite our combined defenses, we struggled to withstand the onslaught. Li Chengfeng, Wanyue, Xuyang, and their pets all engaged, yet most were swiftly felled by Duke Uno, whose attack power was undeniably formidable. With a thrust, the blade pierced the abdomen of the Green Mantis King, spilling forth a grim green fluid and entrails. One of Xuyang's pets met its end, and in a fit of rage, Xuyang brought down his weapon, shocking Mountain, heavily upon the boss's back. We surrounded Duke Uno, launching every attack at our disposal. Li Chengfeng commanded his Dragon Dawn warhorse, retreating 3 steps before raising his hidden blade above his head. With a slight tremor, a silver dragon silhouette spiraled around the blade. Li Chengfeng grinned, sweeping the blade with force, releasing the dragon's roar that obliterated everything in its path, with Duke Uno at the forefront. 142,837. Cursed invaders. The powerful lord bellowed in pain. "I swear, I shall slay you with my sword." In a sudden descent, Luan Yu unleashed a devastating strike, shattering stone with a precise blow aimed at the boss's critical vulnerability, inflicting over 200,000 points of damage. Her beautiful visage bore an icy demeanor as she questioned, "Whom do you intend to slay?" Once again, Duke Uno's health plummeted, prompting him to swiftly retaliate with a fierce attack. Luan Yu, with her sword held aloft, was forced to retreat in a series of clangs. Astonishingly, she managed to partially parry the boss's assault, sustaining only about 50 points of damage. Her acute judgment of speed, angle, and force positioned Luan Yu among the elite players of the ancient sword, Soul Dream. The Phantom Wolf King howled, its claws slashing through the air like a tempest, wreaking havoc upon the resplendent royal palace, tearing apart ornate decorations, and causing immense totem pillars to crumble. The palace of Ice River County had been reduced to ruins under the onslaught of our group. Within the palace courtyard, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry surged in, retrieving their returned scrolls and vanishing in beams of white light back to Sky City. The more players that departed, the more relieved I felt. They were the backbone of our ancient sword, Soul Dream Guild, and we could not afford significant losses, for we were poised to assault the city of purple grapes next. Without our ace unit, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, our efforts could falter. Outside the palace gates, a fervent roar echoed. As warriors wielding battle axes cleaved through foes with ferocity, bolstered by the fierce might of the siege, they ruthlessly dismantled 5 wildfire iron cavalry into fragments. The Yuyuan 18 riders charged with their long swords, their devastating strikes resonating through the earth, embodying the commanding presence of ancient sword, Soul Dream. Even my comrade, Du Shisan, exhibited a semblance of prowess, maneuvering his steed amidst the fray, his blade rising and falling to diminish the health of the wildfire iron cavalry, without pursuing the dying enemies, ceding the kill to those closer, thereby strategically weakening our adversaries. Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out, "Stand aside, I shall slay." This voice was unmistakable. It belonged to Hong Feng, the leader of the divine realm, a man regarded as a deity in the city of purple grapes. He had not anticipated our audacity to launch a lone assault on Ice River County, and yet, we had succeeded to a significant degree. Brandishing his frost blade, Hong Feng lunged forward, his sword transforming into a pair of blossoms of steel, causing 2 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry with health below 25 to collapse. But that was not the end. Raising his arm, he summoned the Wind Blade Dragon Spin, its ominous glow erupting within the throng, reducing a group of full-health Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry to half. With a gallant advance, he raised his blade, and to my astonishment, the fire god/skill was unleashed with a ferocity that obliterated 3 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry in an instant. "Damn it, this GRD is formidable," exclaimed a captain of the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry as he soared past. He was a skilled player introduced to the guild by Luan Yu and had once been her acquaintance. With a clang, Hong Feng's sword deftly parried the captain's attack, and he bellowed, "Are you seeking death?" With a flash, the fiery spear of his blade surged forth, breaking through the barrier and descending upon the captain, who gritted his teeth in defiance. As he spoke, he raised his sword blade, adopting a standard defensive posture. Judging by the angle and force, he had at least a 60% chance of successfully blocking the attack. However, no one anticipated the outcome. The red maple sword abruptly changed direction. He had discerned his opponent's weakness in defense. With a sudden strike, just 25 centimeters from his opponent's arm, he shattered the guard with a resounding clang. The barrier was breached, penetrating through the chest and back, inflicting a staggering damage of 290,080. In an instant, the leader of the 100-man team was eliminated. Witnessing this, Dou Ziyang was filled with rage, exclaiming, "Shao Si, damn it, Hong Feng has taken us down." The Yuyuan 18 riders shouted in unison, "Charge! Take him down!" Hong Feng laughed heartily, raising his arm as the maple-killing wind blade unleashed a whirlwind of devastation between Dou Ziyang and the Yuyuan 18 riders, simultaneously striking 2 adversaries. His mastery of distance had reached an extraordinary level. With a swift motion, energy blades swirled, delivering successive blows. Both Dou Ziyang and the Yuyuan 18 riders were left with empty health bars, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. However, the Yuyuan 18 riders were not easily vanquished. With a flourish, their long sword was raised, and the rock breaker slash descended with thunderous force, sending a barrage of stone spikes and sword lights spiraling in all directions. Hong Feng quickly retreated, raising his arm in defense, but still lost 40,000 health points. The Yuyuan 18 riders boasted a 65 attack power boost from Dragon Soul Guardian and King S City. Even Hong Feng could not completely defend against their lethal assault. "Retreat," Dou Ziyang commanded decisively. A sinister smile crept across Hong Feng's lips. "Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy." In a flash, as Hong Feng sprinted with all his might, his speed left both Dou Ziyang and the Yuyuan 18 riders in shock. Suddenly, a figure collided heavily with Hong Feng from the side. Perhaps too fixated on pursuing the 2 ancient sword generals, Hong Feng was unexpectedly struck, and following the impact, a barrier-breaking strike landed squarely on his armor. The damage read 78028. Gritting his teeth, Hong Feng swiftly turned and executed a rapid 3-hit combo, immediately reducing the assailant to empty health, who staggered back. It was at this moment everyone realized that it was Du Shisan, the leader of the Blood Mercenaries, who had just rescued Dou Ziyang and the Yuyuan 18 riders, barely surviving Hong Feng's fiery onslaught. A group of Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry surrounded Hong Feng. But he swept his sword blade, unleashing a maple killing strike that eliminated 5 and severely wounded 7. The strength of this leader of the divine realm was truly formidable. Such ferocity. Du Shursen roared, brandishing his blade. Let us go all out. If we die, we die? Brothers, cover the retreat. If we perish here, we'll just return to Sky City to tackle the A4 dungeon. United in their shared animosity, they charged forth with their blades, clashing with the wildfire iron cavalry led by Hong Feng. Yet, lacking a peak-level player to restrain Hong Feng, the losses were devastating, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of Dragon Yao iron cavalry had already fallen. However, the vitality of the Duke of Yuno, the sovereign of Ice River County, had waned. Together with Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and a host of others, we surrounded the boss, engaging in a fierce onslaught while providing mutual protection against the boss's assaults. Although each of us possessed merely 2,550 health points, the boss was utterly incapable of claiming the life of any one of us, a testament to our teamwork. With a swift motion, the purple yin sword master struck, the blade gliding across the neck of Duke Yuno with devastating force, instantly depleting his remaining health. With a cry, he collapsed to his knees, a gaping wound appearing on his neck from which blood gushed forth. His gaze, vacant and distant, lingered on the horizon as he murmured in his final moments, "I am sorry, my empire of purple grapes. I can no longer safeguard your glory. Protect?" I seized Duke Yuno by his hair, and with a flash of my blade, his head was soon in my grasp. At that moment, a system notification chimed in my ear. Ding. System alert. You have slain the sovereign of Ice River County, King of Ice Yuno. By utilizing his head, you may obtain the legacy of the city, thereby making Ice River County a vassal of the Sky City. Otherwise, you may shatter Duke Yuno's throne, plunging Ice River County into a state of lawlessness. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my sword and ascended the throne. The purple yin sword gleamed as it pierced the enormous gem atop the throne, unleashing a thunderous roar that caused the surrounding structures of Ice River County to crumble into ruins. The city of purple grapes had ravaged our frozen city, and today's fate was well-deserved. Brandishing the purple yin sword, I mounted my steed and bellowed to Li Chengfeng, Wanya, Giguzi, and the others. Return to the city. I shall support Du Shursan and his 500 men. Understood. Li Chengfeng and Wanyue, both wise in their own right, wasted no time in shattering their teleportation scrolls. Only Giguzi, wielding the spear of the cavalry god, declared, "I shall accompany you, boss." "No, young one, you must return at once. I still possess an invincibility skill." "Very well." The ice-scale horse dashed out of the palace just in time, as Du Shursan, brimming with determination, and the 3 members of the 18 Riders of the Cloud dragged along their wounded comrades alongside dozens of Dragon Yao iron cavalry in retreat, were pursued by the relentless red maple and thousands of wildfire iron cavalry. Chapter 1019. Divine/Blade. The purple yin sword shimmered with renewed vigor, transforming into a spiraling tempest that surged forth, perfectly encircling Du Shursan and the 18 Riders of the Cloud. The sword, enveloped in spiraling blades, wreaked havoc, sending several wildfire iron cavalry reeling. The resulting critical strikes and quintuple damage were sufficient to obliterate those wildfire iron cavalry, for my agility was notably high. And with the enhancements from my gear, my critical hit rate approached 20. With each 4 strikes, a critical hit was not uncommon, and I wielded my blade with remarkable fervor. Amidst the anguished groans, a battalion of wildfire iron riders fell from their steeds, their lifeless bodies turning cold. Within the confines of this national conflict, these players found themselves barred from setting foot in the realm of Purple Grape City. The White Rose Fortress became a gathering place for countless participants, with millions engaged in battle, compelling the system to designate this clash as the Battle of Purple Grape City. The absence of the title Battle of Sky City stemmed from the obliteration of the White Rose Fortress and the desolation of Icebound City, no longer belonging to the Chinese region. Red Maple leaped from his mount, his body bending into a bow as he unleashed a swift strike of his blade, meeting the spiraling dragon blade with a resounding clash. In that fleeting moment, his actions surged with an astonishing APM exceeding 600, demonstrating remarkable precision as he targeted the tail of the purple sword. The dragon blade, having traversed only halfway, was forcibly repelled. Yet Red Maple and his sword were thrown backward by the impact. My own charge on the Ice Unicorn delivered a tremendous blow, my strength far surpassing that of Red Maple, who rode without a war steed. The warhorse let out a piercing neigh as I descended the crumbling steps of the royal palace, grasping the returning purple sword with a swift motion. I struck the ground, unleashing a radiant explosion of war's fury that felled 5 advancing wildfire iron riders, transforming the earth into a tumultuous battlefield, merciless in its brutality. Their feeble attempts to withstand my 3 consecutive strikes proved futile. 13. Fighting Spirit, Yuyun, retreat to the city. I shall hold the line, I bellowed. The Yuyun 18 riders activated their flight skill, 3 of them along with dozens of Dragon Dawn Iron riders darting into the palace hall, each producing a scroll to return home, shattering it, and entering the scroll's activation time. Red Maple, filled with rage, raised his long sword and shouted, "Archers, shoot to interrupt their casting. We must not allow these audacious Chinese players to escape unscathed. Otherwise, where will we, the Japanese players, find our honor?" Behind him, a group of archers raised their longbows high. I observed with keen clarity, charging forth on my steed as the brilliance of my sword flashed. 2 bloodless demon knights collapsed under my assault, prompting one archer, pale with fury, to exclaim, "This brat seeks to slay our archers. Quickly halt him." 50 wildfire iron riders launched a side attack, flames coalescing upon their weapons before they could draw near, clearly intent on breaching my defenses. Meanwhile, the closest demon knights swiftly raised their arms, summoning nets to ensnare from above. Amidst the cacophony, I maintained an unwavering composure, the surrounding scenery morphing from a player's reality into a grid-like distribution of positions. The sequences of traps were released, their timing, trajectories, and eventual landing points flickering vividly in my mind. I orchestrated the ice-scaled steed's evasive maneuvers, weaving through the onslaught in a zigzag pattern, continuously evading the grasp of the traps. More importantly, despite the chaos, I remained adept, gathering my breath for an attack. Flames danced upon the blade, and with a sudden electric surge, I veered sharply from my original course, slicing through the arc of my opponent's assault. With a swift flick of my wrist, the purple sword split into 3 fierce flames. In that fleeting moment, I could vividly perceive the astonishment in the eyes of the frontline players of the Wildfire Iron Cavalry. They undoubtedly did not anticipate that I would dare to showcase my agility amidst such a multitude of assaults. The flame blade erupted with thunderous force, striking down amidst the throng, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Empowered by the warrior goddess abilities, along with my equipment, cards, and the buffs from the royal city, my attack power soared. A single flame blade was sufficient to ensure that none among the dozens of Wildfire Iron Cavalry escaped unscathed. Caught in a charge, they were utterly unprepared for my swift retaliation, leaving them no opportunity to adopt a defensive stance. It was a miracle if they survived. A blinding flash of light erupted, indicating that these players' souls had been locked by the system, rendering them unable to re-enter the territory of the Purple Grape City during the National War. Furthermore, Japan possesses but a single main city, and the direct consequence of their demise was that they were forcibly disconnected from the game, unable to log back in. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from the side, and before I could evade, I was struck, a searing pain lancing through my arm, accompanied by a damage indicator of 59,023 points. Without the need to turn, I swiftly spun and unleashed the purple sword, my wrist twisting as the blade carved a spiral through the air. Clang! The clash of sparks erupted twice, and the subsequent 2 strikes of the flaming sword were deftly deflected by my parry. The astonishment on Red Maple's face flickered momentarily, clearly unprepared for my ability to counter the latter 2 strikes of the fire god's triple slash without turning my back. With a swift horizontal sweep, the barrier breaker surged forth. Though Red Maple's assault was unadorned, it proved highly effective. The angle and speed of the barrier breaker left no more than 0.15 seconds for a reaction. It was no wonder that even players of the caliber of the 18 Riders of the Mist could not withstand such an attack. The blade of the purple sword shimmered as I slightly lowered my body, abruptly raising the sword to shatter Red Maple's barrier breaker with a resounding crash. It was a classic example of striking swiftly against swiftness, the purple sword pressing down to send Red Maple reeling backward. My fingers splayed wide, unleashing a series of crimson whirlwinds. This was the binding god technique. "Protect me," Red Maple shouted, mirroring my gesture with an outstretched palm, unleashing the divine technique of Maple Kill and Wind Blade Dragon Spin. The 2 mass slaying skills engulfed my form in an instant. Red Maple-S strikes were executed with such rapidity that I could only brace for impact, all while navigating the omnipresent traps, enduring excruciating pain around my body. 98, 773. 72, 622. In an instant, my vitality plummeted below 30. However, the price for Chengfeng's assault was that the 4 divine weapons of the binding technique pierced around him, successfully ensnaring him. Quick, protect the leader. A throng of players from the divine realm surrounded Chengfeng. Yet my dragon spiral slash and the ancient seal attacks barely inflicted any lethal damage, for numerous priests were healing him, and Chengfeng was imbued with the buff of a high-tier bard. To vanquish him seemed an insurmountable challenge. In a moment of decisive action, I maneuvered my steed laterally. My left arm's shield vanished while the ancient divine dragon remained coiled upon my arm. Golden seals fluttered from my palm, and 10 consecutive ancient seals rained down upon a cluster of archers and mages, eliciting a cacophony of wails. Glancing back, I saw my comrades, Du Shursan and others, triumphant in their return to the city. Excellent, my mission was complete. Suddenly, I pivoted and charged directly at Chengfeng. To eliminate the top player of the RB server here would deliver a crushing psychological blow to the city of Purple Grapes. Stripped of their spiritual leader, they would stand little chance against the iron might of the Chinese Iron Cavalry. With one arm raised, my ring shimmered, and a doppelganger emerged alongside the Phantom Wolf King. In a tri-pronged assault, both I and my doppelganger unleashed dragon spiral slashes while I summoned an additional ancient seal, and the Phantom Wolf King executed a hellstorm attack, all targeting Chengfeng. Boom! A storm of chaos erupted, dust swirling within the city as 6 powerful skills rained down, leaving no respite for the wildfire Iron Cavalry surrounding Chengfeng. Amidst the debris, Chengfeng staggered with less than 10 hit points remaining, evidently adopting a defensive stance, continuously bathed in healing holy light. Not far off, a new wave of players from the divine realm surged forth, including the elite of the JGL Hall of Fame, the fervent vortex of battle, and the formidable generals, Qing Shuang and Lian Yuan. Additionally, under the gaze of my dark eye, a super assassin named Zile stealthily approached from approximately 25 yards away. Their onslaught would be formidable. Suddenly, a net of capture enveloped me, immobilizing my movements for a brief moment. Chengfeng, his gaze resolute, commanded sharply, "Kill." Yet, a golden light shield manifested around me, the essence of the dragon god shield enveloping me in a state of invincibility for 25 seconds. Observing Chengfeng and the ruins of Ice River County, I raised my sword and smirked coldly. Chengfeng, remember your arrogance when you obliterated Floating Ice City. This is merely the first taste of retribution. Stay put in the city of Purple Grapes and await the return of the Chinese. This time, our vengeance will be relentless. You. Chengfeng nearly ground his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing crimson. Faced with my invincible state, he did not consider attacking. Instead, he retreated in haste, seeking refuge behind a wall of players to shield himself, thus preventing me from taking advantage of my invulnerability to eliminate him. As I surveyed the situation, hope seemed faint. I swiftly retrieved a teleportation scroll and shattered it, gazing triumphantly at the stunned players of Purple Grape City. Do not assume that the Chinese region lacks players. We can claim Purple Grape City whenever we desire. Dare to provoke us, and you shall face the consequences. I shall return. With a flash, I transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the Ice River County, only to reappear in the plaza of Sky City moments later. Ding! A message from Uncle Spicy Noodles arrived. Haha, congratulations, Lu Chun. I saw the system notification. I must say, the ancient Sword Soul dream has truly impressed me. With so few players, they managed to launch a surprise attack and take down Ice River County. Remarkable. I shall go to the CGL committee to commend you. This battle was simply magnificent and utterly unexpected. At the same time, Zhang Tian sent a message. Haha. Well done. After replying to both, I glanced into the distance. In the plaza of Sky City, Gui Guzi, Li Chengfeng, and Luan Yu were already present, along with numerous Dragon Yao Iron Riders, all prepared for action. Suddenly, a system notification echoed through the air. Ding. System announcement. Player, in Water 1 side, Sky City, has achieved the required kill points, successfully triggering the Divine General System to comprehend the Earth Transformation ability. Ascending as the 11th Divine General of the Chinese region, earning 200,200 Divine Power, a permanent luck value of 1, a permanent strategy value of 1, and receiving the exclusive Divine General skill, Divine Slashing Blade. Divine Slashing Blade. Effect. Summons the Divine Slashing Blade to enhance weapon splash damage by 50, increases attack by 150, and extends attack range by 20 yards, exclusive to In Water One side. Chapter 1020. The Dragon Beast Riders. Everyone gazed skyward in unison. What? He has ascended as a divine general? At a critical moment, it was his kill points from the national war that led to his ascension. This was indeed splendid news for us of the ancient sword soul dream. The strength of the guild leader symbolizes the power of our guild, and He's ascension undoubtedly serves as a formidable reassurance for us. The Divine Slashing Blade, a skill that augments weapon lethality and possesses ranged attack capabilities, is likely akin to the Cold Wave Blade of Vienna. In the chaos of battle, each normal and skill attack will have its range extended by 20 yards, and the Divine Slashing Blade boasts a 50 splash effect, astoundingly powerful, a true weapon of slaughter in the thick of battle. Haha, our guild leader has ascended. How magnificent! Li Chengfeng exclaimed joyfully. Goei Guzi licked his lips. Sister Eve is indeed formidable. But how much kill value is necessary to have a chance at comprehending a divine general skill? I wish to know. One, you remarked. It seems that when one attains a kill count of 5,000, they can comprehend a divine general skill, although it is subject to a triggering probability, which must be exceedingly low. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only Eve and Little Pig who have ascended as divine generals in our national war thus far. I smiled and said, in any case, the opportunity has arrived for everyone. The more kills we achieve, the more national war points we earn, along with the chance to ascend as divine generals. How fortunate we are. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Li Chengfeng inquired, Lu Chun, what shall we do now? Counting the casualties. We then prepared to continue our watch over the White Rose Fortress. Additionally, we dispatched someone to keep a vigilant eye on the area around Tianling. If we manage this well, there is a possibility we may traverse the Longbu mountain range from Tianling and reach the borders of the city of Purple Grapes to undertake further missions. In any case, we must maintain control over Tianling to secure our initiative. Shortly thereafter, Wan Yu approached, her smile brightening the atmosphere. The losses are minimal. The Longyao cavalry sustained fewer than 200 casualties, maintaining a total strength of 5,000. However, the Longyao Iron Cavalry suffered considerable losses in the Ice River County, around 400 men. Yet today, another 500 Longyao Iron Cavalry have been dispatched from the direction of Darkmoon City. In fact, we currently possess 14,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry capable of entering the city of Purple Grapes. I nodded thoughtfully and replied, Wan Yu, please organize a team. We have lost approximately 1,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry in Ice River County and at the White Rose Fortress. Appoint a captain for them, allowing them to patrol the vicinity of Tianling, ready to eliminate any non-Chinese players who venture across. While they cannot enter the city of Purple Grapes, they can still safeguard our territory in the Sky City. Understood. You always consider the broader picture, she acknowledged. I took a deep breath, gazing into the distance, thinking to myself that this national war seemed poised to drag on for quite some time. At that moment, Bai Mingshui approached, holding the ice soul feather, her demeanor radiant. Brother, she greeted cheerfully. What is the matter? I inquired. Bai Mingshui blinked, saying, Lian Xian just informed me that a positional battle took place at the ruins of the White Rose Fortress, and we achieved a resounding victory. Oh, a resounding victory? I was momentarily taken aback. It seems the main forces from the White Rose were the Shuyin Fur, Candle Dragon, Battle Heaven Alliance, the Righteous Path, and the Fiery Red Lips guilds. I expected a stalemate that would last at least 10 hours before any conclusion could be reached. How did we attain such a decisive victory so quickly? I'm not certain. Let us check the forums, she suggested. All right. I drew my sword, pointing it towards the direction of the fortress ruins. Ancient Sword Iron Cavalry, assemble. Our target is the White Rose Fortress, where we will join our allies. A group of us soared down from the Sky City. I chose to follow closely behind Bai Mingshui, captivated by the graceful flutter of her short skirt. She turned back and smiled sweetly. Brother, what are you looking at? I quickly averted my gaze, adopting a serious demeanor. Nothing, just checking the forums. Oh, Bai Mingshui giggled. I completely withdrew my gaze and opened the forum, where I was immediately struck by the plethora of discussions surrounding the recent national war in the city of Purple Grapes. On the homepage, 2 enormous headlines presented themselves, showcasing the battlefield reports detailing this fierce engagement. The invincible General Lu Chun leads 10,000 iron hooves, miraculously penetrating the Dragonbone Mountains and flattening Ice River County in one battle. Details: an hour prior, news from the front lines reported that the young king, Lu Chun, led the ancient sword spirits elite troops, 5,000 Dragon Dawn Cavalry and 5,000 Dragon Dawn Archers, who astonishingly traversed the Dragonbone Mountains, their sights set directly on Ice River County, a subordinate secondary city of the City of Purple Grapes. Bravely venturing into the enemy's lair, they forcefully attacked and dismantled Ice River County under the pressure of nearly 100,000 troops from the super guilds such as Divine Domain and Qing Beast, following the annihilation of Divine Domain's main forces at Wild Pheasant Ridge. The ancient sword spirit shone brightly once more, earning the admiration of many. With Lu Chun and the ancient sword, the Chinese server is truly blessed. Decisive battle at White Rose Fortress. Candle Shadow unleashes the new Dragonborn cavalry, shattering the allied forces of the City of Purple Grapes. Details: following the battle in the frozen forest of Iceberg City, the main force of Candle Dragon, the Viper Dragon Cavalry, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Divine Domain's Wildfire Cavalry, leading many to believe that Candle Dragon had grown old and could no longer reclaim its former glory. However, after a prolonged period of restraint, Candle Shadow finally unveiled a brand new unit, the 180-level Spirit class boss mount, the Dragonborn Cavalry. It is said that the overall attributes of the Dragonborn Cavalry approximate 75 of those of the Dragon Dawn Cavalry substitute, the Dragon Scale Beast. Furthermore, it possesses the skill Fury of the Dragonborn, which enhances the knight's attributes across the board. In the battle at White Rose Fortress, Candle Dragon deployed 25,000 Dragonborn Cavalry, which boldly breached the formation of the 6th, 7th, and 9th Guild alliances of the City of Purple Grapes, slaying hundreds of thousands of foes and achieving renown. This success pushed the defenses of the City of Purple Grapes back approximately 5 kilometers into their territory, shifting the focus of the conflict toward the heart of the opposing city. The contributions of the Dragonborn Cavalry were indispensable, as the war god Candle Shadow employed a tactic of advance and retreat to stretch the formation, reminding us once again of the majesty of the former kings of the Chinese server. After the battle, many lamented the truth in the words of the bygone's solitary grave. With a single fall, the alliance of Candle Shadow and Lu Chun has come to fruition. With the united front of the young king Lu Chun and Candle Shadow against the enemy, the prospect of a significant victory over the City of Purple Grapes for the Chinese server grew ever more promising. I grimaced, who penned this absurd press release? The notion of me collaborating with Candle Shadow is utterly ludicrous, unless both the ancient sword and Candle Dragon are on the verge of being utterly defeated. There is no way I would join forces with my sworn enemy. Moreover, I am certain that Candle Shadow shares this sentiment. He would never genuinely ally with the ancient sword against a common foe, knowing Candle Shadow's decisive and ruthless nature. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly strike down both the City of Purple Grapes and the ancient sword spirit in one fell swoop. Truly the path of a king. Much like his previous attempt to eradicate the Battle Sky Alliance to eliminate a formidable rival. However, the attributes of the Dragon Beast Iron Cavalry undoubtedly surpass those of the Viper Dragon Cavalry. Moreover, Ziying Sword has been plotting for a long time. During the battle in the Ice Forest, he feigned weakness by deploying the Viper Dragon Cavalry, only to be decisively defeated by the Red Maple. It was only in the True Plains battle that he sent forth the Dragon Beast Iron Cavalry. One must admit, he truly understands the art of sacrifice and demonstrates remarkable decisiveness, risking the lives of 100,000 level 1 brothers to induce the enemy's underestimation. Such an act is something, I must confess, I could never muster the courage to undertake. With 25,000 Dragon Beast Iron Cavalry, he inflicted casualties on the enemy numbering in the hundreds of thousands, while sustaining minimal losses himself. This battle also restored much prestige for the Zhu Dragon. After the WL, Ziying Sword did not retreat into obscurity. Instead, he diligently sought to strengthen his power through every means, embodying the unique qualities of a true king. I took to the internet to thoroughly investigate the Dragon Beast mounts and soon discovered that they belong to the Earth Dragon category, resembling warhorses with astonishing speed. They dwell underground for most of the year, and one of their lairs is located beneath the Dragonbone Mountains, developed by a training team of the Zhu Dragon. Zhu Yingluan decisively dispatched thousands of Viper Dragon cavalry to occupy that area for leveling up, quietly exploiting the Dragon Beast Cave for an entire week until the map was nearly depleted, ultimately obtaining 25,000 Dragon Beast mounts, which led to a sensational performance in the National War. Along the way, Li Chengfeng was not far from me. He licked his lips and asked, "Lu Chun, have you seen the forum posts about the Zhu Dragon and the Dragon Beast mounts?" I nodded. I just finished reading them. What do you think about this matter? Li Chengfeng chuckled. The Viper Dragon Cavalry is a generation mount, and it is certainly due for an upgrade, just like my Dragon Yao Warhorse, which has been replaced by the Dragon Scale Beast Cavalry. Moreover, not only the Ancient Sword and Zhu Dragon, but also the Snow Silver Fur, Battle Sky Alliance, Purple Lily, and Fiery Red Lips guilds are surely secretly developing second-generation mounts. It all comes down to luck. I heard that your little girl Lin Yixin has also developed a mount to replace the Purple Dragon Cavalry. I was taken aback. Oh, what kind of cavalry? Kuei Long Iron Cavalry. What? Kuei Long, is it a dragon-type mount? No, it belongs to the beast category. Li Chengfeng raised one hand, and a series of data appeared before my eyes. Kuei Long, high-level mount. Level, 180 grade, spirit grade boss level description. Kuei Long resembles a battle bull, covered in a hard shell, possessing 4 hooves. Its speed on land is astonishing. When it enters the water, its iron hooves disappear, transforming into fish fins, moving gracefully like a dragon beast. Wow, a mount that can traverse both land and water? I exclaimed. Li Chengfeng laughed. Your little girl is impressive. I don't know where she procured such a mount, and she managed to secure 12,000 of them, already equipping the main cavalry of Snow Silver Fur. The Purple Dragon Cavalry has been relegated to the 2nd tier. I was secretly astonished. Indeed, the laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest. Lin Yixin, as the goddess of the fruit knife, understands this principle profoundly, which is why she relentlessly strives to develop new troop types. Only through continuous innovation can Snow Silver Fur maintain a stable foothold on the central continent. Shortly thereafter, directly ahead of us, the remnants of the White Rose Fortress still stood resolutely in the open expanse of the canyon, albeit now teeming with players. The Chinese players had successfully reclaimed the fortress, though it had been reduced to mere ruins. Galloping forward, I led the charge, brandishing my purpling sword, and called out with a hearty laugh, "Friends from the Sky City, kindly make way. The cavalry of the Ancient Sword is on its way to rendezvous with the main alliance players. Please clear a little space. Thank you." The crowd turned to look, realizing that I, along with renowned players such as Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, Geguzi, and Baiming Shui, had arrived, followed closely by the elite Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and Dragon Yao Archers. Not all the players in the canyon were top tier. In fact, most were seeing us for the first time in the game, leading to a flurry of discussions. A middle-aged beast tamer chuckled. "Look, it's Lu Chun, it's really him." Beside him, a youthful girl, seemingly around 17, sparkled with excitement. "Yes, he looks quite handsome. Hee, I really like him. And the legendary dragon warrior looks so dashing too. Geguzi seems so adorable and full of spirit. He looks fierce, but I don't like that overly confident expert." The young man next to the girl was drooling, fixated on Baiming Shui. Wow, it's Baiming Shui, the undisputed top archer in the Chinese region. Not to mention a mounted archer. TSK, that leather miniskirt under her cloak looks stunning. Her legs are so long and fair. Disgraceful. A burly warrior next to him exclaimed, slapping the young man. Baiming Shui looks too much like a little girl. Wan Yu is the real deal. Hourglass figure, voluptuous curves, and her smile is utterly captivating. I'm entranced. Shameless. Amidst the bustling chatter of the players on both sides, we pressed onward without pause, sprinting for nearly 5 minutes before entering the map of Purple Grape City. The plains were marked with the tracks of galloping steeds, the grass beneath long since withered away, bearing the signs of countless cavalry charges and skirmishes. The plains were littered with the bodies of players yet to be refreshed and a few small potions that had not yet disappeared, indicating they were used by players of levels 120 to 150, not the peak tier players. Moreover, I learned that the Zhu Long's Chiu Beast Iron Cavalry had slain over 200,000 enemies, yet there was not a single Wildfire Iron Cavalry among them, suggesting the worth of this victory was not particularly high, as they had merely dealt with cannon fodder. Nonetheless, the prowess of the Chiu Beast Iron Cavalry was beyond doubt. They were undoubtedly the backbone of the current national battle. As we advanced further, a group of riders approached. And at the forefront was none other than our beautiful guild leader, He, clad in armor and a blue robe, riding her dragon-scale beast. With a cheerful smile, she said, "Lu Chun, you finally returned. You performed admirably, having taken down the Ice River County." Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, Wan Yue, and Du Ziying were all praised by the leader, causing them to feel a bit shy. "It's all thanks to the efforts of our comrades. We merely played our parts," I remarked. "Eve has also performed admirably, having taken down numerous opponents and even grasped the divine skill of the god-slaying blade. Now, she can transform into the earth as well. Eve has undoubtedly become one of the super core forces of our ancient sword. With another cavalry charge, she will stand shoulder to shoulder with me and Li Chengfeng, ready to take on any challenge." He smiled sweetly, her bright eyes twinkling like a crescent moon, exuding charm as she said, "Indeed. This is what I have been looking forward to. We cannot always have those who lag behind. It's great that with the earth transformation and the god-slaying blade, our lethality will certainly be enhanced." As she spoke, He raised her 7-star glass spear, and suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped the spear, causing its blade to emit a golden edge approximately 20 yards long, resembling a beautiful leader wielding an extraordinary weapon with impressive long-range attack capabilities. "How striking." I smiled slightly and inquired, "Eve, how is the situation on the battlefield?" "Oh, I can't say for certain. Let us go. I'll take you to the command center." The command center was established on a hillside approximately 200 meters high, surrounded by low-lying areas, where the elite players of Sky City were stationed. Even the ancient Sword Soul Dream had nearly 100,000 Qinghu Iron Riders stationed here. Though the strength of the Qinghu Iron Riders was far inferior to that of the Longyao Iron Riders, their numbers made them formidable in the charge of battle. Accompanied by Giguzi, Li Chengfeng, He, Baiming Shui, Wan Yue, and the others, we ascended the peak. At the summit, there were hundreds of players gathered. Nearly all the guilds of Sky City, Tianfeng City, and Shining City had their alliance leaders and vice leaders present. "Lu Chun, you have returned." Swanlaji welcomed us with a smile, saying, "You've worked hard." I nodded. "It's not too bad. How is the situation here, uncle?" Zhang Chun gestured toward the vast plain ahead, stating, "About 9 million players from the China region have entered this plain, forming a fan-shaped front, engaging with the players from Purple Grape City. The Zhulong's Qiu Beast Riders have charged several times and are currently regrouping. We have decided to disrupt their defensive rhythm continuously." Zhu Yingwan added, "The elite forces of Purple Grape City have yet to mobilize. We must not be careless. These are merely probing attacks at this stage. Yet we have already infiltrated their territory." "Infiltrated their territory?" I beg to differ, I chuckled. Zhu Yingwan's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Before the assembled crowd, I slowly approached the forefront of the mountain peak, facing the vast expanse of the plain. Suddenly, I extended my hand to unfold a large map of the city of Purple Grapes. After a meticulous calibration, a blue aura emanated, aligning perfectly with the map ahead. Pointing to several luminous dots upon it, I remarked, "This plain is indeed expansive, yet to the north lies the enigmatic forest, a region characterized by its intricate terrain, making it nearly impossible to traverse in a short span of time. Moreover, it is susceptible to ambushes and should be avoided." Adjacent to the enigmatic forest is the Sunset Basin, whose low-lying geography poses a significant risk. During torrential rains, the waters from the plain will flood the basin, rendering us vulnerable to aquatic assaults. In truth, I believe our entry into this plain is not a straightforward endeavor, but rather a calculated trap laid before us. The assembly fell silent, with figures such as Zhan Tian, the deity of the capital, and San Sheng Mo contemplating my words. Zhu Yingwan, brandishing a sharp sword, interjected, "Lu Chun, do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric. Soon, we shall have tens of millions, if not over 100 million players flooding into the city of Purple Grapes. How could we be ensnared?" I offered a faint smile and continued, "Allow me to finish. The terrain we are currently in is not particularly advantageous. The narrow passage at the White Rose Fortress is easily susceptible to severing our supply lines. Once we enter the plain, we must consider whether there are ambushes lurking among the mountain ranges flanking the canyon. Have any scouts been dispatched to ascertain the movements of the forces from the city of Purple Grapes?" Zhu Yingwan appeared taken aback, while Swan Lafen promptly declared, "Old 4, Dispatch all our assassins immediately into the thickets of the mountains to ascertain the actions of the top 50 guilds from the city of Purple Grapes. I found myself somewhat speechless, as my suspicions had proven accurate. Following the decisive victory of Zhu Long's formidable iron cavalry, even the astute Swan La Fun had grown overconfident. Fortunately, I had already employed Dark Eye to survey the mountain ranges upon my arrival, revealing merely scattered Japanese players. Pointing at the dense crimson mass of players in the plain, I stated, "Observe, the players from the city of Purple Grapes, although defeated, remain unbroken, maintaining a cohesive formation akin to a tightly sealed iron barrel, effectively restraining our offensive line. This issue must be resolved swiftly, otherwise, they will undoubtedly employ crossbows and siege engines to assail us. If we fail to hold our ground for 72 hours, the battle for the city of Purple Grapes will be deemed a loss for us." Swan La Fun nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, Lu Chen sees through the situation. However, the faction led by Jian Wangjiang who expressed their discontent. The vice leader, clad in robes, scoffed, "This is mere theoretical speculation. Surely, if we dispatch our cavalry to charge, the problem can be resolved without such complexity." Wang Dongliang, the leader of the Overlord Hall, concurred, "Precisely. This iron barrel formation is trivial. If we wait a few more hours until our numbers are sufficient, we can charge in unison. What is there to fear?" I shrugged. I merely wished to minimize our losses. After all, we face adversaries from both Qingtu City and Jushang City, positioned on either side, should they converge and attack. None can guarantee our victory in this war. Zhulong's Baikong Hen chuckled derisively, fearing both wolves and tigers. What is the point of fighting at all? Sansheng Mo erupted in anger. Enough of this nonsense. To act recklessly without thorough consideration, and once the main force is lost, can you bear the responsibility? Bah! The dragon travels the world declared. Then let us devise our own plans and not interfere with one another. Li Chengfeng suddenly chuckled and retorted, "What nonsense! Such individuals dare to conquer the city of Purple Grapes? It's nothing short of a delusion." Wang Dongliang exclaimed in anger, "What do you mean, you so-called brave one?" Li Chengfeng glared at him and said, "Your ridiculous behavior reminds me of the 18 warlords from the Three Kingdoms era who sought to defeat Dongjua. Each had their own agenda, appearing united but ultimately parting ways in discord. MLGBD. Every word from Lu Chun is reasonable. How dare you? A bunch of imbeciles with no intelligence limits. Refute it? Present your arguments, and if you cannot, then shut your mouths. May I have a moment of silence to speak?" Swan Lazafin raised his sword amidst the crowd, and as silence fell, he continued, "Currently, we have at least over 100 powerful guilds entering the city of Purple Grapes. This national war may be far more arduous than we anticipate, thus we must unify our hearts to achieve victory." Zhu Yingwan inquired, "Zhang Chun, what are your thoughts?" Swan Lazafin pondered briefly and replied, "Since everyone has their own opinions, why not divide our forces and launch attacks from 3 directions? The first route is to enter the Lost Forest, traversing the ruins of Ice River County to reach Falling Moon Ridge, and crossing it will bring us to the foot of the city of Purple Grapes. The second route involves a frontal assault on the Despair Great Wall. After breaching the city, we can occupy Yenner County and then cross the Wildfire Plains to attack the city of Purple Grapes. As for the third route, I do not agree with it." The leader of the Huajian faction, Li Lu, galloped forward and asked, "Which route?" "Entering the vast Wanxiao Basin. If luck is on our side, we could reach the city of Purple Grapes within 10 hours, making it the quickest yet most perilous path. I personally do not endorse this attack route." "Is that so?" Li Lu raised an eyebrow and laughed. "I find it quite favorable. The Wanxiao Basin is merely a leveling map. Instead of overcalculating, we should charge ahead and let the descendants of the city of Purple Grapes taste our might." I interjected, "Li Lu, think it through. Not only do we not know the level of monsters in the depths of the Wanxiao Basin, but even Japanese players have not fully grasped it. If you charge in recklessly, it would be quite regrettable." Lin Yisan tugged at my hand, smiling. "It's all right. Let them go. If they die, they die. We wouldn't be heartbroken." "Lin Yisan, you." Li Lu had always harbored romantic notions about Lin Yisan, and now he felt utterly humiliated. Before the Huajian faction players, he sensed his face was losing its luster, and he immediately raised his sword, shouting, "I, Li Lu, am willing to take a risk. Think of the humiliation our compatriots endured in Ice Flow City, the 12 musicians repeatedly shamed. This debt must be repaid with our lives." Even if I perish in the Wanxiao Basin, I shall have no regrets. Which guilds are willing to join the Huajian faction in rushing into the Wanxiao Basin? Amidst the throng, unrest stirred as 4 leaders of alliance-level players emerged, hailing from various guilds within the Sky City, all ranked between 50,200, neither large nor small. Notably, these 4 guilds were allies of the Flower Party. Le Xiao, we shall accompany you. It is far better to face death than to cower here in stagnation. One burly man wielding a battle axe provocatively cast a glance my way and remarked, "Humph," as one of the premier super guilds in Sky City. To cower in fear is indeed laughable. I gritted my teeth, choosing not to engage. Linison, however, unsheathed her 7-star glass sword with a clang, pointing it at the burly man, and declared, "What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Ziho, Nangong Lexi. Issue the command for the Kuelong Iron Cavalry to prepare to assault this guild known as the Underworld Ring." The man's face instantly turned ashen, fruit knife. "What do you mean by that?" Linison smiled. "Nothing much. Merely unable to tolerate certain individuals who speak in veiled terms." "Humph," the man snorted, swiftly turning his steed to descend the mountain, raising his arm as he proclaimed, "Our Underworld Ring Guild, along with the Flower Party and other guilds, has decided to take the risk of entering the Luminous Basin, delivering a powerful blow to the Japanese. Who else cannot endure this grievance? Come with us." The crowd surged with excitement, as numerous guilds joined the ranks of the Flower Party. Li Lu, brandishing a sharp sword, laughed heartily while spending 5,000 renminbi to send out a system message. Ding. System notification. Player Lu Xiao speaks after enduring humiliation in the Battle of Ice City. Today, the Flower Party has decided to take a bold step. We shall traverse the Luminous Basin and strike directly at the heart of the Purple Grape City. Any valiant Chinese brothers willing to join us, despite the strength of the monsters and the cunning of the enemies. We shall showcase the might of the Chinese in the Luminous Basin. As this system announcement spread, even more passionate guilds joined the offensive against the Luminous Basin. In an instant, nearly half of the station troops on the mountain had departed, while players continuously streamed in from the direction of the White Rose Fortress, joining the Flower Party's ranks. From the mountain ridge, I gazed into the distance, witnessing a vast, dark sea of people flooding into the Luminous Basin, disappearing beyond the horizon, a formidable force, countless in number. Damn! Swan Laughlin opened the large map, observing the dense array of dark dots, and exclaimed, "I did not foresee this. Li Lu managed to lead away so many. His eagerness for glory is quite excessive." Zhu Yingluan gritted his teeth and remarked, "MD. He has taken at least over 1 million people, leaving us with scant numbers." Swan Laughlin turned to the group and asked, "So, what shall we decide?" Battle Heaven replied, "I have decided to lead our forces through the Lost Forest and directly assault the Falling Moon Ridge. This should be a swifter approach, allowing us to station troops along the way and ambush the Indians coming from the Great Elephant City." Zhu Yingluan nodded then. "Let Zhu Long choose this path of assault as well." Soon, the leaders of numerous guilds, including Soul, returned to Battle Robes, Redman Pavilion, Eternal Life Palace, Sacred Rose, Ascend to the World, Heaven's Will, War Elegy, Thunder, Wings of Awakening, and Silver Soul, chose to launch an offensive from the Lost Forest. The reason was simple. Ice River County had already been trampled by the ancient Sword Iron Cavalry, and attacking from there would not encounter the mightiest forces of the City of Purple Grapes. I gazed into the distance at the imposing and lengthy defensive fortress standing majestically within the valley. It was the ultimate Great Wall, soaring at least 100 meters high. A typical siege tower could not reach its height, and the terrain that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault allowed numerous super guilds to settle in the City of Purple Grapes, clearly indicating their intention to engage in a battle of offense and defense with Chinese players. Some tasks must be undertaken by someone. I smiled faintly and declared, "The Ancient Sword Dream chooses to launch a direct assault on the ultimate Great Wall." He nodded in agreement. "Beside us," Lin Eason remarked with a smile, "there's no other choice. That Snow Silver Fur will also stay and join Ancient Sword in attacking the ultimate Great Wall to decisively dismantle their defensive capabilities." The likes of San Shangyamo, Capital City Luo Shun, Ling Shueshang, and Qingqing Zijin expressed their intent to remain and assault the ultimate Great Wall. Additionally, guilds such as Overlord Hall, Mad Dragon, Sword-wielding Jianghu, and Annihilation God also decided to stay, and even those from the Sour and Spicy Noodles Guild joined in the attack on the ultimate Great Wall. We must employ our most elite forces to shake this fortress, for it serves as the shield of the city of purple grapes, and it must be uprooted. To dismantle the ultimate Great Wall would directly shatter the confidence of the Japanese players, and this was precisely our desire. Then let us act. Everyone, be ready to respond at any moment, and do not divide our forces. Sour and spicy noodles nodded in agreement. With that, Lin-Yi-Sin and I descended the mountain. At the foot of the hill, players from Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, and Flame Red Lips were already assembled and ready for battle. As I surveyed the horizon, I could almost sense the thick scent of gunpowder. Numerous Japanese players had abandoned a frontal confrontation, many retreating directly into the ultimate Great Wall, while others shattered their return scrolls to teleport back to the city of purple grapes before reappearing within the fortress. Lin-Yi-Sin raised her sword, Kowalong Iron Cavalry. Make haste to the base of the ultimate Great Wall. We must seize the city immediately. At the command of the beautiful guild leader, the ranks of Snow Silver Fur parted suddenly, and a line of armored cavalry surged forth, riding steeds as formidable as iron bulls. Clad in the Earth Dragon armor, the new type of cavalry crafted over many days by Snow Silver Fur, the Kowalong Iron Cavalry, numbering approximately 12,000, charged forward under the command of the Purple Robe Marquis. Seizing the moment, I raised the Ziying Sword, gazing ahead at the ultimate Great Wall, and proclaimed loudly, "All Longyao Iron Cavalry, follow my lead and charge to the base of the wall." Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, and Luan Us swiftly mounted their horses, halting their preparations, and 140,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry surged out in unison. Instantly, the sound of iron hooves shook the earth, and alongside the cavalry from Snow Silver Fur, Purple Lily, and Flame Red Lips guilds, a cloud of dust billowed forth as we charged toward the ultimate Great Wall. Looking up, one is met with the biting cold of the relentless winds. As we approach the formidable wall of the despairing Great Wall, the chill becomes increasingly palpable. Indeed, the upper portion of this fortress is encased in ice, with the walls adorned with glistening layers of frost, smooth and impossible to grasp. As we draw nearer, the system emits a notification, ding. System alert. You have entered the region of the despairing Great Wall. Map description. The despairing Great Wall was erected by the industrious and benevolent Eastern Mountain Dwarves at the fissures of the Ice Age to fend off demonic incursions. Stretching for several dozen kilometers, it connects the luminous valley to the cold Flame Mountains. The very foundation of the wall is the source of frost, rendering the area within the Great Wall exceptionally frigid. The dwarves, by pouring clear water between the rocks, can solidify it into an impenetrable ice bastion overnight. For countless millennia, the despairing Great Wall has stood resolute against all invading foes. Soon, we have closed in on the players from the city of purple grapes, who have yet to enter the fortress. Adhering to the principle of accruing points, we strike decisively. With a swift motion, the blade of my sword cleaved through the shield of a demonic knight, finishing it off with a follow-up attack. Without hesitation, I surged forward, my sword raised as I unleashed a fierce onslaught, dispatching 4 archers in one fell swoop. Parallel to my advance were Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, Luan Yue, and Lin-Yi-Sin of Snow Silver Fur, as well as others like Zi and the Sword of Death, all relentlessly charging forth. The Chinese cavalry swept through like a whirlwind, scattering leaves as they descended upon the base of the despairing Great Wall. Glancing up, Li Chengfeng licked his lips, astonished. Goodness, the wall stands at least 100 meters high, far beyond our range of attack. Even our archers cannot reach it. How on earth can we bring it down? I gestured towards a nearby structure. There lies a grand gate, at least 100 meters wide. We can simply break it open. Su Yang exclaimed, "What? That iron gate is at least 5 meters thick. Can you truly break through it?" I nodded somberly. "Absolutely not." Lin-Yi-Sin, exasperated, interjected, "Stop the chatter. The gate is shut. Hurry, close the gate. We cannot allow them to reach the despairing Great Wall." Above, Hong Feng brandished his sword, growling at the leader of another guild, immediately closed the gate without hesitation. The cavalry of the ancient sword spirit is formidable. If they breach the gate, they could seize control of it, and the despairing Great Wall would be doomed. Moreover, those legends like the Shattered Spear and Wind Color Fantasy are here. Do not tell me it is inconsequential. Their might has been proven in the finals of WL. The guild leader, gritting his teeth, pointed towards the base of the wall. "But Hong Feng, do you not see? We still have at least 30,000 members outside. If we close the gate now, none of them will survive to enter. I cannot betray this brotherhood. Hong Feng unsheathed his sword, declaring, a man must be resolute and brave. Do not be indecisive. Close the gate and let your people find a chance to return. We cannot sacrifice our despairing Great Wall for the sake of a few thousand lives. Do you know how many resources we expended during the design phase to possess this despairing Great Wall? The leader of the meeting wore a grim expression and bellowed, close the gates of the abyssal Great Wall. Brothers outside, seize the chance to return. If we lose our opportunity to retreat, then turn back and fight those Chinese to the death. The thunderous sound of iron chains echoed as the massive gates of the abyssal Great Wall slowly began to close. The gates, forged from an unknown high-quality iron, were adorned with half-meter-long thorny spikes, providing formidable defense against cavalry charges and siege engines. Above the gates, a multitude of arrow slots was densely packed, with countless archers poised and ready to unleash their arrows. The ice-scaled horse galloped swiftly, reaching the vicinity of the gates in an instant. However, I was still a moment too late. I could only watch as the gates closed, leaving behind a gap no larger than a fist. Even with my mastery of the 72 transformations, it seemed impossible to slip through. With a furious shout, I brought down the Ziying Sword, striking the gate with a resounding force. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how solid the gates were, they vibrated with a resonating sound under the impact of my strike. The blade's assault registered 3 damage numbers: 5,990, 7,266, 10,293. Alas, a single person's attack proved futile. The gates possessed a health threshold of at least 10 million, and it was evident that there were support players inside effecting repairs. I watched as healing numbers, each around 10,000, appeared above the gates. And in the blink of an eye, their resilience was restored to full. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yisin, He, Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and others, filled with fighting spirit, all charged at the gates, wielding their weapons to unleash their ultimate skills. Unfortunately, they could not inflict significant damage upon this defensive structure, and instead, the thorny spikes on the gates caused them to lose considerable health. Goodness, this defense is far too robust. How are we to breach these gates? Li Chengfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yisin brandished her 7-star glazed sword and unleashed a devastating barrier-breaking strike, producing a resonant clang against the gates, inflicting 6,762 points of damage. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and chuckle. Wow, strong attacks are futile. At that moment, from the gaps above the gates, the arrow slots opened, and a level 190 archer roared fiercely, "Shoot them down." These are renowned figures from the China region. A reward of 10,000 gold coins for anyone who can take one down, payable on the spot. This is a promise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold arrows rained down, and I hurriedly raised my shield to protect Lin Yisin, the piercing arrows striking against the dragon god's shield, causing a faint sting. Clearly, the archers stationed here in Ziying City were of the highest caliber. Otherwise, they would not have managed to reduce my health by nearly 50,000 points in an instant. It was evident that at least 200 archers lay in ambush within the gates, capable of launching attacks against us, yet I found myself powerless to retaliate. Retreat, I commanded loudly. We must find another way. A direct assault is futile. Understood. Ming Miao nodded in agreement. Lin Yisin, He, Giguzi, and the others began to fall back, while I remained steadfast. He looked back and asked, Lu Chun, why aren't you leaving? I gritted my teeth. I won't back down after being struck. That's not my style. As he spoke, he suddenly raised the Ziying Sword, his gaze fixed on an arrow slit to the right. With a fierce shout, the Ziying Sword slipped from his grasp, transforming into a spiraling tempest that surged forth, piercing through the arrow slit with a swift whoosh. Immediately, anguished cries echoed from within the city gates. After a brief 2 seconds, I abruptly opened my hand and commanded, "Return." With a whoosh, the Ziying Sword wreaked havoc, claiming countless archers before it shot out from another arrow slit to the left, securely landing back in my grasp. I unleashed another devastating strike, the Ice Slash, which reverberated against the city gates, leaving the archers within dumbfounded, some even retreating in fear. Turning, I mounted my steed and departed, knowing that this place was no longer safe. Without the support of a priest, I could not endure for long. After all, no warrior could withstand the onslaught of hundreds of archers indefinitely. Upon reaching the base of the city, I discovered that the battle had fully erupted. Countless Chinese players converging at the city's foot, while arrows, magical storms, debris, rolling logs, and flaming oil rained down from the heights of the Great Wall of Despair, striking the ranks of the Chinese players. The screams of the fallen rose sharply, and in an instant, many were lost. Damn it! The purple-robed Marquis arrived at the foot of the city, cleaving a boulder with his sword. He turned to Nangong Lexi and asked, "Lexi, test the range. Can you hit them from up there?" Nangong Lexi urged her dragon steed back several paces, knocking a long arrow and drawing the bowstring taut. With a swift motion, a spiraling arrow shot skyward. Unfortunately, even with the height of her mount, the arrow's effective range was only 60 yards. Shooting upward from below diminished its power. By the time the arrow reached 100 yards above, it had lost much of its strength, merely sparking against the shields of the enemy warriors with minimal damage. "How can we fight like this?" Nangong Lexi exclaimed, glancing at Lin Yisan nearby. "Leader, we lack the height advantage. We cannot reach them." Lin Yisan raised her arm, brushing aside a rolling log, her expression tinged with helplessness. "Luching, this is not a viable strategy." I nodded in agreement. "Retreat. Fall back to 1,000 yards." "Understood." The group swiftly retreated beyond the enemy's range, repositioning our line to 1,000 yards from the Great Wall of Despair. The players atop the city, from the purple grape city, erupted into laughter. The leader of Lingyu Palace, wielding the sun-piercing bow, stood at the edge of the city, pointing down at us and laughing heartily. I thought these Chinese players were formidable, but under our impenetrable defenses at the Great Wall of Despair, they are nothing but trash. "Come at us again if you dare. I'm waiting for you." At our position, Su Yang glanced back, clenching his fists. "Damn, this guy is so arrogant." Swan Siphon nodded, chuckling. "A barking dog never bites. Let us not stoop to their level. Now, we should strategize how to conduct this siege. The system has revealed the numbers. 9 million players are defending the Great Wall of Despair, while we have 18 million attacking. Our numbers nearly double theirs, and our chances of victory are still promising." Lin Yisan blinked, stating, "Utilizing the skill of projection, it is nearly impossible to inflict harm upon them, unless we carve an unconventional path. Otherwise, we might as well wash up and sleep." I responded. He, the goddess of Luo in the capital, grasped her staff, gazing towards the direction of the impasse Great Wall. "Such a lofty fortress. I am utterly powerless. Magic cannot reach that height," Lianxing remarked. "Indeed, in such a battle, mages are of little assistance," Swan Lazafin added. "Regardless, we must remain vigilant. This impasse Great Wall is commanded by a renowned general from the Japanese server, Chengfeng, whose prowess and cunning are formidable. We cannot afford to underestimate him." Sanxing Imo suggested, "Let us contemplate the method of siege." I pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there are ways. Albeit they may be rather brutal." Lin Yisan chuckled lightly. "Speak. We are all aware that this war will undoubtedly be fierce. To obliterate the city of Purple Grape, one must be prepared to pay an absolute price." I nodded, contemplating before stating, "During our time in the Sky City, the artisans of ancient Sword Soul Dream not only devised siege ladders and war machines, but also studied a lightweight siege apparatus." "Where is Uncle San? Come here and hand me the cloud-piercing claw." A craftsman from the crowd stepped forward, the foremost artisan of ancient Sword Soul Dream, a middle-aged gentleman around 50. Who played not for battle but for the joy of tinkering with siege machinery, remaining within the guild of Ancient Sword. Uncle San approached, presenting a black bracer, saying, "Is this it?" Lin Yisan tilted her head to observe. I affirmed, "Indeed, it is the cloud-piercing claw, with a maximum range of approximately 120 yards, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the impasse Great Wall. Once a claw pierces into the fortress, it is exceedingly difficult to extract. And the connected rope is crafted from celestial silkworm silk, impervious to blades or axes." This is our reliance." Sanxing Imo, standing beside Lin Yisan, also tilted his head to scrutinize. "Will this contraption be effective?" "Of course, how could it not?" I raised my arm towards a distant red maple tree, declaring, "Observe closely." I pressed a button, and instantly, the claw shot forth, embedding itself firmly into the trunk of the maple tree. With a sudden tug, the tree snapped with a resounding crash under the might of my strength. Pressing the button again, the claw retracted with a swift motion. "How about that?" I inquired, gazing at the crowd. They stared in astonishment, Ba Tian Dao giving a thumbs up. "Impressive." "Lu Chun, how many of these cloud-piercing claws does Ancient Sword possess?" Swan Lazafin inquired with excitement. Wow. With this cloud-piercing claw, capturing the impasse Great Wall seems promising. I replied, the materials required for the cloud-piercing claw are not particularly rare. 10 portions of refined iron and 5 portions of celestial silkworm silk, all merely level 8 materials. Therefore, Ancient Sword's warehouse has at least over 100,000 sets in stock. How many did we bring this time, Uncle San? Uncle San smiled. The leader instructed to bring them all. A total of 170,000 sets. Excellent. I nodded. Distribute them. Ancient Sword shall retain 10,000 sets. And the remaining 160,000 sets shall be allocated to our allies. As I stood nearby, Lin Yisan leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "You little trickster. The cloud-piercing claws are truly remarkable. I can't believe you generously gave away 160,000 sets all at once. That's hardly characteristic of you." I embraced her shoulders and, with a chuckle, replied, Why are you acting so foolish today? Don't forget, there are 10 million guards on the Great Wall of Despair, attacking from an elevated position with enhanced damage. How many players using the cloud-piercing claws to scale the city walls will survive? By retaining some for ourselves, we can minimize casualties. Lin Yisan's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, you shameless rascal. Let us allocate 50,000 sets of cloud-piercing claws to Swirling Shan. No, I want 5,000 sets. Soon after, all the cloud-piercing claws were distributed, with the players from the Overlord Hall requesting the most. Little Pig donned a pair of cloud-piercing claws and grinned. The design is quite exquisite and sharp. There are many talented players in Ancient Sword. He remarked, Little Pig, why not join Ancient Sword? I can make you a Legion commander. Little Pig beamed. That's great, but I need a base salary too. How much do you want? 1 million a month. I interjected, let us discuss this later. With that million, I could support 10 fiercely determined players. Are you sure you're stronger than 10 of them? Little Pig shook his head, no? Then get lost and prepare for the siege. Meanwhile, Wang Dongliang looked on, utterly stunned, as we ignored him, seemingly forgetting that he was Little Pig's employer. Standing at the main position, I addressed Swan Lafon, clearly. A straightforward assault using the cloud-piercing claws will not yield a lethal impact. My primary intention for utilizing the claws is to complement our ground offensive. Uncle, let us bring out all the siege weapons, especially the siege towers. Since we cannot surpass this fortress, we shall demolish it from the base, ensuring the Great Wall of Despair is erased from the map. Swan Lafon nodded yes, and let us deploy the ladders as well. If we connect 2 ladders, we should be able to reach the top of the Great Wall of Despair. Bring forth the Xuanwu and Bei siege vehicles for long-range bombardment of the walls, aiming to obliterate them. This time, we shall shatter the Japanese forces' confidence with overwhelming firepower. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Half an hour later, preparations were complete. Countless catapults, Xuanwu and Bei siege vehicles lined the front lines, alongside at least 1,000 black siege towers, each capable of inflicting substantial damage to the fortress, akin to a drilling machine ready to hollow out the base of the Great Wall of Despair. Vice Alliance leader, Tian Tangyu brandished her sword and demanded, why must all the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry remain on standby while we watch the Qinghu Iron Cavalry risk their lives with the cloud-piercing claws? The clear-skied Snow remarked. Indeed, why should we be left idle like this? I promptly raised my hand and urged, everyone, let us remain composed. This siege is not our sole battle. Once we breach the formidable Great Wall of Despair, we shall face the tumultuous clashes on the plains, where the true brilliance of the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry shall be unveiled. Please, bear with me a little longer. To those of you who are esteemed generals, you may claim a set of cloud-piercing claws and join me, but I must insist that you guarantee your survival. If the situation becomes dire, leap from the walls. Do not succumb to death. A chorus of laughter erupted. Understood. In no time, our offensive took shape. I led 10,000 Ancient Sword Iron Cavalry at the forefront, each adorned with cloud-piercing claws, while the majority of the Dragon Dawn Cavalry remained stationed behind, for their valor must not be squandered in this initial assault. My heart would ache if they fell, especially knowing that once we encounter the elite cavalry of the Purple Grape City, we will need to deploy our ace forces. The Dragon Dawn Cavalry. With a clang, I unsheathed the Ziying Sword and bellowed, brothers, charge forth. Do not allow this insignificant wall to impede our path to conquest. The warhorses neighed as nearly 300,000 Chinese cavalry surged forward, swiftly forming an arc of assault, dust swirling as they charged toward the Great Wall of Despair. Due to the sheer number of combatants, our forces did not concentrate their attack, but rather spread across several roads, launching a widespread offensive against the defenses of the Great Wall. Upon the wall, Red Maple observed the attack below with keen eyes, suddenly raising her arm and commanding, "Archers and mages, unleash a relentless barrage. Eliminate these foes. All siege engines, target their equipment to prevent them from nearing the city. The time for a decisive battle has arrived." Countless bursts of colorful light erupted from above, the effects of skills being unleashed. In the next moment, a hail of arrows and magic rained down from the Great Wall, which spanned at least 500 meters in width, accommodating a multitude of players and creating a fearsome area of effect for their onslaught. "Raise shields," I commanded loudly. The frontline players swiftly positioned their shields overhead, and in an instant, a torrent of arrows and magic descended upon us. The aerial assault was fierce, the arrows striking with brutal force, accompanied by the devastation of magic, an utterly lethal combination. While the players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream fared reasonably, those from the Overlord Hall suffered considerable losses, with riders consecutively falling from their mounts, a grim sight as many perished in an instant. Fortunately, our steeds were swift, and soon we reached the base of the wall. The towering height of the structure meant that the players at its foot would endure only a limited barrage of attacks. "Dismount, cloud-piercing claws, lock onto the target, advance," I commanded with authority. A throng of players dismounted, raising their arms to fixate on a specific point atop the wall. They pressed the buttons, and with a snap, the ghostly claws, entwined with long strands of celestial silk, shot forth. Moments later, they embedded themselves into the city's bricks with successive thuds, securing their grip. Looking up, I saw the edge of the Great Wall of Despair festooned with a dense array of cloud-piercing claws, as at least 10,000 players began their ascent. The claws unable to bear the weight of the warrior-class players, forcing them to climb independently. I drew forth the purpling sword and swiftly pierced a hole in the city wall, leveraging its power to propel myself upward. Beside me, Linison, Li Chengfeng, and others followed suit, utilizing their weapons to ascend with remarkable speed. What is this phenomenon? On the city walls, a group of Japanese players stood in stunned silence. Hongfeng raised his sword. "This is a different kind of siege weapon. All high-level archers, move to the edge of the walls. Use shock arrows and armor-piercing arrows to eliminate them. Boulders and logs. Aim carefully. Do not allow them to ascend. Additionally, for weapons exceeding celestial tier, attempt to sever their ropes." A throng of melee players drew their blades, striking against the celestial silk, but to no avail. It could not be cut unless one wielded a weapon of my purple sword's caliber. The celestial silk was nearly invincible, serving as a formidable offensive tether. Above us, countless arrows rained down. Without uttering a word, we ascended, clutching blood vials between our lips. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted, crashing with a thunderous sound upon the face of an exuberant warrior. Though the boulder shattered his pride and inflicted a loss of 30,000 health points, he remained standing, merely bearing the mark of its impact upon his visage. He lifted his chin defiantly, declaring, "You lot, just wait, I shall soon deal with you." Giguzi, Li Chengfeng, and the 18 riders of Yuyun gazed in awe. Incredible. I grasped the rope with one hand and raised the purple sword with the other, cleaving through the boulder with 2 swift strikes. Should the entirety of it fall, it could prove lethal. However, by shattering it mid-descent, I significantly diminished its destructive force. "Luchun, be cautious," he warned, brandishing the 7-star glass spear. I looked up to see 4 or 5 archers aiming at me, one of whom cackled, "Isn't this the new champion of WL? Come, brothers, let us dispatch him with shock and armor-piercing arrows." With the sound of twanging bowstrings, arrows soon filled my face. I reached up to pluck them out, raising my arm and shouting, "You bunch of scoundrels, seeking death." A surge of golden light emanated from my palm as a golden sigil soared skyward, crashing into the city above with a deafening roar. The archers fell en masse. How dare they act so recklessly? My ancient sigil may not have been sufficient to slay heavily armored knights or shielded mages, but it was more than adequate against archers and assassins. "Little trickster, hurry up and seize the first territory." Linison laughed. "Understood." I sprinted forward, the purple sword carving several holes into the frost-laden wall. With a powerful thrust, I leapt to the edge of the city, dispersing the cloud-piercing effect. Just as I was about to land, a graceful figure swept by. It was the Ice Knight Chengfeng of the Divine Realm. With a resounding impact, Chengfeng swung her sword, her long legs sweeping beneath me and sending me sprawling. As she retracted her leg, she lunged forward, her voice sharp. "Down you go?" With a clang, the purpling sword plunged heavily into the brick of the city wall, granting me a stabilizing point. I called out, and with a surge, my battle boots propelled me toward Chengfeng's leg. Boom! With a powerful kick, I sent Chengfeng staggering backward, while I swiftly flipped myself upright. Energy surged within my palms, radiating the light of ancient runes. With a graceful wave, a multitude of primordial symbols unfurled along the city wall, instantly unleashing a cacophony of wails and howls. Waves of attacking energy surged from all directions. Facing them head-on could lead to a swift demise. And I could not afford to be careless. Should I perish, my entry into the national war would be forever barred. I abruptly leaned back, thrusting my Ziying Sword deep into the bricks of the wall, leaving a long, trailing mark as I nearly dangled from the edge. Above me, a flurry of missed messages erupted. Beside me, Lin Yisan and He Yi, witnessing my precarious position, gasped in astonishment. "Luchin, what on earth are you doing?" With a powerful spring, I propelled myself back onto the wall, arms raised as the glow of the magic array whirled around me. The Phantom Wolf King and the Shadow Clone howled into existence. My adversary's skill cooldown was a mere 6 seconds, and those 6 seconds belonged to me. With a fierce neigh, my Ice Lin steed galloped forth as I mounted, sword in hand, charging into the fray. The Shadow Clone unleashed a devastating ice slash, while the Phantom Wolf King unleashed the storm claw of the infernal tempest. My presence alone transformed the battlefield into chaos. Chengfeng, sword drawn, retreated continuously, searching for the opportune moment to strike. However, the edge of the city wall began to crumble. Suddenly, a striking figure ascended the wall, none other than the goddess of the fruit knife, Lin Yisan. Without granting her opponent a moment's respite, she executed a dazzling ice flame slash, decimating the crowd in an instant. With arms raised, she unleashed a relentless barrage that left the players atop the wall reeling in despair. Following closely, He made her entrance, her 7-star Lioli spear slicing through the air, reaching an impressive attack range of 20 yards. The earth trembled as her ice rock purgatory slash pierced through the throng, and these two divine warriors swiftly altered the course of the battle. Soon, with renewed vigor, figures such as Guguzi, Li Chengfeng, and Luan Yu ascended the city, joined by the likes of Qing Zichin and Ming Miao Shui. A formidable assembly of elite Chinese players surged into the fray, each one a renowned warrior with terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities. "Little ghost," I bellowed. "What is it?" "Captain Zhiji," Guguzi inquired, having just pierced an archer's throat with his spear. I replied firmly, "Form a group. Have all Chinese players with mounts join your team and activate the Mount God skill. A 225 attack and defense bonus. There is no better time than now." Haha, I was just thinking the same. Qing Zichin chimed in. "Finally, I can relish the double 200 buff. It feels exhilarating just to imagine." Ming Miao Shui remained speechless, pathetic. "Guguzi, hurry and add me." In no time, Guguzi included me in the party, which now boasted 120 members. Upon activating the 225 attack and defense bonus, we became nearly immune to the archer's assaults, particularly the spiral arrow blades, which typically dealt devastating damage but now only chipped away at our health by a mere 1,000 to 2,000. Truly frightening. "Damn, these people are terrifying," an archer from Purple Grape City exclaimed as he retreated. Upon the city walls, Black Zephyr war chariots were launching enormous boulders to assail the Chinese players below. I swiftly pointed my sword and declared with a smile, "Let us first dismantle these siege engines." In an instant, a throng of warriors surged forward, each employing their unique tactics, and within moments, 3 Black Zephyr chariots were reduced to mere fragments. However, to my dismay, dense rows of crossbow carts emerged behind the chariots, sending a shiver down my spine. Damn it, the Red Maple has calculated our every move. They anticipated our assault on the city, and these crossbow carts are evidently prepared for us. Upon witnessing the multitude of crossbow carts, players familiar with the formidable piercing power of the crossbow carts from the city of Purple Grapes felt their hearts sink. Guguzi raised his shield and bellowed, "Formation! Shield wall!" With a series of resounding thuds, he, along with myself, Chengfeng Shui, Tian Tangyu, and others, dropped our shields to the ground, forming a rudimentary shield wall defense, consisting of merely 20 shield warriors. The crossbow strings twanged ominously, and countless massive arrows hurtled toward us. The shields reverberated with violent impacts. Despite our defensive stance, our health plummeted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, even Tian Tangyu was reduced to half health, while Japanese players surged forward, unleashing magic and arrows, poised to leave us stranded within the city. Li Chengfeng brandished his sword and commanded, "This cannot continue. Doji, Yuyun, Wanyu. Let us charge from the side and deal with those crossbow carts." Agreed. Nearly 100 cavalry warriors suddenly surged forth from the flank. Lin Yisin and Li Chengfeng led the charge, both divine generals, unleashing the earth cyclone. Li Chengfeng glowed with the aura of the battle spirit, while Lin Yisin dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of divine strikes that wreaked havoc among the enemy ranks. At that moment, approximately 200 yards away atop the city walls, Xiao Zhu charged forth, summoning his steed. With the might of divine weaponry, he activated the Frozen Frenzy skill, dramatically increasing his speed. He darted through the throng, his blade flashing as he executed the divine technique, sweeping the 4 directions, enhancing his splash damage by 50% and extending his attack range. His sword unleashed a dazzling arc of light, cutting through the crowd as if it were uninhabited territory. As he galloped, Xiao Zhu roared, "Come on, if you dare. Try to kill me. Let me see just how powerful the crossbow carts of the city of purple grapes truly are, and whether they can breach my defenses." Instantly, the guild leader protecting the crossbow carts from the city of purple grapes was infuriated. Drawing his sword, he pointed at Xiao Zhu and shouted, "Change direction. Fire at this bastard. How dare he act so arrogantly before me? Eliminate him, and let this divine general from China be cast out." With the sound of machinery whirring, nearly 100 crossbow carts pivoted towards Xiao Zhu. In the next moment, the resonant twang of bowstrings filled the air as countless massive arrows were unleashed upon him. With a sudden crash, the small pig slammed its shield onto the ground, slightly bending its body into a defensive stance. It activated the diamond strategy, causing its defensive power to surge to over 200. The pig's equipment was specifically tailored to enhance defense, with each piece contributing at least 20 to its defensive capability, making its vitality remarkably superior to mine. A series of metallic clangs echoed as countless gigantic arrows struck against the pig's shield, only to be deflected. The small pig astonishingly activated a defensive skill known as shield armor, reflecting over 75 points of piercing damage. Coincidentally, the siege crossbows inflicted piercing damage, causing the small pig to tremble slightly as the reflected strikes returned to the crossbows, inflicting full damage. Amidst the chaotic dance of blade light, the crossbows, while attacking others, met their own demise, annihilated in an instant by the pig's shield armor. In contrast, the small pig, having endured a barrage of attacks, saw its health plummet to around 25. It swiftly turned, activated the winds of revival, and restored 50 health points. Then, amidst a swarm of arrows and magical onslaughts, it leaped down from the city walls, proclaiming, "Mission accomplished. Ancient sword, snow silver fur, now it's your turn. Remember to call me when the battlefield is cleared." We all stood in astonishment. This little pig was truly a whirlwind of a man. However, its interference alleviated our pressure significantly. The cavalry led by Lin Yisin and Li Chengfeng swept in from the side, targeting the crossbow formation. Taking cover behind their shields, He and Giguzi rapidly regained health. Once our health surpassed 50, we leaped back into the fray, realizing that the quickest way to recover was by vanquishing our foes to reclaim health. "Archers, what are you doing?" Hongfeng suddenly appeared atop the Great Wall, brandishing his sword, and commanded, "Use the shock arrow and mountain shaker arrow. This group has activated the war god strategy, granting a 225 defense boost. They cannot harm you. Use shock arrows to stun them. And focus fire with Dragon's Kiss to eliminate one. I refuse to believe it won't work." With a resounding crack, before Hongfeng could finish his sentence, a Snow Silver Fur's Coelone Iron Cavalry was stunned by the shock arrow. Before it could recover, several Dragon's Kiss spells struck its forehead, causing it to groan and collapse. Indeed, Hongfeng's strategy was simple yet effective, proving to be a clever approach. Seeking death, with a sudden charge, Su Yang was struck by Hongfeng's sword, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He had advanced too far and entered Hongfeng's attack range. Li Chengfeng growled as the dragon shadow spiraled around him, launching a swift assault. His sword flashed in a flurry of strikes, landing 5 consecutive hits against his opponent's blade. With 3 successful strikes, empowered by the war spirit, he managed to slice away over 40 health points from Hongfeng. However, Hongfeng retaliated by imprinting the Thunder God sphere on the dragon warrior's chest. With a swift motion of his arm, the maple kill devastated the area surrounding Li Chengfeng. A cacophony of damage notifications erupted. 110,929. The offensive prowess of the red maple leans heavily towards magical attacks, essentially disregarding the defensive enhancements of the cavalry god. In a one-on-one confrontation, Li Chengfeng is utterly at a disadvantage. My gaze swept across the horizon, where countless mages and archers from the city of purple grapes surged forward, swiftly filling the vacuum I had created moments ago. Chengfeng, retreat. Do not advance further, I bellowed. Understood, Li Chengfeng replied with a firm nod, turning to grasp the collar of the spirited warrior beside him as they hastened back. Giguzi pointed his spear towards the city below, exclaiming, "Goodness! The city is teeming with Japanese soldiers. The slaughter seems endless. Moreover, numerous dark nights are approaching." Dark nights. A chill settled in my heart. Damn it. The strategy of Red Maple must be to ensnare us in an infinite web of annihilation. He, bewildered, asked, "What shall we do?" Without hesitation, I replied, "We lack reinforcements, as well as the support of mages, priests, and archers. If we fall victim to this infinite web, none will escape. Everyone, jump from the Great Wall with me. Thereafter, we shall see how much pressure the siege ladder troops can exert on the beleaguered fortifications. Drink blood to maintain our health above 50. We cannot afford to perish from the fall." With a resounding thud, my battle boots struck the edge of the wall. I turned to grasp Lin Yisen's small hand, and together we leaped from the battlements, wielding a fruit knife. Behind us, Giguzi, Li Chengfeng, and others followed suit, while the hundreds of warriors with fiery red lips remained above, likely resigned to their fate. The bone-chilling wind howled past my ears, and my cloak billowed behind me as I swiftly drew the Ziying Sword, unleashing a fierce blade strike towards the ground. The immense rebound of my skill significantly mitigated the impact, and with a resounding thud, Lin Yisen and I landed gracefully, our descent far from clumsy. I pivoted swiftly, my divine battle boots meeting the ground as I leaped, wrapping my arms around the plummeting He. The tremendous force nearly toppled both Lin Yisen and me. But after a moment of unsteadiness, I steadied myself, one arm encircling Lin Yisen and the other securing He. Standing amidst a heap of corpses at the base of the city, the scene took on a haunting beauty. "Are you enjoying the embrace? How much longer shall we hold on?" A voice from behind interrupted, belonging to Murong Mingyue, who, shielded by a dark night, was drawing close to the city. Raising her staff, she swiftly replenished the health of Lin Yisen, He, and me. The sensation of a priest restoring health is truly blissful. Had we had dozens of super priests like Murong Mingyue atop the city, perhaps we would not have been so easily dislodged. The lack of supplies renders a prolonged battle utterly unfeasible. "Let us retreat a bit," He suggested, glancing upwards. "So many rolling stones and wooden logs. The pain is unbearable." Indeed, Lin Yisen and He worked together to protect Murong Mingyue as she retreated. Meanwhile, I rode alongside Giguzi, Li Chengfeng, and Luan Yu, covering the rear. With the assistance of our tens of thousands of Cloud Claw warriors disrupting the defenses, a multitude of craftsman players gathered at the city walls, promptly beginning to erect siege ladders and other assault equipment. Moreover, the area below the city was teeming with numerous Chinese players, predominantly from guilds such as Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, Sovereign, Fiery Red Lips, Purple Lily, and Depths of Peach Blossom. This location, directly facing the sole entrance of the desolate Great Wall, represented the most significant breach, necessitating the deployment of our finest forces for the assault. Casting a glance back, I beheld flaming torches launched from catapults arcing through the air, landing amidst the ranks of Chinese players below. Among these were the relentless assaults from the Heise war chariots, with fiery projectiles exploding within the crowd, creating shockwaves that spanned approximately 10 yards, followed by a cacophony of screams. Yet, an even greater number of players continued to press forward, iron swords in hand, determined to advance. Once the siege ladders were fully erected, a direct assault on the city would commence. This was the brutal reality of war. marked solely by bloodshed and carnage. Upon the battlements, Chengfeng unleashed a torrent of skills: Maple Kill, Thunder God Ball, and Fire God S Chain Slash, decimating the ranks of Chinese players below. He bellowed commands: crossbow vehicles, fire in parallel, particularly targeting those heavy shield players. Maintain the relentless barrage from the torch stone vehicles. Our firepower must remain overwhelming. I order the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th alliances to dispatch elite cavalry to the walls. Safeguard the siege equipment, and be prepared to support at a moment's notice. Do not engage in reckless charges. Utilize ranged traps to ensnare those high-level players exceeding level 185. With methodical command and calm judgment, Chengfeng's prowess in defending the city revealed the strategic acumen and martial skill of the foremost leader of Purple Grape City. Indeed, having such a formidable leader was a blessing for Purple Grape City. Otherwise, we would likely expend at least 50% more effort. Approximately 100 yards from the desolate Great Wall, a dense formation of White Zephyr war chariots and torchstone vehicles had already been established. A cohort of shield-bearing magic knights safeguarded the war chariots, overseeing the supply of torchstones from the craftsman players. Once replenished, Swan Lawfen brandished his sword, directing it towards the desolate Great Wall, proclaiming, "Aim for a height of about 75 units on the city walls, fully drawn, and unleash a continuous assault. Do not hesitate to expend those torchstones and White Zephyr torchstones. I will report all expenses to the virtual department for compensation." A resounding clamor echoed through the air, and in the next moment, the projectiles from the Chinese faction hurtled toward the city with an overwhelming force, obscuring the sun and moon. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated across the desolate Great Wall as flames danced upon the battlements, especially from the strikes of the White Zephyr torchstones, each leaving a 1-meter-deep crater upon the walls. Although they failed to breach the city's defenses, prolonged assaults would undoubtedly compromise the integrity of the desolate Great Wall. Boom! From the heavens, a radiant white meteorite plummeted onto the city, mercilessly rolling over the players within, claiming lives as it traversed dozens of meters. With a sudden explosion amidst a throng of archers and mages, a cacophony erupted, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. As flames raged, engulfing countless archers, mages, and priests in a sea of fire, resulting in devastation of the most brutal kind. Hold the line. Maintain our shield formation. Protect our ranged weapons, bellowed a battle-axe warrior. Yet, mere seconds later, with a thunderous crash, a second white meteorite accurately struck the city, shattering bricks and leaving a long path of destruction as players were mercilessly crushed. With a deafening thud, the meteorite collided with the shield formation, leaving several dark knights exchanging alarmed glances. "By the gods!" they exclaimed. The explosion shattered a group of shield-bearing dark knights, and even the black war chariot behind them was obliterated. The meteorite's potency was simply overwhelming. Standing at the city's edge, Chengfeng disregarded the surrounding explosions, casually brushing off the fiery debris from her shoulder armor. Adjust the angle of the black meteorite's attack to a 75-degree elevation and apply a force of 45. We must dismantle their ranged formation first. We cannot remain reactive any longer. Minutes later, the counterattack from Purple Grape City commenced. Countless meteorites launched from the city at a steep angle, showcasing Chengfeng's formidable computational prowess. The barrage of meteorites seemed to possess a mind of their own, targeting the formation where Uncle Spicy Noodle stood. The ensuing explosions decimated at least 100 ranged weapons from the Chinese faction, while the flames blazed fiercely, with numerous Chinese cavalry steadfastly defending amidst the inferno. As white lights ascended continuously, the losses were staggering. Uncle Spicy Noodle, his brows furrowed, exhibited an extraordinary calmness and decisiveness as he raised his arm and commanded, "All catapults, retreat 30 yards to a diagonal angle of 85 degrees, apply a force of 92, and continue the assault." With creaking sounds, a multitude of catapults advanced backwards, stabilizing before unleashing a second wave of attacks that rained down upon the city, sending dismembered limbs flying amidst the deafening cries of anguish. The Great Wall of Despair bore witness to new scars, its resilience and durability waning under the relentless strain of war. Even the auxiliary players within the wall could not keep pace with the relentless attrition. As they observed the meteors soaring through the air, the onlookers gradually realized that this conflict transcended mere flesh and blood, beyond the visceral combat. The acumen for positional warfare was equally vital. Su Yang swallowed hard and remarked, "Thank goodness for Uncle Spicy Noodle in the Chinese faction. Who else could possess such profound understanding of the catapult's range and angles?" I nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have also seen his discussions on the forums. Uncle Spicy Noodle has extensively researched catapult trajectories and landing angles, conducting simulations exceeding 10,000 trials. With just a glance, he can almost instantly deduce an exceptionally precise counter-strategy. This ability is truly formidable. What shall we do now? Should we charge in again? Giguzi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I nodded in agreement, saying, "Once the siege ladders are erected, we shall take the lead, bringing a substantial number of troops to the city. Our aim is to dispatch a formidable force of 1,000,000 soldiers to the walls, employing an overwhelming strategy to demonstrate our might to the Japanese." As the ladders ascended, the artisan players busily toiled. The construction of these siege ladders was far more complex than the rudimentary methods of the ancient era. They were assembled through a meticulous arrangement of 24 interlocking ladders. At least 6 were required to reach the summit of the formidable Great Wall, necessitating the collaborative effort of 23 artisan players, rendering the process somewhat protracted. Above the city, the renowned JGL Hall of Fame player, Ice Knight Qing Shuang, peered down with his sword in hand, observing the scene below. "Humph, the Chinese are erecting ladders. Send forth a battalion of archers and mages, and let them focus solely on eliminating those daring artisan players who dare to show their heads. If we slay the artisans, the ladders will be rendered useless." Instantly, a volley of ranged attacks surged toward the city's edge, arrows raining down like a tempest. The air was filled with anguished cries as hundreds of artisan players fell in pools of blood. These production-oriented players, having invested primarily in intelligence, possessed alarmingly low health and defense, and without the protective shields of mages, they were easily dispatched with a single blow. Moreover, the magical knight's shield formations could not provide complete protection, leading to inevitable casualties. With a series of sharp sounds, approximately hundreds of ladders were successfully constructed, their hooks securely fastened to the city walls, nearly impervious to destruction. Ba Tiandao stood at the base, pointing his sword and bellowing, "Ascend. Climb as many as you can, let our numbers overwhelm them. Do not falter." Duo Ba Zhan Shun and Duo Ba Qi Shen swiftly sheathed their swords, grasping the ladders to ascend, their speed far surpassing that of the cloud-piercing claw. They could reach the city walls in under 30 seconds. Hong Feng, stationed at the city's edge, commanded, "Prepare to breach the barriers. Eliminate anyone who ascends, show no mercy. Mages, incinerate the ladders with fire dragon techniques. Their resilience is only 120 points, and once burned, they will be destroyed." In the sky, flames danced, igniting the ladders, rapidly diminishing their resilience. Gue Guzi and Li Chengfeng turned to me in unison, asking, "Shall we ascend?" I nodded emphatically, raising my sword and declaring, "Let us go." A throng of valiant players rushed toward the city base, including Bei Ming Shui, Lian Xian, and Mu Rong Mingwei. Though their strength points were insufficient for the cloud-piercing claw, they were more than capable of climbing the ladders. With a series of resounding thuds, my battle boots crushed the ladders as I leapt onto the city walls. With a fierce strike, I shattered the ancient seal, forcing a group of magical knights to retreat, their faces pale with fear. "Damn it, the MVP of WL has returned. Focus fire, let us take him out first." I smiled. I am not alone in this endeavor. In Beijing, Yezi attended the annual conference of 17K Novel Network, leaving no time for writing. As a result, beginning today, there will be daily updates until the 20th, after which it will return to 2 updates per day. An event is scheduled for next month, promising a fervent outpouring of content. Each time a certain number of PK votes are achieved, a new chapter will be unleashed. Prepare your red envelopes, for Yezi is determined. A divine tear cascaded from the heavens, erupting with a thunderous roar, annihilating a multitude of players. From the charred remnants of the city walls emerged a stunning figure, the goddess of the blade, Lin Yixin. Upon landing, she did not rush to summon her mount. Instead, she wielded the 7 stars glazed sword, sweeping through the crowd and pushing them back with a powerful force. With a graceful flick of her alabaster fingers, she unleashed a howling energy, summoning a frigid storm. A dozen archers fell silently, and as the cyclone roared, Lin Yixin stood daintily atop the city walls, unchallenged by any player from the Purple Grape City. On the opposite side, The enchanting leader he ascended the ramparts, brandishing the 7 stars glazed spear. The earth trembled as a whirlwind erupted, and the spear's brilliance surged forth, delivering a devastating blow that exceeded 70,000 in damage. The radiant spear shone with a fierce intensity, breaking through the enemy's defensive formations. A sly smile crossed He's lips as she leveled her spear, unleashing the spear's formidable power. What was initially a single-target assault transformed into a sweeping strike, penetrating the shields of a legion of dark knights, leaving behind a trail of horrifying damage numbers: 112, 398, 142, 722, 132, 094. Kill. Keep their fire under control. Li Chengfeng leaped forward, swiftly summoning his Dragon Radiance warhorse. Galloping into the fray, empowered by his battle spirit, he danced through the battlefield, unleashing a flurry of skills: Dragon Blade Whirlwind, Reverse Scale Slash, and Dragon Bone Spike wreaked havoc among the throng. He was a player of the CGL Hall of Fame, a true ace of China. Amidst the crowd, a rather disheveled older man suddenly shouted, "Quickly, summon the players from the JGL Hall of Fame of the 3 major guilds. Only the masters of the JGL Hall of Fame can reign in this group of CGL elites. The rest should retreat and use buff skills to restrain them." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure wielding a battle axe charged forth, adorned with the emblem of the Japanese JGL Hall of Fame. Such individuals were rare in Japan, numbering only in the dozens, yet they paled in comparison to the rarity of CGL players in China. "Hey!" Li Chengfeng sidestepped, his dark blade gliding off the battle axe. He spun around and delivered another strike, breaking through the elder's defenses. 129, 399. The older man was taken aback, fiercely grasping Li Chengfeng's dark blade handle, his face contorted with fury. "You think the Great Wall of Desperation is a place you can come and go as you please?" He swung his battle axe, glinting with a crimson edge, aiming fiercely at Li Chengfeng's neck. Indeed, a reputation well-deserved. His speed was both swift and deadly. As everyone held their breath for Li Chengfeng, the dragon warrior suddenly canceled his steed's charge, deftly redirecting his sword's edge to deflect the attack from the elder with a resounding clang. In a flash, Li Chengfeng executed a swift arc, his blade slicing through the air and landing a precise strike to the adversary's throat, triggering a ferocious eruption of the dragon bone stab. The 21st ranked player in the JGL Hall of Fame, the elder, was utterly unprepared for such decisive PK tactics. 3 gashes opened on his throat, and with wide eyes, he slowly collapsed, succumbing beneath Li Chengfeng's sword. Ding! System notification. Attention players, legendary hero, China, has successfully slain JGL Hall of Fame player, Tianjin, Japan, earning 4,278 national war points from this player. Whirlwind Slash. Li Chengfeng swiftly pivoted, his dark blade dancing like a tempest as he charged into a throng of archers, mages, and priests, creating a vacuum for his allies, Yu and others, who were eager to seize the opportunity. One must commend the dragon warrior for his unparalleled sharpness. With his battle spirit awakened, his defensive attributes surged, rendering him nearly impervious to the archer's onslaught. His dark blade, akin to a lethal dagger, struck terror into the hearts of all. According to the new national war rules, each player's points are measured by the number of enemies slain. However, upon defeating an opponent, one could seize 10 of their current national war points, meaning that the true victor of a national war is the one who survives to the end, thereby earning the title of MVP. This is the ultimate dominion. Advance without hesitation. All Qinghu Iron Cavalry, summon your mounts and prepare to charge. Giguzi, wielding the spear of the war god, did not rush into combat, but instead planted his foot firmly on the city wall, directing a multitude of ancient sword cavalry players to secure their position atop the wall. Meanwhile, the valiant Yu, Su Yang, Du Shisan, and Yuyan 18 riders surged outward. And to make matters worse, the national war weapons Bei Mingxue and Lianxin also appeared atop the city wall. When the dimensional storm and skyward arrow manifested, the players of Purple Grape City were left utterly devastated. Boom! The thousand ice slash erupted amidst the crowd, freezing the feet of numerous archers, who slowly crumpled to the ground. I, too, had to endure a barrage of magical assaults, with nearly 100 mages unleashing fireballs and dragon's kiss upon me. The ice scale horse neighed as it leaped, evading magical attacks, while my dragon shield absorbed a multitude of strikes. Activating the demon shield transformed my physical defense into magical defense, rendering me as impervious as if cloaked in a magical immune dragon armor, standing tall even after enduring relentless attacks for nearly half a minute. Damn it! Among the crowd, a level 187 mage roared, "What the hell? Is that guy? Ziying Sword, really the MVP player of WL? How can he possess such high magic resistance? Could he be cheating? I must file a complaint with Yueheng Company immediately." Du Shisan laughed heartily, swinging his sword to unleash a spinning slash, replying, "Go ahead and complain, fools." Bai Mingshui galloped towards me, gliding in my wake, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she exclaimed, "Brother, I am here to lend my support." I nodded in acknowledgement, urging, "Bai Ming, give it your all." In the next instant, Bai Mingshui drew her longbow, unleashing the signature Bai Ming family sky-piercing arrow that shattered the air, transforming into countless projectiles that descended upon a vast area. The sound of arrows piercing flesh resonated as players, already battered by my onslaught, fell in droves. Moreover, the sky-piercing arrow boasted an additional 100 damage, coupled with Bai Mingshui's formidable archery prowess, rendering it an unstoppable force. I surged ahead, my blade carving a path through the fray, even reaching the inner side of the Despair Great Wall. The Ziying Sword swept through, sending clusters of players from the Purple Grape City tumbling over the ramparts. With such height, those unprepared for the fall would likely meet their demise. For not everyone possesses the swift reflexes of Lin Yisan and myself. Ahead lay a stone staircase leading directly into the city, where a throng of cavalry players from Purple Grape City inundated the battlements. Clearly, Hongfeng recognized the urgency of deploying melee fighters to repel the advancing Chinese players, lest we succumb to their onslaught. Li Chengfeng, perceiving the situation, called out, "Lu Chun, we must hold this passage to buy some time for the team to regroup." Indeed, that was my intention. With a flick of my eye-scale horse, I cleaved a path and positioned myself at the staircase's entrance. This stone staircase, approximately 20 meters wide, could accommodate 20 individuals ascending simultaneously, yet I stood alone, the Ziying Sword emanating beams of sword light, effectively fortifying our defense. Li Chengfeng and I provided mutual cover, fully capable of managing the onslaught. In the distance, figures continued to plummet from the battlements. The battle grew ever more ferocious. Inside the Despair Great Wall, numerous catapults hurled dark stones over the wall, landing in another direction, where throngs of Chinese players awaited. Above, massive boulders hurtled through the air, and I had to remain vigilant against them. After fending off several attackers with my blade, I swiftly retreated, glancing around before pulling Li Chengfeng back by the collar. "What is going on?" Li Chengfeng inquired, alarmed. Moments later, an explosive roar erupted as a massive black stone detonated at our former position, debris scattering and nearly 100 pursuers collapsing into a pool of blood. I remained composed, stating, "You see now, this is why." Li Chengfeng, equally unfazed, replied, "Indeed." We held our ground for nearly 10 minutes, until, from the rear, Giguzi, Tiantanjiu, and King Kongs had assembled over 10,000 iron cavalry. Although lacking the dragon Yao iron cavalry, they were all uniform in their Qinghu iron cavalry, under the command of the 3 renowned generals, bolstered by cavalry gods and tactical skills. They charged rampantly over the Despair Great Wall. At the summit of the Great Wall, stretching hundreds of meters wide, the formation of 10,000 Qinghu iron cavalry nearly occupied a substantial expanse. This allowed them to utilize their charge to clear the players of Purple Grape City with devastating efficiency. On the other hand, the snowy silver first swiftly gathered nearly 1,000 kuei-long cavalry atop the city, led by Lin Yisan, who had already commenced the charge. Guei Guzi turned to me. "Zhiji's chief?" I nodded emphatically. "Let it begin." "Excellent." With a sudden raise of the divine spear of the cavalry god, Guei Guzi roared, "Commence the revenge, charge laterally, and eliminate every player not bearing the 5-star red flag." The thunderous sound of iron hooves began to wreak havoc as 10,000 cavalrymen surged forward simultaneously, their impact and lethality unimaginable. Suyong and I swiftly positioned ourselves at the forefront, adjusting our steeds' speed to maintain parallel with the Qinghu cavalry, sweeping forward together. This time, it was a true onslaught. The chaotic players of Purple Grape City fell one after another. Even the stone-throwing machines and Hei's war chariots were unable to withstand our advance. In the midst of the chaos, a commander from 100 meters away in Purple Grape City gasped, Quickly, turn the direction of the crossbow chariots. Shoot down these bastards. Unfortunately, the speed of the Qinghu cavalry was formidable. By the time the crossbow chariots pivoted, we had already arrived, and under the iron hooves. The defenses of the crossbow chariots crumbled like wisps of cloud. My purpling sword was stained with splatters of blood, and we charged fiercely for a full 5 minutes when suddenly, Xiao Zhu galloped forth, accompanied by hundreds of cavalrymen from the Overlord Hall, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, we've hit a wall. What is happening? See for yourself." As Xiao Zhu retreated and the crowd dispersed, the orderly wildfire cavalry had already formed ranks amidst the swirling frost of the city, with Hong Feng brandishing a sharp blade at the forefront. A trace of confident smile gracing his lips, with broken spears sinking in the sands. "Come forth, let us determine victory here." Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, gazing ahead, and said, "At least over 30,000 wildfire cavalry, led by Hong Feng, Qing Shuang, and Zi Lei. We only have 10,000 Qinghu cavalry, far inferior to the enemy. This is perilous." Tian Tangyu blinked and asked, "Vice League leader, can we not win?" I nodded. The tier of Qinghu cavalry's steeds pales in comparison to theirs. Yet if we must fight, we shall fight. With a sudden draw of my purpling sword, I pointed it forward and declared, "Brothers, buy enough time for the siege team below to break through the city gate. Even if we stain the desolate Great Wall with our blood, let us not regret in the future. At least today, we shall give our all, without remorse for our youth." The crowd collectively drew their weapons. The Qinghu cavalry were the second-tier cavalry of the ancient sword soul dream, yet they were all elite players, some even surpassing the individual prowess of the Long Yao cavalry. None wished to lag behind the others, and now was their chance to prove themselves. Shifting my perspective, I could clearly see that before the sole gate of the desolate Great Wall, over 10 siege engines were relentlessly pounding against the gate with heavy iron spikes, while the gate's resilience steadily diminished. As long as we could hold off the main force of the Divine Realm Guild atop the wall, we could grant the siege team ample time. Kill. With my sword raised, the eye-scale horse galloped forth, charging towards Hong Feng, whose face was equally filled with murderous intent, brandishing his sword. Merciless slaughter, leave not a single survivor. The iron hooves thundered across the battlefield, as both sides' cavalry surged forward at full speed, colliding with a resounding crash. The dull thud reverberated in my ears as warhorses and fierce tigers clashed, providing soldiers the opportunity to shatter the defenses of their foes, blood-splattering, unstoppable. The cavalry formations of both sides intertwined in chaotic assaults, leading to utter disarray. Boom! The fierce blades struck down, and a multitude of players fell before us. At that moment, I raised my hand. 7 ancient seals unfurled in a line, directly imprinting themselves into the crowd, aiding the cavalry of the ancient sword to regain some advantage. After all, the attributes of the Blue Tiger cavalry paled in comparison to the Wildfire cavalry, which were boss-level mounts. The disparity was immense. Amidst the roars of colossal beasts, the battle axe danced with fervor, while the Xiaoji rampaged through the throng. Li Chengfeng and Giguzi followed closely behind. Although the Blue Tiger cavalry was inferior in strength, their commanding players were formidable, especially the several divine general-level players, who made the Wildfire cavalry suffer greatly. The sharp swords tore through the soldiers' armor, and Hongfeng's killing efficiency was exceptionally high, swiftly dispatching dozens of Blue Tiger cavalry. Suddenly, he raised his arm, unleashing 5 streams of maple energy that erupted within the crowd. Their attack power astonishing. Nearly 100 Blue Tiger cavalry fell, lifeless on the ground. Giguzi seethed with anger. "Li, the leader of the Wildfire cavalry, is too far from Hongfeng. We must eliminate him." Agreed. Li Chengfeng activated his battle spirit, charging forth alongside Giguzi. Meanwhile, a long lance of light swept through the crowd. He Yi's divine blade was overwhelmingly powerful, directly affecting the enemy. Hongfeng was caught off guard, his arm struck, resulting in a staggering damage of 52,773 points, far from negligible. Retreating in haste, faced with the combined might of Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and He Yi, Hongfeng dared not confront them head-on. After retreating several steps, he allowed the Wildfire cavalry to cover him, while he cleverly maneuvered behind the crowd, conjuring thunderballs to slay his adversaries. Nearly every thunderball claimed the life of a Blue Tiger cavalryman. In this cavalry clash, it was a war of swords and blood. After a relentless 20 minutes of combat, Both sides had charged and shifted formations 3 times, and finally, the tide of battle had completely turned. Panting heavily, I grasped the reins of my warhorse with my left hand, while my right held the Ziying Sword, its blade slowly dripping with thick blood. I had lost count of how many wildfire cavalry had perished beneath its edge, yet our losses were equally staggering. A glance revealed my right shoulder guard nearly shattered, my arm adorned with numerous bloodstains, virtual scars born from the relentless clashes. Chengfeng, draped in a flowing white cloak, was no longer purely white. It had become stained with countless hues of blood, nearing crimson. His dark blade was riddled with countless nicks, and he had slain just as many as I had. Its durability was likely below half. He gasped lightly, her exquisite visage flushed, a trace of blood staining her neck, evidently belonging to another. The 7-star glazed spear was drenched in blood, and under the effect of the divine blade, he had become a formidable weapon in this war. Wielding her power to achieve a devastating area of effect, complemented by a 50 splash damage, she had become a thorn in the side of her adversaries. Unfortunately, he was a balanced fighter. Despite Hongfeng's multiple attempts to eliminate her, each ended in failure. The battle attire of Luan Yu, Tian Tang Yu, and Qin Kong Shui bore the marks of bloodshed, yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This fierce confrontation, though brutal, was exhilarating. Their opponents were exceptionally strong, even surpassing them, making the outcome all the more commendable. Gue Guzi, Yu Yun's 18 riders, and Du Shursan wore grim expressions, their gazes fixed ahead. On the front lines, more than half of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry had dwindled to a mere 30 to 50 health. The absence of the priest team left them without support, and they were nearly depleted of resources. Moreover, the number of Qinghu Iron Cavalry continued to diminish. A mere glance revealed the alarming attrition. What had once been a formation of 10,000 had now dwindled to about 1,000. Despite the sparse numbers, they had managed to hold off the enemy for a full half hour. The Wildfire Iron Cavalry had inflicted considerable losses upon them, suffering at least a 20,000 casualty toll. Consequently, the expressions of Hongfeng, Qing Shuang, and others were grim. They had initially thought the Qinghu Iron Cavalry would serve merely as fodder, unaware that even the supposed cannon fodder could prove so formidable. With unwavering determination, Doji raised his battle axe and proclaimed, "Ancient Sword Soul Dream, fight to the last." Inspired by his indomitable spirit, the others echoed, raising their blades in unison, "Ancient Sword Soul Dream, fight to the last." I surveyed my surroundings with a smile. Let us clash, but heed my warning. While the Qinghu Iron Cavalry may lay down their lives here, all of you from the esteemed and divine generals must listen closely. You must not perish. When your health drops to around 15, you are to become invincible. Retreat to the city, or descend to receive healing. Your lives are no longer solely yours. Preserving your existence is paramount. As we are merely 1/3 into this war of the purple grapes, our foes extend far beyond the inhabitants of the city of purple grapes. Your survival is essential for the battles ahead. Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, He, and other astute players from the esteemed generals nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, particularly for those like He, Luan Yu, and Tian Tang Yu, their remarkable prowess would shine brightly in the forthcoming charge across the plains. It would be inconceivable for them to fall easily at the walls of the Great Wall of Despair. Such a fate was unacceptable to me. Kill. With a swift motion, the purpling sword was brandished, and I charged forth once more. This time, I found myself face to face with Hongfeng, our eyes ablaze with intensity. Born in the same era yet leaders of opposing factions, it was destined that we would remain adversaries, refusing to relent until one of us lay defeated. As the ice Lin horse propelled me forward with a slight displacement, my frantic sprint transformed seamlessly into a graceful glide. I collided with the red maple, resembling a wisp of smoke, while the purple ink sword executed 3 consecutive strikes from varying angles. The red maple, with a gaze of restrained intensity, observed closely as I wielded my blade. Despite successfully parrying my first 2 attempts, my third strike found its mark, inflicting a significant blow of 142,667 damage as the blade grazed the red maple's neck. In the midst of his astonishment, the Thunder God ball struck forcefully against my back. As I extended my palm, another maple kill materialized in my path, a truly formidable skill. The damage numbers flashed, 73, 887, and 110, 299. In haste, I consumed a Holy Spirit potion and activated Death Resilience once more, barely managing to elevate my health to around 50. Without looking back, I unleashed the Thousand Ice Slash, hoping it would freeze the red maple, allowing my allies, He, Gue Guzi, and others, to eliminate this foremost figure of the Purple Grape City. Alas, fortune did not favor me. After enduring the Thousand Ice Slash, the red maple merely shuddered before deftly repositioning, evading the attacks of He and Gue Guzi. In a calculated maneuver, he redirected his assault towards Du Shursan, striking him back with a single sword swing. The fire god executed a series of lethal strikes against 3 members of the Green Tiger Knights, recuperating a considerable amount of health. Boom! The fierce blades slash reverberated through the dense formation of cavalry, annihilating several foes while simultaneously enveloping me in a gentle warmth. The lifesteal effect of 10 was remarkably potent, restoring my health to full in the blink of an eye. With such formidable DPS at my disposal, as long as I had foes to vanquish, I would remain unyielding. Yet, the most daunting scenario would be to be encircled by ranged attackers, leaving me vulnerable and unable to benefit from lifesteal. Amidst the chaos, skill lights flared brightly as the crowd erupted into disarray, with the trapping net being indiscriminately cast by the Demon Knight players. It was a haphazard affair, with only the unfortunate falling prey to the nets. Swarms of crimson-eyed mantises, poisonous bees, and ghostly carriages wreaked havoc among the throng. Yet the limited attack power of these pets soon proved inadequate, as they were swiftly dispersed by the cavalry's onslaught. Gue Guzi raised his divine spear and shouted, "Prioritize the pets, do not hesitate." His strategy was crystal clear. Indeed, the pets possessed only half the defense of their human counterparts and boasted low health, typically relying on a mere 5 strength for healing. Their attack power was commendable, necessitating their elimination before turning to their masters. Otherwise, the opposing pets would torment us mercilessly. With a flurry of sounds behind me, the Green Tiger Knights continued to fall, accompanied by a greater number of Wildfire Iron Riders. My comrades, Li Chengfeng, He, Gue Guzi, and Luan Yu, were all engaged in a relentless slaughter. As time elapsed, the ranks of the Green Tiger Knights dwindled, and after nearly an hour of carnage, only a scant few remained, mostly elite members of the Long Yao Iron Riders, renowned for their prowess. Each was battered and bruised, yet, fortunately, none had perished. It was becoming dire. We were on the brink of annihilation. Guan Guzi's countenance turned ashen as he exclaimed, "Damn it, that scoundrel Hong Feng is ruthless. I truly cannot fathom how many of our Qinghu Iron Cavalry he has slain. I send my regards to his sister." Luan Yu slowly withdrew his sword from the abdomen of a fallen Wildfire Iron Cavalry soldier and remarked, "Pa, enough of that. Go see how your shattered commander and Li have fared. Eve has undoubtedly dispatched a multitude of Wildfire Iron Cavalry as well. Given that we have managed to achieve this record with merely 10,000 Qinghu, we are already performing admirably." Li Chengfeng pointed his dagger towards the opposite side of the city, saying, "Lu Chun, look, that rascal Hong Feng has commenced a frenzied recruitment of troops. Several thousand Wildfire Iron Cavalry are scaling the walls, accompanied by a considerable number of archers and mages." I nodded. "Indeed, we can no longer withstand this. Prepare for a retreat. What in the world is taking so long for the iron gate below the city to be breached? What has transpired?" He, in disbelief, replied, "Uncle Zhang Chun's siege plan appears to have been thwarted. Numerous formidable players from the city of Purple Grapes have utilized our ladders to descend and directly sabotage our siege engines. Therefore, we have yet to breach the gates. And many artisans within the city are busy repairing the walls we have damaged. Our efforts are swiftly being undone." Guan Guzi lamented, "Given the current situation, how shall we seize this city? It is exceedingly difficult. After the warriors of guilds such as Righteous Path, Overlord's Hall, Annihilation, Fiery Red Lips, and the Sovereign have ascended the city, they have almost all been eliminated. We must use ladders to scale the city, while they have stone steps and an unparalleled replenishment rate." I pointed my sword resolutely forward, declaring, "1,000 meters away, Bei Mingxue, Lian Xian, Sister Mingwe, and Yulu are all stationed there. We must rush forth to protect them and assist their descent from the city walls. We can no longer remain at the Great Wall of Despair. This offensive has officially been declared a failure." He chuckled softly. "You speak of failures so cheerfully?" "Of course," I replied. "Our 10,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry have instilled fear into the Great Wall of Despair. We shall return with another 10,000. employing a strategy of attrition to exhaust the tens of thousands of wildfire iron cavalry in the divine domain. Let us see what they can deploy to withstand our 14,000 long Yao iron cavalry and 5,000 long Yao archers. To conquer the city is our aim, but to annihilate their living forces is our priority. Are we to fear that we cannot seize the city? Upon hearing my words, Li Chengfeng clapped his hands and laughed. Damn, this tactical philosophy resonates with me greatly. It must be done this way. Annihilate these wretches. Even if we cannot capture the city of purple grapes, it will still be immensely gratifying. Indeed, let us charge forth. Kill. Over 100 of us, disregarding the entanglements with Hong Feng and his men behind us, surged forward as I, Li Chengfeng, and he, the three formidable players, forged a path of destruction. Hong Feng galloped closer, barking orders. Damn it, they intend to flee. Pursue them with all your might. We cannot allow these renowned Chinese generals to escape. Leave no one behind at the Great Wall of Despair. Cavalry. Set the trap to the right. Mages, unleash frost dragon roar upon their steeds. Archers, employ tremor arrows. As arrows rained down like a torrential storm, countless members of the Green Tiger Iron Cavalry fell, their resilience alarmingly insufficient. Even with the defensive augmentation of 225 from Giguzi's war god, they were left feeling helpless. A mere stun would seal their fate. It was indisputable that the rest of us could not halt our progress for the sake of one individual. Unless that individual happened to be he or Giguzi, for some matters take precedence over others. With a resounding crack, the tremor arrows relentlessly bombarded my dragon god shield. As the deputy leader, it was my duty to safeguard the other players, so I positioned myself on the outermost front alongside Giguzi and he, forming a protective barrier. However, without warning, my arm jolted violently. Damn it, I had been stunned. It was well known that the chances of being stunned by those lower-tier players were less than 5, perhaps only around 13. Given my equipment and the effects of the earth transformation, I was akin to a deity among ordinary players. Yet, even the best of steeds may stumble, and I too fell victim to the stun. From behind, Hong Feng erupted in laughter. Go, use the entangling net. Eliminate Zhiji Qinsha. He is the newly crowned MVP of WEL, and a leading figure in the CGL Hall of Fame for the Chinese region. Slaying him would deliver a soul-crushing blow to the Chinese sector. Do not let this opportunity slip away. In my moment of distress, yet another entangling net ensnared me. This time for a staggering 42 seconds, I was truly trapped. Countless demon knights charged forth, locking their sights on me as their target. He swiftly turned, urging, hurry. Save Luchun. I shouted back, don't save me. Everyone retreat. I possess the resurrection art. I will not perish. At that moment, a beautiful figure swept into view. It was Lian Xian. She gracefully lifted her staff, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Who dares to harm my Luchun? Seeking death, are we? With a flurry of 12 elemental orbs, she formed an arc around me, causing the attacking demon knights to crash into one another, bloodied and battered. Lian Xian's mastery of her skills was nothing short of sublime. As her staff danced, she unleashed an ice spiral matrix and a dimensional storm upon Hong Feng and the others, preparing to ensnare them. Simultaneously, she cast a kiss of the dragoness touch, specifically aimed to assist Hong Feng. Hong Feng abruptly halted his steed, aware that Lian Xian was one of the rare super mages in the Chinese region and could not be taken lightly, should he lose a significant portion of his health. Giguzi and Li Chengfeng could swiftly turn and counterattack, potentially leading to his demise. If that were to happen, the formation of Purple Grape City could collapse in an instant. With Lian Xian's arrival, Bai Mingxuan naturally followed suit. As the skyward arrows intertwined with spiral blade arrows, and the abyss of the divine well fell into the crowd, I realized salvation was at hand. At the moment of breaking free from the entangling net, I activated Death's resilience, restoring 25 of my health. I dashed forward, relishing the ample healing from Murong Mingwe. Within 3 seconds, my health was fully restored as I reached the front lines, near the castle walls, where approximately 300 players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream awaited. What now? Shall we continue the assault? Tian Tangyu asked. I gazed at the densely packed players of Purple Grape City in the distance and shook my head. No more killing. We shall temporarily retreat and replenish our supplies. Everyone's health and potions are running low. Understood. A group of individuals descended from the cloud ladder into the city, and in an instant, Hong Feng and others surged forward. For a brief moment, Li Chengfeng, He, and I managed to hold them off. In the distance, Lin Yisin's figure pierced through the throng, unleashing her ice flame slash. She glanced at us from afar, a smile gracing her lips. Little tricksters, you should retreat. Grasping the rope on the cloud ladder, I replied, yes, we can't hold on any longer. Shuingsong, it's time for you to withdraw as well. All right. Lin Yisin had hardly brought anyone with her. Her method of retreat was far simpler. She leaped from the city, the moonchaser tiger manifesting as a shimmering outline on her arm. The petite beauty spread her arms, her cloak billowing elegantly, the seven-star glazed sword in her hand gleaming ominously. She descended like a beautiful butterfly, her body light as air, a feat beyond the capabilities of Li Chengfeng and me. With a soft thud, Lin Yisin landed gracefully. Her exquisite ears perked up, and her long, delicate legs propelled her forward, covering several meters to cushion the impact. Wow! Suyang exclaimed. Lin's finesse is indeed unparalleled. I nodded. Let us retreat. The crowd hastily descended from the city, the siege momentarily suspended. Though we had not breached the city walls, the despairing Great Wall bore the scars of our assault, severely damaged. The siege equipment that had once threatened us was now largely destroyed, requiring a significant amount of time to transport replacements back into position, thus providing us with a precious opportunity to regroup. Swan Lafun, Jingqing Luotian, Qingqing Ziqin, Sanqing Mo, Batian Dao, and others approached us, halting about a kilometer from the despairing Great Wall. Regrettably, the city gates remained unbroken, lacking just 15 resilience points. Swan Lafun remarked, if we could hold out a bit longer, we might have succeeded. Batian Dao retorted, come on, we charged in with countless troops. And now we're down to this pitiful few. Just look at that inhuman group from Gujian Hunming. Even Lu Chun and Li Chengfeng suffered grievously. Continuing this would be utterly unreasonable. Swanlifan smiled gently, I understand. Everyone has performed admirably. It's just that the defenders of Purple Grape City are incredibly resilient. And we are sorely lacking in supplies. Frankly, achieving this stalemate is quite commendable. I said, Uncle, prepare for the next offensive. We have at most 30 minutes. Otherwise, they will transport countless catapults and crossbow carts back up, and the assault will be unbearable. I'm aware and already preparing, he replied. Just then, a sudden crisp sound echoed, and a refreshing sensation brushed against my nose. Looking up at the sky, I noticed dark clouds gathering ominously. It had begun to drizzle lightly. A shiver ran down my spine. This is not good. What's wrong? Lin Yisin inquired beside me. I pointed towards the north and said, there lies the Loxia Basin, where over 20 million people from our region have traversed. However, an impending downpour may transform the Loxia Basin into an ocean. At that time, how many of those 20 million will remain? He pursed her lips and remarked, it's all that fool Lu who incited so many to go there. Swanlifan sighed, alas, this is beyond our control. What we should focus on now is how to efficiently conquer this perilous Great Wall. Suddenly, in the distance, a group of battered armored dark knights approached, all players from the righteous faction. What is happening? Swanlifan frowned and asked. One of the dark knights responded. We were ambushed by a small contingent while heading towards the White Rose Fortress. Damn it, we suffered heavy losses. Nearly 5,000 heavy cavalry have been nearly annihilated. I gasped in shock, staring at the knight from the righteous faction with wide eyes. What? Nearly 5,000 heavy cavalry wiped out. And you call that a small force ambush? Did your language teacher play sports? The Dark Knight was speechless. Well, a group of cavalry charged out and took us down 5-1. It's utterly humiliating. Swanla Fun's expression grew stern. Though our heavy cavalry may not compare to the Dragon Dawn Iron cavalry, they shouldn't be so easily defeated. I inquired, did you clearly identify the enemy's nationality? The Dark Knight nodded emphatically. Yes, they bore the orange and green flag of India, riding white warhorses that seemed to be level 180 mounts. While not boss level, they are incredibly powerful. I've confirmed that these attackers are from the second guild of Giant Elephant City, named Flowing Clouds, and they unleashed their elite unit, the White Horse Iron Cavalry, upon us. I fell silent, reflecting, at last, Giant Elephant City has emerged. Now, we face yet another formidable adversary. Difficult as it may be, we must engage. Ba Tian Dao gripped his great sword and asserted, the people of Giant Elephant City must have teleported directly to Green Earth City, then traversed the Lost Forest. Their numbers are surely substantial. India and Japan have finally allied. Swanlifan stated, "There's no avoiding it. Sky City is the city of kings, gathering the world's most elite players. It poses a deadly threat to both India and Japan. Their alliance against Sky City was bound to occur. We should have anticipated this." Linison blinked and said, "The direction of the White Rose Fortress is our direct source of troop, food, and potion supplies. It is essentially the lifeline of our region. This route must not fall under the control of Giant Elephant City, or we will be isolated here." Swanlifan nodded. "Yes. We will leave the majority to continue assaulting the Peerless Fortress and allocate several powerful guilds to protect our supply line, attacking the Flowing Clouds Guild from Giant Elephant City. We must strangle them within the borders of Purple Grape City. This time, regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, we shall give it our all. Indeed, however, who shall engage in the flowing elegance of battle? The White Horse Iron Cavalry, a formidable level 180 ground mount, is no trifling adversary, and their numbers remain uncertain, as does the identity of their commander, I lamented. Swanlifan pondered for a moment and remarked, "The oppressive force of the Great Wall of Despair must not diminish." Thus, the guilds of Shuiyin Shan, Gujian Hun Ming, Jun Lin, and Zibai he cannot withdraw. However, we must address the reinforcements from the City of Giants. Who dares to confront them? At that moment, 3 players stepped forward in unison and declared, "We shall go." The speakers were none other than Ba Tian Dao from the Guild of Mieshun, Long Xing Tian Xia from Quanglong, and Guoji Dong Liang from Ba Wangdian. Ba Tian Dao smiled. "Excellent. Our Mieshun boasts 70,000 Songlang riders. And with the cavalry of Quanglong and Ba Wangdian, we shall number at least 200,000. Sweeping away the White Horse Iron Cavalry should not pose a significant challenge." Swanlifan nodded. "Indeed, Brother Ba Tian Dao, do not underestimate the enemy." "Understood." Ba Tian Dao turned and laughed heartily. "Qi Shun, Zhan Shun, immediately issue the order for all Songlang riders to march with me. Furthermore, brothers from Quanglong and Ba Wangdian, prepare yourselves for action. The White Horse Iron Cavalry is renowned throughout the City of Giants. We must not underestimate them. Moreover, I have heard that the leader of the guild, Xing Yun Lu Shui, is a beautiful Indian maiden named Xing Yun, intelligent and highly esteemed. If we manage to defeat Xing Yun Lu Shui, we might as well capture Xing Yun to become our Lady of the Sky City." Xiao Xiaozhu licked his lips and chuckled. "Indeed, I have also heard that Xing Yun is a great beauty. Although she may not compare to Xiao Dao or Zai Shui Yifeng, she is certainly a sight to behold." Hee. Guoji Dong Liang laughed heartily. "Xiaozhu, did you not claim to be solely interested in gold? What? Now you are also intrigued by women?" Xiao Xiaozhu patted his coin purse. "Now that I have wealth, I can indulge in sauerkraut fish for every meal. Naturally, I must consider finding a beautiful maiden to warm my bed." Long Xing Tianxia scoffed. Reaching out to pull Han Yu Mei Gue onto his horse. As a high-level archer, Han Yu's relationship with Gu Jian is rather poor. Thus, she did not receive gifts such as Long Yao cavalry or mounted archery training. She could only sit sideways in Long Xing Tianxia's embrace, her flowing garments creating an alluring sight. Xiao Xiaozhu cast a glance, swallowed hard, and said, "GRD, the wealthy second generation." I stepped forward, wiping the rain from my face, and said, "The 3 major guilds will unite to attack Xing Yun Lu Shui. I hope everyone shall not underestimate the enemy. We must deploy archers and assassins as scouts along the way to ascertain the situation before we advance. We must not fall into Xing Yun's trap, as this woman is reputed to be exceptionally clever. In short, do not suffer losses. Be sure to think twice before acting." Ba Tian Dao drew his sword with a flourish and laughed heartily. "How has Lu Qin become so meddlesome today? Fear not. Though none among our 3 guilds possesses a strategist of your caliber, we are not fools. How could we so easily be ensnared? We shall proceed. Well then, may we achieve great success." I nodded, the words escaping my lips genuinely from the depths of my heart. We found ourselves ensnared between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The impregnable Great Wall of Despair stood firm, seemingly unconquerable in the short term, while the looming threat from the City of Giant Elephants added further peril. The arrival of players from the City of Giant Elephants hinted that those from Qingta City were not far behind. The Qing Beast Guild, led by the formidable war god Wang and the graceful Chengfeng Sinew, posed a truly formidable adversary. Looking skyward, I beheld a dense shroud of dark clouds, the rain intensifying with each passing moment. Against the torrential downpour and flashes of lightning, a cavalry force of 200,000, comprised of the extinguishing god, the frenzied dragon, and the overlord Hall, shattered the tranquility of the distant plains. Each player's name was prefixed with the 5-starred red flag, creating a vibrant sea of crimson that vanished into the obsidian sky. All that remained was our fervent wish for victory. Failure would spell dire consequences for us. Standing beneath the imposing Great Wall of Despair, I inhaled deeply and declared, "Is it not time for the third wave of assault?" Swanlaufen nodded in agreement. "Yes. The supplies and machinery are in place. As soon as the Demon Knights advance, we can initiate our offensive. Moreover, our axe-wielding brigade is exceptionally powerful. This time, we can breach the walls of the Great Wall of Despair in conjunction with the supplies." Red Maple must have already sensed this. The wall's resilience has diminished to less than 60. After 2 more assaults, even if we cannot seize the fortress, we will surely topple its walls. With a meaningful smile, Swanlaufen inquired, "Do you understand what this implies?" I responded with a grin. "It means Red Maple has no choice but to deploy the elite forces of the city of Purple Grapes to engage us in a decisive battle on the plains to buy time. Otherwise, the Great Wall of Despair will inevitably fall into ruin." "Indeed," Swanlaufen exclaimed, unsheathing his sword with a grin. "All ace cavalry from Sky City shall refrain from participating in the third wave of attack. Just wait, within an hour, the forces from the city of Purple Grapes will surely open their gates to assault our formation. There is no need for anything else. Only to sharpen our blades and prepare for a fight to the death." Laughter erupted among the crowd, all nodding in unison. Thus, under Swanlaufen's command, a throng of secondary cavalry players surged toward the fortress. Despite our previous losses exceeding 3 million players, the sheer number of Chinese players remained vast, with over 70 from the 3 major cities. Beneath the Great Wall of Despair, more than 20 million Chinese players continued to press forward, undeterred. As I gazed into the distance towards the Great Wall of Despair, I, along with Li Chengfeng, Lin Yisin, Ziyi and Giguzi, prepared to join the fray. I watched as countless ladders were re-erected against the fortress walls, and the boulders hurled by catapults soared through the air. The primal scene of siege warfare ignited a fervor within me as numerous mages from the city of Purple Grapes stood at the edge of the walls, chanting incantations that unleashed waves of devastating spells upon the masses. The kaleidoscope of magical brilliance erupted amidst the throng, painting a scene of utter devastation. Observing the onslaught on both sides of the Great Wall, I remained remarkably composed. Turning to Su Yang, I instructed, "Brother Su Yang, summon all Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and Dragon Dawn Bow Cavalry to assemble at our diagonal rear, ready at a moment's notice." Su Yang, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it still too early? This seems rather hasty." I shook my head and said, "We cannot wait. With both Qingtu City and Zhuxiang City mobilized, it is hard for me to believe that only the Xingyun Lushui Guild remains in the Purple Grape City. There must be others. Although our numbers are considerable, the elite among us are few. Therefore, be prepared to stand by and adapt at any moment." "Understood. I shall take immediate action." Just then, Swanlaufen's expression changed dramatically. He clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Damn it." I sensed his unease and hurriedly asked, "Uncle, what is it?" Swanlaufen looked up and said, "Our team entering the Luoxia Basin was ambushed from both sides midway, and we were cut into 3 segments, facing numerous hidden attacks. It is said that the war god of the Qing beast, Chengfeng Sinew, has appeared, commanding 120,000 beast kings to charge through the Luoxia Basin, completely severing the retreat routes of the Huajian sect and the Yuming Ring guilds, resulting in countless casualties. In less than half an hour, over 1 million have perished. Damn!" I was left speechless, gritting my teeth and saying, "I knew that someone as shrewd as Hafeng would never abandon such a prime ambush location in the Luoxia Basin. That fool Li Lu has led our millions to the Yamahal." I turned to Swanlaufen, urgently saying, "Uncle, many of the leaders among those guilds are known to you. Quickly notify them to concentrate their forces and fight their way back, breaking through the Qing Beast Guild's blockade. We must push back, otherwise it will be too late." "What is wrong?" Swanlaufen asked, bewildered. My gaze turned cold as I solemnly replied, "Can you not see? The Purple Grape City neglecting to guard the entrance to the Luoxia Basin is akin to inviting disaster. The Qing Beast is only targeting the latter half of the Chinese teams, herding them into a trap. Once those millions are driven into the lowlands, they will surely breach the upper waterways, flooding the Luoxia Basin. At that point, It will be a scene of catastrophe. I would rather see them fight to their deaths by the enemy's sword than allow them to drown without a fight. Everyone shuddered in unison. Damn, that's truly malicious. From today onward, we will resume double updates. After nearly half an hour of silence in the rain, we stood quietly awaiting developments on the battlefield. Finally, Swan Lazafin exhaled deeply and said, "It is too late. Both Li Lu and the leader of the Yuming Ring have agreed to a desperate strike, compelling the Chinese players in the Luoxiao Basin to continue along their original route. Entering the lowest area of the basin is now inevitable." He added, "Moreover, I have learned that just the Huajian sect alone has suffered nearly 100,000 casualties at the hands of Chengfeng sinew and his 50,000 beast kings. And the losses for the other guilds may be even greater. They may wish to fight back, but their strength is insufficient." I clenched my fists, my gaze drifting toward the northeast as I looked upon the Luoxiao Basin, shuddering at the thought. Those nearly 30 million players assaulting the Luoxiao Basin are all gone. Lin Yisin bit her lip and asked, "Lu Chan, is there truly no glimmer of hope?" I shook my head and said, "Let fate take its course." Their reckless entry into the falling sunset basin was indeed a foolish venture. In contrast, the preparations of the city of purple grapes and the city of green earth are far more adequate. The teleportation between the main cities must have already been activated, allowing the people of green earth to freely transport to the city of purple grapes and lie in wait in the falling sunset basin, ready to strike. Li Chengfeng shrugged and smiled. "There's nothing we can do." I turned to gaze at the Great Wall of Despair and remarked with a smile, "Fortunately, our offensive is incredibly fierce. The Great Wall of Despair will surely crumble into ruins within 10 hours. At that point, we will have a clear path into the territory of Yin'er County, where the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and Dragon Yao Archers can finally be put to use. First, we will flatten this satellite city of Yin'er County, then cross the Wildfire Plains and besiege the city of Purple Grapes, causing chaos among their ranks." With a spirited laugh while wielding my battle axe, I added, "Indeed, if the east shines dimly, the west shall glow brightly." We never intended for that group of fools led by Li Lu to accomplish anything significant. Their downfall was to be expected. The true backbone of the national war remains the top 10 guilds of the wind and cloud rankings, without a doubt. Swanlifin relaxed his brow and finally smiled. "Exactly. The ancient sword, snow silver fur, purple lily, and fiery red lips guilds are the true main forces in this national war. Furthermore, we are on the front lines of the battlefield. As long as we stand firm, China cannot be deemed defeated in this national war." Just then, a rider suddenly galloped through the heavy rain, dismounting in a rush. It was the deputy leader of the Demon Slayer Guild, the Unyielding Knight. He appeared gravely wounded. With less than 20% of his health remaining, his face etched with despair, his chest marred with the marks of blades and axes, and his shield riddled with arrows, short steel arrows that looked unlike those wielded by players. "What happened, knight?" Swanlifin rushed forward to support the Unyielding Knight. With a face full of dejection and fury in his eyes, he replied, "It's over, it's over. We fell into that little vixen Xingyun's trap. We suffered heavy casualties in the Lost Forest. I intended to send word back, but the leader felt ashamed and ordered me to retreat." I widened my eyes in disbelief. "What? Ambushed? Weren't you engaging in a frontal assault against Xingyun's White Horse Cavalry?" The Unyielding Knight explained. "The White Horse Cavalry retreated after battling us on the plains for less than 10 minutes, heading into the western side of the Lost Forest, where the terrain is exceedingly treacherous. As we approached to ambush them, they had laid numerous archers in wait within the forest. Their attacks were overwhelming. We could not withstand it. Within 20 minutes, we were routed, and now many of our remaining soldiers are still fighting in that forest, suffering severe losses. At least half of our 200,000 cavalry have perished." At that moment, Lin Yisin appeared, wielding her 7-star glass sword, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Did you see that Xingyun? Have you encountered her?" Clearly, as the #1 female warrior in the Chinese region, Lin Yisin was eager to challenge the renowned female warrior of the City of Giant Elephants, Xingyun. The Supreme Rider shook his head, expressing his disappointment at not having seen Xingyun, who had yet to make an appearance. I drew my sword and declared, "Su Yang, immediately assemble our forces. Bring forth 50,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry and 10,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry. We shall venture into the Lost Forest to confront this Xingyun and witness how formidable their archers truly are." capable of launching effective attacks against cavalry even in the open expanse of the forest. Let us gauge their prowess. Lin Yisan issued a similar command. Zi Ho, take 10. 000 Kuei Long Iron Cavalry and 50, 000 Zilong Cavalry. Let us join Gu Jian and ascertain the truth. Understood. The players from both sides rapidly gathered. Swan Lawfen approached me, patting my shoulder as he said, let us engage with all our might. I shall handle things here. Agreed. I smiled, sheathing my sword and mounting my steed, proclaiming loudly, prepare for the assault. Cavalry of Gu Jian Hunming, our moment to shine has arrived. Li Chengfeng, He, Giguzi, and others mounted their horses, and within moments, we were fully assembled. On the other side, players from Xuanfer had also completed their gathering. Lin Yisan called out from a distance, the defense of the Longyao Iron Cavalry is sufficiently robust. You shall lead the vanguard, while we will cover the rear. How does that sound? Absolutely. I nodded, acknowledging the necessity of this arrangement. The Longyao Iron Cavalry boasted a 50 enhancement to both attack and defense, an advantage unmatched by the other cavalry. I commanded Giguzi to lead 1,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry at the forefront, with the strategic bonus from the Rider God. The total attack and defense enhancement reached an astonishing 275, an incredibly daunting figure, even in the event of an ambush. This force could rely on their high mobility to retreat unscathed. Additionally, I activated the Martial God Commander to lead an additional 2,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry, while he commanded another 2,000. Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, Dou Ji, Tian Tangyu, and Qingkong Shui, each commanding 1,000 Longyao Iron Cavalry, ensured that the attributes of the Longyao Iron Cavalry were maximized, enabling us to achieve unassailable victories. Raising my hand, I shouted, let us embark. Giguzi at the forefront brandished the Rider Goddess spear and charged ahead, closely followed by Gu Jian and Xuanfer S-120, 000 Iron Cavalry. It was abundantly clear that the quality of this cavalry formation far surpassed that of the 200, 000 Iron Cavalry from the guilds of Maizhen, Bawang Palace, and Quanglong. I was confident that this unit could defeat their 200, 000 without suffering casualties exceeding 20. As the torrential rain poured down, visibility was severely restricted. After galloping for about 10 minutes, we arrived at a desolate jungle area. The vision ahead was hazy, barely discernible. Yet the ground was already littered with the bodies of players, both from Sky City and Giant Elephant City, with a greater number from Sky City. The corpses were cold, riddled with arrows, while their untethered steeds roamed aimlessly. I gasped in astonishment. Guzi gazed upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, lamenting. What was intended as a decisive battle has devolved into sheer slaughter. The ratio of fallen players stands at nearly 4-1. The prowess of those from the Mieshun and Ba Wangdian guilds is woefully inadequate. Li Chengfeng interjected, let us not hold them to unattainable standards. These three guilds are merely second-rate within the Chinese region. Meanwhile, Xingyun Lushui ranks as the second guild in Juxiang City, making any comparison futile. After all, Xingyun boasts the foremost strategic players in Juxiang City. Where is the strategy from Mieshun, Ba Wangdian, and Quanglong? Ba Tiandao is all bravado, Wang Dongliang is unruly, and Long Xingtian Xia's mind is lost on Han Yume Gue. Even the formidable Xiao Zhu is a glutton for greed. It is ludicrous to think they could contend with the cavalry commanded by Xingyun. He pointed ahead, exclaiming, look, reinforcements approach. Indeed, through the curtain of rain, a cadre of players mounted on white steeds emerged from the edge of the thicket, each a level 180. Adorned with the emblems of Juxiang City and Xingyun Lushui, representing the might of the second guild. Among them, a vice leader wielding a battle axe grinned and remarked, at last, China has dispatched a formidable force indeed. Oh, Gu Jian Hunming and Shui Yinshan are both mainstay guilds. And look, is that not the emblem of WL's championship group? Even those from Zhiji Qinsha and Shui Yifang have joined the fray. Ha ha ha, splendid. With that, the opposing faction bellowed, brothers, charge. Let this band of victors from the King's City witness the might of Juxiang City's players. The thunder of hooves announced the commencement of battle. As the white steed cavalry boldly advanced, with a clang, I unsheathed my sword and declared with conviction, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Onward. Let us educate these white steed cavalry on what it means to be the world's premier cavalry. A throng of Long Yao cavalry drew their swords, roaring as they surged forward in my wake. Gui Guzi, Li Chengfeng, Dou Ji, He, and Luan Yu swiftly reached the front lines. For it was imperative to rely on our sharpened blades to breach the enemy's defenses, minimizing our losses as we overwhelmed them. They have arrived. The Ziying Sword emitted a menacing brilliance, erupting into a fiery blade that unleashed devastation among the ranks of the White Steed cavalry, producing alarming damage figures: 72,883, 82,399, 102,939. Yet, what was even more startling was that this strike merely felled 45 players, while the remaining over 80 were left with but a sliver of health. The life and defense of the White Steed cavalry were indeed formidable. Luan Yu, with a light exclamation, unleashed a shattering rock slash among the throng, generating damage figures around 50,000, her mouth agape in astonishment, such high defenses. However, from behind, Gui Guzi, brimming with valor, and Li Chengfeng, among others, swiftly delivered finishing blows, leading to a significant number of White Steed cavalry falling. A legion of Long Yao cavalry, imbued with dragon spirit effects, pressed forward, yet, under the relentless assault of our blades, the White Steed cavalry could only sustain a loss of 50 to 70 health points per charge, easily recoverable through the war god's revival, while they left behind at least 100 corpses on the battlefield. This is not good. We have encountered a formidable challenge. Retreat. The vice leader, graceful as flowing clouds, promptly retreated with his troops, approximately 5,000 white horse cavalry surging into the dark forest. Gui Guzi raised his spear and barked, "If you wish to flee, leave your lives behind." Soon, the Long Yao cavalry followed Gui Guzi into the thicket. I furrowed my brow and quickly opened the map. Indeed, the surrounding forest presented a serpentine layout, making it all too easy for a contingent to be ambushed and annihilated. Resolutely, I commanded, 5,000 men follow me for a right flank attack, while Eve leads 10,000 from the left. We must disperse. We cannot be struck down in one fell swoop. Be vigilant of any movement on both sides of the forest. Do not engage recklessly. With swift precision, I divided our forces, charging into the depths of the shadowy woods with thousands at my side. Yet scarcely had we taken a few steps when several Long Yao cavalrymen ahead let out pained cries as countless arrows rained down upon them, reducing them to a state of near ruin in mere seconds as they fled back in disarray. Luan Yu, glancing at the adjacent thicket, gritted her teeth. Indeed, there are many archers hidden. I surveyed the red dots on the map, shaking my head. No, those are certainly not archers. Luan Yu, taken aback, asked, "Then what are they?" "Regardless of what they are, we shall force our way through and strike," she declared with fervor. I nodded in agreement. "Proceed. Let our resolve lead the way, and others shall follow the charge." Observe the map carefully. Those red dots are 3 times the size of player units. And even if cavalry is merely twice the size, they cannot be players. Exercise caution. Encircle this small grove and swiftly execute the ambush. The purple sword gleamed with a chilling light as I charged into the thicket alongside Luan Yu, even activating my transformation. With a crash, my thunderous war axe cleaved through the dense foliage, and Luan Yu slipped inside. I conjured an ancient talisman from thin air. Boom. The golden sigil illuminated the rainy night, revealing approximately 20 densely packed arrow towers within the forest. These were remarkably diminutive towers, standing only 3 meters tall, occupying minimal space with limited attack power. Yet their firing frequency was alarmingly rapid. When over 10 towers unleashed their volleys simultaneously, the terror was palpable. "Good heavens, it's an ivory tower," Luan Yu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. "I just saw information about them yesterday while reviewing data on major cities. The ivory tower is a specialty of Giant Elephant City. Each player may carry 6 ivory towers, which can be placed on any open ground exceeding 3 yards, serving as temporary defensive structures. Indeed, Xingyun is quite clever to utilize them as offensive buildings." I raised my blade and declared, "The ivory towers possess exceedingly fragile health, only 50,000 points. Let us destroy them all. Whatever the inhabitants of Giant Elephant City can deploy, we shall dismantle." The fierce blades slashed through the air, tearing apart a cluster of towers. In mere moments, the clearing bore no trace of ivory towers, as the Long Yao cavalry unleashed their wrath, emerging from the small thicket and gazing into the distance. Luan Yu remarked. There must be a dense cluster of ivory towers ahead. If we rashly enter, we will meet our demise. I nodded and said yes. Have Biming bring 5,000 dragon Yao Bao riders over. I have verified that the attack range of the ivory towers is 50 yards. But the dragon Yao Bao riders can shoot even further. We can utilize their range to advance step by step and obliterate all the ivory towers, thereby compelling Xingyun to deploy the White Horse Iron Cavalry for a decisive battle. Excellent. Reports from the other two fronts also arrived. He and Giguzi, the commanding players, had lost a dozen Qinghu Iron Cavalry. Fortunately, both were extremely cautious and did not press forward. Everyone now understood why the three guilds, Maizhen, Bawangdian, and Quanglong, had suffered such heavy losses here. The White Horse Iron Cavalry, concealed by the ivory towers, was lying in wait within the jungle to confront the Chinese Iron Cavalry. It was a miracle we had not incurred severe losses. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a clearing in the forest, where He and Giguzi led tens of thousands of Shuayin Fur Iron Cavalry. The players of Shuayin Fur, under Lin Yisan's command, also ventured deeper into the woods. A large contingent remained outside the forest, while birds startled and flew from the trees. Who knows how many players from Giant Elephant City were hidden within. Each player had 6 positions for ivory towers, which allowed them to engage in battle freely once placed. Such a tactic was indeed formidable. On the vast map, the 5,000 dragon Yao Bao riders moved rapidly, a multitude of tiny dots swiftly entering the jungle. Soon, from the thicket, a proud warhorse neighed, upon which sat a beautiful young lady, her gaze as radiant as the moon, clad in leather armor and wielding a longbow. Her bowstring shimmered with frost and moonlight. Who else could it be but Biming Shui? Furthermore, she bore Lien Xian in her arms. The bond between Biming Shui and Lien Xian was exceptionally close. They were inseparable, and bringing the foremost mage of the ancient sword soul dream along was certainly advantageous. Brother, how shall we engage? Biming Shui smiled at me, leading a large contingent of dragon Yao Bao riders. I pointed towards the jungle ahead and said, the area has already been fortified with numerous ivory towers, but each tower possesses only 50,000 health points and cannot withstand prolonged attacks. Moreover, their range is limited to 50 yards. Biming Shui, command the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry to execute a lateral assault, utilizing projectile tactics. We can extend the range of the sky-piercing arrows to approximately 100 yards, enabling us to cover a broad area with ranged attacks and force Xingyun Liushui's White Horse Iron Cavalry into a confrontation. He nodded, while Lin Yisan chimed in with a smile. Little Biming, we will be waiting outside, ready to support you at any moment. Do not hesitate to stir the grass and startle the snake. Understood. Biming Shui, holding the ice spirit feather, swiftly switched to a range strategy, significantly enhancing the range by 100 yards. She commanded the Dragon Yao Bao riders. All captains, shift your range to target the western jungle. Execute area damage attacks. Covering the area, after firing 5 sky-piercing arrows, advance 30 yards forward and continue to push the front line. A multitude of mounted archers nodded in unison, each drawing their bows to full tension, the twang of the bowstrings resonating in the air. Every archer aimed straight ahead, and without waiting for a command, they released a volley of sky-piercing arrows. The 5,000 mounted archers launched their assault simultaneously, an awe-inspiring display as thunder rumbled in the sky, and a dark mass of arrows soared forth, transforming into an even denser formation above the jungle. Bang, 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 as the arrows fell like shooting stars. A cacophony erupted within the jungle, accompanied by bursts of flame marking the moment of the ivory tower's destruction. Faint cries of players echoed, indicating that this volley of skyward arrows had claimed numerous lives. The relentless rain continued to pour, its sound drowning out the clamor of skills and the stealthy approaches of players. I surveyed my surroundings warily, noting, the Qinghu Iron Cavalry has formed a shield formation in the open ground around us, poised to confront the charge of the White Horse Iron Cavalry. Once Xingyun is cornered, she will undoubtedly initiate an attack. Everyone nodded in agreement. Under Su Yang's command, a contingent of Qinghu Iron Cavalry swiftly formed an ironclad battle array, coordinating with the players from the Snow Silver Fur. Even if enemies approached, they would find it exceedingly challenging to breach our formation. Damn those Chinese mounted archers. In the jungle, a dozen cavalry from the great elephant city surged forth, not of the white horse iron cavalry, but riding fierce wolves, seemingly of lesser rank. They were the players who had set up the ivory tower's arrow formation. The Longyao Bao cavalry advanced steadily, systematically dismantling the ivory tower. They could scarcely endure, drawing their blades and charging forth. Focus your fire straight ahead, and continue the assault. Bai Mingshui commanded with a smile. Amid the rhythmic twang of bowstrings, arrows flew forth, felling the great elephant city players who emerged from the jungle. Under the firepower of the Longyao Bao cavalry, these adversaries were utterly insignificant. Thousands fell in an instant, unable to withstand the onslaught. Advance 30 paces and maintain the attack. Bai Mingshui ordered steadily as the Longyao Bao cavalry pressed forward, resuming their siege on the tower. My hand rested on the hilt of my sword, a growing sense of murderous intent stirring within me. Indeed, from my assessment, the moment had arrived. Xingyun was poised to strike. She would not allow the tower formation she had painstakingly cultivated to be dismantled without retaliating. Such passivity was not in the character of the great elephant city's female war goddess. With a thunderous clash, a bolt of lightning rent the darkened earth of the jungle. Illuminated by the flash, we beheld a female warrior clad in white, galloping towards us. Her white steed raced like the wind, and the thunderous sound of hooves echoed, even the torrential rain unable to muffle the remarkable impact. Above her head floated a line of text that drew solemn expressions from each of us. Xingyun LV 194 Earth Demon Swordmaster, Indian player, main city, Great Elephant City Guild, Flowing Clouds position, guild leader at last. The woman hailed as the foremost female war goddess of Great Elephant City appeared, possessing a breathtaking beauty that seemed almost ethereal. Her striking features, framed by her armor, radiated valor as she brandished her sword. After a commanding shout, she charged into the shield formation of the snow-silver fur, her blade dancing as she unleashed a series of devastating skills, mercilessly cutting down approximately 1,000 of our shielded ranks. In her wake, no less than 50,000 white horse iron cavalry surged forward, the main force of their ranks, without a doubt. I raised my sword and turned my steed, proclaiming, "Longyao iron cavalry, charge with me to intercept the main force of the white horse iron cavalry. The moment of reckoning has arrived." Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and Luan Yue turned in unison, while Su Yang drew his sword, bellowing, "Attack!" The sound of hooves echoed as 14,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry presented a complete formation, charging towards the enemy's flank. Our meticulous preparations led us to this very moment. With a resounding crash, the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry collided with the White Horse Iron Cavalry. Renowned for their defense, both sides shuddered, yet it was evident that the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry held the upper hand. At the forefront, I unleashed the combined might of my flame blade and ice slash, accompanied by an ancient rune, shattering the enemy's formation in an instant. The trio of divine player generals, Li Chengfeng, He Yi, and Lin Yisan, activated their transformations, invoking Earth's might and the divine blade. Li Chengfeng, embodying the spirit of battle, plunged into the fray, his shadowy blades slicing through foes with ease. With a sharp crack, Xingyun's sword cleaved through the defenses of 3 azure tiger cavalrymen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with fierce determination. Pointing her sword towards the right, she commanded, "Cut through the right flank, create an opening." The White Horse Iron Cavalry surged forward, breaking through parts of the lines held by the Azure Tiger and Purple Dragon Cavalry. Xingyun deftly maneuvered along the front lines, her blade dancing as she dispatched Chinese cavalrymen from their steeds. In no time, thousands of White Horse Cavalry had paid a heavy toll to breach our core line. Xingyun issued a decisive order. Now, with a resounding clap, pristine ivory towers erupted upon the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of ivory towers sprang up at the center of our formation. My expression darkened with apprehension. As anticipated, upon landing, a torrential rain of arrows unleashed chaos, swiftly decimating the Azure Tiger and Purple Dragon Cavalry. Xingyun's aggressive siege tactics with the arrow towers were nothing short of formidable. What kind of strategy is this? Giguzi, furious, raised his shield to deflect the onslaught. The countless arrows from the ivory towers struck against his shield, sending sparks flying. His defense was remarkably high, bolstered by an undying shield that drained life from enemies. Even under the relentless barrage of the ivory towers, he would not be easily vanquished. Perhaps only he could roam unimpeded amidst the towers. Li Chengfeng's shadowy blade gleamed coldly as he unseated 3 White Horse Cavalrymen, proclaiming, "Utilize a fixed-point defense strategy. Their cavalry will surely form shields beside the ivory towers, making it impossible for us to breach their defenses while suffering continuous attacks from the towers. We would meet a most tragic end." Lin Yisan's eyes widened in alarm as she asked, "Lu Chun, what should we do?" Without hesitation, I replied decisively, "Immediately form our cavalry into a spearhead formation to pierce through their defenses. We must not allow the white horse cavalry to encircle us like a fortress." Nodding, Su Yang pointed his sword towards 3 directions, declaring, "Doji, Wanyu, Tiantangyu, charge from the northern triangle. We must break their defensive line." In an instant, the 3 renowned swordsmen galloped forth, accompanied by the Dragon Dawn and Azure Tiger cavalry. A cacophony of battle cries erupting as the open terrain became a gruesome tableau of blood and carnage. The purple Yin sword gleamed with a chilling light, piercing through the chests of 4 foes as I pressed forward. The dragon god shield deflected the arrows from the ivory towers while I wielded my blade, executing a flurry of strikes: Ice Slash, Flame Blade, and War Shatter, each skill erupting with ferocity. In the chaos of battle, I found no need for my Qian Kuan strike. Sheer slaughter was the true path to victory. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce blade tore through the crowd, causing the renowned white horse cavalry, known for their defensive prowess, to collapse en masse. Such formidable offensive power, I dare say, is possessed solely by myself. On the other side, Lin Yisan's Ice Flame Slash and He's 5 consecutive strikes erupted amidst the tower formations, their attacking prowess not to be underestimated. Lin Yisan, the legendary Beautiful Firecracker, has always been celebrated for her ferocious assaults, while He, equipped with the divine skill of God-slaying blade, proved equally formidable. The 7-star glazed spear left a trail of devastation in its wake. Beaming, I turned around and commanded, "Order the archers to launch their skyward arrows. While the auxiliary cavalry engages from the periphery, we must dismantle this fluid defensive strategy." "Understood, brother." Soon, 5,000 Dragon Dawn archers prowled the outskirts of the battlefield, maintaining distance as they unleashed a barrage of arrows. Countless skyward arrows danced through the air, transforming into lethal projectiles that descended upon the enemy. In the next moment, the sound of piercing impacts echoed, splattering blood among the white horse cavalry, while the ivory towers crumbled under the assault. Amidst the anguished cries, swathes of white horse cavalry fell, causing the beautiful leader, Xingyun, nearby to pale. Brandishing her sword, she urged, "Do not retreat. Each of you possesses 6 ivory towers. Seize the opportunity to deploy them, relying on the towers for combat. Engage in a war of attrition. Exhaust these Chinese players." Xingyun's strategic intent was glaringly apparent and remarkably effective. Indeed, under the tower's relentless assault, our casualties were substantial. The Dragon Dawn cavalry, with their superior defense, could endure. Yet the Qinghu and Zilong cavalry suffered grievous losses, falling in droves. The horrific scenes of battle nearly brought many knight-class female players to the brink of nausea. Suddenly, a graceful figure darted beneath the tower formation, her staff swirling, unleashing a massive dimensional storm that obliterated dozens of ivory towers. Undoubtedly, only Lianxin possessed such magical prowess. "Eliminate that mage. That's the illusion mage, Lianxin. Take her down." Among the crowd of players from Giant Elephant City, someone quickly recognized Lianxin, prompting a surge of white horse cavalry to charge. With a gentle rustle, Lianxin's dainty magical boots tread upon the grass, retreating steadily. Her snow-white fingers splayed open, effortlessly summoning magic, and instantly, 7 or 8 fields of elemental power materialized before the knights, causing the white horse cavalry to collide with bruising force. A sight both tragic and brutal. However, Lianxin had positioned herself too far forward, surrounded on all sides by the enemy's white horse cavalry. Soon, she was cornered, as a throng of knights brandished their blades, striking towards her psychic shield with piercing ferocity. With a soft exhale, Lianxin suddenly sank slightly, the gaps in her robe revealing her long, graceful legs, which curved with elasticity. With a resounding clash, her staff deflected the incoming assault, and leveraging the tremendous rebound, Lianxin swiftly retreated. Countless missed notifications erupted as, mere moments later, her previous standing point was engulfed in a dazzling display of shattered barriers. Thankfully, her reflexes were swift enough. Otherwise, she would have surely met her demise on the spot. The dimensional winds surged, and the cutting gales swiftly claimed their victims. As a cadre of white-armored cavalry fell with anguished cries, the mage's offensive prowess was perfectly suited to counter heavy armor, rendering them the bane of warriors. Should the mage not be dispatched promptly, the fate of the warriors would be dire indeed. Eliminate her. We must vanquish this illusionist mage. The white-armored cavalry roared as they charged forth, 3 among them wielding area of effect skills. Lian Xing found herself unable to evade. Her psychic shield rapidly distorted, its resilience diminished significantly. With a clang, the battle axe struck the staff's grip, sending Lian Xing tumbling backward, her petite form perilously sliding beneath the hooves of the charging steeds. On the ground, intricate, arcane matrices shimmered with esoteric energy, and in the blink of an eye, beams of magical energy erupted forth. The white-armored cavalry forced our petite beauty into a state of utter disarray, as the assault from the ice spiral matrix tore through her defenses, shattering them to pieces, truly obliterating her. The blades of ice swirled, almost cleaving the knights, shields and all, into fragments. Lian Xing retreated in quick succession, her staff trembling as she invoked her skills, Kiss of the Dragon and Rain of Extreme Ice. The gravitational field ensnared numerous knights, and with the addition of several energy fields, she swiftly isolated her position into a sanctuary of safety. Not far away. The enchanting sword mage Xing Yun let out a soft grunt, brandishing her sword as she lunged at Lian Xing. With a steed of high caliber and her own elevated level, she executed a barrier-breaking strike from behind. With a clang, Lian Xing's staff attempted to parry. Yet Xing Yun deliberately thrust upward, inflicting 40,000 points of damage upon her. Following this, a 3-hit combo ensued, causing Lian Xing's psychic shield to warp, its resilience dwindling to below 10. Unable to withstand further, Lian Xing hastily flickered backward, only to find Xing Yun's azure lotus leaf shimmering beneath her feet. A purple energy halo coalescing upon her blade, an unmistakable divine general skill. Meteor strike. With a melodic cry, Xing Yun unleashed a meteoric strike that surged forth. An unstoppable force aimed directly at Lian Xing. Should she be struck, her demise would be certain, and having just used her flicker ability, she found herself with no means of escape. In that critical moment, a figure soared from the side, a stunning silhouette raising a shield to stand before Lian Xing. Adorning her shoulder was the resplendent emblem of the WL champion team and the ancient Sword Alliance leader, none other than he. With a resounding boom, the meteor strike, an indomitable divine skill, collided with He's shield. Despite activating her holy shield, the ferocity of the attack forced her back repeatedly, a staggering damage figure of 259,828 hovering above her head. I stood in astonishment. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been obliterated. Moreover, the fragments of the meteor strike shattered against He's shield, inflicting significant damage on surrounding players. The ranks of the Azure Tiger and Purple Dragon cavalry fell, unable to withstand the onslaught. Beneath the remnants of the meteor strike, Lian Xing's psychic shield crumbled, her large, watery eyes widening as she exclaimed to He, "Boss, I love you. Please cover me for 3 seconds while I reconstitute my psychic shield." "All right," He nodded solemnly. And the 7-star glazed spear in his hand suddenly erupted with an impressive length of 20 yards, its blade raised as he gazed around. The beautiful leader of the Alliance had a resolute glimmer in her exquisite eyes as she looked upon the dense ranks of the White Horse cavalry, clearly conveying He's sentiments. "Come if you dare." However, intimidated by the brilliance of the divine slashing blade, the cavalry found themselves reluctant to advance, which infuriated Xing Yun. Gripping his sword, he shouted, "Do not falter. Charge." As he spoke, Xing Yun hurled a massive fireball, significantly depleting He's vitality, and exclaimed in anger, "What is there to fear from a divine general with vitality below 25? Follow me." Unfortunately, He had already activated the war god resurgence, his vitality surging rapidly. The 7-star glazed spear swept through the air, and under the might of the divine slashing blade, the vitality of the cavalry plummeted alarmingly. Clang! Xing Yun's blade struck fiercely against the 7-star glazed spear, shattering the barrier and amplifying its brilliance. He, taken aback, retreated continuously, never expecting the strength of this demonic swordsman to be so formidable. In a sudden movement, Xing Yun's figure darted forward, his blade cleverly bypassing He's attention and arcing gracefully to penetrate his defense, striking directly at Lin Xin. How audacious! Su Yang rushed in, forcefully shouldering aside Xing Yun's attack, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon Xing Yun's mount. Following that, the shards of the chaotic moon's blade surged forth, reducing Xing Yun's vitality to below 30. In a swift turn, he thrust his glazed spear directly through Xing Yun's right chest. Under the barrage of attacks, Xing Yun's vitality fell below 25, prompting her to hastily activate a magical shield and retreat swiftly into the tower formation. The astonishment evident in her eyes revealed that this warrior from the city of Giant Elephant had underestimated the formidable prowess of the Chinese players. This was merely the combined strength of He Yi, Su Yang, and Luan Yu. If I were to join forces with Lin Xin against her, she would likely be defeated in 3 rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The ivory tower crumbled under the relentless assault of the dragon Yaobao riders, and Xing Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. Boss, let us pursue those archers, suggested a commander from the Xing, Yun Shui Lu. Xing Yun shook her head, gritting her silver teeth. No, the Red Maple's divine realm once pursued them in the wild Pheasant Ridge, resulting in a disastrous defeat. The HR tactics are utterly inhumane. We cannot repeat that mistake. Immediately command all White Horse cavalry to retreat into the western jungle of the Valley of Life and Death, and seek another opportunity to engage. Understood. In an instant, the remaining thousands of White Horse cavalry swiftly retreated. Thud, thud, thud. A series of barrier-breaking flashes erupted at the edge of the jungle, as a group of severely wounded White Horse cavalry collapsed. From within the jungle emerged a multitude of Chinese players, dominating the rider god, dominating the war god, Little Pig, and Pillar of the Nation were all present, with Ba Tian Dao wielding a bloody blade, grinning as he declared, "Thinking they can escape after slaughtering? Not a chance. We've hidden for so long just to execute this ambush. Humph, do these rotten tomatoes dare to stand in our way? They are simply courting death. Charge ahead." The cloud sword hung low, leading the White Horse Iron Cavalry into battle with unwavering resolve, dismissing the formidable guilds such as the Godslayers, Mad Dragons, and the Overlord Palace. Indeed, she possessed the prowess to do so. The tactical prowess of the Ivory Tower's fixed defenses was formidable, while the aforementioned guilds lacked the high mobility range troops necessary for effective engagement, rendering them severely hindered. A throng of White Horse Iron Cavalry charged recklessly, unleashing a barrage of skills that illuminated the rain-soaked night within the jungle. Blood mingled with the rain, flowing through the underbrush, as fallen bodies littered the ground. Those players who perished here would find no passage back into the realm of the Purple Grape City, for they had but a single chance. The diminutive warrior, Xiao Xiao Zhu, activated her divine general skill, sweeping across the battlefield, roaring fiercely as her blade traced arcs through the air, instilling terror in the hearts of the White Horse Iron Cavalry. She had reached a point of being untouchable, yet among the 3 guilds, it was only Xiao Xiao Zhu who shone so brightly. The rest of the front line had begun to crumble under the relentless assault of the White Horse Iron Cavalry, whose level 180 steeds were no mere decoration. "What shall we do, old Jia?" Gui Guzi inquired, brandishing the spear of the war god. Su Yang laughed heartily. "The rear of the White Horse Cavalry is exposed. What are we waiting for?" He turned to He Yi, Lu Chen. A shiver ran through me as I replied, "No. The Overlord Palace cannot hold out much longer. It is said that the Cloud and Flow have only 50,000 White Horse Cavalry, their entire main force. Since we are already engaged, let us decisively annihilate these 50,000 White Horse Cavalry." Xiao Gui, Su Yang, Doji, Chengfeng, led your tens of thousands of Qing, Hu Iron Cavalry from the rear. All Dragon Yao Cavalry, follow me. We shall outflank them and encircle this forest, annihilating the 50,000 White Horse Cavalry. If necessary, eliminate the Cloud and Flow. Understood. Moments later, the command was disseminated. He Yi, Luan Yu, Tian Tangyu, Qin Kong Shui, Du Shi San, and others joined me in leading 140,000 Dragon Yao Cavalry to flank from the jungle's side, while the Qing Hu Cavalry, under Gui Guzi's command, launched a frontal assault, with the Dragon Yao Cavalry providing cover. Meanwhile, Shui Yinshan and Lin Xin had already dispatched the Purple Attire Marquis and others to engage in fierce combat. The torrential rain fell heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Crack! A zigzag of lightning struck ahead, igniting a towering tree. The electric currents danced in the rain-soaked ground as I urged everyone onward, commanding loudly, prepare to abandon defense in favor of offense. Everyone, ready your pets' cooldowns. Unleash the ghost vehicles to breach the strong defenses of the White Horse Cavalry. And let the forces from the city of giant elephants witness the might of our ghost vehicle swarm. A chorus of dragon, Yao cavalry nodded and laughed in agreement. Yes. Deputy Alliance Leader. Swiftly, we maneuvered to the opposite side of the jungle, forming a line that stretched nearly a mile. With a resounding draw of the Ziying Sword, I bellowed, onward, let us charge forth. The Ice Lin horse let out a long, piercing neigh, leading over 10,000 Dragon Dawn Iron cavalry in a swift charge. In the distance, amidst the forest, flames erupted, and countless players from the demonic extermination, the Overlord's Hall, and the Mad Dragon faction fled in disarray. Their once formidable 150,000 Iron Riders had been reduced to mere fragments, drenched in blood and flesh. Now only 2,000 or 3,000 remnants remained. The National Pillar, wielding a sharp blade, wore a grim expression. Little Pig, have we met with defeat again? Little Pig wiped the rain from his face and replied, have we suffered defeat once more? Little Pig wiped the rain from his face and replied, damn it, whether we win or lose. Glancing back and asking, where are the War God and Arrow God? Weren't they supposed to follow us? The dominant War God, his face ashen, responded, I was just taken out by that girl Xingyun with a fireball. Damn it. Ba Tian Dao gritted his teeth. The disparity in power is truly lethal. I was just taken out by that girl, Xingyun, with a fireball. Damn it. The pillar of the nation ground his teeth in frustration. Our ability to retaliate was severely diminished. What were those bastards from GRD doing, causing trouble on our turf? The dominant war god was filled with sorrow and indignation. We have suffered a devastating defeat. At that moment, the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry approached, and Ba Tian Dao's eyes lit up. The ancient sword cavalry. Great. Why did those bastards from GRD Giant Elephant City come to cause trouble on our territory? The dominant war god, filled with indignation, lamented, our defeat is turn around immediately and fight back with us. We must annihilate these White Horse Cavalry today, leaving none alive. Excellent. Ba Tian Dao felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. This is fantastic.